Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Out of the Shell and Famished. Breathing is normal, vital signs are stable. The little guy is out of danger. It seems he just overexerted himself while clawing out of the shell. But Dr. Wu, the size of this hatchling is a bit too. Muffled voices drifted into his ears as the consciousness within the Giganotosaurus hatchling slowly flickered to life. What a weird dream. I was in a giant egg. Why would I be in an egg? I'm supposed to live in a sofa. No, on a sofa. Wait, what is a sofa? The consciousness within the hatchling froze for a moment, then realized with a surge of panic that his eyelids felt like they were made of lead. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pry them open. Instinctive terror began to set in, but soon, he slipped into a strange, heightened state. He could feel several people standing around him. To be precise, his nose was telling him they were there. There were two men standing beside him, a woman sitting not far away, and another man pacing back and forth behind her. It was a bizarre sensation. His nose acted like a real-time radar, feeding a constant stream of information directly into his mind. Oh, another man just appeared. His footsteps were fast, heading straight for him. Wu. What have you been doing behind my back? A man with a European face, dressed like a lab technician, slammed a file onto a nearby table. His voice trembled with rage as he interrogated Dr. Wu. Henry Wu finally looked away from the Giganotosaurus hatchling, turning slowly toward the man. Before he could speak, the technician became hysterical. Damn it. A giant egg just appears out of nowhere in front of everyone. Don't tell me you don't know what this means. Do you want the tragedy of over a decade ago to repeat itself? The man's eyes were bloodshot, glaring intensely at Wu. Clearly, he was a survivor of the incident from 14 years prior. Right now, there might be a pack of dinosaurs out there without trackers, growing up where we can't see them, and then. On that point. I think your concerns are misplaced. Dr. Wu's tone was calm, cutting through the man's frantic gestures. The moment we confirmed that Giganotosaurus, what was her name again? Wu tilted his head slightly toward his assistant. His voice carried an unshakable confidence, the kind of poise that suggested everything was under his control. Caroline, her name is Caroline. The assistant was clearly choked by the tension in the room, answering nervously, though her eyes betrayed an excited spark of curiosity. Ah, yes, Caroline. Wu nodded. Once we confirmed she had laid eggs, we immediately swept every habitat on the island and cross-referenced the DNA of every animal. Fortunately, this was an isolated incident. Our preventative measures worked. Out of the 5 eggs she laid, only 1 survived. Wu turned back to the incubator, staring at the Giganotosaurus hatchling with eyes full of excitement, and perhaps a hint of madness. And the hatchling born from this egg contains a genetic sequence, the very sequence his parents lacked as Giganotosaurus. There is no known biological DNA that perfectly matches it. Note, ARK dinosaurs are bioengineered for war, so it's only logical they wouldn't show up on a standard test. At this, Wu couldn't help but smile. If he isn't a monster, then he is a true dinosaur. You mean he atavistically regressed? Damn it, is that even possible? To regress back into a genetic fragment that shouldn't exist. The technician's anger had vanished, replaced by pure disbelief at Wu's hypothesis. Why shouldn't it be? I once had a colleague who said, life finds a way. While I don't agree with his philosophy, his phrasing was quite good. Wu was in a grand mood. Seeing the men standing there stunned, he steered the conversation back. These things are inevitable. All we can do is ensure my creations remain within our control. Those who believe they can master nature are fools. I learned that lesson from Hammond years ago. The hatchling's eyes opened a crack. The heavy weakness had finally faded, and he began to curiously survey his surroundings. He had heard their conversation clearly, but unfortunately, he didn't quite understand it. They were speaking English, and the knowledge of that language in the little Giganotosaurus's head was sparse. However, he managed to piece together a few key facts. 1. His mother's name is Caroline. 2. He is a purebred Giganotosaurus. Lastly, this seems to be the past. His mind held information about the story of Jurassic World, but those events all seemed to take place in the future. And the man in front of him was the creator responsible for those future disasters. Gentlemen, the female researcher, who had been watching the drama from her computer, finally spoke up. If you don't mind, we should return the little guy. She pointed to her screen, which showed 2 sleeping, adult Giganotosauruses. If they wake up and realize their only living offspring is missing, I suspect it will be a catastrophe. Wu nodded and gave a light chuckle. Yes. And they need a better environment. I don't think Mr. Masrani will mind investing a bit more in our first true dinosaur. And the research budget, the assistant added solemnly, seeing Wu had stopped talking. Caroline, then my name will be Carlo. Having processed the intel, the hatchling, now Carlo, didn't stay idle and gave himself a name based on the information in his mind. Moments later, staff members lifted him out of the incubator and moved him onto a transport truck heading toward the exhibit, accompanied by a researcher. On the truck, Carlo suddenly realized something. According to the data in his brain, a newborn dinosaur should only be about the size of a human hand. But he was less than a day old and already stood nearly half as tall as a human. None of that mattered right now, though. He missed his mother terribly. Because as his control over his body returned, he felt hungry. Godforsaken scientists. Did it not occur to you to feed me? In truth, it wasn't Wu's fault. Because Carlo was so large, they had already fed the unconscious hatchling an amount of food far exceeding what a baby only a few hours old should have been able to eat. Note 1, Carlo is named after Reuben Carolini, the discoverer of Giganotosaurus carolinii. Note 2, Caroline is derived from the species name Giganotosaurus carolinii. Chapter 2, surely no one refuses dinosaur milk. A quick note here, for the sake of this story, dinosaur milk is a headcanon modification, a result of Dr. Wu's genetic engineering to inhibit natural reproduction. The driver was steady, taking his time with the delivery. But while the driver wasn't in a hurry, Carlo certainly was. If he had any strength left in his body, he'd have stood up and let out a high-pitched bellow to speed things along. After what felt like either 2.5 years or 2.5 minutes, the truck finally lurched to a halt. Following a few more bumps, Carlo felt himself being lowered onto the ground. Only after the engine's roar faded into the distance did Carlo shakily push himself up. Despite this being his first time standing, his coordination was surprisingly high. If he weren't so weak from hunger, he would have tried a light jog just to test his legs. Lifting his head, he carefully surveyed his surroundings. He was in a redwood forest, surrounded by massive, ancient trunks. One tree nearby had been snapped midway up, clearly the work of humans. High above, a section of opaque glass was embedded into the suspended logs, likely a viewing gallery for tourists. These guys, they probably wouldn't drop me too far from my parents, Carlo thought. After a moment's consideration, he decided to use his sense of smell to track them down. He tilted his small head, the skin on the sides of his snout twitching rhythmically. The scent of damp earth, the fragrance of the trees, and then, a familiar musk. It wafted through the other smells, faint but undeniable, marking this territory as occupied. There. That's it. Carlo felt a surge of joy. This was the scent he had caught right after hatching, though back then it had been so overpowering it drowned out everything else. Focusing entirely on that scent, Carlo began trekking toward the source, occasionally letting out a feeble, raspy growl. 10 seconds after one of his calls, a response echoed through the woods. The sound was low and resonant, yet strangely gentle, as if the caller were afraid of startling him. It was deep enough that it was hard to tell exactly how far away it originated. Exchanging calls every so often, Carlo pushed deeper into the brush toward the strengthening scent. Soon, the ground began to vibrate. The earth itself was trembling, announcing the arrival of the forest's master. She was here. A Giganotosaurus, 13 meters long and roughly 4.5 meters tall, stepped out from behind a massive redwood. Despite her immense size, she had been perfectly camouflaged in the shadows of the grove. If she hadn't revealed herself, Carlo wouldn't have known she was so close. She stood there, towering over him, looking down into Carlo's eyes. Her previous urgency was replaced by a flash of bewilderment. Clearly, she couldn't wrap her head around why her newborn hatchling was this huge. The genetic memory didn't mention anything about this. For no reason at all, Carlo felt a pang of nerves. He suddenly understood why the tourist areas used privacy glass. No one wants to lock eyes with a predator, especially an apex killer from 97 million years ago. Even just standing there in a standoff felt like an ordeal. The silence didn't last long. The adult Giga broke the tension first. She leaned down, sniffing Carlo's scent. Once she confirmed he was indeed her offspring, she let out a huff of relief. Carlo relaxed as well. The intensity of meeting his mother's gaze had been so high he'd temporarily forgotten his hunger. The next moment, his feet left the ground. His mother gently picked him up in her jaws and began a brisk trot toward the nest. Whether it was the lingering effects of the tranquilizers or just her gait, Carlo felt her swaying unsteadily, as if she might trip at any second. About 5 minutes later, Carlo finally got his wish, his first meal. Dinosaur milk didn't exactly taste as good as cow's milk, but to the starving Carlo, it was the finest vintage on earth. Once back at the nest, his mother lay down, allowing her child to nurse. However, it wasn't long before she felt something was wrong. This kid was eating way too fast. She felt her supply dwindling rapidly. Although her tolerance for Carlo was exceptionally high because he was the sole survivor of the clutch, maternal instinct took over. For his own safety, she shifted her weight and moved into a prone position, cutting him off to prevent him from overeating and potentially harming himself. Carlo, caught off guard by the sudden move, stood to the side looking dazed. "Hey, what gives? I'm not full yet." Suddenly, branches nearby began to snap and rustle. Carlo turned toward the noise, but his vision was immediately blocked by a massive foot. His mother stood in front of him, staring warily at the shifting foliage. A moment later, a low, garbled rumble came from the trees. Carlo watched his mother visibly relax. She let out a soft call in return and settled back into her prone position. With a final crack, another Giganotosaurus emerged from the forest, carrying a goat in his mouth. "Is that Dad?" Carlo thought, letting out a little chirp toward the newcomer. The male ignored him at first, dropping the goat next to the mother. Then, he leaned over and nudged Carlo's small head with his massive snout before collapsing nearby to sleep off the remaining sedative. Must be Dad, then. Seeing his parents both succumb to their post-tranquilizer exhaustion, Carlo began to examine his surroundings. Their nest was located by a small lake, shielded by a ring of thickets, with the redwood forest forming a secondary perimeter. He also spotted several camouflaged cameras hidden among the trees. He turned his gaze back to his parents. He noticed they looked nothing like the Giganotosaurus from his memories of Jurassic World Dominion. They looked more like the scientific reconstructions from about a decade ago. "So, what do I look like?" As soon as the thought crossed his mind, a translucent deep blue panel flickered into existence before his eyes. Startled, he tried to jump back, but his body wasn't quite ready for such a feat, resulting in a clumsy, panicked stumble. Name, Carlo. Family, Giganotosaurus carolinii. Available points, 10, grayed out. Health, 11,451.4/80,960, the classic ARK experience, born at low health. Stamina, 750/750. Oxygen, 510/510. Food, 4,890.5/10,600. Weight, 0/898. Melee damage, 180%. Carlo eventually calmed down and studied the panel with curiosity. He didn't know what it was, but his brain felt a rush of excitement, urging him to test it out. Unfortunately, no matter how much he poked at it, nothing happened. The 10 points seemed locked until he reached adulthood. On the bright side, even though he was just a hatchling, his experience points were steadily ticking upward. Wait, it looks like I can open the family tab. The panel shifted. His personal information collapsed into his name, and a line extended from his name box, branching out to connect to 2 other names. Mother, Caroline. Father, Father. Carlo mentally poked fun at his father's lack of a creative name, then tried to open their panels. This time he succeeded. Name, Caroline. Family, Giganotosaurus carolinii. Level, 150. Available points, 54. Health, 1,660/1660. Stamina, 750/750. Oxygen, 160/160. Food, 4,240/4240. Weight, 0/1000. Melee damage, 100%. Name, Father. Family, Giganotosaurus carolinii. Level, 150. Available points, 41. Health, 1,760/1760. Stamina, 880/880. Oxygen, 150/150. Food, 3,067.9/4240. Weight, 0/800. Melee damage, 97%. Wait, what? Are you guys actually my parents? Carlo was hit with a wave of shock, confusion, and doubt. Why were his stats so much higher than his parents'? Especially that health bar. And why was their melee damage so low? Bro, is it possible they're just normal Giganotosauruses? Carlo quickly came up with a theory. He was a true dinosaur, the ARK version, while his parents were the Jurassic World versions mixed with modern DNA. His superiority was only natural. Yeah, that must be it. That's what that smart-looking human said. Glancing at his sleeping parents, Carlo felt a bit bored. He waddled over to the lakeshore to look at his reflection. So I look like this. Am I really their biological kid? Compared to his parents, his head-to-body ratio was slightly smaller. Paired with his sleek, elongated frame, he looked less like a wild beast and more elegant, almost like a young noble from an aristocratic family. After admiring himself for a while longer, Carlo went back to pester his mother. He planned to beg for a little more milk. Even though he wasn't starving anymore, Who could say no to a little more dino milk? Chapter 3, Dr. Wu, just wait, I'm finding you a new home. Attention guests, Giganotosaurus Exhibit Sector 5 has resumed operations. The feeding presentation will begin in 15 minutes. Please line up in an orderly fashion and have your tickets ready. We hope you enjoy your visit. Daddy, I want to see. A little boy, about 7 years old, sat perched on his father's shoulders, pointing toward the entrance. Ah, son, the carnivore exhibits are always so crowded. How about we go see the herbivores instead? The father seemed worried that the feeding show might be too bloody, fearing it would have a negative impact on his child. Oh. The boy looked disappointed, but he obediently nodded. Hey, honey, I think we should actually check it out. We might get to see this, a woman nearby said, tilting her phone screen toward the men. The men looked confused but leaned in curiously. Displayed on the screen was the official Jurassic World website. Currently occupying the number 9 spot on the trending list was a notification from the Giganotosaurus exhibit. Giganotosaurus exhibit, the family has grown. The Giganotosaurus carolinii pair in Sector 5 has welcomed a new addition. Starting today, he is officially meeting the public. Video. The video showed the scene of Carlo admiring himself by the lake earlier. At the end of the clip, an advertisement was attached. Now available, father and son bonding postcards. On sale now at the Giganotosaurus exhibit gift shop. The postcard featured the image of the father Giganotosaurus nudging Carlo's head with his own, likely captured by one of the camouflaged cameras. The comment section below the video was buzzing. Whoa, a baby Giga. This little guy looks way better than his parents. Are we sure he's biological? Why does he kind of look like an Allosaurus? What a narcissistic little dinosaur. So cute, I'm dying. Outside the screen, a man with a dark-skinned, Indian face looked somewhat displeased. His expression shifted into a grimace of pure bewilderment, especially after reading that last unhinged comment. Dr. Wu, our partnership has always been pleasant, and you have never disappointed me. Simon Masrani sat in his office chair, brow slightly furrowed. He turned his computer monitor toward Dr. Wu, who sat opposite him. Did you come here just to ask me to build a natural ecological zone for this little thing? Henry Wu was a scientist through and through. He disliked negotiating with businessmen and usually left such tasks to his assistants. But for the sake of that hatchling, he had to come in person. Mr. Masrani, you're missing the point. This is a true dinosaur. Its maximum value can only be realized within a natural ecosystem. Dr. Wu maintained a calm, steady smile, projecting his usual aura of composed authority. That isn't a reason. Simon shook his head. While I admire the spare no expense, adventurous spirit Hammond had back then, it doesn't mean I'm going to throw money away. In fact, this ecological zone sounds less like a park expansion and more like a new Giganotosaurus exhibit you've custom-tailored for this specific animal. Simon placed his hand over the documents Wu had brought, his fingers tapping the desk as he waited for a better pitch. Indeed. Wu did not deny his favoritism toward the young Giga. But the profit you can generate from this ecological zone will far exceed its cost, will it not? Simon didn't answer, merely looking at Wu with a flicker of interest. I imagine a single pay-per-view documentary would be enough for you to recoup your investment. Wu realized then that Simon, a man with a romanticist streak, had likely wanted to create an original, prehistoric wilderness for a long time but had held back for various reasons. The creation of the Gyrosphere Valley was proof of that desire. Now, Wu just had to push him over the edge. An untamed dinosaur sanctuary, the name alone is enough to draw crowds, Wu continued. Furthermore, it can house those aggressive, antisocial herbivores, significantly increasing the safety of the rest of the park. Simon nodded slowly. And the conflicts between the dinosaurs? Regarding that, Wu paused. Conflicts between carnivores and herbivores are inevitable. However, I believe it is precisely that conflict that truly captures the essence of a primeval world. Besides, it caters to the tastes of a certain demographic. At this, Wu observed Simon's expression. The CEO didn't argue, instead, his eyes brightened slightly, clearly imagining the spectacle of a dinosaur hunt. As for conflicts between carnivores, Wu adopted a thoughtful look. Simon leaned in, looking as serious as a student listening to a lecture's key points. I believe you needn't worry. Wu looked Simon in the eye. As long as there is sufficient territory, carnivores rarely engage in actual combat. At most, there will be brief displays of dominance, they will never fight to the death. Simon nodded, a weight finally lifting from his mind. I will consider it. Wu knew the deal was as good as done. A smile played on his lips as he rose to take his leave. Ding. A notification sounded from the desk computer. Simon turned the monitor back toward himself, curiosity in his eyes. What kind of charm do you have to enchant Dr. Wu like this? Simon clicked on the latest video uploaded by the Giganotosaurus exhibit. Whiz, boom. A flare shot into the sky. The shrieking sound startled a goat in the clearing. Due to its tether, the animal could only bleat helplessly in place. It's starting. It's starting. Finally. Where's the dinosaur? Where is it? Inside the suspended log viewing area, the crowd began to grow restless. Thump. Thump. Heavy footsteps echoed, drowning out the chatter. A massive reptilian form entered their field of vision. The father Giga had arrived. As the dinosaur appeared, the crowd fell into a hushed silence. It might not have been their first time seeing a living dinosaur, but for many, it was the first time seeing an apex predator of this scale. Much like audiences in the 1990s seeing Jurassic Park for the first time, they stood with mouths agape. The silence was broken only after the father Giga swallowed the goat whole, followed by wave after wave of cheers. Not far from his father, Carlo looked at the dying flare on the ground and the privacy glass on the distant log, lost in thought. The logs were well soundproofed, he couldn't hear the roar of the tourists, nor could he smell the humans. But his instinct told him. People are there. Carlo turned toward another section, a standing redwood tree that also featured privacy glass. It wasn't until he was within 3 meters of the tree that he caught a whiff of something suspicious. It was the scent of humans. And there were many of them. Daddy, he's coming. He's coming over here. The middle-aged man smiled, unable to help himself as he watched his son's excitement. The child pressed his palm against the glass. Carlo sensed the scent growing stronger in one particular spot. He leaned in further, staring with curious eyes at the exact location where the scent was most concentrated. He couldn't see what was behind the glass, but from the other side, the tourist saw a human child and a dinosaur hatchling staring at each other with mutual wonder. Click. Giganotosaurus exhibit official, a meeting of the young. An eye-to-eye encounter 65 million years in the making. Postcards now available at all park outlets. Chapter 4, please, catching butterflies with your bare hands, mouth, is super cool, okay. Did you see the latest update from the Giganotosaurus exhibit? You mean the postcard? Yeah, I saw it. Just another way to rehash old tricks. I bought one exactly like it years ago. But I really want one. Whatever. You Giga fanboys need to dial it back. By a fast food restaurant, 2 college students with weary eyes, who had failed to snag a table, stood miserably in the shade, wolfing down their meals. Damn it, I should have come in the winter. This summer sun is a killer, the thinner one complained. If you came in the winter, you wouldn't see some of the dinosaurs, his slightly chubbier friend reminded him. True. You've got a point. The thin man took a sip from his plastic cup, found it empty, and gave it a shake to confirm. Once satisfied it was bone dry, he raised it over his head like he was lining up a jump shot and aimed for a distant trash can. The cup flew from his hand, tracing a beautiful arc through the air, and then... thud. Lowry Crothers tossed his empty soda cup into the bin, watching Claire Deering, who had come to the control room for an inspection, argue with someone on the other end of her phone. Moments ago, Claire had entered to check on operations, only to be handed a file by an assistant. As she read, her brow furrowed, and finally, unable to restrain herself, she slammed the folder onto a desk. Looks like the higher-ups are giving her another headache, Lowry thought. He straightened the toy dinosaurs on his desk and settled in to watch the show. Beep. Bloop. Claire dialed, fully intending to ask her boss if he had recently suffered a mental breakdown. As the operations manager, she was the one Simon Masrani entrusted with the park's oversight, knowing he lacked the patience for management. 10 minutes ago, she had been reveling in the fact that the park was stable and the boss hadn't pulled any stunts. Little did she know, after a few months of silence, he was about to drop a bombshell. Hey, Claire. You'd better make it quick, I'm about to board my friend's helicopter. Do you think I should get a pilot's license? Simon, anticipating her call, spoke with a dismissive, breezy tone. Mr. Masrani, might I ask what this primeval ecological zone is all about? Claire's voice was polite and her face wore a smile, but she gave off the distinct aura of someone who might commit a felony for fun in the next 10 seconds. Oh, that. The dinosaur roster has already been decided. Who has it? You can coordinate with him. The background noise on Simon's end was filled with the rhythmic thrum of helicopter rotors. As for the environment, I've invited some world-renowned experts to perform a site survey. That's not what I'm talking about. Claire's tone turned sharp. Did you even consider the costs? And where exactly are we supposed to put a sanctuary that large? Hey, isn't there a plot right next to the Gyrosphere Valley? Just put it there. We'll set up some perimeter walls and electric fences to isolate it. As for the cost. Simon paused. I never worry about losing money. I only worry about spending money on things that don't matter. Claire's retort died in her throat. And how to make that money matter, well, that's your job to figure out, Simon said casually. Then, as if remembering something. Oh, right. Remind Dr. Wu that I need to see results on that transgenic dinosaur project. That's all. Bye-bye. Click. Beep, beep, beep. Claire took a deep breath and sighed. At least the boss hadn't demanded that the project be profitable immediately, or she really would have been breaking a sweat. Everything okay? Lowry asked, pretending to be hard at work. It's a disaster. Claire leaned her head on her hand, looking dejected. Mr. Masrani suddenly wants to build an ecological zone that recreates the world of 65 million years ago. An ecological zone. Lowry's eyes lit up. He felt a sudden surge of respect for his evil capitalist boss. As a man who worshipped dinosaurs, this concept hit him right in the soul. Praise be to the boss, he thought, giving a secret thumbs up. He made sure not to do it openly, though, as he didn't want to become the target of Claire's frustration. A red warning light flashed on the monitor. These alerts usually triggered when a dinosaur's tracker acted up or a camera caught something unusual. Giganotosaurus. Sector 5. Suspected drowning. Lowry tensed up, immediately switching the feed to the alerted camera. Then he saw it. He saw Carlo taking a bath. Stupid mud, Carlo cursed in his mind. He was currently covered in filth. While he wasn't a neat freak, the feeling of caked-on grime made his skin crawl. Why was he so dirty? Because while chasing a butterfly, he had accidentally rolled headfirst into a mud pit. Why was he chasing a butterfly? Please. Being able to catch a butterfly with your bare hands, or mouth, is the ultimate sign of explosive power and agility. It's an honor reserved for the strong. However, the butterfly was cunning. It had forced Carlo to resort to his super-secret sneak attack method. Of course, not only did the sneak attack fail, but he had ended up faceplanting in the muck. It was an utter disgrace to the Giganotosaurus name. Sigh. I, Master Carlo, am simply too kind-hearted to see a fragile life extinguished. If I had actually caught it, it probably would have died. Yes, I'm just too virtuous. Unable to admit defeat, Carlo leaned heavily into the spirit of self-delusion. I might lose the physical battle, but on a spiritual level, I am unbeatable. Speaking of which, something interesting happened today. He had finally given his father a name, Debbie. Because the guy was just so, well, derpy. Earlier that morning, Debbie had found the provided goat and tried to call Carlo over to learn how to hunt. However, Carlo's mother had shut that down immediately, claiming the child was still too young. At that moment, the look in Debbie's eyes revealed a level of pure, unadulterated stupidity. Too young. I remember catching small animals when I was his size. Why is this kid still drinking milk every day? Clearly, Debbie had forgotten the fact that his son was only 2 days old. Aeon. A low bellow echoed from the distance. It was his mother, Caroline, calling him for a meal. She called him whenever her milk came in. Perhaps because she had lost his 4 siblings, she poured every ounce of her maternal instinct into him. It feels good to be loved this much, Carlo thought with a smug little chirp. He shook the water and mud off his body, let out a responsive growl, and began sprinting back toward his mother. Chapter 5. What? I have teeth. I am a goat. Since the day I was born, I have lived a life of absolute luxury. I never had to worry about food or finding a mate. My former servants, the hairless monkeys, handled everything for me. So, what was the catch? Looking at the 2 unknown creatures in front of it, one large, one small, both currently pretending to be invisible, the goat had been bleeding in a panicked frenzy for over 10 minutes. Its throat was parched, and it was on the verge of a mental breakdown. It had only one thought left. Just make it quick. Carlo had followed his father to learn how to hunt. It wasn't for any noble reason, he was just curious. His derpy father, Debbie, had given him an appreciative nod when he saw him following, as if to say, "That's my boy." But now, Carlo had been crawling along the ground behind his father for 10 minutes. He really wanted to ask, "Do you realize that goat can see you?" The tourists in the viewing log were having a blast, snapping photos like paparazzi. They didn't care if the hunting method was absurd, as far as they were concerned, they were getting their money's worth. Ha ha ha, look at them. 2 little mounds of scales, so cute. Oh man, look at that goat's face. I'm dying. Do these 2 goofs really think the goat can't see them? People were slandering the dinosaurs, but the dinosaurs didn't care. There were plenty of other humans ready to argue with the hecklers anyway. After all, humans love nothing more than bickering with their own kind. Suddenly, something clicked inside Carlo. His aura shifted instantly. His breathing became incredibly slow and shallow, as if he had ceased to be a living thing. As he moved forward again, his footsteps made no sound. It was as if he belonged to the earth itself. In front of him, Debbie noticed the silence beside him. He tilted his head slightly, and seeing that his son was still following perfectly, he felt a flicker of confusion. Strange. He was right there a second ago, but I couldn't hear him at all. Whatever, back to the lesson. Another minute passed. Debbie was practically nose to nose with the goat now. The animal could feel the hot dino breath on its face. Debbie tilted his head toward Carlo. Your turn, kid. Carlo locked his eyes on the goat. The hunting genes etched into his marrow roared to life. Unlike his mother's regal, crushing pressure, Carlo's gaze was that of a stalking leopard, relentless and lethal. Carlo lunged. Thanks to his uncanny body control, he latched onto the goat's neck midair. But perhaps he used too much force, or perhaps the goat's body was simply too fragile. He ended up flipping right over the goat's head. Yet, he didn't let go. The result was Carlo performing a 180-degree horizontal flip using the goat's neck as a pivot. At the apex of the turn, his sheer momentum caused his upper and lower jaws to scrape along the goat's throat before finally snapping shut. Imagine a pair of scissors sliding across a wooden table as they cut. They move further away as they close. Though the goat's body had absorbed some of the impact, Carlo still went flying. He landed on his side, but he ignored the dizzying ringing in his head. Instinct was screaming at him to pounce again. Kill the prey. Carlo scrambled up. No, he didn't exactly stand. He retracted the leg touching the ground, gave a slight kickflip, and immediately resumed his prowl. He leaped again. This time, his power was perfectly calibrated. He landed half a meter behind the goat's neck. One quick lunge was all it would take to tear its throat open. He opened his mouth, aiming for the lower throat. He intended to clamp down until the life left the beast. But just as he was about to bite, he stopped. Not out of sudden compassion, but because the goat was already dead. A ring of jagged lacerations encircled the goat's neck, and blood was gushing out. The ground was stained crimson, and the actual wound was becoming a blur of red. Only now did Carlo notice the metallic tang of blood in his mouth. He felt a sudden sense of bewilderment. He licked the sides of his jaw and felt small, razor-sharp teeth. Wait. I have teeth. Since when? Unlike a Rex or an Indominus Rex, whose teeth are always on display, Carlo's teeth were hidden behind thick, fleshy lips in a relaxed state. This was why he hadn't even realized he'd grown them. If I remember correctly, I'm only 3 days old. Is this normal? Am I some kind of freak? Searching through his mental database, he could only think of one type of dinosaur born with teeth, but those looked like bobblehead dolls, definitely deformed by any standard. The famously abstract ARK dinosaur hatchlings. Unlike the confused Carlo, Debbie was looking at his son with unbridled pride. Attaboy. Definitely takes after me. The tourists in the log were equally electrified. This raw, primal kill made their blood pump. Since Jurassic World opened, they had never featured live hunts or dinosaur combat, mostly to avoid public backlash, as it was seen as animal cruelty or dinosaur cockfighting. Wait. Isn't the primeval ecological zone just a different kind of coliseum? Nonsense. That's called nature's art. It's ecological realism. A 3-day-old infant hunting a goat was technically impossible in the dinosaur world. But aside from Dr. Wu's team, no one knew Carlo was only 3 days old. His sheer size misled everyone. Oh, and for the record, Debbie also knew Carlo was only 3 days old, he just forgot. Carlo lowered his head to taste the blood again. A bit sweet, but too irony. Not as good as mom's milk. Figures, I'm still a baby. He bit down on the goat's neck and dragged it toward Debbie. He looked up and let out 2 chirpy growls, as if presenting a trophy, and gestured that they should take the food back to Caroline. Debbie agreed, his eyes shining with even more pride. So thoughtful. Definitely takes after me. Debbie lowered his head, nudged Carlo's small noggin, then picked up the goat in his jaws. He gave Carlo a muffled, encouraging rumble and turned back toward the forest. Carlo trotted after him. The large and small figures disappeared into the deep woods. Giganotosaurus exhibit official, the hatchling's first hunt. A massive success. Let us praise the apex predator of the future. Video. The person running this account is definitely a Gigastan. Gee, I wonder why they work for the exhibit. LOL, Gigastan is an understatement. This is a religion. Currently discoverable traits. Name, Carlo, Giganotosaurus. Clumsy stealth. While in a stealth state, your movements will not disturb the foliage, and your breathing will be silent. However, your scent remains, and you can still be detected by other forms of observation. And, I've always thought the stealth animation for the Giga in the original ARK was pretty cool. This trait is unique to our protagonist, it won't evolve into some supernatural ability or superpower battle. Chapter 6, Owen, I think I'd better wear a neck guard. The video titled, Giganotosaurus Hatchling Hunt, posted on the official Jurassic World website, saw its popularity skyrocket, eventually stabilizing at the number 4 spot on the trending charts. It was inevitable. Among dinosaur enthusiasts, fans of carnivores have always been the overwhelming majority. For those dedicated to paleontology, the footage also served as exceptional academic material. One could argue that, were it not for the age restriction, the video's reach would have exceeded 65% of the total site traffic. At its peak, the data nearly surpassed Jurassic World's all-time most viewed video, The King of Crap. You want to know that story? Well, you'd better not be eating right now. Back when Jurassic World first opened, the safety measures were already quite robust, but one poor soul was apparently cursed by the gods of misfortune. He managed to get so lost that he wandered straight into the Tyrannosaurus Rex paddock. Heaven only knows how he used a staff entrance to get inside, and once there, he accidentally locked the only service exit behind him. To keep himself from being eaten, he hid inside a pile of T-Rex dung. For 30 whole minutes. The T-Rex probably thought, "Buddy, just come out. I won't eat you." Seriously. Anyway, back to the point. While the video of Carlo's goat takedown was showered with praise, it also caught the attention of certain extremist animal rights activists. You could have culled the goat humanely, yet you put it there for a dinosaur to hunt. Does no one consider the goat's feelings? However, this website was Jurassic World's home turf. Beneath that comment, aside from the scholars who politely explained the laws of nature, the top-rated reply came from the diplomats. "We'll throw you in next." Fortunately, the extremist hadn't suggested that Carlo be switched to a vegan diet, otherwise, the argument would have been far more explosive. Watching the public's overwhelming support, Simon Masrani allowed a smile to cross his face. This trend was a validation of his decision to construct the primeval ecological zone. "Your coffee, sir." Simon nodded to the server and returned his attention to Dr. Wu's latest report. Successfully hybridized DNA from multiple species. Embryonic development is normal. Expecting to create a new transgenic dinosaur within 6 months. So soon? Simon was slightly surprised, but looking at the mountain of data he couldn't personally decipher, he knew Dr. Wu wasn't lying. He promptly sent the order to Claire Deering to begin construction on the Indominus Rex paddock. Then, he silenced his work phone. He wanted to watch Carlo's majestic hunt one more time. Click. As the enter key was pressed, Owen Grady watched the footage. He saw the Giganotosaurus carolinii father and son engage in their, admittedly abstract, attempt at prowling, followed by Carlo's raw, primitive, and wild kill. He felt a sudden jolt in his chest. A former member of the U.S. Navy and an expert in animal behavior, Owen had recently joined Jurassic World as a trainer for the Velociraptor program. In the temporary training room nearby, 4 raptor hatchlings were romping and nipping at each other. Owen looked at them, thought for a moment, and decided to put on his neck guard. In fact, if his assistant hadn't insisted, he hadn't even planned on wearing gauntlets. He didn't feel these little things posed much of a threat. But now, that video had taught him a lesson. With these carnivores, no matter how stupid, silly, or even cute they look to you, you should maintain a fundamental level of respect and awe. There's no why to it. It's because they are predators. Recording ready. Beep. As the metal keypad door slid open, the room went dead silent, like a classroom when the principal walks in. 4 juvenile predators turned simultaneously to stare at the stranger. "I am Carlo Grills. This is the most dangerous place on Earth. There are 2 massive apex predators here. And my job is to survive in this jungle full of hidden perils. Look, a butterfly. That's my lunch. Its protein content is, well, I don't know if it even has any. Enough talk. Now, I shall demonstrate the ultimate hunting technique." With his internal monologue finished, Carlo began to wriggle forward. In his stealth mode, he seemed to blend into the scenery, moving without a sound, looking very much like a migrating mound of dirt. It was a bit eerie. When he was within 10 meters of the butterfly, the insect was still focused on sipping nectar. Carlo couldn't hide his excitement. "Looks like you're falling into my hands today." However, a sudden stomp shattered Carlo's dream. His father happened to walk past, and before the butterfly could even react, it became butterfly.zip. "Dad. You stepped on my lunch." Carlo jumped up and let out a tragic, mournful wail. "Holy macaroni. Where did the kid come from?" Carlo's sudden roar gave the father Giga a genuine fright. He hadn't sensed that stealthing Carlo at all. Recovering from his confusion, Dad lifted his right foot to check the ground, nothing. He lifted his left foot, still nothing. Utterly baffled, the father looked at Carlo and let out a low rumble, asking what happened, with eyes full of pure, innocent confusion. Seeing the vacant, clueless look in his father's eyes, Carlo grunted at "never mind" and wandered off to find his mother for some milk. "Forget it. The old man is just too kind-hearted. He couldn't bear to see me hunt the butterfly, so he executed it himself. Yes. He killed it out of love." The father Giga watched Carlo leave, feeling perplexed. But, since things were as they were, he decided to go get a drink. Glug, glug, glug. Owen held a canteen, gently tilting it so water dripped downward. Below him, Blue was drinking greedily. Hey, slow down, it's okay, girl. Slow down. Blue was the name Owen had given her. She was one of the young raptors, named for the distinct blue stripe running down her flanks. Though the raptors were still small, Blue was already showing signs of becoming the pack leader. She was smart, and Owen had taken a real liking to her. Owen, you've got a letter here. Barry's voice came through the headset, and Owen withdrew the canteen. As Owen pulled the water away, Blue looked up at him with her large eyes. Owen couldn't quite place the look. Was it curiosity? A thirst for knowledge? She really was different. See you next time, girl, Owen said with a light smile as he left the training room. An interesting little one. Barry teased as Owen stepped out. Yeah, she's special, Owen replied, taking the envelope from him. A letter. Who writes letters these days? Owen was surprised. He racked his brain but couldn't think of a single person who would send him mail. Maybe someone likes the old school vibe, Barry said, shrugging to indicate he had no idea who the sender was either. Chapter 7, Grant, I am definitely not going back to that island. Dr. Grant, you have a letter here. I see it, Billy. Just put it on the desk. A man with hair that had turned almost entirely white sat in a tent, staring obsessively at a velociraptor claw in his hand. His name was Alan Grant, an archaeologist dedicated to paleontology. He was a man who always wore a fedora and possessed a fanatical curiosity about dinosaurs. Even now, with living dinosaurs appearing before the world's eyes, he chose to stay at his dig sites, searching for the footprints of these ancient creatures in the dust. He knew that the dinosaurs in Jurassic World weren't true dinosaurs. Or perhaps, 2 near-death encounters with these prehistoric beasts had left him with a touch of PTSD. The zero-distance contact in the wild, kind of PTSD. RIP. Using the raptor claw to slice open the envelope, Grant pulled out the letter. Dear Dr. Alan Grant. I am Simon Misrani. You may have heard of me. Jurassic World is currently under my ownership. After a board meeting, we have decided to spare no expense in creating a primeval ecological zone, a place where dinosaurs can live as they once did. To this end, we would like to formally invite you to serve as our risk assessment consultant. Of course, we have also invited Dr. Ellie Sattler and Dr. Ian Malcolm. I believe no one in this world understands the potential dangers lurking within this park better than you three. Please do not be quick to refuse. Upon completion, I will personally gift you a dig site of your choosing. Yours sincerely, Simon Misrani. It's fair to say Simon was truly going all out for this primeval ecological zone. Aside from being a risk assessor, Dr. Grant was a scholar who understood these creatures better than anyone. With him on board, the success rate of the zone would increase exponentially. However, I'm not going, Alan Grant muttered to himself, tossing the letter into the trash. He had sworn never to set foot on that island again. Ring, ring. His phone lit up. The caller ID read, Ellie Sattler. Grant drifted into memory. She was a paleobotanist who had studied fossils with him, and later, they had survived the original Jurassic Park together. She had since started a family, while he remained enamored with skeletons in the dirt. He picked up. Hey, Alan. Did you get the letter? I did. Are you going? I am not. Really? That's a shame. I'm planning to go. Why? Grant was genuinely confused. Ellie's experience at the park had been arguably more terrifying than his own. I'm curious to see what the park has become. Plus, word is they've reconstructed several species of ancient plants. I want to see them for myself. Ellie's voice was still full of life. Alan remained silent. Since the incident over a decade ago, he hadn't trusted arrogant, overconfident scientists. What about Malcolm? Have you asked him? He's going, too. Why? He's the most vocal opponent they have. Grant was shocked. Ian Malcolm had consistently opposed the resurrection of dinosaurs, believing these creatures had no place in the modern world. It's because he's the opposition that he's going, Ellie said with a hint of a smile. Mr. Misrani invited him to give a lecture to the scientists. Sounds like something he'd do. A moment of silence followed. So, Alan, are you really not coming? Grant sighed, his tone resigned. Fine. I'll go. He couldn't leave his old friends to face it alone. In the end, he decided to join them. Today marked 1 month since Carlo's birth. Unfortunately, there was no party. Where did the other 20-odd days go? Eating, sleeping, catching butterflies, and jumping out to scare goats. Time flies when you're a dinosaur. Carlo now stood 1.5 meters tall, roughly the height of a human. At this moment, he was crouched in a thicket, staring intently at the feeding station ahead. Whir. The sound of an engine signaled the metal floor on the ground to split and slide apart. Once the hatch was fully open, a metal platform carrying a deer slowly rose. Click. The platform locked into place. The deer wasn't tethered, it was frantically scanning its strange new surroundings. It didn't dare bleat or move, sensing the musk of a predator in the air. Something was watching it. Bang. A flare shot up. Like a human suddenly discovering a cockroach on their back, the deer bolted, sprinting away from the sound. It was running directly toward where Carlo was hidden. 30, 25. 20, Carlo was downwind, so the deer couldn't smell him. Even so, he had to strike early, he was becoming too large for the low grass near the platform to hide his frame. When the deer was only 10 meters away, Carlo moved. He lunged from the brush, opening his jaws wide, aiming for the neck. Snap. The sound of jaws slamming shut echoed. Carlo had bitten the air. The deer proved why it was one of nature's most agile reactors. The moment Carlo lunged, it calculated the distance. With a small mid-air hop and a powerful leg tuck upon landing, it leaped again. This second jump narrowly avoided Carlo's bite. Bypassing the need for a slow start, the deer sped off in the opposite direction for its life. Carlo didn't give up. The moment his prey fled, he adjusted his strategy. He would turn this into a race of endurance. His burst speed couldn't catch a deer. At his limit, he could only match its pace. Having lost the advantage of a head start, he had to keep the deer in his sight at all costs. Thump, 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 thump. His acceleration was slow. It took a full 7 seconds to reach top speed. By then, the deer was a mere dot in the distance, nearing the treeline where its camouflage would make it nearly impossible to track. Huff. Carlo exhaled a hot burst of breath, focusing his entire mind on his sense of smell. It was a risky move. He had to maintain high-intensity exertion while keeping his mind clear and his breathing steady. One slip-up and he'd suffer a debilitating cramp or stitch. In a nearby tree, a hidden camera lens adjusted its focus, locking onto Carlo's silhouette. The hunt was on. Chapter 8, Grant, my heart finally, almost, stopped. Tack-tap, tack-tap, tack-tap. Thump, thump, thump. The deer darted past with light, nimble steps, a gust of wind trailing in its wake that sent the surrounding grass and flowers into a gentle sway. 10 seconds later, massive talons followed. Heavy, booming footsteps descended, completely obliterating the hoofprints left on the meadow just moments before. 15 minutes had passed. Carlo's focus remained razor-sharp. The deer had tried everything, obstacles, jagged turns, dense thickets, to throw him off, but time and again, Carlo's nose locked onto its scent. Its maneuvers had achieved nothing but narrowing the gap between predator and prey. The deer glanced back, seeing Carlo still in relentless pursuit. Panic flared in its eyes. It had never encountered a predator capable of maintaining such a high-speed chase for this long. Its breathing, already labored from the exertion, grew frantic. It was terrified. Terrified that its stamina would give out first, terrified of becoming a meal on a plate, terrified that this monster would tear the very organs from its belly. Its breath hitched for a microsecond, then resumed a jagged, desperate rhythm. Carlo, mid-hunt, caught the shift in the air. He realized instantly. It's got a stitch in its side. Diverting his attention from the tip of his snout, Carlo took a massive, lung-filling breath. Roar. Carlo let out a thunderous bellow and immediately lunged into a frantic sprint. Hearing the roar from behind, the deer's heart skipped a beat. It didn't dare turn its head, it feared that if it saw him, it would lose even the courage to keep running. It was overextending its body now, ignoring the stabbing pain in its side, desperately commanding its legs to keep moving. Tack-tap, tack-tap. Its speed faltered. It was that sensation from a long-distance run, your mind commands your feet to lift, but your body rebels, forcing your leaden legs back down. It had reached its limit. The noise behind me stopped, maybe he couldn't keep up either, that was just a loser's final roar, ha-ha. The deer comforted itself internally, but its legs never stopped. It didn't dare stop. It didn't dare look back. Tack-tap, tack-tap. Wait, is my leg stuck on a rock? Why is the rock in the air? How strange. Suddenly, a massive, backward-tugging force hit. Alarm bells screamed in its mind. Having closed the distance, Carlo had seized the perfect opening, clamping his jaws onto the deer's raised left hind leg. With a gentle tug backward, the deer's delectable neck was brought into the perfect strike zone. Crunch. The sound of sharp teeth-piercing flesh rang out. Carlo latched onto the deer's throat, turned, and braked hard while lifting his head. The entire deer was hoisted into the air, spinning in a 200-degree spiral. The deer was fortunate, its body was so numb from exhaustion that it didn't feel the agony of the teeth sinking in. As it flipped through the air, its neck snapped instantly, sparing it the despair of being eviscerated alive. Huff, huff. Carlo was tired, but not from physical exhaustion. It was the mental fatigue that follows the release of extreme concentration. He quickly opened his status panel. He needed to confirm one thing. Name, Carlo. Family, Giganotosaurus carolinii. Available points, 33, grayed out. Health, 13,150.7/80,960. Stamina, 750/750. Oxygen, 510/510. Food, 9,890/10,600. Weight, 0/898. Melee damage, 180%. My stamina really didn't drop. Note, the classic ARK mechanic, unridden dinos don't consume stamina, they even regenerate it while moving. About 10 days ago, when the goats were replaced with deer, Carlo had begun his true training. He had failed several times initially, usually requiring Caroline to finish the job. But during those days, he noticed something wrong with himself. Despite chasing for ages, his body felt like it had an infinite reservoir of energy. Aside from a bit of mental drain, he felt no physical fatigue. Over the last 2 days, he'd confirmed it, he truly did not consume stamina. Am I really a monster? Picking up the deer, Carlo began the trek back to the nesting grounds. He didn't know why his abilities were so terrifying, but since things had turned out this way, first, it was time for some milk. Giganotosaurus exhibit official, Baby Giga's first successful white-tailed deer hunt. A 23-minute high-speed pursuit. The perfect fusion of stamina and power. Videos X2. There were 2 videos, a 22-minute full-length version, with a few gaps where cameras missed the action, and a highlight reel featuring the best parts. The way the deer tried to lose Carlo and how Carlo countered every move was condensed into the second video, leaving viewers in awe. How long? Holy crap, did he just run that deer to death? What a joke, 23 minutes to catch a deer, and the official account is proud of it. Could your 10-year-old kid outrun a deer in a marathon? Simon Masrani watched Carlo on the screen, feeling more satisfied by the second. He was becoming captivated by the little guy. The beauty of the power displayed in the hunt, the predator constantly improving through failure, was this not exactly what he envisioned for a dinosaur? Bigger. Scarier. Cooler. Though he was still a child, he would eventually grow into a titan. And as an adult, he would surely be the crown jewel of the upcoming primeval ecological zone. In fact, it was Simon's decision to switch the prey from goats to deer. If the boy wanted to learn to hunt, he deserved better quarry. It was a total win-win. Knock, knock. Claire's voice drifted in from the door. Mr. Masrani, the expert's plane is expected to arrive in 30 minutes. Understood. I'll head out to meet them now. Simon grabbed his custom-tailored suit jacket from the chair and the files from his desk, heading for the door. Gentlemen, ma'am, would any of you like a drink? No, thank you, Grant replied, waving a hand. I'll have an orange juice, Malcolm added. Certainly, sir. One moment. A claw holding a glass of orange juice passed before Grant's eyes. Grant's half-closed eyes snapped wide open. He whipped his head to the side. Is something wrong, sir? A person wearing a flight attendant's uniform, but possessing the head of a velociraptor, asked with genuine concern. Grant's face turned pale with horror, looking worse than if he'd seen a ghost. He turned to look at Malcolm, only to find he also had a raptor's head. What is it? Malcolm asked. Are you okay, Alan? Hearing Ellie's voice, Grant froze. He turned stiffly, only to find that she, too, was sporting a raptor's head. Oh, God. At this moment, Grant wholeheartedly agreed with Malcolm. He should have stayed at his dig site studying skeletons, rather than coming face to face with this. Chapter 9, Grant, actually, it doesn't need to be that reliable. Huff, huff. The sound of heavy, jagged breathing filled the air, like someone who had just narrowly escaped death. Dr. Alan Grant bolted upright, waking from his dream. Oh, God, Grant gasped, his breath slowly steadying as the fog of sleep cleared. Are you all right, Alan? Grant glanced at Ellie Sattler. Only after confirming she wasn't a velociraptor did he let out a long sigh of relief. I'm fine. Just a nightmare. I hope it wasn't a prophetic one, Dr. Ian Malcolm quipped from the opposite seat. He had aged, his hair was a distinguished silver, but his long legs were as prominent as ever, lending him an even more dashing air than in his youth. Grant looked at him, paused in thought, and then replied seriously, no. I don't think you're going to turn into a raptor. Ian froze for a second, clearly not expecting a joke from the usually stoic Grant. A smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. It seems our Dr. Grant's love for velociraptors and this island runs deep. Didn't you have a private vacation with them a few years back? Grant realized he was referring to the incident on Isla Sorna and said ruefully, I was tricked into that one. Recalling the ordeal, Grant turned to Ellie with renewed gratitude. I should thank you again, Ellie. You saved my life that time. It was nothing, Alan, Ellie replied with a small smile. Lines of age had traced her face, but her beauty remained unmistakable. In all honesty, you gave me quite a scare. That roar on the other end of the line, it's a nightmare I'll never truly shake. Her smile faded into a somber expression. Unfortunately, we are about to face those nightmares again. Perhaps for months, perhaps for years, Ian said with a chuckle. Though he was describing a grim reality, his face showed no trace of fear. He added, let's just hope the current park manager hasn't scheduled any T-Rex car chase tours. Ian's dark humor remained intact. Grant opened his mouth to respond, but the pilot's intercom interrupted him. Ladies and gentlemen, we are beginning our final descent. Please fasten your seatbelts and look out the windows. If you're lucky, you might spot some dinosaurs right now. Aeon. A brachiosaurus drinking from a lagoon lifted its head and let out a resonant call as the small private plane streaked across the sky. While most Jurassic World tourists arrived via ferry and monorail, Simon Masrani maintained a private airfield on the island specifically for VIPs. Whir. The private jet touched down, leaving dark tire streaks on the runway before coming to a smooth halt at the far end. Soon, a mobile stairway docked with the fuselage. The door hissed open. Grant and Ellie emerged first, followed by Ian, who was already muttering under his breath. Oh, for heaven's sake, did you see the crowd in the main plaza? It's a literal buffet line. The other two gave him a look. A buffet line? Ian, do you mean that in the way we think you do? Beep beep. A small airport shuttle pulled up. A staff member gestured respectfully toward the seats. As they boarded, Ian couldn't help himself. This vehicle appears to be electric. It won't shut down, will it? The driver reacted quickly, smiling over his shoulder. Rest assured, sir. Every vehicle in our fleet has an independent backup power source. Before long, the trio met Simon Masrani in the terminal lounge. A pleasure to meet you, Dr. Grant, Dr. Sattler, Dr. Malcolm. Simon beamed, shaking hands with each of them. You've had a long journey. I've arranged rooms at the hotel for you. We can discuss the details of the project tomorrow morning. Does that sound acceptable? That would be perfect, Ellie answered for the group, and the men nodded in agreement. The ride to the hotel was quiet until Ian broke the silence, directing a question to Simon in the front seat. Mr. Masrani, I understand you intend to build a primeval ecological zone. But men cannot truly master nature. Are you prepared for the inevitable, unintended consequences? Simon smiled. Dr. Malcolm, you're mistaken about one thing. We aren't trying to master nature. This time, we are merely its observers. Malcolm frowned, ready to counter, but Simon pressed on. In the past, we used incubation temperatures to ensure all dinosaurs were female. This time, we are no longer manipulating their sex. We provide the habitat and the water, and we ensure they don't leave. That is all. That is the hardest part, Malcolm remarked. Simon, unfazed, spoke with total confidence. We have learned from Hammond's mistakes. Every paddock has an independent power grid and triple redundant backups. Unless some idiot literally opens the gates, it is impossible for these animals to escape. He paused. Trust me, we will not make the same mistakes again. No, Malcolm muttered. You're just making brand new ones. He went silent. He realized Simon was the same breed of man as Hammond, persuasion was futile. He could only hope the electric fences were as reliable as promised. Grant thought to himself, actually, they don't need to be that reliable. Carlo had finally figured out why his stamina never seemed to deplete during his hunts. The answer was simple, that stamina bar was for swimming. It only drained when he was in the water. Caroline stood beside Carlo in the lake. The water barely reached her ankles, stopping well below her knees. She was currently teaching Carlo how to swim. Though she expected much from her offspring, Carlo's performance was still impressive. He had taken to the water immediately, a trait etched into his very genes. Contrary to popular belief, large theropods like the Tyrannosaurus rex were capable, even proficient, swimmers. In the original Jurassic Park novel, there's a terrifying sequence where a T-Rex pursues Dr. Grant's raft through a river. It's masterfully written and incredibly tense. So, if you're ever running from a dinosaur, don't assume the water is a safe haven. Carlo's small legs paddled back and forth, creating splashes of varying sizes. He was currently swimming in circles. Previously, Carlo couldn't understand why dogs like to chase their own tails. He had even wondered if the human memories in his brain were faulty. But now, he understood. A tail truly has a mind of its own. Carlo had initially just wanted to give it a little nibble. To his shock, the tail dodged him. He tried again. Missed. Again. Missed. As the saying goes, once is an accident, twice is a coincidence, but 3 times is a personal insult. A fierce, tail-chasing war erupted. Contender Carlo opened his massive jaws. Splash. A heavy strike. Contender tail, it dodged. Carlo used rapid bite. Quick, short, and powerful. Would he succeed? Let's wait and roar. Debbie's roar echoed from the distance. Caroline glanced toward the sound, then dipped her head into the lake, slid it under Carlo, and lifted. Carlo found himself sprawled horizontally across his mother's snout. Ignoring his squeaks of protest, Caroline turned and headed toward the nesting site. Unexpected interference. Match terminated. Note, regarding the dinosaurs in Jurassic World, their growth cycles are accelerated. In Camp Cretaceous, the Ankylosaurus bumpy reached subadult status in less than 6 months. Therefore, Carlo's growth will accelerate, though he won't reach full adulthood until the Jurassic World, Fallen Kingdom timeline. An adult ARK Giga is simply too terrifying for the current setting. Comparative size reference. Species, height, length. Giganotosaurus carolinii, standard, 4.2 m, 13.8 m. Ceratosaurus, 3.0 m, 7.0 m. Carnotaurus, 3.5 m, 10.0 m. Rexy, T. Rex, 4.5 m, 13.4 m. ARK Giganotosaurus, 16.2 m, 47.0 m. When your head is higher than their entire bodies, it's not even a fight anymore. An adult ARK Giga wouldn't even be able to reach a standard T. Rex's neck, it would just be pedicuring the competition. Chapter 10, Dr. Sattler's fate with Triceratops is always a strong one. The 3 doctors, Grant, Sattler, and Malcolm, were settled into a private, independent hotel. They each had single rooms overlooking the entire park, with staff on standby to drive them anywhere at a moment's notice. The only downside? The bugs. Well, it looks like this is home for the foreseeable future. Could be months, could be years. I just hope the walls hold. I'd hate for this room to turn into a dining hall. Dr. Ian Malcolm hadn't stopped talking since they touched down on the island. He seemed intent on deconstructing everything about the place, fueled by a stance he had held firmly for decades. Ellie took her bags from the bellhop and turned to the men. Gentlemen, I'm planning on taking a look around the park once I've unpacked. Anyone care to join? Whether it was a sudden burst of professional curiosity or just a need to stretch her legs, Ellie seemed genuinely energized. Are you serious? Grant looked at her. I was planning to inspect the security infrastructure. You know, just in case. I'll go with you, Grant interrupted himself, reconsidering. But let's get one thing straight, I am not going anywhere near the carnivore paddocks. A flicker of an old memory crossed his face as he added that last part. Then we meet in 15 minutes. Ellie checked her watch. 15 minutes, Grant confirmed. Then I wish you both a lovely holiday, Malcolm said with a grin as he headed toward his room, muttering to himself. I need to chart my escape routes. And maybe book a spa treatment. I have a transmission from the storm tracking station. It shows a cell passing over the north of the island. Should I trigger the shelter protocols? Isla Nublar, situated in a tropical monsoon climate, was plagued by tropical cyclones from mid-May through mid-September. Consequently, Jurassic World took storm prevention very seriously. How long will it stay? Claire Deering walked over, checking the data on the console. A few hours, maybe. The eye isn't passing directly over us. Fine. Close all northern attractions. Issue a level 2 weather alert. Advise guests to move indoors immediately. Right, away. Claire didn't wait for Lowry to finish. She turned to another technician, her voice rising. Notify the ACU. Eyes on every asset. We cannot afford a slip-up right now. Copy that. A flash of lightning split the sky. Carlo let out a series of low growls, staring up at the vault of heaven as it was swallowed by bruised, black clouds. Dinosaur enclosures weren't fully enclosed, except for the aviary, they were open to the elements. Carlo watched the lightning arc across the sky, a trace of fear flickering in his eyes. It was biological instinct. Even if the memories in his head told him that humans used handy little gadgets like lightning rods to divert the strikes, he couldn't put his mind at ease. Roar. A resonant bellow echoed. With heavy, rhythmic footsteps, Caroline stepped forward and shielded Carlo beneath her massive frame. Unlike Carlo, she had survived several tropical storms. She didn't know what the bright things in the sky were, she only knew they brought the searing flames that consumed everything. She would not let them touch her child. Rumble. Roar. Lightning strode across the sky, followed instantly by a crack of thunder, but it was all drowned out by Debbie's defiant roar. No one challenged the majesty of an apex predator, not even the heavens. Debbie turned and gave a low rumble toward Caroline and Carlo, signaling them to take cover. As the heavy rain began to fall, masking scent and sound, he began to prowl the perimeter of his territory. He had to ensure his family's safety. Splash. Lightning illuminated the sky once more. En woo. In the gentle giant's petting zoo, a juvenile triceratops wearing a saddle let out a plaintive cry. Fortunately, there was no child on its back. Hey! Back off. An ACU trooper flicked on his stun baton, the tip crackling with blue electricity. Wait. Stop. Dr. Grant was the first to charge in, stepping between the trooper and the dinosaur. He held up a single hand, signaling for the men to stand down. Dr. Sattler was right behind him. She placed her hands on the triceratops' brow and cheek, beginning to soothe the creature. Easy, sweetheart, easy. I'm right here. Everything is going to be okay. The trooper opened his mouth to bark an order at the intruders, but then he saw the band on Grant's wrist, a vivid bracelet. He'd only ever seen a single V rank before. He promptly shut his mouth, deactivated the baton, and signaled that everything was under control. Grant exhaled in relief, turning to check on the triceratops. But what caught his eye most was the saddle. You're using dinosaurs this small as pets for children. You let kids ride them. Grant had assumed this was just a feeding interaction area. He hadn't realized the park went this far. While Grant was a magnet for kids, he didn't actually like them. He knew all too well how much damage a child without a moral compass could do. And they were loud. A staff member nearby, sensing the accusation in Grant's voice, retorted, "They're just animals." "I know they're animals. Of course I know." Grant's voice rose. "And because they're animals, they get scared. They get angry. And right now, this one doesn't even have the right to hide behind its own mother." Grant was genuinely angry. The Triceratops had been his favorite dinosaur since childhood, and the sight of its exploitation hit a nerve. The ACU trooper sighed internally. See. This is why scientists are the worst. Never argue with them unless you are one. Alan. Ellie placed a hand on Grant's shoulder, her touch grounding him. "Attention guests, a storm is approaching. Please proceed to the nearest indoor facility." The PA system droned on with the weather warning. Grant's expression soured. "You've got to be kidding me. Again. Doctors." An assistant appeared behind them. Once they turned to look at her, she continued, "Would you like me to take you back to the hotel?" "Yeah. Let's go." Grant rubbed his forehead. He should have known. Every park placed humans above the animals. As long as it turned a profit, they'd make these creatures do anything. "Alan." "I'm fine, Ellie." Grant took a deep breath, calming himself. At least this park was planning to build the primeval ecological zone to give the animals some semblance of freedom. It was, in its own way, quite dinomane. Watching Grant walk away, the ACU trooper looked up at the gathering gloom and told the staff member, "Take care of these little ones." Chapter 11, The First Signs of Suspicion. Drip, drop. Rain fell in a steady pitter-patter as the storm encroached upon the island teeming with dinosaurs. Paddock 9, T-Rex status stable. Over. Ceratosaurus 1 and 2 have linked up. Currently stable. Over. Giganotosaurus exhibit no abnormalities. Over. Carnotaurus 1 showing significant agitation. Oh, SH. A thunderous crash echoed through the comms. Carnotaurus 1 just rammed the electric fence. God, that had to hurt. Sedative administered. Over. The Asset Containment Unit, ACU, under the Jurassic World banner was methodically monitoring every move the dinosaurs made. Click, thud. With the sound of a door opening and closing, Dr. Sattler and Dr. Grant returned to the hotel. "Hey there." "Hello. Is that Mr. Dinosaur?" "No." "Excellent. It appears I won't be part of a veggie platter today." Dr. Ian Malcolm was lying on a sofa in the hotel lobby, or rather, a lounge area, asking the question with his back to the pair. Since this was a bespoke hotel, the lobby had been converted into a massive club, complete with pool tables, a reading room, mahjong tables, and even a small vegetable garden. "Ian. Why are you lying there?" Ellie asked. "Actually, I've found something interesting." "Yes, very interesting." Ian didn't turn around, he kept his eyes fixed on the ceiling. As the two approached, they realized he had a small projector beside him, casting an image onto the ceiling. "Look." Ian held a VHS tape between two fingers, lifting it slightly to show them. These things were relics. Jurassic Park. Outtake footage. Grant exclaimed. Indeed. I didn't expect them to keep these here. Ian shifted his crossed legs on the sofa, intently watching the projection. The three fell silent for a moment, clearly lost in memory, especially on a rainy day like this. I'm going to my room, Ellie said, breaking the silence before turning to leave. Me too. Oh, right. Alan, I sent you some files. You might find them interesting. Ian stopped Grant before he could follow. Grant was curious about what Ian would send him, but he didn't press for details. Got it. I'll take a look. Heading upstairs, Grant returned to his room and pulled out his laptop. Though Ian often seemed unreliable, his focus usually hit the mark. Velociraptor Training Program. Interesting. Velociraptor Training Program. Lead researcher, Owen Grady. Velociraptors, a dinosaur species possessing high intelligence. During the Jurassic Park incident, it was discovered they could even open doors. This experiment aims to investigate whether velociraptors can understand human commands. The project brief was short, containing only a few photos of young raptors. The second item was a forwarded post. Giganotosaurus exhibit official, baby Giga's first successful white-tailed deer hunt. A 23-minute high-speed pursuit. The perfect fusion of stamina and power. Videos X2. A juvenile Giganotosaurus. 23 minutes. Grant didn't hesitate, he immediately opened the 22-minute full-length video. Because it was filmed from multiple camera angles, Grant's eyes darted back and forth, tracking the figure in the footage. In the first shot, the white-tailed deer bolted in terror, and Carlo burst from the grass at high speed. Grant's brow furrowed. That young dino had been lying in ambush for a long time. Something felt off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. In the second shot, the deer streaked across the frame, but Carlo was nowhere to be seen for a long stretch. It took nearly 20 seconds for him to enter the frame. Something's wrong, that's too much ground to cover. Grant paused the video, leaning his head on one hand, his fingers tapping the desk as he calculated rapidly. The top speed of a white-tailed deer is about 60 km per hour. In 15 seconds, it could cover nearly 250 meters, and yet this juvenile can still track it directly, or rather, lock onto it. How? In the seventh shot, the deer made a sharp turn under the cover of dense forest and high grass, but the camera didn't catch Carlo passing through that point. Suddenly, the camera zoomed in. It caught Carlo further ahead, he had taken a shortcut to intercept. But there was no way he could have seen the deer. The eighth shot, the ninth, the 10th. Grant's expression grew increasingly shocked. His entire understanding of Carcharodontosaurids was being shattered. He quickly grabbed a pen and paper to start taking notes. Previously, we believed Giganotosaurus possessed excellent vision because cranial reconstructions show binocular capabilities, but now, it seems their sense of smell might be unimaginably sensitive. Grant's pen hesitated. Not only that, its speed is an enigma. The scientific consensus is that a Giganotosaurus's top speed should be around 32 km per hour, yet this subadult can exceed 55 km per hour. This isn't scientific. Stamina, however, matches. As pack-hunting large carnivores, they would need significant endurance to hunt titanosaur-class herbivores. Looking at his notes, Grant let out a long breath. This trip might be worth it after all. The rain stopped. Carlo crawled out from under his mother, lifting his head and letting out a low growl to call for his father. He felt his sense of smell growing even sharper. Now, his olfactory range covered the entire enclosure, acting like a biological radar. Unless someone went to extreme lengths to mask their scent, no living thing could escape his detection. A moment later, Debbie emerged from the woods, grunted a response, and promptly lay down to rest. But Carlo wasn't done with him. He growled again, asking for a status report. Debbie didn't even open his eyes, he let out a listless huff that everything was fine, before turning his head away and ignoring his son. Carlo scowled, or would have, if his anatomy allowed it. The rain had washed away many scents, the smell of butterflies, the fragrance of flowers, it felt like the air held nothing but the freshness of damp earth. But Carlo still detected it, the scent of a human. What kind of person would break into a Giganotosaurus paddock during a tropical storm? Carlo felt it was necessary to investigate. Though the scents in the air were scattered, it was a piece of cake for Carlo, whose smell blanketed the enclosure. He just had to head toward the area where the scent was most concentrated. Letting out a loud roar toward his mother, Carlo turned and left. Remember, always check in with your parents before heading out. Good habits start young. Caroline lifted her head, only to find Carlo already gone. She sighed and settled back down to rest. Chapter 12, Confirmation of the Dinosaur Roster. It was gone. The scent vanished right here. Carlo stood beneath the observation log near the feeding station, the exact spot where staff usually fired the signal flares. Because this area was sheltered from the rain, the scent remained thick and pungent. Right here, wait. Carlo sniffed again. He realized the most concentrated scent was behind the camouflaged service door used by the staff. There's a scent trail on my side of the hidden door too. That means a human definitely opened it, but they didn't come in. They just stood at the threshold and looked. If they wanted to watch us, wouldn't the cameras be easier? Carlo couldn't wrap his head around human logic. He looked back at the feeding platform, then toward the dense forest within the enclosure. Based on the scent data, this person just pulled the door open, stood there for a moment, and shut it again. But what if there was more than one? Is it possible someone has already slipped into the paddock? Carlo looked up toward the canopy of the towering redwoods, lost in thought. Regardless of the truth, he decided it was best to stay close to Debbie and Caroline for now. Doctors Grant, Sattler, and Malcolm entered the conference room together. Though called a meeting room, it felt more like an auditorium. The three of them were seated at a central, oval table while a podium stood off to the side. "Is this a press conference or a trial?" Ian Malcolm remarked. Shortly after they sat down, the lights dimmed, leaving only a single spotlight illuminating the podium. Simon Masrani stepped into the light. "Good morning, everyone. It is an honor to have you here. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience yesterday's storm caused. Without further ado, let's get straight to the point." Simon picked up a remote and pressed a button. A video began to play on the screen behind him. "What is a dinosaur to you?" The question appeared in bold text, followed by a montage of tourist interviews. "A giant creature, I guess," answered a woman in sunglasses and a sun hat. "The former rulers of the earth," replied an ordinary-looking young man. Judging by the dinosaur merchandise he was wearing, he was a hardcore fan. "They're cool," a child added innocently. Simon paused the video at the right moment. Dinosaurs, creatures that lived 65 million years ago. They are so fascinating, so alien, that even today, we never stop searching for their traces. Yet, even now, children in Jurassic World look at a stegosaurus with the same nonchalance they would an elephant at a zoo. These prehistoric animals remain a mystery to us. We are the ones who brought them back to this world. We have a responsibility to give them a place of their own, a place to show their true nature. And I, Simon Masrani, invite you to help achieve this grand vision. Simon gestured toward the shadows. Dr. Ellie Sattler, one of the world's preeminent paleobotanists and the manager of the botanical department for this ecological zone. Dr. Alan Grant, a paleontologist whose experience in facing live dinosaurs is, I believe, unparalleled in this world. Two other spotlights hit them. Having been briefed beforehand, Ellie and Grant didn't look startled. Ellie stood and gave a slight bow. Grant, looking uncomfortable under the glare, stood and gave a stiff wave. Furthermore, we have invited Dr. Ian Malcolm to provide us with his insights. I believe no one can question his intellect. The lights didn't find Ian, however, as he had sternly refused to participate in the theatricality. The presence of these three sparked a wave of hushed whispers among the audience. Their involvement was seen as the ultimate endorsement of the park's safety. As the lights moved away, Grant grumbled quietly, "Now I know why he told me I could pick any dig site I wanted." Turning back to Simon, he clicked the remote to reveal a long list on the screen. Finally, Dr. Henry Wu has provided us with the true inhabitants for our primeval ecological zone. Project Primeval, Dinosaur Roster. Giganotosaurus family, 2 adults, 1 juvenile. Ceratosaurus, 2. Carnotaurus, 2. Dilophosaurus, 5. Brachiosaurus, 1 herd. Diplodocus, 1 herd. Sinoceratops, 1 herd. Triceratops, 2 small herds. Parasaurolophus, 3 herds. Stegosaurus, 3 families. Ankylosaurus, 1 herd. Gallimimus, 2 large herds. Dryosaurus, 2 herds. Compsognathus, 3 small clusters. The names appeared with pictures and brief descriptions, though it was mostly for show. The audience members were either experts themselves or executives who didn't need to know the biology. The blurbs were just there for the aesthetic. Is the park running normally? Claire Deering arrived at the control room. With the storm over, the maintenance checks had begun. Even with independent systems and backups, any minor glitch could lead to catastrophe. The Pachycephalosaurus paddock had a short circuit in the fence, and the Giganotosaurus exhibit cameras went offline for 10 minutes. It's all fixed now. Everything else is green, Lowry reported enthusiastically. He didn't want his boss to know he'd been slacking off all day. Claire sighed in relief. With the CEO's VIP guests on site, no errors were permissible. Midnight, Giganotosaurus Sector 5. The surveillance monitor showed a heartwarming image of a family of 3 sleeping peacefully. Every few seconds, the screen flickered almost imperceptibly. "Damn it, do we really need a sample from this dinosaur?" a man whispered into his headset. He was crouched in a tree, clad in a ghillie suit. Shut up and do your job. Get the epidermal sample and let's get home, a male voice responded. Gentlemen, we need to move faster, a woman's calm voice added. If the Jurassic World tech team realizes we've looped their cameras, we're going to be fugitives. This is insane. Why do they want these two Giganotosaurus specifically? Their genetics are superior. The boss took an interest. The man in the tree kept talking to ease his nerves. He wasn't a professional hunter, his camouflage skills and marksmanship were the results of a crash course a few months prior. He was only here because his family was in debt, and he had to do the dirty work for the creditors. Huff. He took a deep breath, held it, and aimed his dart rifle at the two adult giants. Thwip, thud. Thwip, thud. The sound of darts hitting flesh echoed twice. The small one is blocked. I'm going down to sedate him manually. Copy. We have 30 minutes. Collect the samples, then head back to the entrance. I'll open the gate for you. The man in the ghillie suit dropped down and stood beside Caroline. He collected a tissue sample, then moved to Debbie to do the same. After retrieving the spent darts, he rounded the two massive bodies, rifle ready to tag the juvenile and take its sample. Their firewall just upgraded. Damn it, I can't open the staff access. Christine, come with me to the emergency override. The voices in the man's headset made his already pale face turn ghostly. Crap. The little one is gone. Chapter 13, Movement in the Woods. The sound of footsteps crunched rapidly over fallen leaves, accompanied by the faint rustle of friction. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. The man in the ghillie suit hissed under his breath, venting his frustration. On the other end of the headset, his partner's voice crackled with a frantic attempt at comfort. Calm down, Kirov. We're almost at the gate. You've got the ghillie suit and the scent masking kit on. It won't find you. Are you kidding me? That thing can lock onto a deer from 100 meters away. How the hell am I supposed to be calm? Just keep moving, stay steady. Kirov wove through the forest at a breakneck pace, his heart a frantic rhythm of prayers. Faster, just a little faster. Don't see me, don't see me. Kirov, you still have the dart rifle. Nothing can dodge a shot from that thing, right? Screw you, Christine. You were the one monitoring the dinosaurs. You said they were all sleeping. Slee. Ping. I definitely saw them fall asleep, unless the little one slipped away somehow. So you're saying the little bastard could be right behind me right now? Kirov didn't stop cursing, but he kept his voice dangerously low. He didn't forget to scan his surroundings as he ran. The forest was silent, a heavy, suffocating silence, as if every living creature had been strangled into stillness. Only the sound of his own footsteps remained. In this quiet, he might as well have been a flare in the night, but he didn't dare stop. He had no confidence in outskulking a predator, and he certainly didn't have the time to climb through the canopy if he wanted to make it out within the 30-minute window. If he failed, the company would disown him, and that soulless corporation would just send his younger brother or sister to finish the job. He couldn't die. Not yet. He reached the entrance without incident. The moment he stopped, he spun around, rifle raised. Nothing. He let out a ragged sigh of relief and whispered into the mic, "Are you guys there?" "We're here, Kirov." The man's voice on the other end hesitated. "Kirov, because of the storm, the emergency override is locked. We don't have the reboot codes." He quickly followed up, "But we can force the system. It'll trigger the alarm, though. You know what that means. Just open the damn door. Now." Clang. The sharp sound of metal striking metal echoed through the mountain woods. "Stop. Stop. Wait." Kirov hissed into his headset. "Pick the lock first. That thing isn't nearby yet, and I don't want to draw it here." The line went quiet for a second. "Fine. Shout if things go south." Of the three, only the woman knew how to pick a lock. The men inside the gate could only wait, listening to the outside world with mounting anxiety. "Need a light," the woman whispered. "I can't see the tumblers." "On it," the men replied. Kirov stood at the entrance, straining his ears. He heard a faint breath, like the snort of a horse. It felt as though a behemoth was coiled in the shadows, waiting for its moment. The sound came from the right. Kirov turned his head slowly, moving like a ghost. He saw nothing. Silvery moonlight spilled into the forest, illuminating a clearing before him. He scanned further out, seeing the moonlit redwoods, dense thickets, and low shrubs. Nothing else. He squinted, listening. The faint respiration was constant, softer than a breeze. But there was no breeze right now. Was there? A cold dread settled in Kirov's gut. It felt like something was right in front of him, something he should be able to see, yet couldn't. He stared until his eyes burned, wondering if his vision was deceiving him. He thought he saw a tremor in the bushes to the right. The outlines of the leaves in the moonlight seemed to shift. They moved, then went still. He couldn't be sure. Kirov stared ahead, his pulse hammering against his ribs. He tried to steady his breathing while he watched. He realized he wasn't looking at a bush, but a wall of vines. The density was uneven, and several irregular diamond patterns were visible. But the patterns were strange, and the vines seemed to shimmer slightly, like ripples on a pond. Kirov rubbed his eyes. Maybe it was moving. Maybe something behind the vines was pushing them. But it didn't look like that. It was something else. Should he fire? He only had 2 tranquilizer darts left. If he guessed wrong. Beep, beep. Suddenly, the alarm blared. Warning lights began to spin, bathing the area in a rhythmic, strobing red glow. Holy sh! Kirov jumped, his finger twitching on the trigger. The dart hissed through the air, burying itself harmlessly in a distant tree. The red light hit the clearing, casting geometric shadows across the open ground and onto the shrubs at the edge of the woods. In that instant, Kirov saw the shape of the shrubs change. He scrambled to reload, finally letting his voice crack as he screamed into the headset. Damn it. Why didn't you warn me before triggering the alarm? Shut up. We're almost through. Come on, Christine. Help me push this door. With the alarm screaming, the voices on the other end stopped whispering. Their shouts could be heard even through the heavy gate. Kirov looked at the shrub again. Its shape had changed. It was growing taller. Thwip. He fired his second dart at the mass. But there was no sound of a needle hitting flesh. Kirov's eyes went wide. His hands began to shake. Beep, beep. The alarm wailed on. The red light pulsed, and the sound of the metal door groaning open filled his ears. He looked down, terrified to look around. Suddenly, Kirov noticed something. Every time the red light flashed, his shadow grew taller. But how could he be growing taller? He whipped his head around. A massive maw filled with serrated teeth lunged at him. Instinctively, he thrust his rifle up to block, his body toppling backward. Crunch. Something hit the ground. Kirov shook off the dizziness of the fall, only to realize his rifle was gone. Then, something heavy slammed down onto his knee. A crushing force followed. Snap. Crack. Crunch. Something had broken, and it had definitely been shattered into splinters. The door's open, Kirov. Where are you? The man from the other side squeezed through the gap in the gate and turned to pull it further open. Aag. A blood-curdling scream erupted to the man's left, echoing through the trees. He froze, feeling his foot come down on something. He looked down and saw Kirov's dart rifle. Then, his neck creaked as he turned slowly toward the source of the scream. Beep, beep. As the alarm light strobed, he saw a 2-meter-tall silhouette flickering in and out of the red glow. But what remained constant were the glowing yellow pupils glaring through the dark. It was watching him. The man felt the fabric of his trousers grow wet. He backed away, his voice a trembling whisper. No. No. His legs gave out, and he slumped onto the ground. The silhouette lifted its foot from Kirov's shattered knee and turned slowly. No, don't, please. Thump, thump. The heavy footsteps approached. Christine, right. Christine. The man suddenly remembered his companion and screamed, looking back through the gate. But there was no one there. Chris, ugh. As if disgusted by his wet trousers, the figure slammed a foot onto his chest. He wheezed, his hands clawing at the creature's outer toes, begging with the last of his strength. Please. I don't want to die. Chapter 14, The Thieves. Please. I don't want to die. The silhouette ignored his pleas. The massive foot remained planted on his chest, pinning him down until he could barely draw breath. Suddenly, a cylindrical object, flickering with a rhythmic light, flew through the gap in the gate and landed right in front of Carlo. Carlo tilted his head slightly, peering at the device with a touch of curiosity. Bang. A blinding flash erupted. For a moment, Carlo's world turned into a void of pure white. He let out a sharp, pained howl, the first sound he'd made since revealing himself. In the chaos of his sensory overload, Carlo felt a sudden blast of pressurized air shove him aside. Unable to maintain his balance on one leg, he toppled over, landing heavily on his side. His vision hadn't returned, but his nose told him more people had arrived. Unsure if these newcomers possessed the means to kill him, he chose the better part of valor. Within seconds, he had vanished back into the blackness of the jungle. ACU. Hands behind your heads. 7 team members stormed through the gate. One of them held a compressed air cannon, the tool used to knock Carlo back, leveled at the men on the ground. The others fanned out, weapons raised, scanning the tree line to ensure the predator didn't circle back for a second strike. Cough, cough. The men tried to gasp for air but collapsed into a fit of violent coughing. The ACU lead saw the man's condition and immediately spoke into his radio. We need medics at the Sector 5 service entrance. Dinosaur attack. Bring a stretcher. Make it 2, lead, another teammate called out. He had discovered a second body lying nearby and looked up after checking for a pulse. We've got another one over here. The lead glanced toward the second man and keyed his mic again. Correct that, 2 stretchers. Dear God, look at his leg. A younger paramedic looked at the unconscious Kirov's mangled limb and sucked in a breath through his teeth. We'll have to amputate right here, a veteran medic said, his voice steady from years of trauma calls. There's nothing left but skin and scrap. The leg's a liability now, he'll bleed out before we move him if we don't stabilize the stump. Get him on the board and move him outside to stabilize. It's not safe in here, the ACU lead ordered. As he spoke, his gaze drifted toward the dark jungle. His eyes locked onto a pair of faint, flickering yellow pupils reflecting the ambient red light. The hair on his arms stood on end. Cold sweat slicked his back. Even for a man who had faced carnivores dozens of times, that predatory stare carried a primal weight that was impossible to shake. Let's move, he barked. Once the medics had cleared out with the wounded, he took one last look at the spot where the eyes had been. There was nothing there now. He knew logically that the creature couldn't cross that distance in an instant, but he didn't want to spend another second in that paddock. There were 3 intruders. One is unharmed, one has minor chest fractures but should recover, and the last one, well, he'll be using a wheelchair for the rest of his life, a staff member reported to Claire Deering. At least they're alive. Why did they break in? Claire's expression was grim. This wasn't the first security breach in Jurassic World's history, they had protocols in place that, fortunately, wouldn't require Simon's direct intervention yet. The one who can talk insists they just wanted to harvest some skin samples for souvenirs. The staffer paused, relaying the investigator's actual theory. But we suspect they're corporate spies sent by a competitor. You know how much they want. He trailed off. Claire sighed. More tedious corporate espionage. Treat their injuries, pay them a discretionary settlement for their silence, and hand them over to the feds. Claire made the call quickly. The hush money was essential. They couldn't afford any leaks about dinosaurs injuring people. Even if the world knew dinosaurs were dangerous, the public's delicate sensibilities wouldn't tolerate a documented attack. Years ago, before Jurassic World opened, public pressure had forced the park to euthanize 10 velociraptors suspected of harming people during the original Jurassic Park incident. As for the veteran T-Rex, Rexy, her past transgressions were conveniently blamed on the raptors scheduled for execution. If news got out, the stock loss would be astronomical. Compared to that, a few settlement checks were a bargain. Claire looked out the window, feeling a wave of relief. Thank goodness the dinosaur didn't kill them. If there were bodies to hide, the fallout would be unmanageable. If a competitor noticed their people had gone missing, they would scream, "Dinosaur attack," from every news outlet on the planet. Carlo emerged from the trees and returned to his parents' side. He checked their status panels one more time, their torpidity bars were down to the final third. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Post-game analysis, start. In reality, Carlo hadn't been asleep at all. He had just been resting his eyes. Note, the classic ARK mechanic, dinos are on a 24-hour work cycle. The moment he'd heard the faint sounds in the air, he had nudged Debbie and Caroline. When they didn't stir, he panicked and opened their panels, only to see a new status effect, unconscious. Carlo had immediately activated his stealth mode, creeping off to the side just in time to see a bushman drop from a tree, take skin samples, and bolt. After a moment's thought, Carlo decided to wait at the exit. The man had a gun, and since Carlo didn't know what kind of ammunition it used, he chose to be cautious. At the gate, he dropped his camouflage and started making noise, systematically dismantling the intruder's psychological defenses. The alarm had been an unexpected bonus, but Carlo's plan had worked. Once he confirmed the tranquilizer rifle was a bolt-action single shot, he timed his move, slipping behind the man while he was fumbling to reload. Heh. Caught you. You're in for a world of hurt now. Carlo had decided to give these trespassers a minor lesson, like stepping on them until they were half dead. What? You think that's too harsh? Nonsense. Carlo was just playing with them. He even offered to stand on them. That's a privilege usually reserved for his parents. However, Carlo hadn't expected the flashbang to flicker before detonating. The memories in his head hadn't warned him about that. Was that thing designed specifically to bait curious babies like me? Click. He gently picked up a discarded tranquilizer dart from the dirt with his teeth. He set it down, pinned it with a claw, and applied pressure. Pop. The glass vial on the side of the dart shattered under the weight. The solution pooled onto the ground in a small puddle. Carlo leaned down and sniffed, committing the chemical scent to memory before turning to leave. Chapter 15, Primeval Ecological Zone. Launch. 3 months after the thief incident. A deer stood within the Giganotosaurus exhibit. Its body was swallowed by a massive shadow, its legs, all 4 of them, shaking uncontrollably. There's no escaping a monster like this. How could anyone escape? Bean. Carlo nipped the white-tailed deer's neck gently. Before the creature could let out a full cry, his massive jaw strength clamped down, snapping its neck instantly. Crunch, slrssh. He bit into the belly, ripping out the internal organs in one jagged motion and swallowing. Tooey. The sensation of the slippery, squirming organs sliding down his throat was too much. Carlo spat them out immediately. Today was the first time he had attempted to eat solid meat. Standing at 3 meters tall, it was no longer appropriate for him to pester Caroline for milk. In truth, his mother had been the one to drive him away. Don't you realize you're 3 meters tall? What are you doing trying to nurse under a 4.1-meter tall mother? But in Carlo's eyes, he was just a 4-month-old baby. He felt he should have at least a few more months of nursing left. Carlo poked at the organs he had spat out. The anatomy looks right, it's not like I ate the large intestine by mistake. Carlo was puzzled, but he braced himself mentally. He pressed the side of his face to the ground, scooped the entrails back into his mouth, and... gulp. He swallowed hard, a cold shiver running down his spine. Status panel. Name, Carlo. Species, Giganotosaurus carolinii. Available points, 58, grayed out. Health, 26,802.1/80,960. Stamina, 750/750. Oxygen, 510/510. Food, 10,000/10,600. Weight, 0/898. Melee damage, 180%. Torpidity, 0/143,800.5. With his food stat at 10,000, Carlo picked up the deer carcass. He didn't plan on eating any more, he'd leave the rest for Debbie and Caroline. His health had reached about a third of its maximum. Based on the information in his mind, he realized this bar would likely fill up completely only once he reached adulthood. However, his physical size was already approaching that of his mother. Why was there still such a massive gap in health points? If he kept growing at this rate, things were going to get complicated. Or rather, too good. Dr. Wu, is the growth rate of this Giganotosaurus perhaps a bit too fast? Dr. Henry Wu took the tablet from his assistant, scrutinizing the data on the panel. He rubbed his chin, lost in thought. The growth rate, it is indeed rapid, but still within a normal accelerated range for our assets. Is it a result of inherited growth hormones? But there shouldn't be a corresponding gene sequence in its fragments. Dr. Wu set the tablet down, leaning his weight on the desk. No, perhaps its own genetic sequence inherently possesses this capability. Keep recording. We know precious little about the Giganotosaurus, we haven't even determined the maximum size for the species. This individual, it might just break the records. A thin smile touched Wu's lips. This little guy, well, big guy, never ceased to provide surprises. Dr. Wu, the 2 Indominus Rex hatchlings have been transported into their respective holding paddocks, another female assistant reported, checking her tablet. Dr. Wu stiffened slightly. He turned to a researcher and commanded, project the real-time surveillance of both Indominus specimens onto the main screen. We must observe them around the clock. This was to monitor for stress responses as the hybrids adjusted to their new environment. Even without his orders, the staff knew the gravity of this task. And regarding the Primeval Ecological Zone project, the assistant asked, fearing Wu might have forgotten. Leave that to the doctors. They will handle it. During the planning phase, Henry Wu had only seen Dr. Grant once from a distance, as Grant was focused on the Giganotosaurus habitat. Dr. Ellie Sattler dealt primarily with one of Wu's female researchers who specialized in paleobotany. As for Ian Malcolm, he was only there for his lectures and a vacation. Since their philosophies clashed so violently, they hadn't met at all. Suddenly, Dr. Wu remembered something. Before the release, remember to give the female Giganotosaurus, I've forgotten her name again. Regardless, give her the serum to neutralize the preventative measures we implemented previously. Owen Grady was currently inside the Primeval Ecological Zone assisting with scent neutralization. He was responsible for the Ceratosaurus habitat. If everything went according to plan, the Ceratosaurus released here would choose to set up camp on site. The habits of these dinosaurs were somewhat similar to velociraptors, though they lacked such a vast social circle, typically living in groups of only 1 to 3. They maintained individual territories but socialized occasionally, standing together against intruders too large to handle alone. 2 Ceratosaurus were scheduled for release, 1 male, 1 female. Calculations suggested they would likely form a pair, so they had been allocated a substantial territory. In a letter, Simon Masrani had promised Owen that if the raptor training showed results, a dedicated velociraptor paddock would be built. In reality, building such a paddock was inevitable. The capitalist was simply promising him something he was going to get anyway. Consequently, Owen's life now consisted of bonding with raptors in the morning, working on the ecological zone in the afternoon, and returning to the raptors before clocking out. However, it wasn't a total loss. He had successfully landed a dinner date with his superior, Claire Deering. Scent clearing in the Ceratosaurus zone is complete. Ready for asset release. Copy that. A man in security attire replied into his radio, then reported to Dr. Grant, who was standing nearby. Doctor, all designated release sites have been cleared. The scent clearing had been Grant's specific requirement. Ever since witnessing Carlo's terrifying tracking ability, he had placed extreme emphasis on this factor. He nodded to the guard and then looked at Ellie. Ellie, how are things on your end? The plants are fine, Ellie replied with a smile. I think they're eager to welcome their new neighbors. She wasn't just being poetic. The relationship between plants and herbivores is often symbiotic. Some plants require animals to disperse seeds, others rely on them to complete the cycle of life. Simply put, if a plant doesn't want to be eaten, it evolves to be unpalatable. Grant nodded, then turned to Masrani's assistant, the project lead. Everything is ready. The assistant nodded. Then let us invite our guests of honor to move in. Chapter 16, Wake Up and Go Window Shopping, Bonus Chapter. Are you serious? What? Is there a problem? We're just going to drive in there and put 2 darts in them. Just like that. Exactly. God, you have to be kidding me. Under the moonlight, 2 men in park technician uniforms sat in a jeep at the gate of Giganotosaurus Sector 5, waiting for the massive doors to grind open. Seriously though, how do you think they're going to transport these multi-ton monsters to the new zone? I don't know. Maybe some kind of heavy lift crane. Wouldn't that just choke the life out of them? I said I don't know. You're so annoying. Hey, take it easy, I'm just curious. The employee holding the tranquilizer rifle turned away, hugging his weapon and making it clear he was done talking. The driver, left with nothing but silence, started to feel a bit restless. The woods were too quiet, it was beginning to give him the creeps. Nighttime at the park wasn't nearly as exciting as the brochures made it out to be. Most of the attractions were closed. Only the shops on Main Street and a few late-night rides remained lit, leaving the rest of the island in an eerie, prehistoric hush. Team 3, come in. Do you copy? Whoa. The driver jumped at the sudden burst of static from the radio. The gunman, however, remained calm and pressed the transmit button. Team 3 copies. Understood. The gate will open in 1 minute. This is the last group of carnivores to be moved. The driver hit the ignition, and the Jeep's dashboard and headlights flickered to life. Phew, nothing's gonna go wrong, right? Relax. We do this quick. The dosage in these darts is enough to keep them under until tomorrow morning. But I remember those thieves who broke in a few months back. Shut up. The gunman finally snapped, silencing his talkative companion. Ahead of them, the heavy gates began to part. The warning lights pulsed with a silent red glow. The sirens had likely been deactivated to avoid stressing the assets. Recalling his partner's questionable intellect, the gunman added cautiously, turn off the headlights once we're inside. Oh, right. Good call. The driver immediately switched them off. You seriously weren't planning on turning them off? The gunman's eyes widened in disbelief. He was starting to get a bad feeling about this too. In the darkness, Carlo cracked one eye open. There's no scent, am I overthinking it? Why does it feel like something just entered the enclosure? It shouldn't be. I already mangled 2 of them, are humans really this slow to learn? Suddenly, a tranquilizer dart hissed out of the trees, burying itself deep into Carlo's neck. His pupils dilated, and then... Torpidity, 500.0/143,800.5. Torpidity, 0/143,800.5. In just 3 seconds, his torpor had completely flushed. But immediately following his hit, 2 more darts streaked through the air, striking Debbie and Caroline. Seeing the unconscious status appear on their panels, Carlo felt a wave of helplessness. The darts worked fine. The problem was him. He decided the best course of action was to stay still and see what happened. After all, the humans certainly thought he was out cold. About 3 minutes later, a vehicle pulled up to their nesting site. Team 3 reporting. All assets sedated, the gunman informed the radio. Copy that. Stand by. The transport team is moving to your position. Carlo didn't quite understand why these 2 didn't get out of the car. If they stepped out, he could play some very interesting games with them, though he doubted they'd share his sense of humor. My God, the driver marveled. This little Giga has to be 10 meters long by now. Last time I saw him, he was barely a meter tall. 8 meters, no, at least 9, the gunman corrected, eyeing Carlo's length. The driver paused, then looked at Carlo again. You think the boss just has too much money? Insisting on moving these guys to a whole new sector. What? We're moving. Hearing this, Carlo was suddenly very much awake. Although he didn't speak English, the information in his mind seemed to have a built-in translation feature that rendered the gist of the conversation for him. So you're here to help us move house? You should have said so. Why go through the trouble of drugging us? Honestly. Carlo relaxed, his heart swelling with a quiet anticipation. Will the new place have butterflies? He hadn't seen a butterfly in months. Even the deer at the feeding station had stopped running from him, making life quite dull. Carlo squeezed his eyes shut, exactly like a child pretending to be asleep to avoid detection, while using his sense of smell to map out the arrivals. Soon, 3 transport trucks arrived, followed by a mobile heavy-lift crane. Staff members approached Carlo, bucking 2 thick, seatbelt-like harnesses around his torso. That tickles. Carlo let out a heavy, huffing breath, which sent the nearby workers scrambling back in terror. Brum. The crane groaned as Carlo was hoisted into the air and lowered into one of the trucks. Taking advantage of the moment no one was looking, he shifted into a more comfortable position and resumed his act. Thump thump. Someone knocked on the side of the truck and shouted, ready to go. Carlo felt the slight lurch of motion. Heck yeah. Road trip. 30 minutes later, Carlo was hoisted once more and set down on solid ground. He was the last one moved. Debbie and Caroline were already sprawled out nearby, albeit in rather unflattering positions. Once the lights dimmed and the last of the staff departed, Carlo stood up to survey his surroundings. Suddenly, he felt a twinge of nostalgia for his old paddock. It wasn't that this place was bad, as it actually felt far more natural than the old enclosure. But it was missing the most crucial element. There was no scent of them here. Though Carlo possessed human knowledge, he had been raised by dinosaurs. His instincts were prehistoric. A place without their scent wasn't a territory, it was an unknown void. To make matters worse, he realized his olfactory radar could no longer cover the entire area. This place was gargantuan compared to his old home. This wasn't necessarily a good thing. His brain told him he was safe, but his subconscious screamed that he needed to patrol. If he didn't secure the perimeter, his parents wouldn't be safe while they slept. Carlo began to regret not actually passing out. It was a dark, stormy-looking night, and the jungle felt vast and intimidating. Who knew what dangerous things were lurking in the shadows? Arguably, Carlo was the most dangerous thing in those shadows. But he was only a 4-month-old baby. What kind of 4-month-old baby has to patrol a future kingdom alone? Even a little Dino gets scared, okay. Bonus chap for the lots of power stones. Chapter 17, Malcolm, wait, this one's smarter. I thought you wouldn't leave the indoors. Normally, no. But I figured your little excursion was coming to an end, and it felt like a waste not to come out for a look. Inside a jeep parked on the park's grasslands, Ian Malcolm and Alan Grant sat in the passenger and driver seats, respectively. Ahead of them, the herbivores that had yet to be herded into the ecological zone were gathered together. Having been administered sedatives earlier, most of these dinosaurs were in a state of tranquil docility rather than deep sleep. Grant, similarly, felt no trace of drowsiness. He was staring intently at the herd before them. The herbivores lived together in a chaotic yet functional harmony. The Parasaurolophus kept to their own pods, yet they were interspersed among the Stegosaurus and Ankylosaurus herds. They defend themselves collectively, Grant thought. The Parasaurolophus lack formidable natural weaponry, so they stand among the armored species. No, more than that. From the frequency with which they lift their heads, they're acting as the early warning system. The hypothesis was forming. He only wished he could verify it. Grant couldn't help but smile. No matter how many times he saw them, these creatures never ceased to fascinate him. Carnivore deployment complete, a voice crackled over the radio. Copy that, another voice replied. After a 2-second pause, it added, all right folks, let's get to work. V-room, RRRR. Grant turned the ignition. Across the plain, the headlights of over 20 vehicles flickered on simultaneously. Wait, you aren't actually planning on herding these behemoths like they're sheep, are you? Ian suddenly realized the plan. He wasn't officially part of the operation, merely an observer. I don't particularly agree with the method either, but they claim it's the most efficient way, Grant replied, his eyes fixed on the movement within the herd. My God. Is it too late for me to get out of the car? Ian joked, though his voice held a hint of genuine concern. Relax. We're just trailing them to make sure no one falls behind. Grant spared him a brief glance before refocusing. On. The lead vehicles began to move, and a series of alarm calls erupted from the herd. It was the Parasaurolophus. They began to trot. The Ankylosaurus and Stegosaurus followed just a beat behind, matching the pace of the hadrosaurs. Grant was stunned. Despite being different species, there was a profound level of mutual trust. The slower dinosaurs might not have known where the danger was, but they knew that if the Parasaurolophus were running, they should be too. Soon, the Brachiosaurus noticed the commotion at their feet and began to lumber forward. They weren't fast, but the entire herd seemed to have rehearsed this. They clustered around the sauropods, matching their speed perfectly. They weren't protecting the Brachiosaurus, they were using them. No predator on Earth would challenge an animal of that mass, and by staying close, the smaller herbivores shared in that immunity. Incredible. Grant felt the trip had already paid for itself. Studying these creatures face-to-face was providing enough data for an entire book. Magnificent, Malcolm agreed, though his tone was slightly more glib than Grant's. The process went smoothly. Entering from the southwest of the park, they herded the herbivores toward the Great Lake. Assets at target location. Good job, everyone. Let's head home. A word of praise came over the radio, and the jeeps began to turn around. Grant followed suit, but midway through the return trip, his jeep shuddered violently, swerved, and ground to a halt. Malcolm clutched his head, looking pained. You've got to be kidding me. Grant looked equally grim. He grabbed his radio and hopped out. I'll check it. He clicked on his flashlight, checking the front right tire, then the rear. He repeated the process on the other side. Flat tire. How many? Just one. Malcolm let out a breath but remained slumped in his seat. A beautiful night, a car breakdown, right next to the carnivore paddocks. What a lovely walk down memory lane. What could possibly be worse? A tropical storm. Grant quipped, heading to the back to unstrap the spare. Ah, you're right. Malcolm opened his door to help. Hey, doctors. Looks like you could use a hand. Another jeep pulled up alongside them. Inside were two young men, looking bright-eyed and energetic. I believe we do. We've got a puncture. Leave it to us. This isn't work for men of your stature. Grant didn't argue, he accepted the help. Even if the carnivores were supposed to be sedated, this wasn't a place to linger. Ian, seeing they had enough hands, stayed by the car. I'll keep a lookout for us. Don't sweat it, Dr. Malcolm. The carnivores are all fast asleep. As they unbolted the damaged tire and jacked up the frame, the distant brush rustled. A dinosaur stepped out. Ah. Alan. We might have a situation, Ian said from the roof of the jeep. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly to everyone below. A herbivore? Grant asked. It's a bit too toothy for that. Grant looked up, and a cold sweat instantly broke across his skin. The two young men noticed his expression and turned as well. Holy. They managed to choke back their full scream, but the terror was evident. 20 meters away, Carlo stood watching them. He began a slow, deliberate approach. Alan. Do you have any expert advice for our current situation? Malcolm's words came out in a fast, trembling blur. Don't move. Nobody move, Grant whispered, his lips barely moving. Seconds later, Carlo was standing directly over Grant. He lowered his head to inspect the men, his heavy snort blowing the hat right off Grant's head. Why aren't they running? Carlo wondered. He was genuinely confused. Damn it, Malcolm cursed under his breath. He grabbed a flare he'd kept ready and jumped off the jeep. Hey! Hey! Over here! He ignited the flare. A brilliant, crimson light shattered the darkness. Carlo's attention was instantly snatched away. In any environment, the most disruptive student always gets the teacher's attention first. Malcolm waved the flare in front of him, then threw it with all his might into the brush. He immediately froze, turning into a human statue. The last time he distracted Rex, he'd kept moving after throwing the flare. That was why the Rex had chased him. He wasn't going to make the same mistake twice. Carlo watched the flare fly, his eyes following the arc of light until it vanished into the trees. Then, he slowly turned his gaze back to Malcolm. The air stayed still for 3 agonizing seconds. Great, Malcolm whispered. This one's smarter. Chapter 18, New Territory. Great. This one's smarter. Watching the man's expression, one that looked ready for a heroic sacrifice, Carlo found it hard to keep a straight face. You're trying to test a high-ranking official with just that. Finding the situation rather dull, he turned and walked away. If this were his old territory, he wouldn't have minded playing with them a bit longer, but he had already caught several unfamiliar scents in the air. The unknown musks made him feel a twinge of unease. The 4 statues behind him exhaled in unison as Carlo retreated. Phew. Then, they collectively sucked the air back in. Carlo had a sudden thought. The human had just tossed a glowing cigarette butt into the brush. What if it started a fire? It was better to go back and stomp it out. Humans really have no manners, he grumbled inwardly. With that thought, Carlo turned back and passed by them a second time. Ian Malcolm, however, did not share Carlo's civic-mindedness. As the dinosaur brushed past him again, he was already deciding what animal he wanted to be reincarnated as in his next life. Only when Carlo's massive silhouette vanished into the tree-line did Malcolm dare to steal a glance back. Seeing no sign of the predator returning, he finally went limp. In moments like these, I start to think some extinct things were better off staying extinct. The voice of a survivor. Malcolm's words snapped the other 3 out of their trance. You're right about that, Grant admitted, despite his deep love for the species. He looked at the 2 young technicians. They didn't say a word, they simply bolted the tire onto the Jeep with record-breaking speed and prepared to floor it. One act of kindness had resulted in a lifetime of introversion. Helping others is a virtue, but nearly losing your life in the process is far from wonderful. No one truly enjoys dancing on the edge of a blade. Sizzle, sizzle. A small cloud of gray smoke rose from beneath Carlo's foot. He had successfully extinguished the litter left by the rude humans. Now, it was time to leave. On. A distant, alien bellow echoed through the trees. Carlo jumped, instinctively diving into the nearest thicket and activating his clumsy stealth. No way. Did the humans put us in here with other dinosaurs? What is this? Dino war? That's psychopathic. He could already catch their scent. It was far off, coming from multiple individuals, and it smelled delicious. Wait, delicious. The thought sprang directly from Carlo's genetic code. Even he didn't know why he felt that way. Stepping out of the brush and seeing the rude, dazed humans were long gone, he decided to head back to Debbie and Caroline. They were apex predators. They could win a fight against A.T. Rex, assuming a 3-on-1 gang-up. He was always safest by their side. The morning sun filtered through the canopy, dappling Carlo's snout with light. Feeling the sting of the brightness, Carlo let out a low groan in his light sleep, turning his head slightly before opening his eyes. He realized his parents were already gone. He wasn't panicked, though. The entire sector was already saturated with their scent, the unmistakable marking of their new sovereignty. The 2 adults had adapted to the new home faster than Carlo expected. They had clearly already claimed a prime nesting site, or the air wouldn't be so thick with their musk. Roar. Carlo tilted his head back and let out a soft call. On the other side of the woods, Debbie and Caroline stopped in their tracks. They raised their heads and let out a resonant bellow in response. On a nearby tree, a surveillance camera lens whirred, focusing on the 2 giants as they called out. Why did they stop? A technician asked, squinting at the monitor. The juvenile is awake, Grant replied, also staring at the screen. They're responding to his call. It's the most common form of communication among social animals. The scene reminded Grant of the raptor packs he'd encountered on Isla Sorna. As for Carlo's premature awakening the night before, the lab had officially chalked it up to an individual sedative resistance. They noted that future doses for the asset would need to be increased. The Giganotosaurus are adapting remarkably fast. Is it because the subadult performed a scouting patrol last night? Grant wondered. If that was the case, how were they confirming the perimeter? Smell. It had to be. Unlike raptors, these dinosaurs could relay a wealth of information through scent markings without ever making physical contact. Dr. Grant. Something's wrong over here, a staff member at another station shouted. Grant hurried over. The technician pointed at his screen and explained, the 2 Carnotaurus are acting up. They've become aggressive the moment they sighted each other. Grant leaned in, his eyes narrowing as he watched the 2 theropods. They're asserting dominance, Grant concluded quickly. What? But they're of opposite sexes. Shouldn't they be, well? The technician trailed off, confused. Carnotaurus aren't naturally pack hunters. They aren't like Ceratosaurus, who are willing to share territory to a degree. Grant paused. They're drawing lines. It's a simple skirmish for space. Once mating season hits, they'll make up. The technician grinned but didn't reply, looking somewhat amused by the thought. If my theory holds, we'll see 1 or 2 more confrontations between these carnivores in the hunting grounds over the next few days. They need to establish the pecking order for the ecosystem, Grant predicted. The technician's face paled slightly. There won't be any major casualties, will there? No, I don't believe so, Grant said confidently. The territory is vast enough. They'll likely stick to displays of strength and skill to settle the score. Step, step, step. A rhythmic, light-footed pace. Even for a dinosaur, the walk radiated pure joy. Roar. Carlo gave a soft huff as he reached his parents, trotting up to them. The two adults each nuzzled Carlo's cheeks twice before Caroline turned and let out a low rumble, signaling for him to follow. Carlo chirped in response, trailing behind them. They pushed through a dense thicket to reveal a small lake. It was clearly man-made, the edges were shallow, and even at its center, it was only about 3 meters deep. Carlo could stand in it without getting his back wet. Reaching the water's edge, Carlo lowered his head at a 45-degree angle, dipping his lower jaw into the cool liquid. Once the water filled his mouth, he leveled his head with his body and tilted back to swallow. He repeated the motion 5 or 6 times before stopping. He had been on patrol since the previous night and hadn't rested until dawn. He was parched. Seeing his parents settling down onto the grass to recover their strength, Carlo followed suit, curling up nearby. There was still plenty of time before their usual feeding, and for now, the family of 3 wasn't hungry. Official Jurassic World social media, the Giganotosaurus family from Sector 5 has officially moved to their new home. Let's wish them a warm welcome. Bye-bye, Paddock 5, sob. Chapter 19, Triceratops, so sorry for failing to amuse the great Giganotosaurus. What? The whole family moved to a new exhibit. A young tourist looked at the new official update, a peculiar expression crossing his face. In Jurassic World, dinosaurs rarely changed enclosures. Usually, an asset stayed in one paddock from hatch to harvest. He quickly scrolled through the comments, finding hundreds of others discussing the anomaly. 2 young Ceratosaurus from Sector 4 were moved too. Anyone have a lead? A lot of the older dinosaurs have disappeared. There was a Triceratops I've watched since I was a kid, gone overnight. As the comments piled up, the missing dinosaur mystery began to trend. Is the park management cooking up something big? Carlo wove through the undergrowth, currently in stealth mode. He had caught an unusual scent, an interloper in their territory. After a brief discussion with his parents, he had set out as a scout. Branches snapped and leaves rustled ahead, but the noise didn't come from Carlo. He remained perfectly silent. Through the thicket, he spotted a creature nearly 10 meters long and 2.8 meters tall, sporting a massive bony frill and 2 formidable brow horns. Triceratops. The information in his mind identified the beast immediately. This individual seemed aged, its skin etched with deep wrinkles, but its advanced years hadn't dampened its appetite for ferns. Carlo wasn't just shocked that humans had placed him in an area with herbivores, he found it utterly absurd. Seriously, buddy. You've got grass brain. You're eating right at my front door. Carlo didn't think for a second that the humans had made a mistake. It was nearly noon, and no iron rice bowl feeding had occurred. That spoke volumes. If the park staff wanted to protect the other dinosaurs, they would be overfeeding the predators to suppress their hunting instincts. So, the humans have gone mad. My government-sponsored meal plan is cancelled. Brain. Say something, Brain. Carlo stepped out from the bushes and let out a piercing shriek, entering the Triceratops' field of vision. The Triceratops' internal alarm bells went off. Primal fear, etched into its genetic memory, surged to the surface. Its eyes went wide, and the half-chewed shrubbery in its mouth tumbled to the dirt. What the hell are you? It had never seen a creature like Carlo. Instinctively, it lowered its forequarters and tucked its chin, leveling its massive horns toward the predator. Seeing the defensive stance, Carlo didn't rush in. He crouched low, emitting a constant, guttural growl while keeping his eyes locked on the herbivore. He was waiting. After a tense standoff, the woods behind him shifted. 2 silhouettes, much larger than his own, stepped out and stood flanking him, their roars shaking the air. Carlo's mouth curled into a faint smirk. Hearing his call, Debbie and Caroline had arrived. The Triceratops bellowed again to bolster its courage, but its legs began to shuffle backward, its gaze darting frantically between the 3 giants. Roar. Roar. The bellows continued, mostly from Carlo. To a human observer, it looked like a tactical discussion. In reality. What is this thing? Caroline. Looks like food, but looks pointy. Carlo. Where is our usual lunch? Debbie. I don't know. Carlo. The adults were equally confused by the situation. They weren't used to their meals fighting back. Finally, driven by the sharp pangs of hunger, Debbie charged. The Triceratops focused, lunging forward with a sudden head toss, a move with enough force to flip a jeep or gore a predator. But the old herbivore lacked combat experience and was half-blind with age, it telegraphed every move through its horns. Debbie might have been hungry, but he wasn't stupid. He dodged the strike with an easy sidestep. Looking at the shield-like frill, he was curious. What's this? Let's try a bite. He clamped onto the top of the frill. The Triceratops' horns were trapped beneath his neck, unable to reach him. It could only bellow and struggle, trying to shake his loose. Blood seeped from the frill, but Debbie couldn't crush the bone. It was exactly as Carlo expected. The Giganotosaurus bite force isn't a bone-crushing pressure like the Tyrannosaurus rex. While the rex specializes in obliterating skeletons, the Giganotosaurus is a specialist in slicing, tearing away chunks of flesh to cause rapid blood loss and exhaustion. This evolved because they hunted the sauropod titans of South America. So, Carlo decided to play the opportunist. The moment Debbie engaged, Carlo circled to the rear. He had learned this from his mental archives, a tactic used by creatures called hyenas. It was a dirty move, but effective. The Triceratops' tail blocked its vitals, so Carlo changed his target to the hind legs. Rip. Razor-sharp teeth sliced through the hide, leaving a massive, bloody gash. The Triceratops buckled under the sudden agony. Debbie saw the opening and pinned the animal's horns down with his full body weight. Carlo understood the assignment. He continued to tear at the wounded leg. Caroline, who had been waiting for her moment, struck from the opposite side. Working together, the two adults applied a lateral force, slowly tilting the Triceratops until it toppled onto its side. Carlo, the expert opportunist, didn't waste a second. While his parents pinned the beast down, he circled to the throat. He aimed for the soft tissue of the neck and tore away several large sections of hide and muscle, severing the windpipe. In its final moments, a single tear leaked from the Triceratops' eye. It closed its eyes and accepted its fate. It didn't know why its world had ended this way, but it had lived a glorious life within its herd. Caroline looked at the carcass, appearing slightly unsure where to start. She had always been hand-fed pre-cut meat before. Finally, she ripped into the underbelly, exposing the viscera. Debbie joined her, abandoning the bony frill to enjoy the softer organs. Carlo was much more refined. He walked to the nape of the neck, just behind the frill. He wanted the tenderloin first. Currently revealed traits. Giganotosaurus, Carlo. Clumsy stealth. While in stealth mode, your movements will not disturb flora, and your breathing is silenced. However, your scent and physical presence remain detectable by other forms of observation. Gnashed, attacks apply a bleeding effect for 5 seconds. Over the duration, the target loses 5% of its maximum health. Chapter 20, Carnotaurus, what's that buzzing sound? Stunning. Grant offered a clinical, objective assessment from the comfort of the monitoring station. The Giganotosaurus' adaptability to their new environment exceeded all projections. Whether it was Carlo or the adults, they had intuitively identified their roles in the hunt and achieved seamless coordination in record time. What's wrong? Noticing the dead silence around him, Grant turned back with a look of confusion. Pardon me. I need a minute. One of the technicians nearby looked pale, his face a sickly shade of green. He stumbled out of the control room, hand clamped over his mouth. Unlike Grant, who had stood mere feet away from a Tyrannosaurus rex devouring a Gallimimus, these staff members were ordinary people. They were used to ensuring things ran smoothly from behind a screen while working remotely. They weren't prepared for the visceral reality of the wild. Sigh. I guess that's nature for you, another staffer remarked, trying to break the tension. The scene had set his pulse racing, but it also made his skin crawl, specifically the moment Caroline tore into the Triceratops midsection. Blood and viscera had spilled onto the grass in a display so vivid he could almost smell the metallic tang through the monitor. I hope they put an age rating on the documentary, the staffer added after a pause. Or at least film a junior version. Seriously, kids like giant, majestic lizards, not monsters that can unzip a stomach in one bite. A few others finally broke their silence, murmuring in agreement. Grant remained noncommittal. It was true that not everyone could stomach the cruelty of the natural world, which was exactly why humanity constantly strove to domesticate it. Perhaps they had succeeded. They had, after all, resurrected creatures that nature had long ago scrubbed from the earth. But who was to say that this human meddling wasn't just another gear in nature's vast, indifferent machine? Were they creating nature, or was nature simply directing their hands? Masrani had a grand vision. He wanted to guide nature, to curate a window into a world 65 million years old. And what about himself? Was he here for his old friends, or was he here for the dinosaurs? Grant didn't have an answer. Fossilized skeletons had been his life's work, and yet, standing here, he found himself missing the bones. He had never been arrogant enough to try and recreate nature, he was simply obsessed with these creatures. From the beginning to the end. That was all. Primeval Ecological Zone, noon. A creature nearly 4 meters tall was currently behaving in a most suspicious, dino-sneaky manner in broad daylight. This was a Carnotaurus. Specifically, this was Carnotaurus 1. Like Carnotaurus 2, they were veteran employees with some seniority at the park. However, due to their overly enthusiastic hospitality toward guests, they had been blacklisted from public exhibitions. Their release point was the furthest from the herbivores. Fortunately, Herbivores tend to form their own social circles and settle in their favorite spots, otherwise, he would have had to travel a long way to find these snacks. One might wonder, wouldn't herbivores be safer staying together? Why split up? In truth, many herbivores, like the ceratopsians, have evolved specific defensive mechanisms against predators. They face the enemy with their horns, forming a defensive circle with the subadults protected in the center. They might be terrified, but as long as their kin are beside them, they won't break rank. Consequently, a screaming, panicked Parasaurolophus does nothing but disrupt their formation. They are, quite literally, a liability. If you're going to ruin our morale, get lost. Back to the point, Carnotaurus I had spotted a migrating herd of Triceratops. However, these big snacks weren't his target. While he didn't exactly know what they were, they looked far too prickly. Even a carnivore knows to pick the low-hanging fruit. He continued his dino-sneaky approach. Rustle, rustle. Rustle, rustle. What's that bee-buzzing sound? The Carnotaurus glanced back. Nothing but bushes. He tilted his head, confused. Was I being that loud? Better be extra careful, or I'm going to bed hungry. Carlo was tailing Carnotaurus I stealthily. The noise just now had been an accident, he'd almost let out a sneeze and had been forced to drop his stealth to stabilize himself. As the saying goes, when the stomach is full, the mind wanders too. Well, Carlo wasn't quite at that age yet. Simply put, he was looking for entertainment. Curiosity about new things was etched into the very marrow of a young dinosaur's bones. While wandering, he had stumbled upon the Carnotaurus on a hunt and excitedly decided to shadow the pro. After all, Debbie and Caroline didn't exactly have a manual for this. Man, I really do everything for this family. Carnotaurus I suddenly lunged from the trees, having clearly found a suitable target. Carlo poked his head out of the grass. He was currently downwind, so he wasn't worried about the Carnotaurus or the prey catching his scent. Then, he witnessed something incredible. The Carnotaurus vanished. To be precise, it had blended into the surrounding foliage like a giant chameleon. If its scent hadn't still been there, even Carlo would have struggled to find it. Note, in Michael Crichton's original The Lost World novel, Carnotaurus were given chameleon-like camouflage abilities, though unlike the Indominus Rex, they cannot hide from thermal imaging. The Carnotaurus' objective was clear. He approached a herd of Stegosaurus, but they weren't the goal. He wanted to create chaos, to scare the Parasaurolophus out of the herd's protection. Rustle, rustle. The leaves shivered. A Parasaurolophus lifted its head from the ferns, scanning the surroundings. Nothing unusual. No predator scent. But it felt a primal, instinctive panic. Roar. An unfamiliar bellow exploded right in its ear. The hadrosaur let out a sharp, terrified honk. The surrounding Stegosaurus didn't have the luxury of worrying about the Parasaurolophus. They panicked as well, searching for the silhouette of a predator. They found nothing. Instinctively, they began to cluster their young, forming a defensive ring. Unlike the Triceratops, they pointed their spiked tails outward to ward off attackers. The Parasaurolophus, not being one of their young, was left stranded outside the circle. Parasaurolophus. Carnotaurus. The Carnotaurus had assumed they were a package deal and was about to give up because their formation looked so solid. Oh, so you aren't together. Well, that makes things easy. A pattern of green, light green, and dark green peeled away from the trees, charging toward the Parasaurolophus. Under the sunlight, the figure constantly shifted colors, making the air around it appear warped and surreal. The Parasaurolophus had bolted the moment the anomaly appeared, but it was about to discover a horrifying fact. It couldn't outrun a Carnotaurus. Carlo watched the entire scene from the brush. Honestly, the Carnotaurus hunting skill was top tier. The camouflage provided tactical flexibility, and its explosive speed ensured a high success rate. But how the hell am I supposed to learn that? Chapter 21, Yo, no lunch for you either. Want to go steal some? The Carnotaurus hunting techniques were top tier, but Carlo simply thought, can't learn that. I'm out. He decided to head home and snack on his own family's leftovers. However, not every dinosaur was getting a meal today. Ceratosaurus I was currently soaking in the lake, cleaning his wounds. A few fish were drawn to the scent of blood, but Ceratosaurus I wasn't desperate enough to eat food he didn't like. His injury was the result of a mistake while hunting a herd of Sinoceratops. It wasn't deep or life-threatening, but a secondary infection could still kill him. A rustle came from the nearby woods. Ceratosaurus I stood up from the water, narrowing his eyes at the sound. Soon, Ceratosaurus II emerged from the forest. Seeing it was one of his own kind, Ceratosaurus I settled back into the water. Unlike Carnotaurus, Ceratosaurus are willing to share territory to an extent, provided things don't get too crowded. Especially between a male and a female. Two waded in beside one, also soaking in the lake. She seemed to be cleaning herself as well, though one couldn't see where she might be hurt. Roar. You didn't catch anything either, huh? Ceratosaurus 1 let out a low rumble, breaking the silence. Roar. Mind your own business. Ceratosaurus 2's tone carried a hint of defensive embarrassment, though her posture remained lazy and relaxed. One wasn't quite sure if she was actually angry, so he didn't dare speak again. The two dinosaurs sat side by side by the lake, watching the sky turn a dusty amber. The air was quiet, and the atmosphere was pleasant. If it were mating season, they would surely be engaged in other activities. But it wasn't, and more importantly, neither of them had eaten. One enjoyed this feeling, it was far more comfortable than his old enclosure. If he could just get a full belly, life would be perfect. In a daze, he felt something nudge him. He turned to find Ceratosaurus 2 leaning against him. For a moment, he panicked. Roar. Do you want to go get some food? Ceratosaurus 2 rumbled at Ceratosaurus 1, her tone suggesting something devious. Roar. Yes. Ceratosaurus 1 only had two states of being, hungry or flustered. Currently, he was both. Ceratosaurus 2 let out a series of low growls, explaining her plan. On her way back from her failed hunt, she had caught the scent of fresh blood. She'd peeked through the trees and saw a dinosaur slightly larger than themselves had made a successful kill. She had come back to recruit Ceratosaurus 1 for a raid. Ceratosaurus 1, the pure-hearted one, readily agreed. Dr. Grant remained in the monitoring room. He had to ensure the primeval ecological zone was functioning as intended. Doctor, Ceratosaurus 1 is moving toward Carnotaurus 1's position. Estimated contact in 5 minutes, a staff member called out, raising a hand. Grant, who had been resting his eyes on the sofa, scrambled up instantly. The staff could work in shifts, he couldn't. Put the feed on the main screen. Grant was tense. The main event had finally arrived. Conflicts between carnivores would determine if the ecosystem was sustainable, and more importantly, validate his long-held theories on dinosaur ethology. Only one. Grant scanned the monitor for the second Ceratosaurus, but failed to find her. Just the one, the technician confirmed. Number 2 has left her habitat as well, but she isn't moving toward the Carnotaurus. Grant's confusion deepened. According to his theories, Ceratosaurus were likely cooperative hunters. If they hadn't caught anything all day, they shouldn't be acting solo. But there was no time for deeper thought. Ceratosaurus 1 and Carnotaurus 1 had made contact. Roar. Roar. The two theropods bellowed at each other. Fresh Parasaurolophus blood still stained the snout of the Carnotaurus, he had clearly been in the middle of a feast. Luckily, he had noticed the stranger's approach, or he would have been ambushed. The Carnotaurus stared at the slightly smaller intruder. The stranger's eyes were fixed on the carcass. He's here to steal my kill. Roar. He bellowed again, trying to intimidate the intruder into retreating. Roar. The Ceratosaurus stood his ground, shouting back. It seemed a fight was inevitable. The Carnotaurus led with a direct charge, intending to use his superior mass to break the opponent's spirit. Ceratosaurus 1 didn't flinch, standing his ground to take the hit. The Carnotaurus was taken aback. Something was wrong, this opponent didn't look like he could handle a head-on collision. He slowed his pace slightly, his caution overriding his aggression. He was quickly left bewildered. Even though he had pulled his strength back to about 70%, the impact sent the Ceratosaurus tumbling backward through the dirt. On. Ceratosaurus 1 let out a pathetic wail but scrambled back to his feet immediately, resuming his defensive stance. The Carnotaurus was even more confused now. Seriously, buddy. You're not leaving. I just flipped you. He studied the Ceratosaurus again. The intruder had no visible injuries, was he faking it? That made no sense. If the Carnotaurus followed through with a killing blow, the stranger would be dead. Facing an unpredictable opponent, the Carnotaurus remained wary, weighing his options. He was already about 70% full, the nutrients from this kill would last him days. Continuing the fight might result in an unnecessary injury. Roar. The Carnotaurus let out a low huff and stepped back. He planned to tear off one more large chunk of meat for himself and leave the rest of the scraps to the intruder. Suddenly, the scared Ceratosaurus 1 charged at him like he'd lost his mind. Shocked, the Carnotaurus braced himself to counter. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. 5 meters. Just before entering striking range, Ceratosaurus 1 swerved, sprinting in the opposite direction. He kept running, getting further and further away until he disappeared into the trees. The Carnotaurus stood frozen, a very human-like look of utter bafflement in his eyes. He didn't react until the intruder was long gone. He left. Just like that. The Carnotaurus relaxed, letting out a triumphant roar toward the tree line. Regardless of the weirdness, he had won the dispute. He was the king of this sector now, every other creature would have to walk around him. Heh. Still, he knew it wasn't entirely safe. Desperate, hungry predators could be unpredictable, just like that stranger. He turned back to his kill, intending to drag it back to his own territory. After all, a half-eaten carcass isn't that heavy. Wait, he could have sworn his prey had 2 legs left. Why was there only 1? Had he remembered wrong? That's impossible. How do you run on 1 leg? The Carnotaurus was deeply confused. But there were no other dinosaurs around to give him an answer. Chapter 22, readers only need the title, but an author has plenty to consider. Ceratosaurus 1 returned to his habitat to find Ceratosaurus 2 already waiting for him, a Parasaurolophus leg clamped firmly in her jaws. Their ruse was simple, perhaps even infantile to a human or to Carlo, but for a Carnotaurus, it was just right. As Ceratosaurus 1 approached, Ceratosaurus 2 took the initiative, dropping the leg on the ground to let him eat first. Although she had exerted considerable effort tearing the limb from the carcass, she knew it paled in comparison to the tension Ceratosaurus 1 had endured while facing off against the Carnotaurus. As for Ceratosaurus 1, while he had been sent tumbling, there was a heavy element of performance in that role. It was a calculated move to keep the Carnotaurus's attention pinned. The Carnotaurus had been misled by Ceratosaurus 1's size, viewing him as a genuine rival for the kill, which made him overly cautious and gave Ceratosaurus 2 the space she needed to operate. Once Ceratosaurus 1 began to feed, Ceratosaurus 2 dropped her reservations and leaned in to join him. The 2 theropods pulled simultaneously, ripping a massive chunk of flesh from the bone. Sinew snapped, and blood slicked their muzzles, sliding down the raw meat before dripping from the center. Ceratosaurus 1 and Ceratosaurus 2 locked eyes, looking for all the world like a couple sharing a single pocky stick. Romance among carnivores is a grounded, unpretentious affair, though, admittedly, it wasn't much of a good time for the Parasaurolophus. A moment later, they pulled with a synchronized jerk, tearing the thigh muscle apart. A fresh spray of blood intensified their feeding frenzy. Virgin Dino 1 felt a wave of shyness. He looked away, unable to meet her gaze, yet secretly hoping for another moment like that. Neither Ceratosaurus had successfully made a kill on their own today, but their cooperation had pushed their relationship to a new level. It was safe to assume that when mating season arrived, Ceratosaurus 1's courtship would be exceptionally smooth. He can do it. He can easily do it, damn it. Dr. Grant stood before the monitors in silence. In his mind, he was applauding, a quiet sense of awe washing over him. Brilliant. He wasn't admiring the Ceratosaur's tactic specifically, he was admiring the dinosaur ecology as a whole. For a long time, he had been trapped in a misconception. In his eyes, carnivores engaged in disputes to establish higher authority within a hunting ground. But he was wrong. Why would a carnivore need a hollow throne? Certainly, if an ecosystem contains a true apex predator like a Tyrannosaurus rex, achieving that status is the ultimate prize. But what about the Ceratosaurus? Together, they could have fought the Carnotaurus, seized the entire kill, and taken the top spot, but then what? The Carnotaurus would always remain a challenger. If either Ceratosaurus were ever caught alone, the consequence wouldn't just be a loss of status, they would face the Carnotaurus's retaliation for stealing its food. The Carnotaurus might not be as powerful as A.T. Rex, but it wasn't something a Ceratosaurus could push around at will. 2 Ceratosaurs might not be able to kill a Carnotaurus, but 1 Carnotaurus could certainly kill 1 Ceratosaurus. Lowering their ecological standing was their best survival strategy. This theft appeared to be a victory for the Ceratosaurs, but in reality, it was a triple win. The Carnotaurus won once, he secured the higher ecological niche. The Ceratosaurs won twice, they obtained food while avoiding further conflict. Haha, this is killing me. Those 2 are so smart. Unlike Grant, most of the employees in the control room were simply marveling at the cooperation. Did anyone save that clip? That's 100% going into the documentary. Humans always forget to respect nature. For animals that exhibit surprising intelligence, they offer praise. For those that seem dim-witted, they offer mockery. For those that threaten them, they offer death. Grant hadn't been afraid of these living dinosaurs once, or rather, he hadn't revered them, until he stood face to face with them. How many people could accept that a stupid animal could kill them as easily as a man kills an ant? Oh my god, the way those 2 Ceratosaurs are eating together is so romantic, a female employee sighed. The comment drew several stares. To most, the scene was a gore fest. Lady, you've got nerves of steel. Suddenly, Grant spotted an anomaly. He turned to the staff, his voice urgent. Enlarge the feed from camera 14 in Sector 2. Now. On the big screen, a new window popped up, obscuring the candlelit dinner of the 2 Ceratosaurs. Carlo was working hard, dragging the Triceratops carcass deep into the jungle. It was slow-going and exhausting work, but he was determined. He's moving the body. Why? A staff member asked. I don't know, Grant replied shortly, his eyes gleaming as he tracked Carlo's movements. The Triceratops was massive. Even with portions already eaten, it was a heavy burden for Carlo. If he could have heard the humans' confusion, he would have told them, "Why don't you go ask the magic Compsognathes?" Compsognathids are the best scavengers in the dinosaur ecosystem, but they lack any sense of professional ethics. After all, if there's fresh meat available, who wants to eat carrion? Carlo had seen those little thieves nibbling on his kill and decided to pantry the food in a tree. He had selected a crooked tree, reminiscent of an African acacia, located within their territory but a safe distance from their main nesting site. It was perfect. Dragging it was manual labor, but he had infinite stamina. Hard work does not equal tired me. The hollow in the crooked tree was 2 meters off the ground, but that didn't stop him. He had already finished off the meat along the triceratops spine, so he snapped the neck bone and, gripping the tail, began to strip the spinal column away. 1 rib, 2 ribs. Is this the large intestine? Gross. That's a gift for the compies. Is he caching food? Grant mused. It wasn't entirely strange. Research suggested even the T-Rex might have scavenged, and large carnivores having food preservation habits wasn't unprecedented. Carlo dismembered everything except the head and stashed the pieces in the tree. Standing 3 meters tall, the process was relatively easy. He left the scraps clinging to the bones and the entrails on the ground for the Compsognathus to deal with. As for the Triceratops skull, well, he'd let the compies clean it first. This was Carlo's first major trophy. He was going to take the bone home for his collection. The brush rustled behind him. Carlo knew it was Caroline, likely following the drag marks. Roar. Caroline let out a low huff, visibly confused by Carlo's behavior. Carlo looked up and chirped an explanation. A look of genuine bewilderment flashed in her eyes. We can do that. Regardless of whether Giganotosaurus had a history of food caching, they did now. Chapter 23, Carnotaurus, something. Something's not right. Carnotaurus 1 returned to his territory with his kill. To be precise, he was at the edge of his domain, right where the territories of the 2 Carnotaurus overlapped. Although he was nearly full, that didn't stop him from wanting to show off in front of his own kind. Predictably, Carnotaurus 2 was drawn in, though she was lured by the scent of blood. She hadn't managed to secure a proper kill herself, or at least, nothing that could actually fill her belly. A Parasaurolophus hatchling that had wandered away from its parents was hardly enough to satisfy her appetite. While Carnotaurus 1 kept his head buried in the Parasaurus's carcass, he remained hyper-aware of his surroundings. The moment he confirmed Carnotaurus 2 was watching, he snapped his head up and let out a haughty, high-pitched roar. He was broadcasting his triumphant status, proving not only that his hunt was successful but that he had repelled other predators. His goal was simple: flaunt his strength and command respect from his peer. However, Carnotaurus 2, currently stuck in that irritable state of being neither starving nor full, wasn't buying it. Since he clearly wasn't interested in sharing, she saw no point in listening to his posturing. She needed to head out again to find more food. After all, if Carnotaurus 1 had claimed a higher niche in the local ecosystem, then as his neighbor, she could surely benefit from the leftovers. Specifically, she intended to scavenge, or steal. Seeing Carnotaurus 2 leave, Carnotaurus 1's grand display of dominance came to an abrupt halt. Wait, where are you going? You're not even interested in this kill. He had actually intended to invite her to share the meal once he was done asserting his status. After all, she was not only a neighbor of the same species but a female. Gaining her favor was a long-term investment. Little did he know that his behavior was exactly like an awkward bachelor, unable to look away from a female, failing to read the room, and being hopelessly try-hard despite his lack of social skills. Carnotaurus 2 left her territory and followed the riverbank. She didn't bother hiding her presence. She was on a blatant mission to claim a meal. About half an hour later, she spotted a 2-meter-tall figure hunched over, eating something. Its head was obscured, so she couldn't quite identify it. Roar. She didn't opt for an ambush. Instead, she let out a direct challenge, attempting to intimidate the creature and drive it away. At the sound of the roar, Carlo looked up. A Compsognathus dangled from his jaws. He hadn't actually intended to hunt such small fry, but he'd spotted it and figured it would make a decent snack. Though he had detected Compsognathus 2's scent long ago, he hadn't expected a tiny snack to attract the neighboring Carnotaurus. Wait, he'd seen the bull hunt successfully earlier this morning. This scent is different, a second one. Carlo calculated his odds silently as he sized her up. Carnotaurus 2 was equally surprised. Once Carlo stood at his full height, he reached over 3 meters. While she was still slightly larger, his sheer bulk was enough to make her cautious. But then, she saw that Compy hanging from his mouth, and her aggression turned to bewilderment. Are you serious, dude? You're eating that? Carnotaurus 2 instantly lost interest in the fight. Roar. But Carlo wasn't letting her off that easily. He swallowed the Compy whole and bellowed back. He was issuing a formal challenge for a duel. Roar. Carnotaurus 2 squared her shoulders and roared in return. She was confused. Hadn't this creature been defeated by Carnotaurus 1 earlier? Why was he so energetic? There were no visible wounds, and his roar was even more powerful than her own. But very quickly, she froze. She felt the ground begin to tremble. The source was coming from directly behind the 3-meter-tall youngster. 2 dinosaurs, significantly larger than herself, emerged from the dense foliage. Their rows of serrated teeth left no doubt about their lethality. Roar. Roar. 2 roars shook the air simultaneously. Mom and Dad had rushed over the moment they heard Carnotaurus 2's initial challenge. The 2 Giganotosaurus took positions to the left and right of Carlo, shielding him between them. This isn't right. Carnotaurus 2 watched this scene unfold, her legs instinctively backing her up. Damn you, number 1. You never said there were things like this out here. Carlo felt a twinge of regret. Mom and Dad had arrived too fast. He had really wanted to test his mettle against a carnivore of similar size. But seeing the Carnotaurus's skin rapidly shifting colors in a display of pure terror, he figured she was about to bolt. Sure enough, after cycling through several patterns to find the best camouflage, Carno 2 spun around and vanished into the tree-line. Mom and Dad watched the shifting colors of the creature's skin with slight curiosity. They remained on high alert until they were certain she was gone. RRRGH. Mom let out a low rumble at Carlo, a clear warning, stop wandering out of the nesting grounds alone. It's dangerous. Carlo let out a submissive chuff in response. He knew his place, he was still a juvenile, and talking back to Mom was never a winning move. Carnotaurus 2 returned to her territory in a state of disarray. Carnotaurus 1 was still there, waiting for her. This time, Carnotaurus 1 had wised up. He let out a loud, inviting call to share the prey before continuing his tough guy display. Exasperated but hungry, Carnotaurus 2 had no choice but to walk over and accept the meal. Standing over the Parasaurolophus carcass, she hesitated for a moment, then looked up and gave a short, acknowledging huff of praise before expressing her confusion. You defeated another predator? Satisfied with the praise, Carnotaurus 1 responded haughtily. Yes. The wretch tried to steal my kill, but he failed. Carnotaurus 2 found this hard to believe. Suspecting that the predator he fought wasn't the giants she had just encountered, she posed a soul-searching question. Something bigger than us? At that, Carnotaurus 1's bravado completely deflated. He scanned his surroundings nervously and hissed a low question. There are predators bigger than us here? He had been advertising his status quite loudly. If he had attracted the attention of something truly massive, he was in for a thrashing. Carnotaurus 2 saw his terrified expression and knew he hadn't even seen them. She didn't bother replying, lowering her head to tear into the meat. It wasn't exactly fresh anymore, but she knew better than to be picky. No dinosaur turns down a free meal. Carlo lay by the lake, watching fish leap from the water only to splash back down and jump again. Since Mom wouldn't let him out, he was stuck people watching, or rather, fish watching. As the sun dipped into the lake and the forest settled into a deep silence, Carlo's tail thumped rhythmically against the ground, enjoying the tranquility. Behind him, tucked within a subtle mound of earth, a camera lens opened like an eye, recording the entire scene. Chapter 24, A Dinosaur Documentary. Owen Grady was inside the raptor training room. The 4 little ones had already grown significantly larger than a Compsognathus, and they looked much sturdier. They were currently frolicking and nipping at each other within the enclosure. By now, they were well acquainted with the 2-legged beast, who came in every day to feed them. Knowing he wasn't a threat made them increasingly bold. Owen held a few nut-sized treats in his hand, with a full bag of them hanging from his belt. Charlie, Echo, Delta. He repeated the young raptors' names rhythmically, tossing each a small snack. He looked, however, a bit preoccupied. Charlie and Echo were locked in a wrestling match, and Delta had scrambled atop a large crate, chirping and squawking at the others. Blue remained where she was, eyes fixed on Owen, waiting for him to toss her food. Blue, this one's yours. Owen tossed the final treat to her. Blue leaped lightly, caught it in her jaws, and swallowed it after a few quick chews. What kind of woman brings a literal itinerary to a date? That was Owen's primary source of confusion. He could understand having a plan, what to do first, where to eat, but setting strict time limits on every activity as if they were on a guided tour was just abstract. It felt like being in the middle of an intense gaming session only to have your mother yell that dinner is ready. Yeah, exactly like that. High on her perch, Delta was bellowing at Echo and Charlie below. The exchange translated roughly to, "Get up here. You come down." "I don't want to." "Well, I want you down here." Then, Delta lost her footing and tumbled off the crate. Fortunately, it wasn't a high drop, she didn't even sustain a scratch. Owen looked over at the sound. "Oh, geez. Did you guys get into the stimulants today? You're all way too hyper." Delta scrambled back to her feet with a quick roll and immediately went back to play fighting with Echo. Seeing that the raptor was fine, Owen relaxed. All right, everyone back up. He spoke while gesturing with his left hand. Blue, who never took her eyes off him, noticed the movement and turned to call out to her three sisters. Thanks, Blue. Owen caught the gesture and a small smile played on his lips as he thanked her. As if on cue, the other three raptors heard Blue's call and snapped their heads around. Delta hopped down from her favorite crate, Echo stopped trying to gnaw on a stray piece of wood, and Charlie snapped out of her daze. They lined up, two to the right and one to the left, standing flanking Blue as they all stared at Owen. The sight actually gave Owen a start. His left hand instinctively rose, and he took a half step back, his eyes wide with shock. He looked up at the security camera, his stunned expression captured perfectly in the lens. Did you get that? Outside the enclosure, Barry manipulated the camera to nod up and down in affirmation. He then walked over to the observation glass, staring at the incredible scene. They had all heard that velociraptors were intelligent, but that was just hearsay and data logs. Seeing it with their own eyes was far more visceral than words on a page. Ding dong. X. Barry's phone erupted with a series of notification chimes. Shaking off his surprise, Barry pulled the device from his pocket, frowning at the influx of messages. Who would be texting him this much? It's not like he had a girlfriend. He quickly realized the messages were from the official Jurassic World accounts across various social media platforms. To promote the upcoming documentary on the primeval ecological zone, the park had just dropped a global teaser trailer. This time, it was Barry's turn for his eyes to bulge. He turned his phone screen toward Owen in the training room and tapped twice on the glass. The sound drew the attention of both Owen and the confused raptors. Seeing Owen look over, Barry pointed frantically at the screen while mouthing the words. Did you do this? He knew Owen had been swamped lately working on a new sector, but he hadn't known the specifics. Owen couldn't make out the words through the glass, but he saw the Jurassic World logo on the phone and gave a smiling nod. When in doubt, smile and nod. If they look happy, you're on the same page. If they look horrified, you guessed wrong. Owen guessed right. Barry grinned, genuinely happy for his friend. The official push for the primeval ecological zone was massive. If it succeeded, Owen would be hailed as a key contributor. And what does that mean for the right-hand man? If the boss moves up, he pulls his team with him. Barry eagerly tapped the video. Primeval Ecology. A Jurassic World production. Inside a museum setting, an elderly man with white hair stood with his back to the camera, leaning on an amber-topped cane as he gazed at a towering dinosaur skeleton. He began to speak, his voice slow and resonant. Earth, this precious jewel, was once a kingdom that gave rise to countless giants. The man turned around, revealing a kind, familiar face. It was John Hammond. Though he had long since passed, modern digital reconstruction made his presence seamless. The great dino hunters once thundered across this ancient continent. The scene shifted. Carnotaurus I lunged from the forest, pursuing a fleeing Parasaurolophus. Singing the immortal legends of life's history. A herd of Sinoceratops formed a defensive circle, letting out low bellows to ward off a prowling Ceratosaurus. They, alongside giants as majestic as mountains, forged a miracle upon the path of evolution. The camera gazed up from the grass as a Brachiosaurus lifted its head from a lake, standing tall enough to stare directly into the sky. When we look back on the golden age that belonged solely to them. A tiny Ankylosaurus hatchling broke through its shell, blinking up at its tank-like mother. Stegosaurus grazed alongside a family of Parasaurolophus, sharing the lush undergrowth. As the rulers of this vast land. An adult Giganotosaurus charged a Triceratops. The two behemoths collided with a dull, heavy thud. A Diplodocus lashed its tail against the ground, sending a spray of green vegetation into the air like a wave. They performed, in their own way, a masterpiece for those who followed. The sun began to set, setting the sky and the lake ablaze with fire. A hymn of life from the kingdom of dinosaurs. Carlo appeared on screen, his back to the camera. He lay by the lake, his tail swishing lazily up and down as he watched the crimson afterglow fade from the sky. He let out a soft, melodic trill toward the heavens. With the progress of our research, their stories are no longer a secret to us. The camera returned to Hammond. His gaze shifted from the skeleton back to the lens. The ancient sheet music has been placed upon the piano, waiting for us to play. So, what are we waiting for? The tone and visuals shifted instantly to a high-energy montage. The official documentary premieres globally on July 10th. Purchase a Jurassic World VIP pass to unlock exclusive, 24/7 ecological live streams. Chapter 25, A Troll at Heart, You Think You're So Noble Hunting for Fun. Note, all dinosaur ecological behaviors in this text originate from the author's imagination. Holy crap, big news. Jurassic World's official promotion was hitting all the right marks. The Primeval Ecological Zone project was trending across every major social media platform. I was wondering why there were so few dinosaurs lately. Turns out they were saving them all for this. Urgent. Is there a T-Rex? I need to see the Rex. Just serve it up already. The Jurassic World marketing team knew how to read the room. Taking advantage of the netizens' soaring enthusiasm and their impulsive urge to spend, they opened the official Ecological Zone website portal. Once inside, you were prompted to link your official Jurassic World account, and then become a VIP to unlock the following features. 1. 24/7 ecological live streams. 2. Exclusive documentary content. 3. Unlock rated R content. 4. Ad-free experience only $48 USD. Many users felt like they'd been doused with cold water and left grumbling. However, even more dinosaur enthusiasts, including a fair number of paleontologists, didn't hesitate to pull the trigger. Even if any paleontologist worth their salt knew that Jurassic World's dinosaurs weren't true prehistoric animals, the ecological zone still provided immense reference value. Primeval Giganotosaurus sector, major discovery. Giganotosaurus actually has the habit of caching food. Let us praise the wit of the young Giga. Newcomers might find the official account's tone a bit abstract, but the veterans were already sharing a knowing smile. This familiar feeling, it's you. The original admin. My god, did they get a promotion? I'm a Giga fan, but even I can't match the admin's energy. Let us praise the god of fans. None of this mattered to Carlo. He was just a little dinosaur frolicking in his territory. Mom had said not to wander out of the habitat to play, but surely the territory counted as the habitat. I'm still a good, obedient boy. Carlo's mental victory technique remained as powerful as ever. However, he was currently preoccupied with the fact that there was a supermassive lake right in front of him. The kind that would definitely be marked on a map. He really wanted to check it out. There were plenty of herbivores there, and even 2 Brachiosaurus that were even larger than Mom and Dad. But that area was outside the territory. Carlo had to find a way to convince himself first. All right, brain, time to do your job. Tell me. How do I go out there? Everything the light touches is my kingdom. Perfect. Let's go with that. Carlo trotted over with a clear conscience. He seemed to have forgotten that as a dinosaur, he lacked the complex linguistic system of a human. Explaining this logic to Mom later was going to be tricky. Many herbivores were drinking near the Great Lake, but none nested here because there wasn't enough of the vegetation they liked. Only the Brachiosaurus found their favorite high-altitude nuts here. Consequently, the other herbivores would follow the river to find more suitable living grounds. Still, many chose to drink here due to an unwritten rule in dinosaur ecology. No fighting at the watering hole. Note, this concept is derived from the Jurassic World spin-off, Camp Cretaceous, and does not apply to aquatic or semi-aquatic species. For carnivores, hunting by the water could contaminate the source. Since water is the source of life, hunting at the watering hole equals killing myself. Rivers, however, had no such protections. Predators often camped there like campers in a video game. Thus, herbivores preferred trekking further to the lake to drink in peace. Carlo didn't know this rule, though his instincts would have stopped him if he tried to hunt. But he wasn't here to hunt. He was here to troll. He quietly circled to the downwind side and activated his clumsy stealth, inching toward a Stegosaurus currently drinking. Once he was close enough, he dropped his stealth and stood just 2 meters away, simply staring at it. Sensing movement, the Stegosaurus stopped drinking and looked back. It saw a rather goofy-looking fellow standing right next to it. Hello there. Carlo. The Stegosaurus simply decided the kid was a bit slow and went back to drinking. Carlo felt insulted. He expected fear, or perhaps a defensive tail swipe, and he was prepared for either. Instead, he was ignored. Agitated, Carlo let out a light roar. The Stegosaurus didn't even lift its head, it just shifted one position to the side. It thought Carlo wanted its spot to drink. Carlo was even more baffled. This isn't right. He stood there for a moment before finally deciding to drink along. He had to, the other guy had given up the spot. If he didn't drink now, it would feel incredibly embarrassing. Carlo took 2 sips and left. He wasn't even thirsty, he was just covering up his social awkwardness. This only confirmed the Stegosaurus's suspicion. Takes 2 sips and leaves. Definitely a slow kid. Ignoring the Stegosaurus, Carlo continued wandering the lakeshore. He realized the herbivores here weren't afraid of him, but he eventually found a new target, an ornithomimus heading for a drink. Carlo stepped forward and blocked its path. Confused, the ornithomimus tried to sidestep him. Carlo blocked it again, staring it down with an aggressive gaze. The ornithomimus began to panic and switch directions. Carlo blocked it a 3rd time. Help! A delinquent is harassing a lady. This time, the ornithomimus truly panicked. It opened its beak wide, let out a squawk, and then... flop. It collapsed to the ground. Carlo was stunned again. Why did the herbivores here have such glass hearts? He nudged the fallen ornithomimus and realized it was still breathing. So it hadn't died of fright, it had just fainted. Like a curious toddler, Carlo wandered around the edge of the lake, peering at this dinosaur, then that one. For those with a strong constitution, he was an annoyance, for those with weak nerves, he was a living nightmare. Soon, Carlo truly understood the rules of the place when he spotted a Ceratosaurus. It was drinking right next to a Parasaurolophus, looking for all the world like old friends. Oh, so you really can't fight here. Having reached this realization, Carlo decided to go check out the Ceratosaurus. Ceratosaurus 1 appeared to be drinking, but he was actually scouting. Thanks to the cleverness of number 2, they had learned to pick out prey at the lake and then stealthily track them until they were far from the water before striking. Thus, Carlo had been under number 1's gaze from the moment he appeared. The Ceratosaurus thought Carlo was a master. When the newcomer had approached in stealth, there wasn't a sound or a scent, and if it hadn't been for that light roar, number 1 wouldn't have noticed him at all. But seeing the stranger circle other dinosaurs instead of drinking made him uneasy. Could it be, he's also picking out prey? Heavens! This dinosaur has the same brilliant intellect as number 2. I must deal with him cautiously. Chapter 26, We aren't even the same species. And you actually want to? Me. Carlo's next target was that Ceratosaurus. The creature was slightly smaller than a Carnotaurus, and since this was a safety zone, Carlo felt bold enough to observe it up close. Ceratosaurus 1 also noticed Carlo's approach. He stopped his pretense of drinking and turned his head to eye the newcomer. Seeing the other turn, Carlo halted. Although he felt the predator wouldn't attack, he didn't want to get too close and trigger a stress response. Ceratosaurus 1 was becoming increasingly bewildered. Why is this guy picking me as prey? Is he trying to test my strength? But we're at the watering hole. Unsure of Carlo's intentions, Ceratosaurus 1 shifted his entire body to face him head-on. Carlo grew tense. Did I stress him out? Mom and Dad weren't here to back him up, and he definitely didn't want to scrap. In his momentary panic, Carlo completely forgot the fact that his health pool was already higher, and he was more tanky than his parents. Crap, crap, crap. If I get a scar, Mom is going to lecture me forever. I have to show I'm friendly. Right, friendly. How did Mom and Dad do that body language thing again? Carlo kept his feet planted, leaned his body forward slowly, arched his tail, and began swaying his head gently from side to side before letting out a soft, melodic trill. Ceratosaurus 1 was now utterly floored. Slowly, his confusion morphed into pure horror. A terrifying possibility struck him. His behavior, is it possible, he's courting me? It all made sense now. He wasn't circling those herbivores to pick a meal, he was picking a bride. How did this guy end up falling for me? Wait, courtship is usually initiated by males. This dinosaur has the hots for me, so that means he's a bromancer. The more Ceratosaurus 1 thought about it, the more terrified he became, involuntarily taking a step back. Meanwhile, hidden in the brush, Ceratosaurus 2 watched the scene play out. Unlike her partner, she could tell the newcomer was simply trying to socialize. As a female, she immediately ruled out courtship, at least for a Ceratosaurus. Showing up for a blind date without a gift was like a human getting married without a dowry, it just wasn't done. Seeing number 1 standing there like an idiot, Ceratosaurus 2 stepped out from the shadows and approached. Why is he trying to socialize? Did he get separated from his pack? Or is he the last of his kind? These were the thoughts of a normal dinosaur. Even apex predators can coexist in the same area as long as their food sources don't overlap. There might be friction, but it rarely becomes a fight to the death. She weighed the pros and cons. If this stranger joined them, or if they could at least stay on friendly terms, their chances of survival would skyrocket. After all, they were about the same size, or so she thought, and there were common threats like the Carnotaurus nearby. Perhaps this guy's pack had been wiped out by the bulls. Deciding to take the leap, Ceratosaurus 2 nudged the still guarding number 1 aside and mimicked Carlo's earlier movements. Though her imitation was clumsy, she didn't even get her tail up, it served as a gesture of goodwill. The baffled number 1. Am I being cucked by a different species? Carlo had been feeling awkward, wondering if he should just take a sip of water to break the tension. Then, a second one appeared and reciprocated his friendly gesture. This one was much smarter, she understood him immediately. Carlo tossed his head back and let out a light, appreciative chuff. This gesture was universal among many large carnivores, though for some, like the Carnotaurus, it was more about flaunting strength. Unsure if this was part of the social protocol, and seeing Carlo staring at her, number 2 copied the head toss and gave a soft chuff in return. Carlo had just been sizing up the newcomer, but seeing her praise him, his satisfaction reached a new high. I really am the best. My charm transcends species. Feeling a bit blushy from his own self-praise, Carlo turned and started drinking from the lake to hide his embarrassment, or as much as a dinosaur could. Seeing that he didn't leave but instead exposed his back to them, a sign of trust, Ceratosaurus too felt the deal was done. She turned to explain to the still reeling number one that the stranger was showing goodwill, and asked why he had been standing there like a statue. When number one explained his courtship theory, the calm look in number two's eyes turned to horror for the first time. Not because of Carlo, but because of number one. In her experience, a dinosaur's theories usually reflected their own leanings. She thought Carlo was friendly because she didn't want to fight. Number one thought he was being hit on, which meant, because she was too smart for her own good, her imagination ran wild, and she looked at the two males nearby. You. No, stop. Now is not the time for those thoughts. She cursed her own intelligence and decided to save the existential crisis for later. She wasn't sure if the social hour was over yet, so she nudged number one to drink with her. The stranger had shown them trust, now it was their turn to reciprocate. The three carnivores stood side by side, drinking peacefully from the lake. High above, a hidden camera recorded every second of the interaction. However, this footage was not on the live stream. What? You said 24/7 live stream. Oh, I am streaming. I'm just streaming yesterday's footage. This was absolute gold. A special feature. It had to be for it had to be a pay-per-view exclusive. Who told you VIP got you everything? This footage was practically academic material. A Ceratosaurus from the Jurassic period and a Giganotosaurus from the late Cretaceous coexisting in harmony and even communicating. It was beyond belief. It was a shame Alan Grant was off duty resting from the high-intensity work, otherwise, he'd definitely have another book in him. The staff were so excited they almost wanted to scream. Somebody get Dr. Grant. Eyes snapped open. Grant found himself in the jungle. No. That wasn't right. He saw walls around him and iron-grated entrances. I'm inside a paddock. Hey. Hey. Over here. A voice called out from above. Grant looked up. The figure was silhouetted against the sun, making it hard to see, but Grant recognized him instantly. Chapter 27, Turning the World Upside Down. You're doing very well, Alan. Very well. Grant's eyes widened once more, though he had witnessed many such sights on this island. Now, raise your right hand. The black velociraptor stood on the catwalk above the enclosure, barking orders at Alan Grant. Grant found himself raising his right hand instantly. Excellent. Here is your reward. The black raptor rummaged through a metal bucket but pulled out nothing. Then, it plunged its head inside, emerged with a rat clamped in its jaws, and with a violent flick of its neck, tossed the rodent toward Grant. Grant found his mouth hanging wide open, though not of his own volition. Watching the rat, covered in raptor saliva, flying toward him, he finally let out a terrified shriek. Holy! Grant bolted upright in bed, gasping for air as if he had just cheated death. It was a dream. Thank God, it was just a dream. It was so. What's wrong, Alan? That familiar voice rang out again. Grant turned his head stiffly, only to find the same velociraptor lying in bed right next to him. God d***f. Grant bolted upright a second time. He whipped his head around frantically to confirm there were no raptors in sight. Only then did he truly exhale. Looking out the window, the sky was gradually fading into dusk. Sigh. Grant let out a heavy breath. Ever since he had arrived on this island, these strange bedfellows' nightmares had been recurring every few days. Groping around the bedside, he grabbed his phone and saw that the Jurassic World official website had launched the Primeval Ecological Zone page. Everything seems to be on track, Grant thought silently. The corporation was surprisingly humane, providing all staff members with internal accounts to browse all content for free, though they were required to sign an additional non-disclosure agreement. After all, the company intended to milk this for every penny it was worth. As Grant scrolled through the latest updates, his eyes widened. His expression shifted from shock to a grimace, finally settling on utter disbelief. My God. Even a man as composed as Grant couldn't help but utter a breathless exclamation. Dear Lord. Another exclamation of awe came from Lowry, far away in the control room. If paleontologists ever found out that two different species from two entirely different eras could communicate, what would the fallout be? Lowry didn't even want to imagine it. He didn't dare think about it, mostly because he knew the paleontologists themselves wouldn't dare believe it. Clack. 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 The sharp sound of high heels approached. As if possessed by the spirit of Spider-Man, Lowry switched his computer screen with lightning speed. He propped his head on one hand, pretending to be buried in his usual tedious workload. How are operations in the primeval ecological zone? Claire Deering was nearing the end of her workday and had come to the main control room for one final check on the park's status. Over 50 million users have subscribed to the VIP tier. Exclusive pay-per-view videos have already hit 10 million sales, Vivian replied from a console over. Claire simply nodded, offering no further comment. The primeval ecological zone was the Masrani's project. As long as the boss was happy, she was happy. Now, she could finally afford to fret over her own problems. For instance, what kind of man wears board shorts to a date? She didn't understand it. She even suspected there was nothing underneath them. It was true that Isla Nublar was hot, but surely not wear board shorts to a public outing hot. She was, frankly, appalled. Unlike the failed date between Owen and Claire, marred by their mutual lack of understanding, the date between Carlo and the Ceratosauruses was a resounding success, despite the species gap. At the very least, Carlo had a blast. No matter what movement he made, those Ceratosauruses responded. It was the first time he had ever seen such fun dinosaurs. Ceratosaurus 1 sported the classic Death Valley coloration, the same as the individual from Jurassic Park 3, with a pale body and black stripes. Ceratosaurus 2 followed the same pattern but was distinguished by additional black spots. This allowed Carlo to tell them apart easily. He committed their sense to memory and prepared to say goodbye. After all, he had snuck out to play. Seeing him approach, Ceratosaurus 1 instinctively clenched its tail, relaxing only when it realized the stranger wasn't heading for its backside. Carlo gave Ceratosaurus 1 a gentle nudge with his flank, then did the same to Ceratosaurus 2 as a parting gesture. He had considered nuzzling them, but figured that might be a bit too intimate for a first meeting. As Carlo lumbered away, Ceratosaurus 2 finally let out a long breath. Communicating with other species is exhausting. Ceratosaurus 1 hissed sharply, that nudge from earlier actually hurt a bit. That guy is definitely a heavyweight. He let out a low growl, questioning Ceratosaurus 2, are we still hunting today? Ceratosaurus 2 looked at Ceratosaurus 1 with confusion and grunted back, of course. Why wouldn't we? Ceratosaurus 1 could only reluctantly agree. Today had been far too eventful. The poor Ceratosaurus duo hadn't even realized they'd spent the entire day playing with a toddler. Carlo didn't return directly to his habitat. Instead, he took a detour to their previous food cache. Likely because the Compsognathus couldn't reach the meat hanging in the trees, they had picked the Triceratops skull Carlo left on the ground completely clean. However, they hadn't touched the rotting intestines he'd discarded. That spot had become a kingdom of flies. Carlo silently condemned the Compy's wasteful behavior and decided to throw those bits further away next time. He picked up the Triceratops skull in his jaws, planning to wash it in the river before heading back. That way, he could tell his mother he'd spent the day cleaning his trophy. Hee, I'm a little genius. The river water washed away the last traces of debris clinging to the bone. Carlo lifted it, shook it dry, and happily trotted home. After placing the skull under his favorite tree, Carlo began to appreciate it properly. The lower jaw was missing, either washed away by the river or dropped on the trail, but it didn't matter. There were several small grooves on the crest, likely from when his father had chewed on it. Regardless, this was Carlo's very first trophy. Once the skull was positioned upright, his playful side took over. He slid his head into the back of the skull, pretending to wear it. Hee, I'm a Triceratops. Carlo tried to stand up and balance the skull on his head, but he failed. The heavy bone flipped forward and landed face down in the dirt. Carlo felt a twinge of disappointment. According to the snippets of information in his mind, if he could wear this, he'd be the world's most primitive cosplayer. Repositioning the skull at a more aesthetic angle, Carlo flopped down in the shade of the tree. It would be nice to have someone to play with. Carlo was both lucky and unlucky. He was the only survivor from his clutch. For months, he had been his own only playmate. But today, he'd made some Ceratosaurus friends, right? Maybe he'd go find them again tomorrow. Or maybe he'd go look for Carnotaurus 1 and Carnotaurus 2. Mama Dino. Chapter 28, God is fair, supposedly. I swear to God, I just don't get it. As a lowly Dryosaurus, I've never seen trees this tall in my entire life, yet the leaves of those very trees are what I'm supposed to eat. If it weren't for the massive size difference, I'd suspect my biological father was a Brachiosaurus. And that's not even the most ridiculous part. The most ridiculous part is that everyone in this sector can kick my ass. The carnivores want to eat me, the herbivores want to trample me, and even those skinny-legged Gallimimus look like they could take me in a fight. Since I can't reach the leaves I actually like, I'm stuck eating these damn shrubs and bushes. It's like my sole purpose in life is to convert scrubgrass into protein and fat just so someone else can come along and finish me off. Lately, even taking a leak has become a struggle. Don't get me wrong, I don't have prostatitis, and my bladder is perfectly healthy. It's just that every time I step out to do my business, this little prick is there, staring me down. Its eyes are better than a damn brachiosaurus. I can only ever see one side of a brachie's face, but I can see both of this thing's eyes at once. If it just wanted to watch me pee, I wouldn't mind so much. But it doesn't. Looking at its ugly mug, I just know it wants to tear my prostate out. I've spent a lot of time contemplating the urination issue. I figured I should just stay inside as much as possible. If I really have to go, I'll just go in the camp. But my herdmates weren't having it. They said the smell would attract nasty things, and told me to get lost and pee somewhere else. What kind of nasty thing follows the scent of piss to find us? Honestly, that thing needs to go wash its nose and rethink its life choices. Picking a fight with a total loser like me, who gets bullied by every dino on the island. Talk about having a screw loose. Eventually, I reached a conclusion: if I don't drink water, I won't have to pee as much. I put my theory into practice. Then I discovered something. If I don't drink water, I'll freaking die. Fine. Listen to that sound, the little brat is definitely out there now. I know I should run, but I don't dare. I'm already blind because the bastard spat in my eyes. If I stay still, it can't reach my neck, but if I run blindly into a tree, I'm dead for sure. Why is my life such a steaming pile of garbage? Meanwhile, a Dilophosaurus approached, staring up at the Dryosaurus, which was somehow taller than itself, trying to figure out how to kill the damn thing. I swear to God, I just don't get it. As a Dilophosaurus, I should at least be as tall as a Dryosaurus. Why am I the size of a golden retriever? Did my ancestors catch some kind of shrinking disease? Being short wouldn't be so bad. My ancestors couldn't spit venom, but I can. What's ridiculous is that everyone in this sector can kick my ass. Stegosauruses can crush me, Ankylosauruses can flatten me, and even a pack of Compsognathus treats me like a drive-through snack. I finally found a soft target, and I can't even finish the job. And that's not even the most ridiculous part. The most ridiculous part is that I have a total sadby for a pack leader. After realizing we're the bottom of the food chain in this area, the boss just wagged its big tail and said, "Since that's the case, there's strength in numbers. Let's start breeding like crazy." God damn it. My ancestors really did catch something nasty. Our generation is completely screwed. I wasn't ready to just give up, so I tried to nudge the boss's logic in a different direction. I asked, "But we don't have enough food. What happens if we have kids and there's nothing for them to eat?" The boss took my advice to heart and immediately sent me out to find food. So, while everyone else has been busy impacting for the last few days, I'm the only one who hasn't seen any action. God damn it. Why is my life such a steaming pile of garbage? It's okay. Your lives might be garbage, but you have to remember, if God closes a door, he'll surely open a window. Because that way, a thief can climb in and steal your stuff. Ceratosaurus 1 was the big thief visiting today. He had been staking out the watering hole for a while, waiting for the right moment to strike a Dryosaurus. Ceratosaurus 2 had told him that the one who drank the most water would be the first to go pee. Ceratosaurus 1 didn't understand the physiological correlation between water intake and urinary frequency, but he trusted Ceratosaurus 2 implicitly. When he arrived, he found a pleasant surprise, an idiot that wouldn't run away. So, he just picked it up in his teeth and left. Behind him, the Dilophosaurus started chirping profanities, but there was nothing it could do. A Ceratosaurus has a wider eye span than a Dryosaurus, you can't blind them with one spit. Besides, if a fight broke out, the unlucky one would definitely be the Dillo. Ceratosaurus 2 was waiting at the designated ambush point, but she soon heard Ceratosaurus 1's roar of victory. He's actually capable today. Curious, she hurried toward the sound and found the Dryosaurus carcass. Ceratosaurus 1 had taken a single bite but, for some reason, he had stopped and was waiting for her. Ceratosaurus 1 looked up and let out a low growl. Ceratosaurus 2 could sense a feeling of revulsion. And it was directed at the carcass in front of him. Why would he be disgusted by food? Confused, Ceratosaurus 2 tore a chunk of meat from the Dryosaurus. Okay. Now she knew. God damn it, why does this meat taste spoiled? Ceratosaurus 2 let out an equally repulsed growl. It wasn't that the Ceratosaur duo were picky eaters, but this meat had a certain primordial viral beauty to it the moment it hit the tongue. Unless there was a literal famine, they wouldn't touch a creature like this. Herbivores that can't find the plants they like already get sick easily, let alone this genius who hadn't touched water in days. Viruses were probably standing in line for a chance to kill this thing. Calling the meat unhealthy was an understatement, it was basically pre-rotted. In short, even a dog wouldn't eat it. Feeling unlucky, the two Ceratosauruses stared at the body for a while before deciding they couldn't stomach it. Let's go. Ceratosaurus 1 gave a light grunt to 2 and turned to leave. Ceratosaurus 2 hesitated over the Dryosaurus for another moment before finally giving up and following Ceratosaurus 1. The little poison dog, the Dilophosaurus, poked its small head out from a distant thicket. After confirming the duo had truly left, it sprinted to the carcass. Looking at the almost factory-new Dryosaurus, the Dillo couldn't help but marvel. What a waste. But this was great news for him. Without hesitation, he tore off a large piece of meat and swallowed it down. Holy crap. This is delicious. See. If God closes a door, he really does open a window. Dryosaurus, I'm literally right here. It's alright, Dryosaurus. You should know that while God didn't open anything for you, there is a dinosaur in this world for whom God never closed anything at all. Like Carlo. God didn't just give him a perfect body, he wasn't stingy with the wisdom, either. At least, that's what Carlo thought. If you don't believe it, take a look at Carlo's latest invention. Ta-da! The automatic fish catcher. Carlo had positioned himself into a semi-heart shape, lying in the lake with only his head resting on the bank, looking for all the world like he was just taking a bath. In reality, this posture made it easy for fish to swim in but difficult to get out. Once they were inside, they weren't going anywhere. He. Wait. You're asking how this is automatic? If he has to move himself, isn't that auto-moving? Ahem. To summarize Carlo's new invention. Easy to enter, hard to leave. Requires manual movement. Involves a lot of water. Wait, what was that last one? Well, it's in a lake, so obviously there's a lot of water. Don't go getting any weird ideas. Now, say, thank you, great inventor Carlo. Note, in reality, Dilophosaurus was quite large, significantly taller than a human, and likely didn't have the ability to spit venom. The little poison dog design in the Jurassic Park films is a tertiary creative liberty. The original novel featured them at a more accurate height while retaining the venom-spitting trait. Chapter 29, This Carnotaurus isn't into Shota from other species. While Carlo was fishing, the Dilophosauruses were also fishing. Wait, why would a Dilophosaurus fish? Ahem. As established previously, fishing has 3 distinct characteristics. If an activity meets those 3, how can it not be called fishing? After all, most dinosaurs only have 2 goals in life, victory, and, well, reproduction training. Take Carnotaurus 2, for instance. She was currently occupied with the former. Since being moved into the primeval ecological zone, she hadn't successfully brought down a single kill. It wasn't that she was a weak Carnotaurus, it was that her opponents were just too cracked. I mean, seriously. Can you imagine a herd of Ankylosaurus seeing you and not even bothering to look up? Talk about a total lack of respect. Note, these 2 wouldn't usually meet in nature, one lived in North America, the other in Argentina. If she hadn't charged in and let out a few roars, they probably would have assumed she was a herbivore. Eventually, she had retreated, only because she felt insulted, mind you. It definitely wasn't because their clubbed tails could snap trees like toothpicks. Definitely not. Carnotaurus 2 had failed again, but a Carnotaurus never loses heart. Carlo rose from the water's edge, lake water dripping steadily from his frame. Boring. The fish in the lake refused to play along with his trap. Only 2 or 3 were willing to cooperate, and out of gratitude, Carlo helped them experience the world outside the water. He shook his body, flinging the residual droplets from his skin, and glanced back at Mom and Dad. The duo. So lame. Dreaming again. Even Carlo didn't know why these 2 Giganotosauruses slept so much. Was it to conserve energy? Or did extra sleep lead to a longer lifespan? Carlo couldn't figure it out. However, their lethargy provided him with plenty of opportunities. Activating his stealth mode, he lightened his footsteps and quietly slipped away. He. The cameras caught Carlo dodging his parents, providing yet another piece of excellent footage. Watching this, Grant couldn't help but let his lips curl into a smile. Perhaps this was part of the meaning of paleontology, making people realize that these massive creatures were never just monsters, but wondrous living beings just like themselves. That little guy is truly remarkable, isn't he? The woman standing next to Grant spoke up. Yes, the same employee who previously thought the Ceratosauruses sharing a Parasaurolophus leg was romantic. Today, it was finally her shift to monitor the Giganotosaurus paddock. Aside from the flirty Ceratosaur duo, this subadult individual was her biggest interest. Dr. Grant looked a bit puzzled but remained silent. This dinosaur feels different from the others to me, she continued, almost talking to herself. To my eyes, all the other dinosaurs are just eating and sleeping, surviving day to day. But he's different. He's exploring the world. He really is like a child, full of curiosity about everything. If he wants to do something, he just goes and does it. She paused, turning to Grant. Doctor, do you understand that feeling? It's like the first time I truly realized that everything around me is actually alive. I mean, I knew that already, obviously. But I used to treat them as background noise, as interludes. But since I came here and saw how these dinos live, I finally understand, every interlude you've ever heard is actually a main theme you just didn't know yet. Her eyes were full of longing, her soul was brimming with curiosity for these prehistoric creatures. Grant looked at her and gave a soft smile. I understand. Ever since the day Ellie Sattler chose to leave all those years ago, he had understood. Even if we crave to be an island, the sea will always connect us. Just like Carnotaurus too. She had finally managed to snag a kill, and the last thing she wanted right now was to run into someone higher up the food chain. Yet, Carlo found her anyway. Roar. She bellowed at Carlo, attempting to intimidate him into backing off. Wait, this scene feels familiar. Facing the Carnotaurus's roar, Carlo didn't care at all. With practiced ease, he struck the same pose he'd used during his first meeting with the Ceratosauruses. Crouch, head shake, tail lift, all in one smooth motion. Just like Ceratosaurus 1, Carnotaurus 2, who had assumed he was there to steal her food, was completely floored. What's the deal? Could it be, is he courting me? It wasn't surprising she thought so. After all, what was the life motto of a dinosaur? Victory. Then reproduction. Carnotaurus 2 looked down at her ornithomimus kill and felt that, as a dowry, it was a bit pathetic. Wait, no. He's trying to scam me out of my dowry. Roar. The Carnotaurus was furious. I finally let my guard down for a moment and you tried to play me like. Just kidding. This Carnotaurus isn't into Shota from other species. Carlo had no idea he was being mistaken for a beast in heat, he was just surprised his friendly signal hadn't been received this time. HRRR, purr. Carlo's jaw parted slightly as he activated his king engine, emitting a continuous, low-frequency rumble. He widened his stance and lowered his center of gravity, shifting into a combat trial. Carnotaurus 2, so if you can't have me, you'll destroy me. In reality, Carlo had been looking forward to testing his skills against a dinosaur of similar or larger size. He hadn't forgotten that a certain ultimate weapon was destined to break out of this seemingly peaceful park. Although, after seeing his parents' stat panels, he felt he could probably just win via numerical crushing, it was always better to be cautious and accumulate combat experience. Wait, why do I feel like a bratty kid sneaking out to get into a street fight? Carlo paused for a second. No, I'm fighting to protect my parents. Therefore, I'm a good kid. Aha. The mental victory method. Everyone, stand back. Carnotaurus 2 lowered her body, eyes locked onto her opponent. She slowly shifted her weight, stepping over the ornithomimus carcass as she circled to the right. Seeing this, Carlo didn't hesitate, he began circling to his own right. The path of the two dinosaurs formed an irregular circle. This was the classic duel of carnivores, a contest of experience and patience. Like European knights jousting on horseback, both dinos were covered in openings while in motion. The challenge was figuring out how to seize an opening one step ahead of the opponent. In a duel like this, the most important thing was not to lose your cool. It started as a test of skill, sparring until a point was made. But if one side got angry, it would quickly escalate into a life-or-death struggle. Even the winner might see their life cut short due to infection, blood loss, or lingering internal injuries. Undoubtedly, the Carnotaurus, with the advantage of height, held the upper hand in this posture. Striking the opponent's armored back to cause pain and force a retreat was the best option. But if Carlo bit a vital, soft part of her body, then there would be no stopping. Roar. Carlo let out a soft huff and stepped closer, shortening the radius of the circle. He bypassed the ornithomimus carcass, bringing the two dinos closer together. Roar. Carnotaurus 2 refused to back down. She felt a twinge of regret that her little trap hadn't worked. If the opponent had stumbled while stepping over the carcass, it would have been the perfect moment to strike. The battle was on the verge of erupting. Chapter 30, You Can Do That. Bonus chapter. Snap. The Carnotaurus opened her jaws wide, snapping at the air in front of her. Carlo felt a surge of tension. The moment he noticed her movement, he executed a sliding step, pulling back to create some distance. It was a feint. The Carnotaurus was testing Carlo's reaction speed, gathering intel to refine her next offensive strategy. Carlo realized he had been a bit too reactive. In terms of psychological fortitude, he was no match for the trial-and-error veteran that was Carnotaurus 2. He pivoted his strategy. He would maintain his current distance and wait to clearly see her move before responding. Carnotaurus 2 moved toward the ornithomimus carcass. She hoisted her right leg high and suddenly pivoted into a sprint, the force of her right leg driving her forward with the crushing momentum of a heavy-duty truck. Carlo performed another sliding step to the right to dodge. He didn't understand what she was doing. She had already gauged his reaction speed, so why commit to such a telegraphed, obvious charge? Her breaking point would be a glaring opening. He had to seize this chance. He spun around quickly, but the Carnotaurus was already right on top of him. She had only used that right leg for a momentary burst, she never intended to ram him. Was she just playing for the element of surprise? Carlo had no time to ponder her motives. He tried to slide away again, but suddenly found he couldn't move. A massive foot had clamped down on his left foot. Though it didn't cause him any real pain, it turned him into a sitting duck. You can do that. Carlo's sliding dodge had two distinct traits. 1. He moved the foot in the direction of the dodge before moving the other, and 2. His feet never left the ground. With her two feints, Carnotaurus II had successfully identified Carlo's habits and exploited them. Powerful. Absolutely powerful. Because he was mid-slide, Carlo couldn't even maintain his balance, giving the Carnotaurus a golden opportunity. He was about to be overwhelmed by the big sister of another species. Carnotaurus II lunged, her jaws snapping toward Carlo's neck. Though her head was short, it provided exceptional bite force. And so, Carnotaurus II felt something was wrong. The opponent's defense was absurdly high, her teeth couldn't even penetrate his skin. She had to change tactics immediately. She released her grip, intending to strike at Carlo's neck from the side and use brute force to bowl him over. But that gave Carlo the opening he needed. Without the downward pressure, Carlo quickly retracted his outer foot, restabilizing his center of gravity. Then, he lunged into her chest. He wasn't trying to act cute. The Carnotaurus had pinned his foot to restrict his movement, a clever move, but it also meant her own center of gravity wasn't exactly stable, was it? Perhaps she was confident in her own mass, thinking her weight alone would prevent Carlo from exerting force against her foot. But now, care to guess why it didn't hurt me? Because Carlo had driven himself into her chest, she could no longer reach his neck. She lowered her body further, putting all her weight onto Carlo's left foot to try and shove him out from under her. That was exactly the chance Carlo was waiting for. Since her center of gravity had dropped to the same height as his, from this moment on, it was a fair fight between two creatures of the same size class. Carlo's left foot pushed back, disrupting her balance, while his body shoved her upward and to the side with all his might. The Carnotaurus realized the danger, but it was too late. Roar, a whoa. Thud. Dust billowed. The Carnotaurus flipped onto her side and hit the ground, letting out a confused, startled shriek. Flipped on her side, Carnotaurus II had her soft underbelly exposed right in front of Carlo. Any dinosaur could have gone for a lethal, deep strike right then. Carlo didn't go for the kill. Instead, he planted one foot on Carnotaurus II's body and let out an ambiguous roar of victory. Roar. Battle is great. Carlo didn't know why the information in his head told him he had to roar at the sky after winning, but it felt incredibly cringy. He lifted his foot from Carnotaurus II, gave his body a shake, and turned to walk away. Ah. You're not going to kill me. Seeing him leave, Carnotaurus II cautiously lifted her head for a peek. Really? No killing. After I was that vicious? She was baffled. Indeed, Carnotaurus II's strikes had been fast, accurate, and ruthless, but she hadn't even shaved off 1% of Carlo's health. All Carlo could think about now was, it's in the bag. Everything is in the bag. Besides, Carlo hadn't forgotten that he was the one who went looking for trouble. Life was hard enough for her as it was, and here he was, bullying her. Heavens, I'm so kind-hearted. Knowing the Carnotaurus was too weak, he had specifically come over to be her sparring partner. I, Carlo, am truly too kind. Now say, thank you, Carlo. Carnotaurus II stood up rather disheveled, shaking the dust off her hide. Then, she noticed her prey was still lying there, completely untouched. Wait, seriously. Now Carnotaurus II was genuinely stunned. What was the point of that? You didn't want the food, you didn't want the territory, why the hell did you fight me? Is fighting just your hobby? Are you insane? She picked up her prey and watched the direction Carlo had vanished in. She had many choice words she wanted to share with him. If Carlo had come back at that moment, she would have offered a very warm greeting to his ancestors. Carlo had a great time today. Grant, however, was not having a great time. He had nearly been scared to death. Even as a paleontologist, he couldn't comprehend why Carlo would go out of his way to provoke a predator larger than himself for no reason. He's out of his mind. It's not like you're starving. Why pick a fight with her? Do you have a death wish? He finally understood why female employee described the fellow as doing whatever he wants. Well, she wasn't wrong. Phew. Grant let out a long sigh of relief. The primeval ecological zone had basically stabilized, aside from the Dilophosauruses and their inexplicable fishing activities. Perhaps in just a few more days, he could leave. If he saw these creatures again, it would only be through videos on the website. Maybe saying goodbye like this was for the best. Especially that damn velociraptor. He never wanted to see it again for as long as he lived. At the thought of being rid of that raptor, a smile finally appeared on Grant's face. But the smile on Carlo's face vanished. Because a massive silhouette was blocking his path home. It was Dad. Dun dun doin'. Sound effect. Question: what do you do when you're caught by your parents after sneaking out to do a good deed? Roar. Dad let out a soft huff, questioning Carlo. How much food is left? Huh. Oh. There's a chance. Carlo's brain worked at light speed, arriving at an answer instantly. Dad thought he had gone out to find food. Never change, Dad. I love you, man. Chapter 31, Dinosaur Documentary. Launch. About 10 days later. The account you follow, at Jurassic World Primeval Zone, has posted a new update. There was no superfluous promotional text, only a video lasting over 40 minutes. It opened on a black screen as the main title, Primeval Ecology, slowly faded into view. Below the title was a list of corporate sponsors. Slide the progress bar to skip ads and intro. The sun peeked shyly over the horizon like a sneaky thief. After observing for a moment, it surged into the sky with a golden radiance, tearing through the black curtain of night. Soon, a massive silhouette occupied the screen. It was so close that the texture of its skin, or rather, the deep crevices of its scales, could be observed with clinical clarity. Ankylosaurus. A steady, magnetic male voice narrated alongside the soundtrack. Simultaneously, the camera angle shifted from a low-angle shot to a bird's-eye view. The footage clearly showed 4 ankylosaurs walking in a single file across the green meadow. This dinosaur is famous for the spiked armor on its back and the massive club at the end of its tail. The camera cut to a close-up of the tail. These heavy clubs can weigh up to 50 kilograms, generating an impact force capable of threatening even reinforced bulletproof glass. Note, based on Jurassic World lore, not scientifically verified, at least not by the author. The third ankylosaur in the queue was momentarily distracted by a cluster of nut bushes. However, it was quickly reprimanded by the companion behind it. Ankylosaurus 3 let out a slightly disgruntled huff but obediently maintained its position in the line. Contrary to popular belief, the leader of an ankylosaurus herd stays at the very rear of the formation. Only the leader can command the entire group. Therefore, it must be in a position where it can see every member of the herd to ensure no one falls behind. The lens focused on the ankylosaur at the end of the line. Its body was noticeably larger than the others, and the spikes on its back had a more pronounced curve, though it bore no visible battle scars. Suddenly, the second ankylosaur, a female, stumbled, nearly falling. Instead of berating her, the others stopped in unison. It was only after Ankylosaurus 2 let out a low, trembling groan that the group resumed its march. Measurements show that an Ankylosaurus has a cruising speed of 15 km per hour, with a full sprint reaching up to 30 km per hour. The narrator's voice returned, though he didn't address the female's condition directly at first, taking a more narrative detour. However, this particular herd will certainly not be reaching those speeds today. The camera zoomed in on Ankylosaurus 2. Because among them is an expectant mother. The dinosaur on screen didn't look particularly different from the others, but her slightly sluggish gait betrayed the fact that she was not in peak condition. Time is running out for the herd. They must find a suitable nesting site before number 2 is ready to lay her eggs. The perspective shifted again, focusing on the face of Ankylosaurus 1 before pulling back and rising high into the air. This revealed a sprawling Great Lake on the screen, where several brachiosaurs could be seen with their heads held high above the water. Ankylosaur offspring are of vital importance to the entire herd. To protect the hatchlings, simply avoiding carnivores isn't enough, they must also keep their distance from other large herbivores. A while later, the herd arrived at a forest of towering trees. There was almost no undergrowth here, which gave the ankylosaurs a clear field of vision against predators, at least, against conventional ones. Following the roar of number 4, the leader, the pregnant number 2 immediately hunkered down on the ground to alleviate her pain. Ankylosaurus 1, acting as the scout, appeared exhausted but immediately began digging a pit, preparing a nest for the imminent egg-laying. The herd is weary, but for the safe arrival of the new life, they must push a little further. Seeing that everything was in order, the leader felt a sense of relief. However, when he saw number 3 lying motionless like a corpse, he felt the urge to swing his tail at him. He let out a roar tinged with irritation, signaling 3 to follow him to find food to replenish 2's energy. 3 lifted his head and let out a helpless grunt, having no choice but to follow the leader. The camera followed the leader and number 3 as they moved slowly. Suddenly, the trunk of a tree entered the frame from the left, gradually occupying the entire screen with its vertically interlocking bark patterns. As the camera continued to pan left, the scenery on the other side of the trunk changed completely. It was a dense forest teeming with grass and shrubs. Stray beams of sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting a touch of warmth onto the otherwise somber environment. But soon, that warmth was shattered by the appearance of a little monster. The creature had a pair of twin crests on its head, which actually looked quite impressive, but the folded skin at its throat ruined the aesthetic. Dilophosaurus. The male voice spoke again. A small carnivore that favors dark, secluded areas. They are masters of the ambush. That Dilophosaurus let out a high-pitched chirrup. Like a stone cast into a pond, the sound triggered 1,000 ripples as similar calls echoed throughout the jungle. Immediately, more Dilophosaurs lunged out of the grass one by one. Compared to the first one, they were slightly smaller and had fewer folds on their skin. They possess retractable frills on both sides of their necks. These frills unfurl during courtship or before an attack, forming a shape nearly resembling an irregular circle. An older Dilophosaurus unfurled its frill, vibrating it rapidly to display the intricate patterns to the others. Roar. Another Dilophosaurus interrupted the display. This was also a large male. However, courtship is never a simple affair. Often, the difficulty lies not with the object of affection but with powerful rivals. The younger male and the middle-aged male stood in a standoff. They occasionally flared their frills at each other, showcasing their patterns. The older one reared up to make himself look taller. The youngster, refusing to be intimidated, did the same, and the two remained locked in a stalemate. A formidable opponent is not easily deterred. Only the victor earns the right to mate. The middle-aged Dilophosaurus struck first, snapping at the youngster's neck. Still reared up, the younger one tried to dodge the sneak attack, but his balance faltered, and he tumbled backward. Seeing his opening, the older male charged, intending to trample his opponent into submission. The youngster noticed the charge, but it was too late. Thump. The youngster hit the ground. The middle-aged victor let out a triumphant shriek. The battle is over. The loser loses his chance for now, perhaps next time he will win the favor of a female. The younger Dilophosaurus stood up, shook the dust from his hide, and turned away to lick his wounds in a corner. Chapter 32, You Tell Me If This Dino Looks Real. Free documentary segment has ended. Please unlock VIP for further content. The free documentary cut off abruptly, ending as swiftly as the studio's sense of professional decency. The comment section was a total wreck. Huh. Seriously, bro. The documentary couldn't be called terrible, it was more like a piece of finely crafted garbage. 40 minutes of footage, only 2 species of dinosaurs, basic cuts, and 0 editing flair, it looked like it had been ripped raw from a live ecological feed. 10 out of 10 for freshness. 10 out of 10 for taste. Naturally, while the free documentary produced by Jurassic World pulled in massive viewership, it also garnered a landslide of negative reviews. That's it. That's all. The video quality is mid, but you tell me, does that dinosaur look real or what? I'm not holding my breath for the exclusive paid content anymore. Hey, actually, the stuff behind the paywall is pretty damn good. Too expensive. I'll just wait for the pirated version. Darius was a dinosaur nut. His family wasn't wealthy, and his childhood dream had always been to visit Jurassic World with his father. Note, one of the protagonists of Camp Cretaceous, a legend capable of outrunning a Carnotaurus on a turn. Despite the free documentary falling short of his expectations, Darius was generally just happy to see the footage. Knock, knock. With 2 taps on the door, a large-sized Darius, his father, pushed the door open, hands hidden behind his back. Dad. What's up? Darius asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Ahem. Darius's father cleared his throat, a smile spreading across his face. You know, picking out a gift is a real brain drainer. So. Darius looked at his dad, the corners of his mouth already twitching upward. I was originally going to save this for your birthday. His father pulled a video game case from behind his back and handed it over, prompting a delighted shout from the boy. Woohoo! Darius cheered, thrusting his hands into the air as he took the gift. Thanks, Dad. Love you. His father chuckled. He cleared his throat again, his expression suddenly turning mock serious. However, my own birthday is coming up soon, and I happen to see something that would make a perfect gift for me. Darius saw his father's gravity and turned serious himself, listening intently to his dad's wish. And that is. His father grinned again, bringing his left hand around to present a tablet. The full version of the Primeval Ecological Zone documentary. You know I love dinosaurs, so I need someone who loves them just as much to look after this account for me. Darius froze for a second before cheering even louder. That is so cool. Taking the device and looking at the full version prompt, a look of concern clouded his face. Dad, isn't this really expensive? His father's smile didn't fade as he addressed his son's worry. Your old man and a few friends pooled our pocket money to buy it. Ahem, just don't tell your mother. Darius grinned and couldn't wait to tap the play button. His father watched his happy son, quietly clenching his slightly trembling hand before hiding it behind his back again. "Dad, aren't you going to watch with me?" "I'm coming." Recommended viewing age, 18+. It's fine, I'm right here with you. Darius laughed awkwardly. The warning made him feel like he was about to watch an adult film with a parent. Primeval Ecological Zone, Southern Plains. A few clusters of transplanted nut trees stood on the grasslands. A family of Diplodocus was currently foraging here. The nuts at the very top of the canopy were their favorite, but the trees near the Great Lake had already been claimed by the brachiosaurs. Compared to brachiosaurs, who can briefly stand on their hind legs, the Diplodocus felt outmatched and chose to move on, seeking other territory to call home. However, they hadn't chosen to establish a permanent nest here on the nut tree plains. While food was abundant, the area was surrounded by dense forest and shrubbery to the east, south, and west, a natural hunting ground for predators. Making a home here was basically setting up an all-you-can-eat buffet for carnivores. Thus, the Diplodocus family treated this as a regular feeding spot rather than a home. For Carlo, however, it made no difference, it just meant a few less opportunities for a sneak attack. Currently, he was leading Mom and Dad, crouching in the distant jungle. The scene looked rather peculiar. Carlo appeared to be the leader, the one directing the group. It felt a bit like a college student bringing his rural parents into the big city. And that was essentially the truth. Both Mom and Dad felt that Carlo was more cunning, intelligent, so they let him formulate the battle plan. 1, 2, 3. Carlo counted silently, thinking these Diplodocus were remarkably vigilant. They kept 3 sentries on duty even while eating. Their positioning was strategic, facing east, south, and west. As for the north, that was open plain, they could see anything coming from a mile away. Carlo weighed his options. Since they were bound to be discovered anyway, he might as well sow panic, much like Carnotaurus I, to force the herd to scatter. But these Diplodocus were all members of the same family. How could he get them to abandon their kin? While herbivores aren't exactly a united front, usually operating on the better you than me principle, they still understood that sticking together made them harder to kill. Wait, sticking together. Carlo suddenly had a devious, brilliant idea. He first estimated the distance between the eastern and western forests, then calculated the top speed of a Diplodocus. He then softly conveyed the plan to his parents. They were to ambush the edges of the woods on the east and west sides. If they saw a Diplodocus emerge, they were to charge. It took Mom and Dad a while to understand. It wasn't that they were dim-witted, it was just that the Giganotosaurus language lacked the syntax for such complex instructions. In the end, their takeaway was, see Diplodocus. Charge. Carlo felt a bit helpless, but it would have to do. He waited as he used his clumsy stealth to creep to their designated spots, tracking their locations through their scent. To be safe, Carlo intentionally waited an extra 10 minutes to let them catch their breath and reach peak condition. During this time, he found a spot that completely masked his presence, took a deep breath, and roar. A thunderous roar echoed from the southern jungle. The Diplodocus herd immediately grew restless. They began shifting toward their leader at the center, huddling together. They turned in unison toward the direction of the sound. Shoot, not enough pressure. Carlo realized the first roar wasn't enough to break them. But since things had started, he had to push through. He took another deep breath. 2, 3, 4 times. The roars continued to blast from the forest, a psychological standoff. Since we know there's a predator there but it hasn't shown itself, why aren't we running? This thought began to spread through the herd. Panic slowly began to transform into an urge to flee. Finally, the individual at the northern edge began leading the charge to escape. Chapter 33, A Cornered Beast Struggle. Thump. 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 The rhythmic, heavy pounding of footsteps was relentless. Massive footpads slammed into the earth, kicking up plumes of choking dust. The Diplodocus herd began to shift, desperate to distance themselves from Carlo's location. They moved in pairs or groups of 3, following their leader in a frantic, wide-stepping march toward the outer perimeter. Seeing the Diplodocus approaching, Mom and Dad prepared to lung out from the forest. Roar. Carlo let out another thunderous cry. It caused the Diplodocus to quicken their pace, but it made Mom and Dad freeze in their tracks. The Diplodocus couldn't understand the command, but Mom and Dad heard it loud and clear. Carlo was telling them to stay put. Though confused, their trust in him won out, and they remained hidden as instructed. The lead Diplodocus broke through the tree line and reached the open plain. Then came the second, the third. Now. Carlo roared once more. Mom and Dad, already coiled like overwrought springs, shot forward like arrows from a bow. However, they didn't go in for the kill immediately. Instead, they maintained a strategically safe distance, using their sheer presence to intimidate the herd. The Diplodocus on the far left saw Dad erupting from the foliage. Panic flared in its chest, but it fought to stay calm, signaling frantically to its companion in the middle. Turn right. Quick, turn right. The middle Diplodocus had its attention fixed forward, oblivious to the threat on the right, but it trusted its kin. Fine. Turning right. It shifted its gait, craning its long neck to look right, only to find the massive, terrified face of its right-hand companion inches away. Turn left. Turn left now. The companion on the right signaled urgently. Left. But, okay. The middle Diplodocus swung its head back to the left, only to slam right back into the face of the left-hand companion. Turn right. Turn right now. The middle one was utterly bewildered. But the two on the flanks, desperate to get away from Mom and Dad, had no time for coordination. They squeezed the poor middle, unlucky soul until it could barely breathe. The herd's momentum slowed as those in the rear began slamming into those in front, creating a massive reptilian pile-up. Rustle, rustle. Carlo lunged from the woods behind Mom. He exchanged a few raspy barks with his parents before tearing off after the Diplodocus that had managed to break through the initial bottleneck. His throat felt like it was on fire after all that shouting. Seeing the predators finally reveal themselves, the Diplodocus still trapped in the cluster signaled frantically to their rear companions, huddling even tighter. Thud thud, thud thud. 5 Diplodocus had made it past the line, slightly more than Carlo had anticipated, but not a deal-breaker. One of the escapees was the first to realize something was wrong. The air around it felt too fresh, it hadn't breathed air this clean since the march began. It turned its head back. Holy crap. My family turned into 3 giant lizards. It tried to signal the companions ahead, calling for them to huddle up, but it was too late. The companion to its right slowed down abruptly, falling behind the rest. Carlo had picked a relatively young target. He lunged, jaws locking onto the creature's right hind leg. The sheer momentum of the massive herbivore yanked Carlo forward, causing him to stumble and hit the ground. Yet, he didn't let go, allowing himself to be dragged along the dirt as the Diplodocus struggled forward. The poor creature watched its speed dwindle, watching its kin drift further, and further, and further away. She came to a halt. Carlo sensed the change and immediately released his grip. Leaving deep, bleeding wounds on her leg, he circled rapidly to the right. Mom and Dad, arriving a beat later, moved into position at her left rear and left front, effectively trapping her in a lethal triangular formation. In the next instant, a whip-like tail lashed out with a crack of displaced air. It whistled past Carlo, missing him by a hair and striking the earth a meter away, sending dirt flying. She lashed out again at Mom and Dad, trying to beat them back. A cornered beast struggle. Seeing her desperate defiance, Carlo decided to sacrifice his vocal cords one more time. Roar. He let out an aggressive, commanding roar. Though raspy, it successfully drew her focus. The young Diplodocus lacked combat experience, and she was essentially a hothouse flower raised in safety. She thrashed her tail menacingly at Carlo, but because she didn't understand her own reach, she didn't dare fully commit her strength, fearing she would exhaust herself. A moment later, a flare of agony erupted from her left front limb, followed by her right hind leg. Dad used his wide, powerful jaws to tear at her thick hide. Mom moved to the spot where Carlo had already opened a wound, aiming to expand the bleeding area. Carlo took the opportunity to search for a fatal weakness. The neck. No, the dorsal spines made it a difficult bite. The belly. No, tearing through that level of thick, hanging hide was too tall an order. The beleaguered Diplodocus began to thrash violently. She reared up, her front legs lifting a meter off the ground before slamming down with bone-shaking force. Then, using that momentum, she kicked out with her hind legs. Mom and Dad were thrown back by the force, sliding sideways into the dirt. Seeing this, Carlo threw caution to the wind. He charged and clamped his jaws onto her tail. The Diplodocus, who had been about to whip Mom and Dad again, felt a blinding pain shoot up her spine. She let out a mournful wail. On. She yanked her tail with all her might, trying to wrench it free from Carlo's mouth. The tail thrashed left and right between his teeth, blood beginning to drip slowly from his snout. Some was the herbivore's, some was Carlo's. It had to be said, those ossified spines along the Diplodocus's spine were incredibly effective. When a predator tries to bite down on them, they puncture the mouth. Animal instinct usually forbids an organism from continuing an action that causes self-harm. Trying to deal damage across those spines was like trying to swallow a porcupine. Dad had scrambled back to his feet and entered Carlo's field of vision. He roared at the Diplodocus to draw her attention, but she was now entirely focused on her mangled tail. Seizing the opening, Dad lunged and began tearing at her left shoulder, drawing fresh cries of agony. With one final, desperate yank, she pulled her tail free. With a sickening squelch, her tail whipped out of Carlo's mouth, spraying blood. Carlo's jaws snapped shut with a resounding crack, the delayed sting of the spines finally registering in his gums. A wave of dizziness washed over him. Carlo closed his eyes and shook his head violently, forcing himself to stay conscious. When he opened his eyes again, the blood-slicked, whip-like tail was already whistling toward him, carrying a lethal momentum. Carlo squeezed his eyes shut, bracing himself to tank the hit. Crack. Stretch. The tail struck his hide with immense force. It didn't just bruise, it literally unzipped his skin. The wound opened like a blooming flower, shredded skin pulled wide, revealing the pulsing vessels beneath the raw muscle. Yet, Carlo felt no pain. Chapter 34, gnashed. Mom pressed her chin against Carlo, shielding him behind her massive frame. Carlo opened his eyes and slipped out from behind her. He could see the bloody wound on her right thigh. Stricken with anxiety, he quickly checked her status panel. Name, Caroline. Health, 1360/1660. Good, good. Just a bleeding wound. Carlo let out a small sigh of relief. Roar. Mom gave a soft huff, signaling Carlo to go and help Dad immediately. After one last glance at the panel to confirm Mom's status was stable, Carlo sprinted toward the Diplodocus's other forelimb. Mom looked at the gash on her side and tested her right leg. Finding it only slightly shaky, she lunged back into the fray, snapping at the Diplodocus's right hind limb. The Diplodocus, receiving a relentless barrage of pain signals from multiple sites, probably wished she could just amputate her own tail. It was bleeding non-stop, and the gnashed status Carlo had inflicted made the agony linger, periodically stabbing at her nerves. In that brief moment of her hesitation, Carlo had already maneuvered to her forelimbs, slipping well outside her immediate strike zone. Before biting down, Carlo noticed something and took 2 quick steps forward. There it was, the weakness he had been dreaming of. The Diplodocus's thoracic cavity. While the skin here was as thick as that on her belly, it was full of folds and creases, making it much easier for Carlo to get a grip. In an instant, his mind was made up. He unhinged his jaws and clamped down on the area just below the neck, right against the chest. Then, he began to thrash his head violently, attempting to rip a hole right through her. The hide here was unexpectedly resilient, tearing through it was no simple task. Sensing a terminal threat, the Diplodocus began to heave her body again, trying to throw Carlo off the same way she had dealt with Mom and Dad. Not enough, still not enough. The Diplodocus's frantic struggling acted like adrenaline for Carlo. He loosened his grip for a fraction of a second, only to snap shut on an even larger chunk of skin. Howling in renewed agony, the Diplodocus began hammering the ground with the foot closest to Carlo, trying to crush or deter him. But this gave Carlo an idea. He followed suit, lifting his own leg on the side facing her. He raised it higher, higher, and then he slammed his foot against her flank. He gritted his teeth, swearing to tear her chest open. Using his leg as a lever, he shoved off her body with all his might, pulling his jaws away simultaneously. Squelch, squelch. Blood began to spray in rhythmic spurts. The Diplodocus no longer cared about the other 2 predators. In her world, there was only Carlo. She whipped her tail against the ground and the air. She stomped and thrashed. Almost, just a little more. Her tail whistled through the air, but it couldn't reach him. It was a tantalizing, agonizing distance. They were like a pair of star-crossed lovers. Even though Carlo was so close to her, she still couldn't have him. SKKRLLSSSCH. Carlo was sent tumbling to the ground, sliding several meters away, his mouth still full of the flesh he had just ripped away. The Diplodocus stopped caring about Carlo. She stopped caring about everything. She tried to let out a mournful wail, but all she managed to cough up was a spray of blood. The front of her chest was gone. In its place was a crimson ruin, pulsing muscle, spraying blood, and the faint, white glimmer of bone. I'm dying. The thought echoed hollowly in her mind. Roar. Carlo dropped the fresh meat and let out a loud call to Mom and Dad. The 2 Giganotosauruses released their hold on the prey and quickly converged on Carlo. Mom's gait was slightly unsteady. As soon as she reached them, she slumped down onto the grass. Seeing this, Dad began to gently lick her wound. Wincing from the sting, Mom could only vent her pain through occasional low growls. As for Carlo, he remained focused on the Diplodocus. He licked the scraps of meat stuck between his shark-like teeth, swallowing them along with his bloody saliva to soothe his parched throat. Drip, drip. More and more blood pooled from the cavity in the Diplodocus's chest. Her breathing grew rapid, then agonizingly slow. Lifting her head, she saw her kin gathering together, her entire family. Why me? I was following everyone. I did everything right. On. Her companions were calling to her, wave after wave of cries echoing from the herd. She wanted to answer. She desperately wanted to call back. But in the end, her mouth only filled with blood. She was so tired. Slowly, she pulled her limbs inward and rested her body on the earth. She curved her neck, head drooping, clinging to the last of the world's air. There are so many bugs here, it's so uncomfortable. I wish I could take one last bath. Blood flowed steadily across the ground, staining the grass and the nut bushes she loved so much. She saw her own blood, but she didn't dare look at the wound. Sensing the end, she drew one final, deep breath, turning the red on the grass even deeper. Cough. She let out a final, mournful cry to her family. It was part complaint, part farewell, part longing. But all those emotions were cut short by the sound of the cough. The giant collapsed, hitting the earth like a falling mountain. From that moment on, her favorite nut grove became her nursery, her mattress, and her coffin. Her eyes remained open, but she had stopped breathing. Carlo sat down beside Mom while Dad continued to clean her wound, over and over again. He watched the dead Diplodocus and her herd, watched them in silence. As a predator, the greatest mercy he could offer was not to consume her carcass in front of her family. Fortunately, he was patient with his prey, especially the dead kind. He could afford to be generous. Her kin stood there for a long time, like an eternal forest of towering trees, keeping watch over her. At first, there were constant calls and cries of grief. Then, the sounds gradually faded. Eventually, 1, then 2, then 5, they moved away, one after another. The hunt was over. Carlo stood up, intending to call Mom and Dad to enjoy the meal. But he froze as his eyes fell back on the wound on Mom's thigh. After a moment's thought, he picked up the chunk of thoracic meat he had torn from the Miss Diplodocus and brought it to Mom so she could eat and regain her strength. Looking at the exhausted Mom, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Why didn't she let me take that hit? He wasn't a child anymore. With his health pool, he could take a tail swipe, he could probably take a tank shell and keep walking. But Mom had protected him anyway. Regretting it now was pointless. He couldn't exactly blame the Diplodocus. You were going to die anyway, why didn't you just stay still and let me bite your neck? The most important thing now was preventing infection. With his human knowledge, Carlo knew how lethal a wound in the wild could be. No matter how strong Mom was, infection was a silent killer. Since he didn't know if the humans would step in to treat her, he had to find a way to help her himself. Chapter 35, Chaos. The afternoon of the late Miss Diplodocus. The world is a marvelous place. Just when we think certain events belong strictly in the realm of fiction, someone truly experiences them, and successfully rises after the blow. Ian Malcolm stood at the lectern, pinned by a single spotlight. The audience below was a sea of tourists, staff members, and even scientists in stark white lab coats. Of course, I'm not talking about myself. Any hardship can knock me down. He pointed to himself, letting out a self-deprecating chuckle. During that disaster, I simply broke a leg, lay around for a few hours, and took a brief, involuntary tour of the Tyrannosaurus chasing a Jeep attraction. A ripple of polite laughter spread through the crowd. In contrast, Dr. Sattler rebooted the park's power grid, and Dr. Grant led 2 children through dinosaur territory to safety. They are the true heroes. The audience fell silent. Some were likely questioning whether they could have done better, others were mourning the lives lost during the Jurassic Park incident. Well, regardless, my point is this: we often believe we are living in the modern age. In truth, we have always lived within history. And as for which era of history we inhabit, the decision rests in our hands. In your hands. He bunched his fingers together, pointing both hands at himself before sweeping them across the entire audience. Then, shifting the mood with a smile, he walked toward the edge of the stage, leaning his hands on the table and chuckling softly. All right, let's move on to the Q&A. Hands shot up across the room. You. The little one over there. Your question, please. He gestured toward a small silhouette in the shadows. He had noticed the child, who looked about 7 years old, quite early on. In his experience, children that age rarely sat through an entire lecture in silence. Were you really bitten by a T-Rex? The youthful voice asked a question that caught Malcolm off guard but was, in hindsight, entirely expected. He couldn't help but laugh. Truthfully, kid, I'd love to show you the scars. But there are too many people here, and I'm a bit shy. Please, take a seat. He waved his right hand again, signaling the boy to sit. That gentleman there. Your question, go ahead. The man who stood was middle-aged, wearing a security uniform. Curiously, despite his muscular build, he carried a faint air of academia. Dr. Malcolm, I've read several of your books regarding the potential issues with dinosaur resurrection. A significant portion of them mention the term chaos. He paused before continuing. I am not a mathematician, nor a scholar. I would like to ask, what exactly is this chaos? Malcolm took a few seconds to organize his thoughts. To put it simply, in chaos theory, chaos refers to a series of unpredictable events. The butterfly effect is perhaps the most widely recognized phenomenon of chaos. If we are searching for something, it might appear before us the next moment, or it might never appear at all. We can never accurately grasp the trajectory or the ultimate outcome of an event. That is chaos. Compsognathus, nature's best cleanup crew, were currently enjoying a rare feast. Thump. Thump. Roar. With a few heavy steps, Carlo arrived to drive the little scavengers away. He looked down at Miss Diplodocus, who was missing a large chunk of flesh, and felt a twinge of pity. Normally, a carnivore doesn't consume more meat in one sitting than the size of its own head. Carlo was an even greater anomaly. He felt full after just a few bites. Furthermore, for reasons unknown, his hunger bar was depleting much slower than it had when he was a hatchling. Hunting a Diplodocus didn't seem like the most efficient choice in hindsight. While it could satisfy his food requirements for days, the massive carcass was more likely to become a buffet for other dinosaurs. After standing in thought for a long time, Carlo decided to let it go. It hadn't been easy for Miss Diplodocus to grow this large. He would let her body nourish other life forms as well. However, as the one who brought her down, he was still going to harvest some parts for storage. All right. To be lazy and walk less in the coming days, I have to work hard now. He poked his head into Miss Diplodocus's carcass, attempting to dismember the prey from the inside out, but he quickly realized he couldn't see a thing. Ugh, do I have to start from the dorsal spine? So much work. A Diplodocus wasn't like a Triceratops. Its skin was thicker and its skeleton sturdier. Breaking it down was no simple task. It was a matter of evolutionary mechanics. The Tyrannosaurus rex evolved a powerful, bone-crushing bite force specifically to hunt ceratopsians and hadrosaurs. But the Giganotosaurus? To deal with titanosaur-sized sauropods, they sacrificed some bite force in exchange for a wider, serrated muzzle, perfect for slicing through thick hide and letting the prey bleed out. While a Diplodocus isn't a titanosaur, the principles remained similar. Carlo clamped onto the skin to the right of Miss Diplodocus's spine and began to thrash, tearing through hide and muscle to expose the bone. Note, Miss Diplodocus had died in a prone position, but Carlo's family had flipped her onto her left side while feeding earlier. A moment later, Carlo stopped. He sensed something in the air. He lifted his head, peering toward the nearby woods. About 5 minutes later, two Ceratosauruses slowly emerged from the trees. They saw the massive carcass of the Diplodocus, and they saw Carlo, who was pretending to eat. The two didn't move forward recklessly. Most carnivores are extremely territorial over their kills. Even members of the same species don't always like to share, let alone different species altogether. Unfortunately, Ceratosaurus 2 was currently injured. They needed to avoid conflict if possible. Carlo feigned as if he had only just noticed them, looking up. The three dinosaurs locked eyes, held in a stalemate. Then, Carlo tilted his head back, briefly exposing his throat before leveling his gaze again. Though he liked these two, he was wary that a starving predator might act out. Fortunately, the two Ceratosauruses remained rational. They mirrored the gesture, tilting their heads to show their throats in a sign of non-aggression. Carlo gave a happy grin, or as close to one as he could manage. These two were interesting. He certainly didn't mind sharing a bit of the spoils, provided they kept a good attitude. Carlo stood by the carcass and stepped aside, yielding space for the two Ceratosauruses. Chapter 36, Ceratosaurus. I respect and love you all. Ceratosaurus 2 passed by Carlo, giving him a second look. Has this guy grown a bit? However, the injured female was in no position to overthink things. She was in dire need of energy replenishment. As Carlo watched the two Ceratosauruses gorge themselves, he couldn't help but feel a sense of confusion. According to the data in his head, the Ceratosaurus was often nicknamed the miniature T-Rex of its era. How did they end up living such a pathetic, scavenge-reliant life? Then again, he couldn't really blame them. Among modern animals, even the highly skilled cheetah only has a hunting success rate of about 58%. It was even harder in the chaotic, demon-dance world of dinosaurs. Carlo stopped focusing on his ceratosaur friends and returned to the back of Miss Diplodocus to resume his work. Two different species from two different eras had reached a bizarre equilibrium, harmoniously sharing a kill. About 30 minutes later, Ceratosaurus 2 sat down to rest. A striking wound marked her side, freshly made. Based on Carlo's limited experience, it looked like the handiwork of a ceratopsian. Wait, where did Ceratosaurus 1 slip off to? Carlo scanned the area. He had been so focused on the butchery that he hadn't noticed Ceratosaurus 1's disappearance. Ceratosaurus 2's eyes shifted stealthily between the Diplodocus carcass and Carlo. He killed this. No, it seemed unlikely. While she was eating, she noticed the carcass was far too young. This wasn't a death from natural causes. If she were picking prey, she'd go for subadults or hatchlings, or maybe an elder about to keel over. But this one. It was a prime adult, strong, energetic, and at its peak. Not a target easily taken down. Therefore, something much larger had killed this Diplodocus. Something bigger than that Carnotaurus from before, and likely working in a pair. She recalled the wounds she saw on the Diplodocus's legs and made a mental note. Sigh, life is just too hard here. Ceratosaurus 1 didn't have much of a brain, it was a good thing she had a double portion of wits, or they'd have starved long ago. As for this guy. She watched Carlo, who was busy doing something, and sank back into thought. Less fighting was always good, but... Wait, did he really get taller? Before she could investigate further, Ceratosaurus 1 came trotting back, looking rather pleased with himself, carrying a bundle of plants in his mouth. He dropped them in front of her. Ceratosaurus 2 carefully inspected the greenery, then gave a soft huff and a nod of approval. This made Ceratosaurus 1 ecstatic, and it also caught Carlo's attention. Ceratosaurus 1, I finally found the right one. It wasn't easy. 3 days. I finally know how to identify plants. Carlo watched them intently, curious about what they were up to, but he stayed back to avoid interrupting. He saw Ceratosaurus 1 pin the plants down with his right foot, then lean down to bite and tear them into smaller pieces. Ceratosaurus 1 began chewing the greenery. His movements were exaggerated, and his teeth clearly weren't designed for grinding foliage. As Ceratosaurus 1 moved, Carlo noticed the scars covering the predator's body. Strangely, he couldn't quite identify the nature of those wounds, they seemed blurred, as if censored by a mosaic filter. Ceratosaurus 1 continued to masticate the leaves, occasionally adding more, letting the plant juices mix thoroughly with his saliva. Feeling the bitterness in his mouth, he couldn't help but think that life for herbivores must be miserable. Once he decided the consistency was right, Ceratosaurus 1 gathered the herb paste onto his tongue and gave Ceratosaurus 2's wound a long lick. The green mash coated the injury, masking the blood. A flash of very human-like pain crossed Ceratosaurus 2's face. Though she tried her best to restrain herself, she couldn't help but let out a muffled, low roar. To Carlo, it sounded a bit like a purr. But that didn't matter, because Carlo couldn't sit still anymore. He had suspected it from the moment Ceratosaurus 1 started eating grass, but he hadn't expected the two Ceratosauruses to actually use herbal medicine to treat wounds. Doesn't that mean Mom's wound can also be? Ceratosaurus duo, we might get hurt a lot, but our medical tech is top tier. Carlo bypassed Miss Diplodocus's carcass and approached the two, closely examining the plant Ceratosaurus 1 had brought. Deep green leaves, and that was about it. It looked exactly like every other blade of grass to him. After all, he was a carnivore, not a botanist, plant identification wasn't exactly on his curriculum. Carlo felt a surge of frustration for not noticing which direction one had come from. However, he committed the appearance of the herbs to memory and turned to trot off to find some. After a few steps, he doubled back and nuzzled the two Ceratosauruses. Yes, a nuzzle, not a nudge. Ceratosaurus. I respect and love you all. A meal in exchange for knowledge, too cool. The Ceratosauruses had been wary when Carlo approached, and they remained utterly baffled as he ran off, ran back, nuzzled them, and then sprinted away again. They had no idea what kind of insanity had gripped him. Ceratosaurus 2 felt there were still many mysteries surrounding Carlo. He was such a big dinosaur, yet he acted like a hatchling. She gave a soft roar to call Ceratosaurus 1, only to find him frozen in place. Ceratosaurus 1 was currently breaking out in a cold sweat, thoroughly spooked by Carlo's sudden display of affection. During the construction of the primeval ecological zone, Dr. Sattler. Dr. Sattler. A female researcher under Dr. Wu, also an expert in botany, came jogging toward Ellie Sattler while clutching a tablet. What is it? Ellie turned to face her. She was currently busy analyzing the dietary preferences of the dinosaurs to determine where certain flora should be planted. I noticed you put in a massive order for mugwort on the procurement list. That's not on the dinosaurs' feeding schedule. I recall those are used primarily for hemostasis and pain relief. The researcher posed her question with more curiosity than accusation. Ellie Sattler looked at her and gave a gentle smile. You know, plants are an indispensable part of the natural world. Her tone was warm, perhaps influenced by the fact that she was now a mother of two, providing a sense of absolute security. Unfortunately, we often forget their importance. She turned her head, a slightly bitter expression flitting across her face. But the animals don't. They never forget the utility of any plant, whether they are carnivores or herbivores. Even if they've never seen them before, even if they know nothing about them scientifically, they will experiment with new flora. They learn to respect them, and they learn to overcome the toxic ones. Ellie's smile returned as she looked back at the researcher. They need medicine, too. Not the human-made kind packed into a dart, but nature's own, organic medicine. The researcher blinked, then gave a self-deprecating laugh. Forgive me, Dr. Sattler. I've been so focused on studying what these dinosaurs like to eat that I forgot such a simple truth. Ellie responded with a smile and then turned her gaze to the monitors for the Triceratops paddock. She saw an adult triceratops give a low call to the calf behind her, steering the youngster away from a cluster of toxic West Indian lantana berries. Chapter 37, A Feast Built for a Side of Vinegar. It took nearly half an hour, but Carlo finally located the mugwort. Upon returning to the habitat, he found Mom using the lake water to clean her wound. He conveyed the medicinal effects of the herb to her, then, mimicking Ceratosaurus 1, chewed the leaves into a pulp and applied them to her injury. She simply turned her head, caught the scent of the chewed herbs, and committed it to memory. Compared to Carlo, who had spent 30 frantic minutes searching based on fuzzy mental images, she remained far more composed. Watching her, Carlo suddenly remembered he possessed a formidable sense of smell. Having eyes had apparently made him forget how to use his nose. It was a classic case of a frantic patient seeking any doctor in a storm. Darius finally got his wish and watched the VIP documentary. There was less pointless narration and more breathtaking cinematography. He even saw a close-up of Carlo tearing open the Diplodocus's thoracic cavity. To him, the sight of a Giganotosaurus hunting a massive long neck was something that had only ever existed in books. However, he now understood why the content was rated 18+. That close-up was pure directorial malice, the kind that could make a little kid throw up from fright. His dad had even jumped, quickly covering Darius's eyes with a worried hand. Seriously, Dad, I'm not a toddler. As for the interactions between Carlo and the Ceratosauruses, that wasn't in the VIP documentary, that was exclusive paid content. After all, that segment was the real masterpiece. Who could have imagined two species from different eras sharing prey, let alone learning from one another? The final scene of Carlo and the two Ceratosauruses nuzzling was enough to drive paleontologists to madness. It wouldn't be an exaggeration for them to scream, "Paleontology is a lie." The comment section was a rare gathering of heavyweights. Some were debating, others were busy coming up with forced scientific explanations. Since Jurassic World officially forbid leaking the genetic makeup of their dinosaurs to the public, these scientists, even if they suspected the truth, couldn't openly blame Dr. Wu and his gene-splicing wizardry. Consequently, the reviews for the premiere of Primeval Ecology were intensely polarized. To win back the viewers of the free segment, the officials launched a naming contest for the ankylosaurs. The leader, number 4, was named Scimitar, after the curved spikes on his back. Number 3 was dubbed Rebel, as he seemed to have a persistent bone to pick with the leader's orders. Numbers 1 and 2, having shown no particularly striking traits yet, remained nameless for the time being. Are you serious? In her office, Claire Deering was doing her absolute best to maintain her elegant tone and composure. But she had finally hit her breaking point. If an ordinary employee had seen her now, they might have assumed a high-threat dinosaur had breached containment. Unfortunately, humans were far more unpredictable than dinosaurs. Claire had just learned that the editor for Primeval Ecology had pulled a massive stunt. The editor felt that the shot of Carlo tearing open the Diplodocus's chest was magnificent, a display of raw, feral beauty. He had poured his life's work into the Giganotosaurus hunt, utilizing every trick in his arsenal. Then, the censors rejected it. The reason, too bloody. The editor had argued his case fiercely. He claimed he had made the entire video just for that one shot, a feast of dumplings prepared solely for a side of vinegar. He couldn't just delete it. The censors shot back, then change the filling and eat your dumplings with soy sauce instead. Infuriated, the editor flipped the table. You won't eat them. Fine. He moved the entire Giganotosaurus hunt to the VIP section, padded the free version with extra Ankylosaurus and Dilophosaurus footage, and resubmitted. It actually passed. But in the end, the censorship department reported him anyway. Given the current public outcry, if they didn't report him, their own bonuses would be on the line. What kind of garbage are you letting through? They demanded. The reported editor wasn't about to back down and called Claire directly to argue his case. Claire was very receptive. You're fired, she said with a smile that looked like a man-eating demon. No, the editor wailed. You can't do this. You can't do this to me. According to labor laws. Click. Claire hung up the desk phone and leaned her head on her hands, feeling a headache coming on. She used to think that wearing board shorts to a date was the peak of human absurdity, but clearly, there were higher masters at play. Whose officer is this? Glancing at the paperwork and guest feedback on her desk, she sighed. While Mr. Masrani occasionally made odd decisions, his instincts for profit were as sharp as a dung beetle's for, well, dung. 38% of guests wanted to visit the ecological zone, 20% felt more dinosaurs should be added, 17% opposed the zone, calling it too cruel, and another 20% thought it was perfect as is. The remaining 5%. They hadn't even heard of it. She saw the untapped potential. If they could set up a safari-style tour like in Africa, the revenue would easily rival the Gyrosphere Valley. But it was impossible. Though she had only known Owen for a short time, their small talk had taught her enough about animal behavior. For creatures with territorial instincts this strong, a tour route was basically a mobile, canned food buffet. However, Claire flipped to another file on her desk. Camp Cretaceous. It was a youth summer camp project. Mr. Misrani wanted more children to experience the dinosaurs. If everything went according to plan, the site would be very close to the primeval ecological zone. They could run a trial integration. Somewhere around here. The southwest area near entrance 3. It would give the kids a direct view of the Great Lake, and they could witness how the Jurassic World staff handled the dino herding operations. How do I look? A bit ridiculous. Owen was rarely seen without his signature shirt and vest combo. He was currently wearing formal attire, holding his arms out for Barry to inspect. I'm serious, man. I'm going to see the big boss. I'm serious too. You don't suit serious clothes at all. Barry teased him without mercy. Those who hadn't seen Star-Lord might think Owen looked masculine and dependable. Those who had, well, let's leave Owen some dignity. He took a long, nervous breath. In a way, he had gotten this job through a back door. Before joining, he had been a dolphin trainer in the military. A recommendation from his commanding officer had smoothed his path into the park. Let's review, Barry. Help me review the pitch. All right. Just remember, make the boss realize the value of these raptors. And your own value. A dinosaur show is unprecedented. You'll succeed, no one knows them better than you do, right? You're right. You're right. Owen repeated the words twice to pump himself up, clutching a tablet as he headed toward the owner's office. For a bigger raptor paddock. Charge. Chapter 38, Eating Popcorn.jpg. Right, thank you very much, sir. It's been an honor. Owen spoke with a respectful tone as he stepped out of Misrani's office and gently closed the door. Turning to face Barry, he threw his hands up, eyes wide, making a silent shouting motion. To avoid disturbing the other executives, he didn't let a sound escape. Nice. Barry lowered his voice, pumping his fist and driving his elbow down through the air in a victory gesture. Things were looking up. Everything was looking up. A larger paddock. More staff. Promotions. Raises. It was all locked in. That afternoon, at the airport. I am truly grateful for your help. Really, this means a great deal to me. Misrani shook hands with Dr. Grant and Dr. Sattler respectively. As for Malcolm, he was already on the plane. I will arrange the transfer of my company's paleontological dig site in Argentina to you via digital contract shortly, Dr. Grant. And of course, for you, Dr. Sattler, the ancient plant fossils and all the proprietary botanical data from this park. Misrani expressed his gratitude once more. As for Malcolm, Misrani had paid a premium just to get him here. Dr. Grant's team had completed their mission, transforming the primeval ecological zone into a stable dinosaur ecosystem and fulfilling Misrani's vision. Now, they were preparing to depart. Naturally, Misrani would have loved to keep the two of them on. However, Dr. Sattler needed to return to her children, and Dr. Grant didn't want any more midnight trysts with raptors in his dreams. As for Malcolm, he was an oppositionist, why keep him around? Dr. Grant boarded the plane but paused at the hatch, looking back at the island one last time. For some reason, he felt a twinge of nostalgia. In a daze, he seemed to hear that voice again, the voice of the big black raptor. Alan. Don't leave me. Come back. Damn it. Nostalgia my foot. Let's go. Dr. Grant moved quickly into the cabin, ignoring the odd looks from others as he helped the crew pull the hatch shut. Phew. Letting out a long sigh, he headed toward his seat. Beside him, Malcolm had already reclined his chair, a magazine draped over his face as he prepared for a nap. This guy, despite having the easiest job, was the most eager to leave. Grant picked up his thermos from the table. Alan. Ellie's voice made Grant pause just as he was unscrewing the lid. What is it? Your dig site, you won't be struggling for funding anymore, will you? Hearing this, Grant gave a soft chuckle and shook his head. No. Definitely not. He took a sip of water and continued, and even if I were really strapped for cash, I wouldn't follow two fake billionaires to a dinosaur-infested island to find a missing kid ever again. Ellie couldn't help but laugh along. I have to go to the New York Times tomorrow. They've invited me for an interview regarding the safety of Jurassic World. Do you want to come? Dr. Grant hesitated, tightening the lid of his thermos and placing it back on the table. After a long silence, he spoke with a smile. I think I'd rather go back to digging in the dirt. Ellie's smile remained as she watched the scenery outside the window rush past. I see. No one knew what the two were really thinking, nor what their words truly implied. Wait, maybe someone did. Grant suddenly noticed something off about Ian next to him. The men seemed to twitch. He lifted a corner of the magazine, only to find Ian's eyes wide and sparkling with curiosity. Grant didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he slapped the magazine back down, shaking his head helplessly. Carnotaurus 1 crept through the tall grass, moving slowly to ensure he didn't make a sound. He could smell the blood in the air. That heart-pounding aroma awakened his primal urge to feed. He hadn't eaten in 3 days. Those Parasaurolophus were incredibly clever. Once they realized the Stegosaurus herd couldn't guarantee their safety, they all bolted. Now they were off looking for a new partner. This meant the Carnotaurus could no longer simply find the Stegosauruses to locate his prey. It wasn't that he couldn't eat a Stegosaurus, it was just that, well, those guys had too much guts. Among modern animals, many large creatures like moose or wild yaks react to predators by fleeing. In reality, their body size often dwarfs the local predators. If they dared to face them head-on, they could easily intimidate them. This is why you shouldn't turn your back and run when encountering a beast in the wild. You need to make yourself look bigger and more terrifying. If you're brave enough, you can even try to chase the predator to make it think it's on your menu. Just kidding, don't actually try that. The dinosaur world operated on the same logic. A bold Stegosaurus would love nothing more than to introduce its tail to a Carnotaurus's face, leaving the predator wondering if he was the one being hunted. Thus, he had decisively abandoned the idea of hunting Stegosaurus, choosing instead to travel further afield for prey. But this came with a greater hidden danger. That crazy Ceratosaurus was one thing, but the key threat was the massive predator he had never met. According to Carnotaurus 2's description, there were at least 2 big ones and 1 small one. Judging by the incredibly thick scent of blood in the air, this was undoubtedly the handiwork of those giants. The Parasaurolophus he used to hunt never smelled this strongly. This was almost certainly not the work of a Ceratosaurus. Breaking through the jungle and stepping onto the grassland, Carnotaurus 1 saw the most spectacular sight of his life. A mountain of meat. With a body that large, how many days could he eat? He couldn't even imagine it. He had to feed on this carcass before the large predators returned, as much as possible. Changing his skin patterns to drop his camouflage, he sprinted toward the Diplodocus corpse. 30 meters. 20 meters. 10 meters. The Carnotaurus came to a dead stop. He sensed something. Carlo, who was still busy dismembering the Diplodocus, pulled his head away from the spine. A massive head popped up from behind, Miss Diplodocus. This made the Carnotaurus hesitate to charge blindly. Carlo was somewhat speechless. This Diplodocus was a real magnet, drawing in a Carnotaurus from so far away. He wanted to try communicating with the Carnotaurus using the same method he used with the Ceratosauruses. But he failed. The temperamental Carnotaurus 1 wasn't in a mood to play nice. Roar. Before Carlo could even move, Carnotaurus 1 let out a high-pitched, threatening roar. The Carnotaurus decided to gamble on his own strength to seize the feeding rights. Seeing this, Carlo stopped being polite. He planted his legs firmly, drawing in a deep breath. Roar. From behind the Diplodocus carcass, he unleashed a roar far louder and more menacing than that of Carnotaurus 1. He wasn't bloodthirsty, but he didn't fear a fight. At the very least, he had to accumulate more combat experience before that man-made monster made its debut. Last time, Carnotaurus 2 had outsmarted Carlo with a clever ploy. He was looking forward to seeing what Carnotaurus 1 had to offer. P.S. Here's a joke, an ARK Giganotosaurus isn't aggressive. Chapter 39, Carlo, I'm not aggressive, for real. Roar. Not to be outdone, Carnotaurus 1 let out another defiant cry. Carlo didn't waste his breath this time. He took the initiative to round the Diplodocus carcass, closing the distance toward Carnotaurus 1. Thump. 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 Each footfall was a heavy thud that seemed to vibrate right through Carnotaurus 1's chest. Carnotaurus 1 shifted into a combat stance, watching his opponent warily. It was only as the other drew near that he realized just how robust this creature was, certainly larger and more powerful than a Ceratosaurus. Could this be the small one of the apex predator trio? He couldn't understand how a creature that wasn't even as tall as him could produce such bone-shaking footsteps. This was going to be a heavyweight bout. About 5 meters from the Carnotaurus, Carlo came to a halt, then began to circle to the left. Carnotaurus 1 matched him, sidestepping to the right. They were now fully exposed to each other, their eyes scanning for weaknesses with predatory intent. While Carnotaurus 1 might not have been as cunning or vicious as number 2, his combat instincts were sharper. A quick skin told him that attacking the opponent's back or flanks would be futile. Those areas were shielded by osteoderms, scales like plates of armor. That left very few vulnerable spots. First, the head. If he could snap his jaws around the opponent's skull from the side, it would be a perfect strike. Second, the lower legs, unreliable. Finally, the soft throat, unless he could flip the creature over, that was off the table too. Carnotaurus 1 broke eye contact for a split second, scanning Carlo's body again. The tail. If I can catch the tail. No, too dangerous. Scratch that. Suddenly, Carlo snapped his jaws at the air in a lunging motion, testing the Carnotaurus's reaction time just as number 2 had once done to him. But Carnotaurus 1 didn't flinch. He simply returned his gaze to Carlo's eyes. Is his reaction time too slow? No, definitely not. Carlo was smart, but he lacked the raw, seasoned combat intuition of the Carnotaurus. The predator only had to look at the sway of Carlo's body to know whether a movement was a feint or a genuine strike. The situation ground into a stalemate. Carnotaurus 1 made his decision, he would go for the head. However, his current side-on posture wasn't ideal for a strike. He slowed his pace and began to turn, facing Carlo head-on. Noticing the change, Carlo also stopped, standing face-to-face with the predator. Roar. After a moment of staring, Carnotaurus 1 let out a provocative bark. Carlo wanted to roar back, but his throat was still raspy from hurting the Diplodocus, so he opted for a silent, menacing stare. The Carnotaurus felt a bit awkward. He had intended to launch his attack the moment Carlo roared back, but the ploy had failed. He would have to find another opening. Both Carlo and the Carnotaurus lowered their centers of gravity, their tails tilting slightly upward in a pre-strike crouch. Despite the weight of Carlo's footsteps, he was currently about a head shorter than the Carnotaurus. This gave Carnotaurus 1 a fleeting illusion, is this guy just posturing? He decided to find out. In a flash, Carnotaurus 1 struck first. He tucked his head low, aiming his bulk straight at Carlo's torso in a powerful ramming charge. Carlo, already low to the ground, didn't dodge. The memory of Carnotaurus 2's foot-stomping trick was still fresh in his mind. He dropped his stance even lower, bracing for the impact. Thud. Carlo staggered slightly, but the Carnotaurus, unable to check his momentum, slammed into Carlo's flank. He scraped along the armored skin and rode up onto Carlo's back, his forebody momentarily draped over the Giganotosaurus. This was no advantage, instead, it delivered a heavy blow to the Carnotaurus's confidence. Shit. He's not posturing. Carlo didn't give him the chance to disengage. He kept his feet planted and pushed back against the weight. 1 step. 2 steps. The Carnotaurus's backward scramble couldn't keep pace with Carlo's forward drive. Sensing the shift, Carlo surged upward, attempting to flip the Carnotaurus onto his back. Carnotaurus 1's left foot was forced off the ground. He balanced precariously on his right leg. Just before he tipped over completely, he slammed his left foot down, crossing it over his right in a clumsy X shape. He stumbled sideways for several steps before finally regaining his balance and squaring up again. The Carnotaurus was confused as to why the opponent hadn't pressed the advantage. He looked up, only to see Carlo already back in a ready stance, waiting for him. The look in those eyes seemed to say, "Come at me." Carnotaurus 1 couldn't quite grasp Carlo's motive, but his instincts screamed that something was wrong. It felt as if the other dinosaur was playing with him. Or rather, he was being used as a plaything. Either way, it was bad news. Keeping his eyes locked on Carlo, he began a slow, deliberate retreat. He realized now that seizing the Diplodocus feeding rights would come at a cost he couldn't afford. It would be easier to go out and hunt his own Diplodocus. Go for the head. Yeah, right. If I actually bit him, this guy would shake my brains into a slurry until I was forced to let go. Unlike the departing Carnotaurus, Carlo wasn't happy about the retreat. Starving for combat experience, he was desperate to keep his coach around. He tore a small chunk of meat from the Diplodocus and tossed it toward Carnotaurus 1. Splat. The bloody meat landed on the grass, spraying a small mist of red. The Carnotaurus smelled the intoxicating aroma, but before his hunger could override his survival instinct, he shook his head. He discarded every thought that threatened his safety and picked up the pace of his retreat. Now Carlo was genuinely anxious. It wasn't every day you found a sparring partner this good. There's no way you're leaving like that. Whether you want to fight me or not, we're fighting. With a zero-frame start, Carlo bolted after the Carnotaurus. Terrified, Carnotaurus 1's skin patterns began to shift wildly as he turned and fled. He sprinted toward his own territory, frantically cycling through camouflage patterns to try and melt into the environment. Carlo tracked the scent without a hint of giving up. Carnotaurus 1 finally snapped, letting out a frustrated roar over his shoulder. Roar. Are you a psycho? I said I won't eat it. Just let it go. His throat be damned, Carlo let out a roar of his own. He didn't know what the Carnotaurus was screaming, but his message was simple. Whether you eat or not, you're catching these hands. Roar. This time, Carnotaurus 1 didn't roar at his pursuer. He tilted his head toward the sky and let out a long, mournful, and utterly pathetic wail that echoed through the forest. Help me. Chapter 40, the Ankylosaurus chapter. Primeval ecological zone, several days ago. Ankylosaurus 2, currently gravid, crouched over her nesting site. She sensed that her time to lay was imminent, and a heavy fatigue had begun to settle into her thick limbs. Ankylosaurus 1 had spent the morning gathering a mountain of foliage. A portion was already padded into the nest to act as a buffer for the incoming eggs, while the rest sat in a heap nearby, ready to cover and insulate the clutch once they were laid. The leader, Scimitar, remained as grimly vigilant as ever. He patrolled a constant radius of 15 meters around the nest, his heavy footsteps rhythmically thudding against the earth. Unexpectedly, even the indolent rebel, Ankylosaurus 3, had abandoned his usual laziness, standing guard alongside number 1 to flank the nesting female. For an Ankylosaurus, their field of vision is their greatest liability. They have a very low upward viewing angle, meaning they cannot easily spot dangers lurking above or behind high cover. Similarly, their heavy club tails cannot be raised very high, at most, slightly above the level of their own heads. This makes it difficult for them to deliver lethal blows to large carnivores unless the predator is at ground level. Their best tactical advantage lies in targeting an attacker's legs. A clean hit to a metatarsal could shatter bone and end a hunt instantly. Fortunately, Scimitar was intimately aware of these weaknesses. He had chosen this specific clearing because it was sparse in dense shrubbery, offering clear lines of sight and reducing the probability of an ambush. Sensing a shift in her body, Ankylosaurus 2 rose from her crouch. She stood on all fours, front limbs slightly lowered and hind legs braced wide, positioning herself directly over the bed of leaves. Her expression was one of strain, yet she suppressed her cries, letting out only a continuous, muffled grunting. Thump thump, thump thump. She could feel her heart racing, her massive frame trembling slightly. Drawing a ragged breath, she held it, straining with a primal effort. With her forelimbs pressed hard into the soil, a phantom pressure shifted from her chest toward her abdomen. The tip of an egg emerged, stretching her sphincters until... plop. The muscles snapped back, and an oval egg slid into the nest, coated in a thick, translucent fluid streaked with faint, thread-like traces of blood. Ankylosaurus 2 felt a wave of relief wash over her, gasping for air as if she had just escaped a predator's jaws. Moments later, she held her breath and repeated the process. 2 eggs. 3. With her womb finally empty, her legs buckled. She used the last of her strength to crawl a few feet away and slumped onto the grass. Ankylosaurus 1 moved in quickly, instinctively burying the eggs under the prepared pile of leaves. Rebel seemed to let out a sigh of relief as well, preparing to lie down and rest. But a sharp, authoritative bellow from Scimitar snapped both of them back into a defensive stance. It wasn't over yet. In the dinosaur world, egg-laying is a perilous task, not just for the physical toll on the mother, but for the aftermath. The scent of a fresh birth can stir the hunger of any predator in the vicinity. For the protectors of the territory, the next few hours, even days, required absolute focus. Chirp, chirp. Squeak. The forest, which had been filled with the mother's pained grunts, suddenly fell silent. Only the cheerful sounds of birds remained. Huff, huff. Scimitar stopped walking. The world narrowed down to the sound of his own breathing. What was that? A tip of a tail. A shadow seemed to flicker between the trees, a blur he could barely track. Where? Where is it? Snap. A dry branch broke. Scimitar reacted instantly, slamming his forelimbs down and then pivoting his massive club tail to the right in a violent arc. He hammered his rear legs down, aligning his body for a strike. Amidst the bone-shaking impact of his stomp, the leader turned to face the source of the noise. It was a medium-sized carnivore, its hide a tapestry of black stripes and spots. Had Carlo been there, he would have recognized her instantly, Ceratosaurus 2. Thud. Thud. On. Scimitar slammed his tail into the ground twice as a warning, bellowing at the intruder. With 2 quick, heavy strides, he positioned himself like a living wall between the predator and the rest of his group. Ankylosaurus 1 didn't hesitate, he backed up to shield the exhausted mother. Rebel, visibly shaken, retreated to the far side of the nest, eyes fixed nervously on the Ceratosaurus. Exposed, Ceratosaurus 2 showed no frustration. She didn't even roar. She simply looked down at the branch she had stepped on, then looked up into the canopy. That branch hadn't fallen naturally, it was out of place among the surrounding flora. Did they set a trap? She watched the alert herbivores, her mind working fast. Her target was clear, the exhausted mother. These dinosaurs were social, yes, but they weren't brave enough to avenge a dead comrade. If one died, the survivors would likely take the eggs and flee, leaving the carcass behind. She wasn't in a hurry. She sat down on her haunches a short distance away, watching them. She didn't move to attack. Instead, she began to rhythmically sweep her tail across the dry leaves and broken twigs on the ground, creating a constant, rustling noise. Swish, swish. Ankylosaurus 2 dared not close her eyes. Though she trusted her mates, the psychological pressure was suffocating. She locked eyes with Ceratosaurus 2. Its target is me. Seeing the mother's tension, Ceratosaurus 2 gave a faint, toothy huff. She lay down as if going to sleep, but the hypnotic movement of her tail never stopped. Swish, swish. The atmosphere in the forest became so oppressive that even the birds stopped singing. There was only the sound of friction against the forest floor. Swish, swish. Rebel stared at the resting predator, refusing to relax. 1 minute. 10 minutes. 5 hours. The sky began to turn amber, as if the sun intended to take the ankylosaur's frayed nerves down with it. Swish, swish. Rebel's mind began to wander. He found the sound of the leaves comforting. It reminded him of his old herd. Back then, the boss wasn't a leader, he was just a brother. An annoying older brother who always tried to push him off his favorite piles of leaves so they could play. Swish. But I don't like playing. I like sleeping. I like lying down, especially on leaves. Hard and comfortable. Bam. That's the sound of me hitting the leaves. Wait, no. He snapped back to reality. The Ceratosaurus was gone. The boss. The boss was turning. Where? Where did she go? A light breeze brushed his tail. Instinctively, he slammed his club into the earth, but he hit nothing but dirt. He jerked his head toward the mother and saw that the Ceratosaurus had already lunged, closing the distance to her flank. Too late. Suddenly, Ankylosaurus II, who had seemed catatonic from exhaustion, snapped her eyes open. Her tail whipped out in a violent blur, swinging directly at the midsection of the lunging Ceratosaurus. Caught off guard, Ceratosaurus II tried to skid to a halt, but she couldn't avoid the blow entirely. The club slammed into her leg. Fortunately, the mother was indeed weakened, the blow lacked its usual bone-crushing power. But even so, the window for an ambush had slammed shut. Ankylosaurus II had never actually lost consciousness, she had been feigning sleep to bait the predator into a reckless charge. Recognizing that she had lost this game of wits, Ceratosaurus II didn't linger. She immediately turned and bolted into the trees. Scimitar moved past Rebel, taking the vanguard and watching until the predator's scent faded into the dusk. Chapter 41, Brother Carnotaurus, Why Are You Eating Trash? The story of the ankylosaur herd resisting the Ceratosaurus took place during the early days of the primeval ecological zone's establishment. The newly appointed editor rushed to cut that segment and release it as a supplementary update to the documentary. As for the previous editor, who knows? Carnotaurus I was advancing steadily through the undergrowth. His steps were light, his movements slow. He did his best to look like a seamless part of the forest. Snap. The sound of a breaking branch rang out, plucking at the Carnotaurus's nerves like a guitar string. His body went rigid, he didn't dare move an inch. Holding his breath, he rolled his eyes toward the source of the noise. A squirrel. Phew. Carnotaurus I exhaled in relief, casting a resentful glance at the rodent. You little brat. If I weren't so afraid of the death god catching me, I'd turn you into. Thud. Thud. Heavy footsteps cut his thoughts short. The squirrel seemed to spot something dangerous and vanished into the brush in a blur. The footsteps stopped. Still, Carnotaurus I didn't dare continue his advance, nor did he dare lift his head. The next moment, a faint, horse-like snort sounded right above his head. Did he find me? No, 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 no. He shouldn't have, not yet. The sound of breathing lingered continuously above him, long inhales, short exhales. He's searching for my trail. Carnotaurus I wished he were an inanimate object without a scent. The enemy was right on top of him, and all he could do was pray. 30 minutes ago. Carlo had followed Carnotaurus I directly into the predator's own territory, a move that completely baffled the bull. Brother, why are you still chasing me? Carnotaurus I was nearing total exhaustion. At this rate, he felt like he might as well just hand over his home to the intruder. Gritting his teeth, he decided to lead the trouble east. Damn it. Number 2, save me. Carnotaurus I crossed the demarcation line he had previously agreed upon with Number 2, gambling on whether she was currently in her territory. Fortunately, God smiled upon the bull this time. Carnotaurus II had already noticed the commotion in the forest, which sounded like a swarm of locusts passing through. Flocks of birds were constantly taking flight, triggering her sense of crisis. Carlo lunged through the thicket, bypassing low shrubs. The enemy's camouflage ability was incredibly annoying. Back in the open field, it was fine, as he could track the scent directly. But here, in the bull's own territory, the air was saturated with his scent. One lapse in concentration and the target would slip away. Carnotaurus I stayed low, weaving through the grass. Up ahead was a clearing where his body would be completely exposed. Luckily, he spotted the figure he had been dreaming of. As he burst from the tree lean, Carnotaurus II was already standing her ground, alert. Roar. She let out a furious roar, demanding to know what Carnotaurus I was doing. Seeing her reaction, Carnotaurus I's eyes lit up. Good buddy. I knew sharing my kills with you would pay off. Without slowing down, he zipped right past her. Carnotaurus 2 turned her head to look at Carnotaurus 1 as he vanished back into the woods, wondering what kind of fit he was throwing this time. She'd have to teach him a lesson later. Suddenly, she felt a chill at the back of her neck. Turning back toward the front, she saw the lunatic she had encountered earlier. Coming for revenge. No. Wait. He was looking for number 1. Curse you, number 1. I'll kill you. Carlo's attention was indeed drawn to Carnotaurus 2. He was considering whether he should just beat this one up too. Taking advantage of Carlo's hesitation, Carnotaurus 2 spun around and bolted in the direction Carnotaurus 1 had fled. What? You're running too? Well, now I have to chase. Since she trusted him enough to show him her back, wouldn't it be rude not to follow? Carnotaurus 2 fled to the lakeside and, without a moment's hesitation, dove into the water, diving as deep as she could. Carlo burst from the woods and saw the ripples on the lake. However, he didn't check the bottom. His eyes caught the splash marks and wet footprints on the opposite bank. She rolled in the lake to kill her scent before running. Clever move. Carlo offered a silent compliment and followed the damp trail. Now, it wasn't just about fighting, playing hide-and-seek with them had become quite entertaining. Back to the present. Carlo looked at the forest before him, feeling a bit discouraged. Can't find them. He had lost the trail after all. Forget it. I'll go back and finish dismembering Miss Diplodocus. I'll just play with them next time I see them. Accompanied by heavy thuds, Carlo's presence gradually faded into the distance. Carnotaurus 1 cautiously poked his head out of the grass. Only when he was sure the giant had left did he completely relax. He had nearly thought he was caught. Luckily, he had resisted the urge to bolt at the last second. So, number 2 was defeated that quickly. I'll have to commemorate her later. Carnotaurus 1 resumed his stealth, moving toward the Great Lake while scanning for any suitable prey along the way. Perhaps because the commotion caused by Carlo was too great, coupled with the presence of a Diplodocus carcass, most of the herbivores in this area had fled. Fortunately, luck was on the bull's side once again. A group of Dryosaurus were still in the area. The low thickets provided them cover, and since almost no predator bothered with them, they lived here quite peacefully. Unfortunately, a starving Carnotaurus 1 didn't care about how tasty they were. Snap. A bite to the neck, followed by a sharp twist to the right. An innocent, adorable Dryosaurus thus departed from this world. They were like the derpy deer of the dinosaur world, watching the Carnotaurus approach to end their lives without even stopping the rhythmic chewing of leaves in their mouths. It wasn't until their companion was gone that they realized. Shit, some unlucky predator actually settled for us. Ignoring the scattering Dryosaurus, the bull dragged his prize to a clearing and began to feast. It wasn't easy. It really wasn't easy. Finally, a bite of food. Rustle. The leaves swayed, causing the bull to tense up again. Looking back, he saw 2 Ceratosauruses walking out, one after the other. Just escaped a psycho, and now here comes a madman. The Carnotaurus's expression nearly crumbled. Ceratosaurus 1, however, didn't have such complex thoughts. He saw the prey the bull was eating and wanted to stay as far away as possible. Haven't seen you in a few days, brother Carno. Why are you eating trash? Disgusting. Ceratosaurus 1 led number 2 toward the Diplodocus carcass, leaving the bull with a look of pure disdain. Carnotaurus 1 was baffled. They actually looked down on me. They dared to look down on me. I could send you flying with one hit. If I weren't starving, I'd definitely. Gurgle. His stomach, awakened by the first few bites of food, sent a sharp signal of hunger. Fine. I'll let you off this once. Carnotaurus 1 lowered his head and continued to devour the Dryosaurus carcass. Chapter 42, the title was smashed by Carlo's rock. On his way back to his territory, Carlo encountered the Ceratosaurus duo once again. This time, they simply exchanged a low, distant huff and greeting without much further interaction. Though, for some reason, Ceratosaurus 1 seemed quite afraid of him. Locating the familiar crooked tree, still stained with traces of dried blood, Carlo stashed the haul of meat from Miss Diplodocus upon the branches. He once again realized the logistical downside of hunting a Diplodocus. When he had butchered the Triceratops, the meat came off in manageable, tidy chunks. But the Diplodocus? It came in massive, unwieldy slabs. Carlo worried that the sheer weight of the meat might cause it to slide right off his pantry. Speaking of the hunt, how was Mom's wound faring? Before Carlo could go check on her, Caroline arrived. She first inspected the meat on the tree, then let out a soft huff, questioning him. You didn't run into any danger today, did you? Carlo answered honestly, no. Still seemingly unconvinced, Caroline began to lecture Carlo about the dangerous dinosaurs that might be lurking out there. They are insidious and cunning, her tone seemed to warn. They use their seemingly small bodies to deceive you. Once you provoke them, they will hunt you relentlessly to the ends of the earth. they will follow you back to your territory just to pick a fight. Carlo felt a twinge of guilt, representing that he hadn't met any such bad guys yet and promising to be more careful in the future. Caroline was satisfied. She gave him one last instruction and turned to leave. As she turned, Carlo took the opportunity to inspect the wound on her thigh. Unsurprisingly, it had left a scar. However, the skin had closed completely, the risk of infection was gone. Her gait was steady, no longer marred by a limp. In his heart, Carlo renewed his gratitude toward the Ceratosauruses. He decided that the next time they met, he would give them another nuzzle of thanks. He even made a silent vow, if he ever found himself starving in the future, he'd make sure they got a share of whatever he had. Wait, that logic felt a bit backwards. Ow. Everyone, eyes on me. I have an announcement. Standing in their brand new paddock, the 4 raptors were assembled in a clearing. Blue, the leader, stood at the front while the other 3 stood in a row, watching her. Ow. This is our new home. Ow, X30. Ow. The humans won't come inside the cage to play anymore. Ow. X30. Ow. We can catch small animals now. Ow, X30. Ow. But we can't actually catch them. Ow. X30. Ow. But our food has been upgraded. Ow, X30. Watching his raptors communicate amongst themselves, completely ignoring their alpha, Owen's expression turned somewhat abstract. He felt a bit isolated. Of course, he couldn't just hop down there and teach them face-to-face anymore. They had grown to a size where they posed a lethal threat to a human. Click-clack. Owen pressed a small training clicker, creating a sharp, mechanical snapping sound. Eyes on me. Eyes on me. The 4 raptors shifted their gaze simultaneously, looking up at Owen on the steel crossbridge. Good, now, heads up. Owen first waved his right hand in front of him to anchor their attention, then raised it high. Below, the raptors successfully mimicked the movement, tilting their heads upward in unison. He offered a confident smile. He was certain he could have these raptors perfectly disciplined before the boss came for a visit. But soon, the raptors lost interest. They looked at one another, chattering and hooting, failing to understand what the human was trying to achieve. Owen clicked the device again, but they ignored him. Barry, pass me the bucket. He turned to Barry, who was leaning against the railing enjoying the show. Barry laughed, walked onto the bridge, and handed over the bucket, patting Owen on the shoulder. Good luck, man. Owen watched him leave and refocused on the raptors. He planned to use food to train these distractible creatures. The principle was essentially Pavlovian, classical conditioning to create a reflex. Just like how that black raptor trained Grant, Owen thought. Maybe he should ask the dinosaur for tips. The primeval ecological zone welcomed a visitor today. Well, 2, to be precise. A classic Jurassic World Series helicopter, in its blue and white livery, hovered 50 meters above the ground. Wherever it went, the roar of the rotors followed, terrifying several herbivores below. Are you sure we're okay at this altitude? Don't worry. No dinosaur can attack a helicopter 50 meters up, except the pteranodons. Simon Masrani sat in the co-pilot seat. Beside him, in the pilot's seat, was his flight instructor. This was the instructor's first time in the park's interior. Seeing these living prehistoric giants was impressive, but not entirely shocking. After all, like any other animal, they ran from the noise of the engine. We seem to be startling them. It's all right. They're my dinosaurs. Masrani watched a Brachiosaurus wade into a pond and saw ceratopsians rubbing their horns against trees. Remembering something, he gestured to the pilot. Let's check out that artificial lake over there. The instructor looked toward the forest lake Masrani indicated. To be safe, he climbed a little higher before heading toward the destination. Whir. As the sound of the rotors grew louder, Carlo lifted his head toward the iron bird in the sky. He recognized that thing vividly. He remembered that, eventually, one of those was supposed to crash into a birdcage and explode. Carlo tilted his head, watching the helicopter as it began to descend to get a better look at him. Suddenly, a wave of anxiety hit him. What's the timeline now? Thinking of that frantic, man-made dinosaur, he couldn't help but worry. His current size wasn't quite large enough. If he really crossed paths with the Indominus Rex, even with his superior base stats, he might not win a straight fight. Look, that one is my favorite, Masrani said, pointing at Carlo. It's a shame I've been so busy lately, I haven't kept up with his latest progress. The instructor didn't reply. He stared at Carlo, a hint of astonishment in his eyes. This creature isn't running. By the way, when can I get my pilot's license? The instructor snapped out of his daze. Hard to say. Maybe 4 to 6 months. Before he could finish, a loud clang echoed against the helicopter's hull. Was that a bird? Clang. Another hit. The instructor stared down at Carlo and realized the dinosaur was picking up small stones from the ground with his mouth and flicking them upward. Holy shit. His hair stood on end. He quickly yanked the controls to pull the helicopter higher. On the ground, Carlo let out a smug, toothy grin. So what if you can fly? I'll still drive you out. As for the Indominus Rex. Whatever. Worst case scenario, he'd just team up with the Carnotaurus and the Ceratosauruses and jump the damn thing. Chapter 43, The Wandering Dilophosaurus. This was a chipmunk. Throughout the primeval ecological zone, there were numerous nut-bearing trees and thickets, artificially planted specifically to sustain the dinosaur populations. These groves didn't just attract families of herbivorous dinosaurs migrating through the area, they were also a magnet for the indigenous wildlife of Isla Nublar. The chipmunk plucked a nut from a branch, stuffing it into its mouth, then another, until its cheeks were bulging like overinflated balloons. Rustle. A light breeze swept through the canopy, parting the leaves just enough to let a sliver of sunlight pierce the shade. The chipmunk froze, a flicker of confusion crossing its tiny features. The wind certainly moved the grass and created ambient noise, but wasn't this movement a bit too deliberate? It stopped what it was doing, looking left, then right. Everything seemed normal. Yet, it didn't dare lower its guard. Originally, it had a family of gentle neighbors, creatures that, like itself, were too small to be noticed by the terrifying apex predators of this sector. They ate the leaves, the chipmunk ate the nuts. Life had been comfortable. But just yesterday, those neighbors had been brutally slaughtered. This had reignited the chipmunk's survival instincts, forcing it to reevaluate its environment. If a dinosaur were hunting it, who would it be? It could rule out the two giants it had seen yesterday. Unless they were bored out of their minds, they wouldn't bother with such a small snack. If it were something smaller, however, those were the ones that truly craved its tiny body. The chipmunk looked toward the tree trunk. Was a camouflaged hunter waiting there? If so, how would it strike? SSS, Hawk Tui. A glob of black, phlegm-like substance hissed out of the undergrowth, splattering against the branch directly beneath the chipmunk. Terrified, the rodent scrambled upward and vanished into the thick foliage. Rustle. The grass parted again, and a small, crested head poked out. It was the Dilophosaurus, the one that had failed to participate in the earlier impact. Not only that, but during its last attempt to return to the pack for mating, it had gotten into a scrap with the alpha. It had lost, badly, and been exiled. To be honest, the Dilophosaurus didn't mind the exile much. It didn't think there was much of a future in staying with that hedonistic pack anyway. It had been knocked into the dirt by its leader, getting grit in its left eye. Now that I was mostly blind during the day, regaining only a modicum of clarity at night. In a world of survival of the fittest, the loser had no right to complain. That was fine. But what was unforgivable was that those bastards had stolen the carcass it had scavenged from the Ceratosaurus. Absolutely unforgivable. The life goals of most dinosaurs were simple: victory and reproduction. I can tolerate failure. But I cannot tolerate you stealing my win. Even if that win was just a lucky find. The wandering Dilophosaurus felt a bit deflated. People talked about the Carnotaurus not eating for 3 days. He hadn't eaten in 5. He could feel his brain starting to tune out the signals from his stomach because the hunger was transitioning into actual physical pain. The fact that he could still produce venom to spit was practically a biological miracle. But why had he missed the squirrel? He had aimed perfectly. He watched his black venom corroding the bark of the branch, dripping slowly toward the ground. Why did it hit the branch instead of the target? The wandering Dilophosaurus's brain began to whir with effort. 5 days of starvation had taught him one thing: finding prey in this zone wasn't the hard part was analyzing exactly why his hunts kept failing. Drip. Drip. The foul black liquid fell from the branch onto the grass, splashing into tiny droplets that speckled the surrounding leaves. The plants seemed to recoil as if they could sense their own contamination. The Dilophosaurus moved closer. He tilted his head, using his functioning right eye to observe the falling liquid. Drip. Drip. Minutes ticked by. The grass on the ground seemed to accept its fate of being consumed by the black filth, wilting weakly. He felt like he was on the verge of a breakthrough, yet couldn't quite grasp the logic. Drip. As the final drop fell, inspiration exploded in his mind. He picked up a fallen twig with his snout and tossed it into the air. He watched as the twig initially followed the path of his toss, but soon the arc began to curve, pulling the twig back down to earth. It's falling. It's falling. But why? Why? As a juvenile, he had played games of toss the stick with his packmates, but he had never seen the descent as a problem back then. If it didn't fall, how would I ever pick it up? But now, he had an entirely different perspective. If a stick falls, then the venom I spit must also fall. If his venom followed a curve, that explained perfectly why it had struck the branch instead of the squirrel. This was a Compsognathus mother. She sat within a hollow at the base of a tree, joined by several other females of the pack. This was the colony's nursery. Thanks to the successful hunts of the larger predators, they had plenty of carrion to scavenge. Currently, the nursery held 5 clutches of eggs, the future strength of the pack. Chirp. A slender head poked into the entrance. It was a male. He entered the den, located his mate, and dropped a piece of meat he had torn from the Diplodocus carcass. After an affectionate nuzzle, the male backed out of the nursery. Outside the tree hollow, the alpha male stood in the clearing, waiting as his scouts brought food back to the nest bit by bit. After a while, the males gathered together. Leaving one sentry behind, the alpha led the rest back to continue stripping the Diplodocus. This wasn't an everyday opportunity, they had to make the most of it. The sentry, Compy, was a bit disgruntled. He was a low-ranking male who hadn't found a mate, a loser. Being assigned sentry duty meant he didn't get to eat. Maybe I should sneak a bite of the food inside the den. No, that was too risky. If the females chirped an alarm, he was dead meat. SSS, Hawk Tui. A strange sound echoed from the bushes. It was soft, but loud enough to catch the sentry's attention. He craned his neck, looking up and trying to peer into the brush. Splat. A black liquid fell from above, from an angle he couldn't see, landing squarely on his head. Chirp. 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 Blinded and panicked, the Compy could only shriek, trying to intimidate the unseen attacker while alerting his pack. Soon, he felt long, sharp teeth clamp down on his head and neck. Crunch. A spray of blood hit the dirt. His breathing stopped. Inside the hollow, the female Compys heard the death cries of the sentry. They didn't dare make a sound. They huddled together, staring at the entrance and praying they hadn't been discovered. Unfortunately, the universe was not in a merciful mood. A pale, grayish eye filled the entrance, blocking out the light. Chirp. Chirp. The females shrieked in terror, shrinking back into the furthest corners of their nests. A moment later, the eye pulled away and sunlight returned, but the shadow at the entrance signaled that the crisis was far from over. They felt the ground vibrate. The entrance began to splinter and widen. It was coming in. Chapter 44, You locked your colleague in the ecological zone. Gyrosphere Valley, border of the primeval ecological zone. Hey, Bob, you done yet? Hold on, Jason. There's a Triceratops here with a suspected case of avian pox. Damn it, I could have sworn she was vaccinated last time. Aboard a Jurassic World Patrol vehicle in the classic blue and white livery, 2 men, 1 fat, 1 thin, were making their rounds through the Gyrosphere Valley dinosaurs. Their names, however, felt a bit mismatched. In most people's minds, a Bob should be a portly fellow, while a Jason should be leaner and more rugged. But in this case, Jason was the heavyset one behind the wheel, while Bob was the thin man standing in the back. Are you sure, Bob? Yeah, positive. Notify the prehistoric medical center, they're going to need to do another medical scan. Copy that. Inside the cab, Jason keyed the radio. Dispatch, this is Patrol 14. We have a Triceratops in Gyrosphere West with a suspected case of avian pox. Over. Static crackled on the other end. Copy, 14. Medical team has been dispatched. Hearing the confirmation, Jason relaxed visibly. All right, mission accomplished. Hold on tight, Bob, we're heading back. Jason released the handbrake and floored the accelerator, whipping the truck into a 360-degree drift to head home. Whoa. Slow down, you maniac. Arg. Bob's miserable shouting was lost to the wind as he clung to the roll bar. Just as Bob was starting to adjust to the gale force wind whipping his face, the truck braked so hard his stomach nearly slammed into the roof. If he weren't such a mild-tempered guy, he would have been cursing Jason's entire ancestry. You absolute moron, Jason. It is a testament to my infinite grace that I haven't ripped your dick off and shoved them up your ass. Bob calmly pointed out the severe negligence Jason had shown toward his partner's safety. Jason, fully realizing how irresponsible his actions were, acknowledged his mistake and promised to do better, next time. Forget that for a second. Look over there, does that gate look right to you? Bob was relieved his partner had seen the error of his ways, but he turned his gaze to where Jason was pointing. I don't give a fuck about a gate. Despite the grumbling, he looked. It was a gate embedded in the high-tension perimeter fence separating the primeval ecological zone from Gyrosphere Valley. It wasn't tall, but it was wide, just large enough for a gyrosphere to pass through. Are they serious? A gate into the primeval zone? Jason asked, incredulous. You're new, so you don't know the history. Our dog of a boss originally wanted to expand the Gyrosphere Valley. No one knows what kind of fit he threw to change it to the primeval zone instead. Bob answered Jason's query and continued, by all rights, this gate should have been dismantled. I bet the architects got lazy. Jason offered a tentative suggestion, since we're already here, go check it. Let's go. Carlo had visited the vicinity of Miss Diplodocus's remains today, hoping to find the Ceratosaurus duo. They were nowhere to be seen. Failing that, he headed toward the Great Lake, intending to harass the herbivores there. But suddenly, he caught a scent, a strange, unfamiliar smell. It felt like humans. What are humans doing in here? Carlo's sense of smell was like a biological radar. If you hadn't showered, he could sniff out exactly when you took a dump yesterday. He sensed something near the edge of his territory. Something fun. Let's go see. You son of a bitch, I'll fucking, at #143*. Bob was standing in front of the iron gate, swearing up a storm. The confusing part was that Bob was inside the gate, and Jason was outside. Jason looked frantic, his fat jiggling with every step as he scrambled back to the truck to report the situation on the radio. As it turned out, while inspecting the gate, they found it was electrified but unlocked. Jason had found a sturdy branch and given the gate a shove. It swung open easily. He didn't know what the designers were thinking, but the emergency manual override was on the inside. To close and lock the gate, someone had to go through. So Bob went in. Then, the gate's autocorrect kicked in, and it slammed shut, locking him in. On. A low, vibrating moan echoed from the bushes behind him. Bob swallowed hard and gently parted the grass. It was a group of ankylosaurs. He recognized them, the company's perfect attendance reward was a plushie of one of those. Phew. He let out a sigh of relief, but then a thought occurred, why were the ankylosaurs moving so fast? What were they running away from? Before he could process the thought, a blast of hot air hit the back of his neck. Strange. The wind was hot, so why did he feel a bone-deep chill? He stiffly turned his head. Carlo, hello there. Wah. Bob. Bob. The emergency override is for people who accidentally wander into the zone. You just have to, wait, where'd he go? Jason jumped out of the truck, shouting anxiously as he ran to the gate, only to find Bob had vanished. At that moment, Bob felt his feet leave the ground. He felt like he was flying. He opened his eyes a crack and saw the scenery blurring past. Carlo didn't plan on killing him. After all, the human hadn't offended him or invaded his nest. He just wanted to get close to this person, or rather, force the person to play with him. As for where to play. The Great Lake, of course. It was the safest spot. After what felt like an eternity, Bob felt the wind stop. Or rather, he stopped. The moment he opened his eyes again, his butt hit the ground. It felt like he'd jumped off a second-story balcony. He looked back at his kidnapper. Good news, he recognized the dinosaur. It was the prototype for the plushie given to high-performance employees. Bad news, he recognized the dinosaur. It was the one with a documented history of attacking people. Carlo observed the men curiously. The other 2 times he'd seen humans in the wild had been at night, even with night vision, the details had been fuzzy. Okay, I see what you look like now. But why isn't he moving? Is he dead? Carlo's arms were longer than A.T. Rex's, but they weren't exactly as dexterous as an Indominus. So, Carlo lifted his right foot and gave the human a gentle nudge. Lord. Please just let me go, Lord. Bob wanted to die. Dr. Grant had said to keep still, but why wasn't it working? Seeing no reaction, Carlo felt a bit bored. He started using his massive head to nudge the men, nudging him toward the lake. Bob steeled his heart, he decided to just stay in the water. Maybe there was a sliver of hope there. Over a minute later, Bob bobbed to the surface. Carlo had been happy to see him reappear, but then he realized something was wrong. He quickly fished the men out. Bob coughed up several mouthfuls of water and collapsed on the grass, his chest rising and falling weakly. Still alive. Carlo sat on his haunches beside the human, his tail slightly curled to shield him. Suddenly, he saw 2 familiar figures approaching. Bob opened his eyes. I just had a dream that I was carried off by a dinosaur. Ha ha. As his vision cleared, he saw 3 dinosaur heads peering down at him. Wait, why are there more of them now? Ha ha, ha ha, ha. He really wanted to die now. Chapter 45, Miss Diplodocus is still delivering. The 2 Ceratosaurus circled Carlo, observing the strange creature beside him. They had never seen a human before. Had it not been for the primeval ecological zone, their paths likely would have never crossed with humanity in their entire lives. Ceratosaurus 1 sized up the little thing with curiosity. If they weren't at the Great Lake, it would have been tempted to take a bite just to see how it tasted. Seeing the Ceratosaurus leaning in to sniff him, Bob averted his gaze, eyes squeezed shut as he held his breath. Sweat poured down his face in buckets. Roar. What is this? Ceratosaurus 1 lifted its head, let out a low growl, and questioned Ceratosaurus 2. Roar. No idea, but it doesn't look edible. Ceratosaurus 2 responded. After all, this seemed to be a toy belonging to their dinosaur friend. Upon learning the thing wasn't food, Ceratosaurus 1 felt a pang of disappointment, turned, and stalked off. Ceratosaurus 2 had wanted to observe a bit longer, but seeing Ceratosaurus 1 leave, it followed suit. Noticing that both dinosaurs had vanished from his field of vision, Bob was overjoyed. He scrambled up from the grass and let out a triumphant laugh. Ha ha. Fate is on my side. He turned around, intending to get his bearings. Then, he saw Carlo, sitting quietly on the ground, staring right at him. In an instant, all the wind left his sails. Carlo looked at Bob, who had slumped back onto the ground to resume questioning his life choices. The dinosaur began to wonder how he could make this fellow a bit more cheerful, a bit more proactive. Gurgle. Bob's stomach let out a protest of hunger. Carlo suddenly had a wonderful idea. He stood up and turned to walk away. After 3 steps, he whipped his head back. He caught Bob in a mid-sprint starting stance. He walked back and, seeing that Bob wasn't being particularly cooperative, genuinely helped him sit back down. Then he turned again. This time he walked several paces before snapping his head back. Bob hadn't moved. He turned back, walked even further, and snapped his head around again. Bob's body jerked, he wobbled unsteadily for a moment, but he maintained his seated position. Carlo straightened his head once more and slowly faded from Bob's line of sight. Bob stood up from the ground, shaking out his damp clothes. What is even happening? He began to survey his surroundings, realizing that there were many herbivores nearby. Why is it like this? Is this the Great Lake? Why did he bring me to the Great Lake? Bob was puzzled. Though his knowledge was limited, he knew that dinosaurs didn't fight here. If that was the case, was staying here actually safer? A wandering Dilophosaurus stood before the carcass of Miss Diplodocus, lost in thought. He had just eaten 2 Compsognathus and 3 nests of eggs to fill a stomach that had been empty for 5 days. Then, he turned a corner and stumbled upon a whole Diplodocus corpse. Seriously, bro. Thump, thump. Heavy footsteps echoed. Carlo emerged from the forest and noticed the stranger in front of the carcass. Hiss. The wandering Dilophosaurus paled with fright at the newcomer's arrival. He unfurled his neck frills, vibrating them violently in an attempt to signal that he was not to be messed with. Carlo was speechless. This Miss Diplodocus corpse was certainly popular, it was turning into some kind of international diplomatic hub. Ignoring the spazzing Dilophosaurus, Carlo tore a chunk of meat from the Diplodocus's belly, preparing to take it with him. Hiss. The little Dilophosaurus comrade was still on high alert. Carlo thought of something fun. Slap. A strip of bloody meat was flicked out by Carlo, landing squarely on the Dilophosaurus's face and blocking his vision. The creature's warning hisses stopped abruptly. What is this obscuring my right eye? Oh, it's the delectable Diplodocus. Wait, no. The Dilophosaurus shook the meat off his face, only to find that Carlo had already vanished. Thanks for the tip, big guy. Without hesitation, the Dilophosaurus snatched up the meat and bolted. He wasn't hungry now, but that didn't stop him from taking a to-go order to hide for later, right? Bob stood by the lakeshore, looking at a Parasaurolophus drinking nearby. Hey buddy. Pal. Can I pet you? Your crest is fucking beautiful, man. Bob's favorite dinosaur was the Parasaurolophus because they were the most peaceful and caused the least trouble. If every dinosaur in the park were like them, his workload would be drastically reduced. He really didn't understand it. They were the same species, yet they always found reasons to hurt their own kind. Whether it was for mating or fighting for leadership, they always loved leaving themselves and their companions covered in scars. The Parasaurolophus had it right, just a shake of the crest and you knew who the right mate was or who was qualified to be the boss. Suddenly, he couldn't help but chuckle. Man, I'm in deep shit right now. What am I even thinking? That said, after escaping the grind of work, looking at these dinosaurs again felt different. It was like the feeling of being annoyed by taking care of a cat, yet still loving cats. Being able to just watch them without having to care for them, that was the best feeling. Hell, maybe I should just live here. Noticing the Parasaurolophus seemed unwilling to let him touch it, Bob retreated dejectedly. He sat back down on the grass from before. Just then, Carlo returned from the distance and stopped in front of Bob. For some reason, Bob's mindset had relaxed significantly. He didn't play wooden statue like he did before. He looked at Carlo, and Carlo looked at him. Plop. Carlo dropped the meat in his mouth in front of Bob. Bob's expression shifted to one of deep suspicion. His gaze darted back and forth between Carlo and the pile of raw meat. Finally, he pointed at himself tentatively. For me. Roar. Carlo looked up and let out a brisk, cheerful roar toward the sky. Bob froze entirely. Looking at the hunk of raw flesh, he forced a strained smile. Hey, hee, it's fine. I'm not hungry. Gurgle. His stomach betrayed him again, making his expression even more awkward. Seeing the man's predicament, Carlo found it highly entertaining. Especially the way the guy forced a smile when he clearly didn't want to. It was hilarious. Carlo pressed the side of his head to the ground and, in one swift motion, gulped the meat down himself. A drop or two of blood splattered onto Bob's face. He wiped it with his sleeve, but finding it only made the smear worse, he just gave up. Carlo sat back down across from him again. They stared at each other, falling back into silence. Carlo was having a great time. Even though he hadn't really done anything, as long as there was a human, or another dinosaur, to keep him company in his antics, he was happy. Bob seemed to find the sitting a bit agonizing. After confirming the creature wouldn't hurt him, he gradually started to get a bit bolder. Sigh, seriously, why did they have to make me train the newbie? He looked at Carlo again and began to mutter to himself. Buddy, do you have any idea how legendary you are? Your popularity on the site is about to overtake the entire Gyrosphere Valley. There are so many people with too much money in your ecological livestream. They literally camp in your chat room every day just to watch you act a fool. By the way, why do you have to kick every squirrel on the side of the road? Are you just that bored? Fortunately, Carlo couldn't understand the man's accented English. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been just the squirrels getting kicked. Bob was silent for a moment longer, before finally summoning the courage to speak. Buddy, can I pet you? If I get to pet a mega celebrity like you, my life's officially complete. Chapter 46, Why is it always one thing after another? Carlo rested his massive head on the ground, watching the little human's every move. Mistaking this gesture for permission to pet him, Bob slowly stood up. He took one tentative step after another toward the predator. He extended his right hand, reaching gradually toward the tip of Carlo's snout. Just a little closer, almost there. Huff. Carlo suddenly exhaled a powerful gust of air from his nostrils. Startled by the sudden blast of hot wind, Bob stumbled back, flailing his arms for balance before landing hard on his backside. Ha! Bob didn't bother getting up. He just sat there on the grass, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. Didn't get to touch you, fine. Let's leave it at that. He fell silent, turning his gaze toward the Great Lake to watch the Brachiosaurus, the Parasaurolophus, and the Ornithomimus. Carlo turned his head as well, quietly keeping him company. It's actually pretty nice, Bob said suddenly. I think I'm starting to like my job again. Carlo turned back to look at Bob, noticing that the man was staring at the dinosaurs as if lost in a trance. Whir. The thrumming of a helicopter approached. Rescue target located. Requesting orders, should we tranquilize Giganotosaurus 003? Negative. Do not agitate the asset. A rescue line dropped from the helicopter, dangling not far from Bob. Ah, my ride's here. Bob pushed off his knees, stood up, and walked to the cable, securing himself into the harness. Once he confirmed the straps were tight, he gave the security personnel above a thumbs-up gesture. The cable began to retract slowly. There it was again, that weightless sensation, much like when Carlo had carried him in his jaws earlier. He looked back one last time. Hey, buddy. Thanks for letting me slack off for a while. Then, he added in a whisper, wonder if I can file for emotional distress pay. Carlo didn't respond. He simply watched the man ascend until he was a mere speck. Peaceful days are always comforting, yet we always seem to find ourselves wishing for something exciting to happen. So be it. Carlo stood, turned away from the Great Lake, and vanished into the shadows of the jungle. Seriously, why is it always one thing after another? Can't a guy just have one quiet day? Ankylosaurus 3, Rebel, followed closely behind his leader's tail. The boss was leading him around to memorize the layout of the land, essentially transferring the mental map of the territory into Ankylosaurus 3's head. However, Rebel suspected the boss was actually taking petty revenge. Granted, he had been distracted when facing Ceratosaurus 2 earlier, leaving Ankylosaurus 2 in a dangerous spot. He admitted that was his mistake. His companion hadn't even blamed him. After all, in a gambit against carnivores, any oversight could be unpredictable and unavoidable. The only thing you can do is trust your comrades and yourself. But that doesn't mean you should force me to stay out for 2 weeks straight just to memorize a map. On. Rebel let out a low bellow at his leader and promptly flopped onto the ground. I haven't laid down for a whole 30 minutes. I'm gonna die. The Ankylosaurus leader turned back to look at his younger brother, who had been a professional floor layer since they were hatchlings, and let out a heavy sigh. He nudged him with his head, only to find the fellow was dead set on playing possum. On. That's enough for today. Let's head back. The leader gave a helpless grunt. Heck yeah. Rebel instantly perked up, his gait becoming light and bouncy as they began the return trip. The leader's mouth curled slightly into a faint smile as he jogged a few steps to catch up, walking shoulder to shoulder with Ankylosaurus 3. On. If the day comes that I die, the herd belongs to you. Rebel's joyful trot froze mid-step. He didn't understand why his brother would suddenly say something so grim. On. You okay? On. I'm fine. It's just that the herd can't function without a leader. What I've taught you, my map, is my most precious possession. No matter what happens, it will lead the herd out of trouble. So, if I die, the herd is yours. Rebel remained silent for a long time. His pace slowed until he was walking behind his brother again. Why me? I spend all day laying around. Why should I be the one to carry this weight? He didn't know how long they walked, but when he finally lifted his head, they were back at the nesting grounds. Ankylosaurus 2 was still crouched by the nest, watching over her unborn children. Ankylosaurus 1 seemed to be obsessed with foliage, whether he was finding nesting material or setting up camouflage for the perimeter, he was always the most proactive one. Yeah, I like leaves too, but I prefer sleeping on them. As for the boss, where was he? The leader had somehow circled back behind him. He gave Rebel a playful, glancing blow with his armored side, smiling as he moved toward their companions. When did he get behind me? The scuts on the leader's hide were far harder than Rebel's, and the bump actually hurt, but Rebel didn't care. On. He called out, stopping the leader, stopping his brother. The leader turned back. On. You're way stronger than me. You won't die, right? On. As long as I'm alive, I won't die. The leader gave a dismissive, perfunctory reply. Rebel was speechless. Well, obviously you won't be dead while you're alive. Deciding to ignore his brother, Rebel found his favorite bedding spot and flopped down immediately. Forget the map for now. A nap after a meal keeps the doctor away. The wandering Dilophosaurus was currently near the Cross River junction of the primeval ecological zone. He was debating whether to carry his precious meat across the water. After a moment of deliberation, he gave up and decided to hang the meat on a nearby branch. While it would be an easy snack for any of the big guys passing by, hardly more than a light hors d'oeuvre, he decided to bet that they'd find it beneath their notice. He offered a silent prayer, then crossed the river, shook himself dry, and vanished into the woods in one fluid motion. He found his solitary home, a hollowed-out tree. This hollow had originally belonged to a native nibbler snake, but the snake had been eaten by the Dilophosaurus 6 days ago. The hole wasn't large, but it provided a deep sense of security. After some DIY modifications, the Dilophosaurus could squeeze his entire body inside, though he had to coil up like a spring. Coincidentally, this tree was located in the same stretch of woods as the Ankylosaurus family. However, they had never crossed paths. The Dilophosaurus wedged his body into the hollow, adjusted his position, and poked his head out. The forest at night was as quiet as ever, and the moon hung in the sky just as it always did. He let out a sigh. He reckoned his left eye was truly done for. As a species with exceptional night vision, his left eye couldn't see a thing even in the dark now. Thinking about the dangers he might face in the future sent a shiver of fear through him. Hopefully, tomorrow will be better. Chapter 47, The Dinosaur Immigration Incident. Clack, clack, clack. The sharp strike of red high heels against the floor echoed through the hall. Claire, dressed in a crisp white suit, walked briskly at the front, followed closely by a female assistant. That is the 6th incident this month. Claire's voice was level, but there was an unmistakable undercurrent of fury in her tone. Those Pachycephalosaurus have rammed the perimeter fence 6 times this month and nearly escaped once. What exactly are they so dissatisfied with in their habitat? The assistant flipped through the documents in her hand and spoke hesitantly. The specialists say they are still investigating the matter. They've been investigating for a month. Claire stopped in her tracks, spun around to face the assistant, and took a deep breath. I hired them to solve problems, not to conduct a month-long study. I need a solution from them by the end of the day, okay? Faced with a stern Claire, the assistant looked a bit intimidated. She weighed her words before speaking. Actually, they did propose a solution, transferring these Pachycephalosaurus into the primeval ecological zone. It's just, the zone had only just been established at the time, so the proposal was rejected. Claire froze for a moment as a memory resurfaced. She recalled Mr. Masrani mentioning that particularly aggressive dinosaurs could be herded into the primeval ecological zone. However, Dr. Grant had strongly advised against it, fearing such a move would inflict unpredictable damage on the existing ecosystem. What about the primeval ecological zone monitors? What is their stance? The assistant didn't need to check her files this time, she had anticipated this question and came prepared. They have approved the plan. They even suggested that these patches be moved in alongside a batch of other screened herbivores. Claire found herself unable to make an immediate decision. On one hand was visitor safety, on the other, the survival of the dinosaurs. Didn't Dr. Grant oppose the idea of subsequent introductions? Why are they saying it's okay now? The monitors believe that introducing more herbivores won't destabilize the primeval ecological zone. This is because one specific predator in that region has already reached an unshakable level of dominance. The Giganotosaurus? Claire asked, her tone carrying a hint of certainty. Yes. As long as we don't introduce new apex predators, the carnivores currently in the primeval ecological zone will maintain a state of equilibrium. 2 days later. Primeval ecological livestream, Giganotosaurus sector. In truth, calling it the Giganotosaurus sector was slightly inaccurate, it was effectively the Carlo sector. This was because Carlo's parents, mom and dad, spent most of their time hunkered down in their nesting grounds, usually lounging or sleeping. This allowed them to conserve energy and avoid unnecessary conflict. Carlo, however, was different. He spent his days gallivanting across the zone. Consequently, the audience far preferred watching Carlo's camera feed to witness his daily eccentricities. Furthermore, the primeval ecological livestream wasn't a live broadcast in the traditional sense, it was delayed by 1 day relative to the real world. Any interactions with the Ceratosaurus were also edited out of the public feed. Those clips were reserved for exclusive, paid content, the kind even VIPs had to shell out extra for. However, the entire incident where Bob wandered in had been kept in the footage. The officials believed it would give Carlo another boost in popularity and effectively debunk the rumors that Carlo was a man-eater. Even though, technically, the rumors were true. Right now, on screen, Carlo was playing with sticks. Bro, can you stop playing with sticks? Take us to see some other dinos, please. Is the streamer really this cold? I just sent a gift and you didn't even acknowledge me. Honestly, I think it would be terrifying if he actually acknowledged you. Boring. I want to see a bloodbath. Due to the massive number of viewers in the chat, sending a bullet chat message required a small fee. But even at 10 cents a pop, the comments flooded the screen as if they were free. A gust of wind blew through the clearing, and the stick castle Carlo had just stacked collapsed. In a fit of pique, Carlo lost his temper, spitefully thumping the ground with his tail. Ha ha ha, he's tilted. He's so tilted. I always thought nature was cruel, all dinosaurs worrying about where their next meal is coming from, until I saw this Giga. To the person above, our little Giga worries about his next meal too. He worries about what he feels like eating. As if he hadn't vented enough, Carlo mimicked Miss Diplodocus, using his tail like a whip to deliver a fierce crack against a nearby, nondescript tree. Why didn't you block the wind? The tree shuddered. Along with a frantic squeak, a squirrel fell to the ground. Whoa, a gift from the heavens. The tree, does no one speak for me? Carlo paused, looking at the squirrel sprawling on the ground and then back at the tree. Too kind. I was just shouting a bit, I didn't actually want compensation. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of unfamiliar scents in the air. Humans, and not just humans. Intrigued, Carlo decided to go see what the fuss was about. The cameras utilized AI locking technology, the feed would only switch when the current camera lost sight of Carlo. Streamer. You forgot your gear. Where is this camera located? Can I go pick it up? Sure, as long as you can 1v1 a Giganotosaurus. A few minutes later, Carlo finally reappeared on screen. He was standing near a perimeter fence. There was a gate designed for dinosaur transport, and it was currently wide open. What's happening? It's over. RIP. The camera angle switched, and the live stream audience finally saw the scene outside the gate. The area was swarming with staff in security uniforms, along with several trucks carrying large cages. Most of the occupants were familiar faces of the primeval ecological zone, with the exception of the Pachycephalosaurus and some small creatures in handheld cages. Are they introducing new dinosaurs? Some viewers were quick to catch on. However, the chat immediately split into two factions. One side hoped Carlo would bolt for freedom, while the other hoped he wouldn't hurt anyone. As for Carlo, he was eyeing the creatures in the cages with a look of pure delight. Roar. He let out a low growl and began to approach the gate. The dinosaurs inside the cages noticed Carlo and began to slam against the bars in terror, creating a deafening racket. Don't let him out, a staff member shouted. He aimed his rifle at Carlo, but it was loaded with non-lethal rounds. Firing prematurely would do nothing but provoke the beast. Another staff member grabbed a smoke launcher and fired a canister toward Carlo, attempting to drive him back with the irritating scent of the chemical smoke. The canister bounced off Carlo, but he didn't care. He raised his head, continuing his inspection of the caged dinosaurs. Mostly old faces except for the dome heads. Wait, what's this? Simasuchus. The Cymosuchus wasn't a dinosaur, but a small, pug-nosed crocodiliform, a dedicated vegetarian. Having introduced himself to his new groceries, new neighbors, Carlo didn't linger. He turned and sauntered away. The staff on site all let out a collective sigh of relief. The viewers, however, were ecstatic. Holy crap, an epic lung hit. They were referring to the way Carlo had looked while inhaling the smoke from the canister. Chapter 48, the Sinoceratops segment. A week had passed since the publication of the primeval ecological documentary. With the release of the second episode looming, the domestic audience back home pulled a major stunt. To express their dissatisfaction with the perfunctory attitude of Jurassic World officials regarding the free documentary, they took matters into their own hands. They spontaneously produced a documentary focused on the Sinoceratops and posted it directly into the primeval ecological thread on the official website, a literal, ultimate move aimed right at the officials' faces. However, since the footage was ripped directly from the ecological livestream, bullet chat, comments occasionally flickered across the screen, and there was no professional narration. Strictly speaking, it wasn't a documentary in the traditional sense. The video opened with a line of bold text. All footage in this video is sourced from the Jurassic World official website, Primeval Ecological Livestream. They're here, they're here. Gotta support our homegrown dino. Sending a gift first to show some love. No way. People actually send gifts to a stream with no host interaction. Wait, you have to pay to send a comment. Before the Sinoceratops even appeared, the comments arrived in force. On. Accompanied by a low bellow, the protagonist finally entered the frame, and it was a close-up. The skin texture on its face was visible in high definition. It shook its head to drive off the insects circling its body, then turned to call its companions to continue their trek. Unlike the Ankylosaurus, ceratopsian leaders are always positioned at the very front of the pack. Holy sh*t, that's cool. That's the raw dominance only a ceratopsid can pull off. What are they doing? Migrating. At this time, the Sinoceratops herd had just entered the primeval ecological zone. They were searching for a suitable territory. Led by the alpha, they formed a long, orderly column, marching 2 or 3 abreast across the grasslands. If one looked closely, they would see that the individuals on the outer flanks were mostly the strongest or the fully grown adults. The juveniles were tucked safely in the middle. They followed the leader's pace with disciplined precision. So magnificent. Actually, does Jurassic World even have many dinosaurs from China? True, seems like it's just the ceratopsians for now. Wasn't there a Giganotosaurus they were trying to resurrect? Giganotosaurus? I thought it was Uranus. Wait, it costs money to comment and you guys are just using it to chat. Watching animal migration is a slow process, so people in the chat had started striking up conversations. Fortunately, the creator of this fan-made documentary had edited those lulls out. The scene shifted, cutting to the camera feed for Ceratosaurus 1. Indeed. The creator had been monitoring multiple live streams on different devices simultaneously. At this moment, Ceratosaurus 1 was crouched in the jungle, sifting through the prey before him. Or rather, he was calculating how to break through the defensive line of the stronger individuals. His gaze shifted from the front of the herd to the back, then returned to the front. If only I had a partner right now. Back then, Ceratosaurus 1 and 2 weren't well acquainted yet, they lived in a state of mutual non-interference. He shifted his body, trying to maintain peak physical readiness. Ultimately, he decided to trust his luck. Without a sound, Ceratosaurus 1 lowered his center of gravity into a prowling stance, locking his eyes onto the ceratopsians at the rear of the column. Unlike the Carnotaurus strategy of creating chaos to find an opening, a Ceratosaurus prefers a silent strike, much like a Tyrannosaurus rex, aiming to kill before the prey can even react. Thump thump, thump thump. Massive footfalls hit the ground, yet they produced only the faintest sound. The ceratopsians didn't notice the approaching predator. Thump thump, thump thump. Ceratosaurus 1 focused his gaze on a single target. His breathing grew rapid and shallow. He was tense, he was expectant. Thump thump, thump thump. On. Ceratosaurus 1 was finally spotted. The Sinoceratops family reacted instantly. Hearing the alarm, the leader began to bellow commands to coordinate the herd. The ceratopsians on the flanks began to pivot outward. The juveniles and subadults huddled together in the center. The individuals at the rear surged forward to close the gaps, shortening the column before turning to face the back. They formed a defensive circle. The massive, circular frills of the adult ceratopsians acted like a fortress wall, guarding against any predator that dared harm their young. If you thought these walls were merely for show, you would quickly be re-educated by the massive horn on their snout. But such a perfect defense came at a price. A subadult Sinoceratops in the rear middle had been too slow to retract into the formation, and Ceratosaurus 1 clamped onto its tail. On. It cried out in pain. Knowing it was too late to retreat into the circle, it immediately bucked and spun around, wrenching its tail from the predator's jaws while turning to face him head-on. Its companions called out from behind. Was it his mother? Or his siblings? He didn't know. He focused every ounce of his attention on the predator in front of him. Ceratosaurus 1 knew he couldn't attack the armored frill directly. He began to feint left and right, hoping the youngster would slip up and expose a flank. The subadult kept its frill squared toward the Ceratosaurus. Though it was only a juvenile, it remained remarkably calm in the face of danger. His herd hadn't abandoned him, so he began to slowly back away, trying to merge back into the defensive array. Ceratosaurus 1 saw the intent. He began to advance while weaving side to side, keeping the prey within biting range but staying just outside the reach of those goring horns. The Sinoceratops didn't let its guard down, its frill tracking the predator's movements. Left, left. Right, right. Left. Right. Left. There, an opening. Ceratosaurus 1 seized the moment and clamped onto the right side of the youngster's frill, wrenching backward to prevent it from returning to the herd. Refusing to give up and unwilling to expose its neck, the subadult lunged forward. If Ceratosaurus 1 didn't let go, he was at risk of being gored in the hind legs. Ceratosaurus 1 wasn't about to drop this hard-won opportunity. He held on, letting the horn on the prey's snout graze his thigh. Since this was a subadult, its partially developed horn wouldn't cause too much damage. Wait. Ceratosaurus 1 felt a massive shove against his side. His teeth scraped across the subadult's frill, leaving several bloody gouges, but he lost his grip. He staggered back several steps from the force of the impact. Once he regained his balance, he realized what had happened. The Sinoceratops leader had broken rank. He had charged out to ram the Ceratosaurus away from the youngster. Holy crap. So cool. Epic. First time I've seen an herbivore charge out to 1v1 a predator. As expected, the ones at the front and back of the line aren't your average dinos. The Sinoceratops leader stomped his left foot violently, then his right, creating a thundering noise to intimidate the intruder. The subadult didn't flee, it stood beside its leader, its frill bloodied and its eyes wide with fear, yet it held its ground. Ceratosaurus 1 looked down at his thigh, seeing a matching streak of blood. Roar. He let out a frustrated, defiant roar at the herd, then turned and stalked away. Chapter 49, Hunting in the Rain. A light breeze drifted through the canopy, making the leaves rustle with a sound like nature's lullaby, deepening the stillness of the forest. Nights in the primeval ecological zone were mostly quiet and beautiful, save for the Dilophosaurus, the resident night owls. Tonight, however, certain dinosaurs were destined for a sleepless night. Plop. A pine cone fell onto the grass with a dull thud. On. The sound, like a sudden crack of a hunter's rifle, sent a ripple of agitation through the Triceratops herd below. Much like the Sinoceratops, they had formed a defensive circle, shielding their young within. They knew a predator was out there, lurking in the impenetrable darkness where their eyes could not reach. Drip, drop. The heavens were not kind. The last sliver of moonlight was devoured by thick clouds, and a drizzling rain began to fall. It was a spring rain. But while such rain usually symbolized the hope of new life, tonight it sounded the death knell for the Triceratops. Deprived of light and muffled by the rain, their few remaining sensory advantages vanished. Swish, hiss. Drip, drop. The clouds shifted, and a small rift tore open in the sky. Greedy moonlight squeezed through the gap, piercing the rain and the tree-line. Drip. A raindrop fell, and for a fleeting second in the moon's glow, it reflected, yellow. It was the pupil of a predator. Rainwater slid from Ceratosaurus 1's brow to his cheek, then down to his jaw, finally dripping from the edge of his mandible. He sat crouched on the ground, as motionless as a statue. While a Ceratosaurus might not possess the superior night vision of a Dilophosaurus, it was enough for Ceratosaurus 1 to track the movements of the herd. Not yet, not yet. The rain was timely, but the moment wasn't perfect. They had been in a standoff for 5 hours. For Ceratosaurus 1, this wasn't merely a battle for survival, it was an unnecessary fight. In the dinosaur kingdom, males often hunt formidable prey to demonstrate the strength of their genetics to potential mates. Thus, he had to complete this hunt alone. In a sense, this was a battle of duty, provided that Ceratosaurus 2 actually took an interest in him. Swish, hiss. The rain continued unabated, relentlessly gnawing at the frayed nerves of the Triceratops herd. They would likely succumb to exhaustion faster than anticipated. Ceratosaurus 1 looked up at the sky. Seeing that the clouds had no intention of receding, he made a bold decision. He rested his head gently on the ground and closed his eyes, preparing for a shallow nap. The sound of the rain eventually grew sparse as a faint glimmer of dawn appeared on the horizon. Ceratosaurus 1 stood up, looking remarkably relaxed as he sauntered toward the herd. The Triceratops didn't dare lower their guard, even though a night of high tension had left them utterly spent. They had no retreat left. The juveniles in the center were so exhausted they were on the verge of collapsing. If the herd chose to flee now, the young would be as helpless as the plush dinosaur toys sold in the park's gift shops. Ceratosaurus 1 circled the defensive formation, occasionally snapping at the air to intimidate them. Their shield wall was sturdy, but it only took one individual leaving the line for panic to spread like wildfire. In a herd this large, there are always a few unlucky souls with neither mates nor offspring. Ceratosaurus 1 stopped and locked eyes with one such triceratops. Fear was written plain across its face. Is it this one? Ceratosaurus 1 lunged with his jaws agape, aiming straight for the creature's flank. The triceratops instinctively recoiled a few steps, then immediately lunged forward with a short trot, brandishing its massive horns to threaten the predator and close the gap in the line. No, not that one. Ceratosaurus 1 shifted his gaze to the next target. On. Before he could even test the next one, the triceratops let out a panicked cry and turned to bolt. Immediately, a second followed, then a third. The defensive line disintegrated. The juveniles were left exposed, too exhausted to run. They were little more than stationary targets. Yet Ceratosaurus 1 didn't target the young. The sudden rain had provided him with many advantages, and with his energy fully restored, he wanted a real challenge. He wanted to test himself. Bypassing the juveniles, he singled out an older triceratops lagging at the rear. The old bull had no choice, it turned to face the Ceratosaurus. As the younger one scrambled past it, the silhouettes of its companions faded into the distance. It was alone. Ceratosaurus 1 was in no hurry. His condition was far superior to his prey's, finishing this was only a matter of time. The old triceratops realized it was likely finished, but it prepared to make one last stand for its life. Its focus was pinned on Ceratosaurus 1. Suddenly, it noticed the predator lift its head to look behind the bull. What's behind me? In the next instant, a tearing sensation of agonizing pain tore through its hind leg. A patch of hide had been ripped clean away. The bull tried to swing its body to drive off whatever was behind it, but it was too late. Ceratosaurus 1 seized the opening and clamped his jaws onto the exposed neck. He pressed his weight into the triceratops, using brute force to pin it to the earth. He might not have the bone-crushing bite force of a Tyrannosaurus rex, but strangling the life out of his prey was well within his capabilities. Carlo, standing nearby, saw the triceratops stop struggling. He raised his head and let out a loud roar as a gesture of congratulation. He had come out to find his father. This morning, he realized Dad had gone out alone, and out of curiosity and concern, he had tracked the scent. He just happened to run into Ceratosaurus 1 and decided to lend a quick hand. Ceratosaurus 1 let go and looked up at Carlo, feeling a bit bewildered. Why is he here? Is he here to steal my kill? He couldn't be here for courtship, right? Ceratosaurus 1 startled himself with the thought. After a moment's hesitation, he tore a chunk of meat from the triceratops' forelimb and tossed it to Carlo. Here's some meat. Just don't go catching feelings for me. Carlo hadn't expected a bonus reward. He didn't stand on ceremony, he swallowed the meat, turned, and continued his search for his father. Come to think of it, Mom had been acting strange this morning too, almost as if she were intentionally ignoring him. It felt off. Ceratosaurus 1 watched Carlo leave, noting that the youngster seemed to have grown quite a bit. He was already significantly taller than himself. Turning back to the triceratops carcass, the Ceratosaurus suddenly realized a serious problem. Dragging this thing back to the territory is going to be back-breaking work. Chapter 50, A Silent Farewell. It had taken a considerable amount of time, but Ceratosaurus 1 finally managed to drag the triceratops carcass back to the territory. He lifted his head to search for Ceratosaurus 2, only to find her already crouched by the lake. She looked as though she had been waiting for him for quite some time. Ceratosaurus 2 noticed the commotion and turned her head. She visibly froze for a moment. Clearly, she hadn't expected one to successfully bring down such massive prey. In truth, Ceratosaurus 1's hunt was a mere formality. Even if he had returned empty-handed, Ceratosaurus 2 would have accepted his courtship. During their month in the primeval ecological zone, their success rate in cooperative hunting might not have been high, but they had never once abandoned each other. A silent understanding had been forged in the hunt, creating an inseparable bond. She stood up and began walking towards Ceratosaurus 1. A novice at courtship, Ceratosaurus 1 felt a surge of panic, frantically trying to recall the proper steps in his mind. Next. I'm supposed to show off, right? But before he could act, he felt Ceratosaurus 2 gently nuzzle his cheek with her snout. Her warm breath brushed against him, leaving him feeling a strange, pleasant tingle both inside and out. Let's just get started. That was the signal transmitted from Ceratosaurus 2. Ceratosaurus 1 stood there awkwardly for a moment, watching Ceratosaurus 2 as she lay down and waited for him. He swallowed hard. Unlike the Ceratosaurus couple, the Dryosaurus herd seemed to have no intention of breeding. Of course, it wasn't that they didn't want to, rather, their leader wouldn't allow it. The alpha constantly patrolled the territory, driving away any companions attempting to mate. Food was scarce here, and bringing offspring into the world could lead to an immediate shortage. However, this behavior was a direct defiance of the laws of nature, and it quickly drew the ire of the younger individuals in the herd. But now was not the time for internal squabbles. On. A newly arrived, temperamental Pachycephalosaurus let out a low bellow at these strange dinosaurs, who were significantly taller than itself. Its voice was deep and resonant, sounding somewhat like the lowing of a cow. Even if the Dryosaurus didn't recognize this species, they knew trouble had arrived. When these strangers first appeared a few days ago, they had immediately seized a large portion of the Dryosaurus habitat. This was the true reason the alpha had forbidden breeding. Their living space had been squeezed to the brink of non-existence. Even a cornered rat will bite, and the usually timid Dryosaurus were no exception. The alpha charged forward, rearing up on its hind legs and waving its forelimbs frantically in the air to intimidate the intruder. But the irritable Pachycephalosaurus wasn't having it. It lowered its head and delivered a direct ram to the other's stomach. On. The Dryosaurus leader was knocked back several steps. Seeing that this interloper was refusing the easy way out, he decided to go all in. He battered the Pachycephalosaurus's head with his forepaws and even tried to bite with teeth meant for grinding leaves. While he couldn't easily draw blood, he could certainly inflict an intolerable amount of pain. However, this area was prime real estate for the Patchies, and they weren't about to back down either. Realizing the situation was escalating, other Pachycephalosaurus rushed in, beginning to ram the Dryosaurus's hind legs. The rest of the Dryosaurus herd moved to help, but their leader suddenly retreated. On. Can't win this. Fall back. Ultimately, the Dryosaurus clan was driven out of the forest. The group led by the aggressive Pachycephalosaurus watched them leave, letting out triumphant roars. The Dryosaurus alpha looked back with a lingering sense of loss, but finally steeled his heart to lead his people away. But he soon realized the herd no longer intended to follow him. On. He called out, somewhat annoyed. On. A defiant roar erupted from the herd, a younger male. He was challenging the alpha. Rebellion. It's a total rebellion. Incensed, the leader charged forward with raised forelimbs to pummel the challenger. But the younger male seemed indifferent to the blows and simply shoved the bipedal leader to the ground. It was only then that the leader, or rather, the former leader, realized how frail his body had become. When he looked up again, the new alpha was already leading the herd away. They were all as thin and listless as he was. He picked himself up and followed at the back of the line, limping. Perhaps under human care, he could have used his large frame to bully his way to the top, but in the primeval ecological zone, his cowardly nature was laid bare. Carlo burst from the tree lean and finally spotted his father. The elder Giganotosaurus was carrying a whole Parasaurolophus in his jaws, seemingly heading back toward the territory. A Parasaurolophus? Aren't they all staying by the Great Lake now? How did Dad catch one? Carlo approached, letting out a low chuff to ask why his father had gone hunting alone when they still had stockpiled meat. His father noticed Carlo's arrival and clearly faltered. He stood frozen for a long time, hesitating, but eventually chose to ignore Carlo and continued his trek back. Carlo felt something was wrong and hurried to walk shoulder to shoulder with him. It was only then he realized he was now as tall as his father. Though his head wasn't quite as large, his body appeared heavier and more robust. Had he really grown this much already? But why was his father ignoring him? Was it just because his mouth was full? Suddenly, his father stopped and dropped the Parasaurolophus. He lowered his massive head and gently nudged Carlo outward. It was light, and incredibly tender. He simply stood there, staring at Carlo, his jaws slightly parted as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he remained silent. He lowered his head, picked up the prey, and continued toward the nesting grounds. This time, Carlo did not follow. Something was wrong, very wrong. Combining his father's behavior with how his mother had acted this morning, a suspicion suddenly surfaced in Carlo's mind. It was a suspicion that aligned perfectly with the laws of nature, but one he didn't want to believe. Much like golden eagle parents who drive their chicks from the nest once they reach maturity, Carlo's parents were likely preparing to evict him. Eagles did this because their offspring might otherwise drive them away or even kill them once they were fully grown. But Carlo would never hurt his parents. Besides, he wasn't even 6 months old yet. Carlo stood in place, thinking for a long time. It wasn't until the horizon began to glow with a deep red that he finally moved. Fine then. Let's put it to the test. He began to walk, but not toward the nesting grounds. He headed for the Great Lake. He would spend the night there. Chapter 51, After many days, the UI finally reappears. Research suggests that the Giganotosaurus possesses a unique social structure, vastly different from the organisms we previously understood that drive their near-adult offspring directly out of the habitat. A Giganotosaurus will drive its young out of the nesting site, yet still permit them to linger within the broader territory. Previously, we mentioned the distinction between a habitat and a territory. A habitat is where a creature sleeps and lives, think of it as a home. A territory. That is the creature's high-frequency activity range, more like a neighborhood. Often, only the weaker or more average Giganotosaurus individuals will establish a new habitat within the original territory. The stronger individuals are more inclined to venture beyond the borders to carve out entirely new territories and homes. And this particular Giganotosaurus is, evidently, strong enough. Note, the above content is fictional lore. In reality, research on Giganotosaurus is still scarce. Seriously, what do you mean there are only 3 incomplete skeletons? And one of them is just a tiny fragment of bone. Argentina, when are you finally going to dig up the rest of the gigas? As the documentary narrator explained, the video showed Carlo walking to the edge of the Great Lake and slowly lying down. This is an incredibly difficult path. In the days to come, countless challenges await him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the documentary gave Carlo one final close-up before fading to black. Difficult refers to expanding his territory into the herbivore's safe zone. Watching it on the live stream, the separation between the little Giga and his father was so sudden. I really didn't know what was happening for a second. Me too. The little guy was still acting like a kid, asking his dad a million questions, and then the next day he's on his own. My heart aches for him. Actually, I think you should feel bad for the herbivores. So far, the Giga's win-loss record is undefeated. Speaking of which, why hasn't the official site given the little Giga a name yet? Don't. The leading name for Ankylosaurus 3 was Grassy. The officials didn't even know how to handle the PR disaster. Unlike the worried Carlo, the commenters below the documentary had already begun fantasizing about his total reign over the primeval ecological zone. The sun rose as usual, bringing a new day to the primeval ecological zone. Lying under a tree by the lake, Carlo felt the warmth of the sun on his hide. He gave a low grunt and opened his eyes. A little fellow suddenly appeared in his line of sight. It was a Cymosuchus. The corners of Carlo's mouth twitched upward. He gave a soft huff of air from his nostrils, startling the Cymosuchus so much it scrambled to turn and flee. He remained prone, watching the creature retreat until it vanished completely, before lifting his head to scan his surroundings. There was no sign of mom or dad. The answer seemed obvious now. Name, Carlo. Family, Giganotosaurus carolinii. Available points, 98, grayed out. Health, 32,802.1/80,960. Stamina, 750/750. Oxygen, 510/510. Food, 10,500/10,600. Weight, 0/898. Melee damage, 180%. Torpidity, 0/143,800.5. But have I really grown up? Even he couldn't wrap his head around that question. This was perhaps the first time the information in his mind didn't quite match reality. Judging by his health pool, he was still just a child, right? Whatever. Better focus on what to do next. Well, the good news is, I have a very high food capacity. Though Carlo tried his best not to think about his parents, his gaze involuntarily drifted toward their old nesting grounds. Next. I'll go hunt a Diplodocus. That'll secure a food source. And if mom and dad fail a hunt, they can just come and eat the carcass. Yeah. That's the plan. The climate of Isla Nublar isn't actually ideal for a theme park, tropical storms are frequent visitors. The last wave of dark clouds had barely cleared before the next arrived. The newly risen sun was swallowed by mist, causing the sky to darken prematurely. The carcass of Miss Diplodocus was no longer in its former glory. The skeleton was scattered across the ground, with only scraps of gristle clinging to the bone. Even so, it remained a paradise for the Compsognathus. Suddenly, as if sensing something, the Compy scattered in all directions, vanishing into the undergrowth. Carlo appeared, walking slowly toward the skeleton, or rather, the rack of bones. He offered a silent greeting to Miss Diplodocus in his heart. Gasp. Miss Diplodocus. Look at you. He tried to find her skull to have a proper chat, but he failed. Some scavenger had likely dragged it off. Sigh, forget it. Rest in peace, Miss Diplodocus. I'm going to go play with your kin now. Carlo tilted his head back, sampling the chemical data lingering in the air. His sense of smell could now cover half the primeval ecological zone. He was basically a living radar. Rumble. Suddenly, lightning arced across the sky, followed immediately by a deafening roar of thunder. Carlo looked up and began to ponder. Will that lightning strike me directly? Did the humans install lightning rods nearby? Should I stay low to the ground? Rumble. Eek. A Diplodocus juvenile, startled by the noise, ducked beside its mother. The mother simply let out a low "ong" of reassurance and went back to eating nuts. They were back in the same nut grove as before. Though they had lost a companion here previously, there were only 2 groves of high-altitude nuts in the entire primeval ecological zone. One was by the Great Lake, occupied by the Brachiosaurus. The other was here. They had no choice, it was as if fate had intentionally placed them in harm's way. Rumble. The thunder rolled again. Aided by the flash of light streaking across the sky, the little Diplodocus seemed to spot something in the woods. It stopped eating and let out a sharp cry to its mother before running into the very center of the herd. It wasn't about to stick around out of curiosity. For its own safety, caution was the better part of valor. The mother Diplodocus watched her offspring's movements with confusion, but a prickle of unease washed over her. Awning. She let out a high-pitched bellow, drawing the rest of her companions together. They huddled close, staring warily into the shadows. Ever since they had lost one of their own, they had become exceptionally cautious. Carlo emerged from the tree lean with a sense of helplessness. This weather was just rotten luck. Even though he had activated his clumsy stealth, he had still been spotted. It was unavoidable, really, with black osteoderms covering his upper body and ash-gray skin. He wasn't exactly built for concealment. Looking at the Diplodocus herd already locked in their defensive formation, Carlo felt a twinge of frustration. Hunting these giants alone was going to be a nightmare. He moved a few steps closer. Crack! The Diplodocus nearest to him whipped its tail, lashing the grass in front of Carlo and sending a spray of green stalks flying. It was a clear warning. Carlo recalled the damage his mother had taken previously, then looked at his own health bar. A bold, reckless idea suddenly took root in his mind. Chapter 52, Lesson Learned, Mercy Pleaded. Carlo paid no mind to the Diplodocus's posturing. He strode forward, practically inviting the Titan to lash out at him. Crack! The Diplodocus did not disappoint, delivering a stinging whip across Carlo's flank. He didn't flinch. He simply stood his ground, staring the herbivore down with cold, calculating eyes. Crack! Crack! Holy shit, we've got a masochist giga over here. The comment suddenly flashed across the primeval ecological livestream. Suspected BDSM content. Reported. LOL. The Diplodocus on the perimeter lashed out several more times until its tail began to grow sluggish with fatigue. Seeing that its opponent remained utterly unfazed, a primal chill of terror began to seep into its heart. Herbivorous dinosaurs rely on defensive formations largely because they provide a hard counter to predators, allowing them to repel attackers through collective strength. If that deterrent ceases to function, what is the point of the formation? Seeing the attack stop, Carlo pushed his luck and closed the distance further. On. That single cry from the lead Diplodocus sent a wave of panic surging through the herd. Crack! It lashed out again, but the strike lacked the conviction of the previous ones. Carlo brushed it off and kept coming. On. I'm so sorry, Gigakuen. I didn't mean to whip you, I swear. Look, can we still be friends? Friends. Friends taste good. Carlo's jaws clamped onto the Diplodocus's flank. His razor-sharp, shark-like teeth raked across the thick hide, leaving a series of jagged gnashed wounds that welled with blood. On. Bellowing in agony, the Diplodocus finally lost its nerve. The defensive line shattered as it bolted. Carlo was elated. He had been hesitant to kill it right there in the grove. If he turned the feeding ground into a slaughterhouse, the other Diplodocus might never return to eat. If the prey died out in the wilderness, however, it wouldn't matter. Once the first individual broke rank, the rest followed suit in a chaotic exodus. The ground groaned and trembled under the weight of the massive herbivores colliding with one another in their rush to escape. Carlo ignored the rest of them. He sauntered leisurely behind the original adult he had bitten, waiting for it to clear the immediate area. The Diplodocus felt a searing, burning pain in its abdomen. It knew Carlo was tailing it, but it had no choice but to run. Its only weapon had failed, stopping to fight was a death sentence. Its only hope was that the Giga lacked the stamina for a long pursuit. Thump thump, thump thump. The Diplodocus spotted a river to its right. It considered veering toward the water. Perhaps this beast was afraid of getting wet. Carlo wasn't afraid of water, but he wasn't about to give it the chance. He lunged forward, cutting off the herbivore's right-hand turn. Roar. Hey, hey, hey. Where do you think you're going? If you die over there, Mom and Dad might not find your body. Get back on track. Finding its path blocked, the Diplodocus veered left instead. There we go. Good girl. Carlo felt quite satisfied. This Diplodocus was a quick learner, a prime material for a dumb-butt protege. Once they reached a suitable spot, Carlo stopped playing. He lunged from the left, clamping his jaws onto the herbivore's chest cavity before it could react. As the Diplodocus slowed down, crippled by pain, Carlo reared up and slammed his right foot onto the creature's shoulder, the junction where the forelimb meets the torso. He locked his teeth into the flesh and heaved with his leg. Skkrllshh. Carlo tumbled sideways onto the grass, a massive hunk of meat still gripped in his mouth. He had used this exact move on Miss Diplodocus before, but now that he was taller and stronger, his reach and leverage had increased significantly. This time, he tore away a much larger section of the chest, killing the animal almost instantly, unlike Miss Diplodocus, who had lingered in a long, agonizing struggle. Carlo pinned the meat to the ground with his foot, tore it into manageable strips, and swallowed. As he looked up, he noticed deep gouges on the Diplodocus's forelimb from his claws. He looked down at his own feet. He couldn't quite figure out the mechanics of it, but he had undeniably dealt massive damage with his kick. Wait, am I actually that OP? Carlo was indeed OP, evidenced by the fact that the live stream chat had absolutely exploded. The audience hadn't expected him to pull off a solo hunt against a Diplodocus so easily, considering he had previously needed his parents' help. Before adulthood, I sleep. After adulthood, real shit. Wait, seriously? He can do that. Congrats to the Giganotosaurus for maintaining a 100% win rate. Are we sure he's even the same species as his parents? After finishing the scrap of meat, Carlo approached the main carcass. He gripped the belly and began to thrash his head from side to side, attempting to skin the kill. Suddenly, he paused. He was living by the Great Lake now. Would it be bad manners to bring a butchered corpse back there? He liked having other dinosaurs around him, it would be a shame to scare them all off. Fine. I guess I'll just have to make the commute when I'm hungry. After a few more bites, he headed to the river to rinse his mouth. He washed away the scent of blood to avoid spooking the Great Lake residents before starting his journey back. Come to think of it, did I ever teach Mom and Dad how to properly butcher a kill? Ah, they're smart. They'll figure it out. As he walked, a familiar scent suddenly tickled his nostrils. Mom. Did Mom visit the Great Lake? For a moment, Carlo was overjoyed. He broke into a light jog toward his temporary home. Strangely, he noticed that the herbivores usually lounging on his side of the shore had all migrated to the opposite bank. Carlo looked around, but there was no sign of his mother. His excitement faded into a mild disappointment. Why would she come all this way, leave her scent, and then leave without seeing him? A faint, metallic scent of blood caught his attention. He turned his head and saw a massive slab of Diplodocus meat hanging from the fork of the tree where he had slept yesterday. It was a piece he had butchered from Miss Diplodocus weeks ago. Carlo froze, then let out a sound that was half huff, half chuckle. It turned out Mom was worried he'd fail his first solo mission and had come to deliver takeout. Carlo didn't reject the gesture. He gulped down the meat in one go. While it wasn't as fresh as the kill he just made, the flavor was surprisingly good. Was it because it was dry-aged? Maybe. But now Carlo had to go rinse his mouth a second time, or nothing would dare come near him at the lake. He took a longer detour to a downstream tributary to avoid polluting the Great Lake with blood. The lightning had stopped, but the oppressive dark clouds still hung heavy overhead. Why won't it just rain already? Bad weather ruins the mood, even for a dinosaur. The stifling atmosphere made him lose interest in playing with the others. Oh, right. Where were those Simasaurus from this morning? I don't see any burrows around here. Returning to the lake, Carlo scanned the area, using his sense of smell to probe the lingering scents in the air. Wait, this smell. Bleg. Carlo mimicked a vomiting motion, though nothing came up. Is someone laying eggs right now? Chapter 53, No Admittance. Mini Theater. Parasaurolophus, laying eggs. Carlo. Parasaurolophus doctor, no family members allowed in here. Carlo, huh? I'm not a family member. Parasaurolophus doctor, then what are you doing in here? Carlo, I'm just curious. Parasaurolophus doctor, get out. End theater. Back in reality, Carlo was currently crouched on the ground, locked in a silent staring contest with a Parasaurolophus that had just finished laying its eggs and was now hunkered down by the nest. Beside him, a few brave Parasaurolophus were trying to nudge him away with their crests, but it was an exercise in futility. Carlo slowly lowered his massive head, wanting to get a better look at the eggs. Before he could get close, the mother Parasaurolophus sprawled across the nest, blocking his view. Oh, come on, don't be like that. Just let me see your eggs, okay? I haven't seen any other dinosaur eggs yet. With surprising gentleness, Carlo nudged the mother aside. Having just finished the exhausting process of laying, she lacked the strength to resist and was unceremoniously rolled to one side. On, she cried out in alarm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 eggs in total. Carlo suddenly drifted into a memory. There had been 5 eggs in his own nest, too, but he was the only one who had survived. I hope these little guys hatch safely and grow up fast so I can eat them. Puffed, just kidding. Carlo was running a frantic internal monologue. In truth, if he actually watched these little Parasaurolophus grow up, he couldn't guarantee he'd have the heart to kill them later. Fortunately, Carlo had enough Diplodocus to keep him satisfied. The odds of him hunting these neighbors were slim. But then again, why were these Parasaurolophus nesting here? While this area had the vegetation they liked, it wasn't particularly abundant. Carlo shifted his gaze, looking at the other nests nearby. Most had a mother sitting atop them. If all these children were born safely, the food here certainly wouldn't be enough, and they'd be forced to forage much further away. Did they choose this place just because the Great Lake is safe? Though many Parasaurolophus had their eyes glued to Carlo, a few scouts stood out. Carlo followed their line of sight and spotted a group of Ornithomimus watching from a distance. And their gaze was far from friendly. Looking at the Ornithomimus and then back at the Parasaurolophus, Carlo suddenly understood. So, you're all homeless, aren't you? Homeless wasn't quite the right word. Whether it was the Parasaurolophus or the Ornithomimus, neither had the power to choose their own habitat. Since other dinosaurs refused to cooperate with them, the Parasaurolophus were forced to the Great Lake. And what about the Parasaurolophus? They had driven out the Ornithomimus, seizing the habitat that originally belonged to them. Carlo looked back at the nest in front of him. The mother Parasaurolophus hurriedly covered her eggs again, even though she knew it was a useless gesture against a predator his size. The corners of Carlo's mouth twitched upward. Luckily, he was the one with the power of choice. Consider it a thank you for letting me see your eggs, Mama Para. I'll stay here with you guys for a while. At least, until these kids are born. He wouldn't interfere with the laws of nature or dictate who should live where. He would simply do as he pleased. Staying here would naturally deter the Ornithomimus from launching a sneak attack, but if they truly found the courage to retaliate, Carlo wouldn't lift a finger to stop them either. That was part of the natural order. Carlo rested his head on the ground, less than 5 meters from the nearest nest, squinting his eyes for a nap. 2 Parasaurolophus continued to nudge him tirelessly, trying to evict him. But Carlo lay there like a total scoundrel, refusing to budge. After an unknown amount of time, the Parasaurolophus gave up. They simply lay down nearby, resigned to their fate. What else are you gonna do? Kill me? As Carlo's consciousness drifted between sleep and wakefulness, he felt something lightly pecking at his lips, then his nose, and finally, right on top of his head. What now? Carlo opened one eye to find a small, unidentified blue bird. Hello there, little guy. What are you up to? The blue bird chirped happily upon seeing Carlo wake up, then hopped down to peck at his lips again. Carlo didn't quite catch the hint. Seeing no reaction, the bird seemed to get impatient and started trying to crawl into Carlo's mouth. Wait. No admittance. Carlo pressed his lips tight. The bird seemed to throw a tiny tantrum, persistent in its burrowing. Eventually, Carlo gave in and opened his mouth. The little bird chirped with joy, hopped onto his lip, and began a meticulous inspection of his shark-like teeth. Chirp. It found a scrap of meat wedged between the serrations and began to clean it out. Whoa. An oral hygienist. My apologies, doctor. Carlo realized what the little creature was doing and kept his mouth open, cooperating with the dental work. The mother Parasaurolophus on the other side wasn't nearly as relaxed. Watching Carlo sprawl so close to her made it impossible to rest. When she saw him open his massive maw, she nearly jumped out of her skin. Time ticked by, and the sky began to darken. The little dentist flew away, and Carlo slowly closed his mouth, preparing for sleep. The mother Parasaurolophus was still sitting there, staring at him. It's almost dark. Why haven't you left yet? She was exhausted. Having just laid eggs, she had very little strength left, and her eyes were heavy. Forget it, this is the Great Lake area, he probably won't hurt me. She slowly rested her head on the ground, shifting her body slightly to look at her eggs. A tiny, visible smile touched her beak. It was a look of pure, unadulterated joy. No, something is wrong. The Stegosaurus recently added to the primeval ecological zone haven't merged with their kin. They've chosen to settle by the Great Lake instead. A monitor in a green uniform spoke up, quickly seconded by a colleague. Yeah, the new introductions aren't behaving as predicted. One Triceratops tried to join a herd but was driven out. The Dryosaurus herd was kicked out of their original habitat by the Pachycephalosaurus. They're currently nomadic. After listening to the reports, a high-ranking official frowned. We have to stop the specialists from dumping dinosaurs into the primeval ecological zone like they're clearing out trash. He looked up at the surveillance feed, watching Carlo coexisting peacefully with the Parasaurolophus. They're going to destroy the ecosystem here sooner or later. Chapter 54, the title was snatched away by Carlo. For some reason, the mother Parasaurolophus slept very peacefully today. The early morning sun failed to reach her. However, driven by concern for her unhatched young, she still woke up early. It was then that she realized why she hadn't felt the sunlight. Carlo, having been woken by the rising sun, was crouched on the ground watching the sunrise. His tail beat against the earth in a rhythmic, leisurely fashion. His massive frame happened to be perfectly positioned to block the sun from hitting the mother Parasaurolophus. "You're still here." Noticing the movement, Carlo turned his head to look at the mother as she scrambled up. This time, she didn't rush to cover her eggs, seemingly resigned to the fact that Carlo had no intention of harming them. Carlo gave a low huff, his version of a good morning to his neighbor, scaring the poor thing half to death. Afterward, he faced forward again, watching the sun crest the horizon. "Head up, good. Let's go." Owen raised his hand high, then brought it down, slapping the railing. Below him, the 4 velociraptors saw the signal and immediately shifted their focus, bolting side by side into the paddock's jungle. Clap, clap, clap. Miss Ronnie walked onto the catwalk, applauding. "Impressive, Mr. Grady." Owen responded with a smile and shook his hand. "I must apologize to you, Mr. Grady," Miss Ronnie said, his smile widening. "Before meeting you, I didn't have high hopes for employees hired through connections. It seems I was wrong. You truly are an expert in animal behavior." "You flatter me." "I just used to train dolphins," Owen replied modestly. "Well, you are now the first person in the world to train dinosaurs." Miss Ronnie patted Owen's right shoulder, then turned to lean against the railing, watching the raptors interact below. "Do you think they can be put into a show?" "A show? No, no. Velociraptors are 100% killers. The noise and the scent of so many humans would likely trigger irrational behavior." Miss Ronnie wasn't offended by the rejection. He once had a tape of a containment breach at Jurassic Park where the raptors were the literal incarnation of terror, though he couldn't remember where he put it. "Then what do you think these dinosaurs can do?" Miss Ronnie asked, posing a soul-searching question. "Maybe they could handle certain emergency situations. Their sense of smell and speed are far superior to hounds. We've tried scent tracking drills with them, but the enclosure is too small, finding things is far too easy for them." Miss Ronnie froze, a vision beginning to form in his mind. If a dinosaur escaped its paddock in the future, sending a team of raptors to track it down, humans and dinosaurs fighting side by side, it would be absolutely brilliant. "I think I can provide a place for you to test that." "This is reckless. This is absolutely reckless." The Primeval Ecological Zone monitor, dressed in his green uniform, paced back and forth in front of 4 transport cages. At first, he said he wouldn't interfere with this place. Then he starts dumping dinosaurs in here like trash, and now he wants them to do training. Calm down, calm down. "It doesn't affect our paychecks either way," a colleague urged. "Miss Ronnie doesn't care about these lives, he only cares about his own amusement," the men shouted, growing more agitated. In the distance, Owen's expression was equally tense. He had asked for an open space, not an open space filled with a menagerie of other dinosaurs. But the boss had spoken, what else could he do? He washed the scent from his hands and picked up a cloth-wrapped, specially treated cylinder. It bore the same scent as the item they were meant to find. Inside the cages, the breathing of the raptors was rapid and heavy, they were clearly eager to go. Owen climbed into the passenger seat of a Jeep, with Barry at the wheel. He picked up his radio. "Everyone, get back to your vehicles and lock the doors. The predators are leaving the cages." Once everyone was clear, Barry turned to Owen. "Are you ready? There are big guys in here that could wipe us out in a heartbeat." Owen took a deep breath and pressed the button in his hand. "They can do this." "Uke." Led by Blue, the raptors burst from their cages. She scanned the surroundings once before leading her sisters into the heart of the Primeval Ecological Zone. Barry floored the accelerator and spoke into the radio, "They're in the zone. We're moving out." Blue sprinted at the front of the pack, leaping over fallen branches, her breath coming in sharp bursts as she filtered the air for the target scent. Echo and Delta followed a flank's length behind her to the left and right. They didn't need to track the scent, their job was to guard Blue's perimeter and relay her commands. Charlie was on the far right, slightly ahead of Delta's position, responsible for identifying other scents in the air and providing early warnings. "What about the ecological live stream? We have to shut it down for the day." "Tell them it's equipment maintenance," an ecological staff member at the back of the convoy said helplessly. "Uke." Charlie let out a sharp cry, heavy unknown scent ahead. Likely another creature's territory. Delta, positioned nearby, repeated the alarm to ensure Blue heard it. Blue received the intel and immediately issued the order. "Uke. Bypass it." Echo on the far left reacted instantly, slowing down to give her teammates space to pivot while ensuring Blue remained in the lead. Delta, acting as the messenger, turned to give a short huff to Charlie before accelerating to keep pace with Blue. They found something. They're turning, Owen reported over the radio. Carlo stood on the plane, staring at a cylindrical object on the ground, lost in thought. It emitted a pungent, irritating odor. Any dinosaur with a sensitive nose would typically avoid it. But who was Carlo? He was a curiosity kitten in a 30-ton body. He had returned from a meal to find that something had visited his area and left the stinky object behind. Naturally, he had to investigate. Let's see what we have here. He lowered his head and sniffed intently. Human scent again. What are they up to now? Carlo gently picked up the cylinder in his jaws and headed back toward the Great Lake. He placed the object in the fork of a tree, then returned to the Parasaurolophus nesting site. He lay down, feigning sleep while secretly keeping a close watch on the cylinder. In the distance, the mother Parasaurolophus didn't even have time to finish chewing her mouthful of grass. She scrambled back to her nest and huddled over her eggs. Why is this guy back again? Noticing the commotion, Carlo lifted his head and gave her a gentle nudge on the flank, trying to tell her not to be so reactive. But the mother Parasaurolophus could never understand his intent, she only huddled over her eggs even tighter. Chapter 55, Don't look at me, I didn't do it. Owen, something's wrong. The raptors have changed course again. This direction, the Great Lake. Why would they head there? Owen set down the tablet, a prickle of unease washing over him. What's over there? A massive herd of herbivores. That is about as bad as it gets. And, it seems that area is currently a Giganotosaurus territory. Owen's expression soured. He keyed his radio. Guys, get the tranquilizer rifles ready. For the raptors. For the Giganotosaurus. I'll handle the raptors. Yuck. Blue let out a sharp cry, her feet digging into the dirt as she skidded to a halt. The other 3 raptors immediately mirrored her. Yuck. Where is it? Charlie. Yuck. It's right here. Blue. Yuck. In the tree. Delta. As Delta's cry rang out, the 4 raptors looked up in unison toward the fork of a tree. They had located the target of their training exercise. Yuck. How do we get it? Echo. Before she could finish, Charlie lunged upward, hanging in the air for a fleeting second before gravity pulled him back down. Delta followed suit, but like Charlie, she caught nothing but air. How did that thing end up in a tree? Carried by a bird? No animal should actually like that scent, Barry said, leaning toward the windshield to squint at the cylinder in the branches. At least the Giganotosaurus isn't here. Owen, is there any way to make them stop? Barry turned to Owen, only to find him staring not at the raptors, but into the distance. Impossible. Raptors won't give up on their target. We either have to wait for them to get it themselves, or we help them. Owen's voice was heavy. Also, the Giganotosaurus is here. Owen watched with grim focus as Carlo lay prone in the distance. Fortunately, the beast seemed to be sleeping. But why is he living with a herd of Parasaurolophus? Owen was an animal behaviorist, not a biologist. In his downtime, he preferred diving and playing pool to watching the Primeval Ecological Zone live streams, so the anomaly was lost on him. Whose car is that? Are they insane? Suddenly, a jeep appeared in his field of vision, heading straight toward the Giganotosaurus. Though they were moving slowly, there was no guarantee they wouldn't wake the predator. Who's in that car? Contact them, now. Owen looked at Barry, who was already on the radio. A response crackled through. Vehicle 4 copies. This is the Primeval Ecological Zone monitoring team. The Giganotosaurus's vitals look off, we're moving in to check on its status. They weren't lying. Most dinosaurs have strict circadian rhythms, a predator like Carlo sleeping for such an extended period could be a sign of exhaustion from illness. While the park didn't provide medical treatment for wild animals in the zone, they still had to verify the status of the population. Of all the times to pick. Fine. Owen figured that since they were professionals, they knew what they were doing. He refocused on the raptors. Is this distance enough? Plenty, plenty. The jeep stopped 30 meters from Carlo. A staff member in a green uniform poked his head through the sunroof, binoculars in hand. Okay, let's see. No foul pox, doesn't look like a cold, maybe parasites. Did you bring the medical scanner? Here. Carlo lay on the ground, his eyes cracked open just a sliver. He watched the 4 raptors hopping up and down in the distance. So familiar. I feel like I've seen them somewhere. Suddenly, he saw the raptor with the blue stripes ram the tree trunk. She barked in order, and the other 3 began taking turns slamming into the wood. Wow, they're smart. Is the blue one the leader? Before long, the cylinder couldn't withstand the shaking and rolled out of the branches. A man in a jeep behind the raptors popped out of his sunroof, holding something to draw their attention. The raptors snarled at the vehicle. What's happening? Aren't they on the same side? The jeep sped off, and the raptors chased after it. They didn't look particularly friendly. How strange. But why are you still here? Carlo shifted his gaze back to the nearby jeep. A man there was holding something, a phone, maybe. He was waving it around, scanning Carlo repeatedly. Don't look at me. I didn't do it. That stinky thing was in the tree when I got here. That's weird, the scanner shows no issues. So why does this Giganotosaurus look so sluggish? The technician tapped the device, suspecting a malfunction. Is it possible the guy is just faking it? The voice from inside the car made the men on the roof freeze. He looked up and saw Carlo's eyes wide open, staring right back at him. Gulp. He swallowed hard. Seeing Carlo starting to stand up, he frantically signaled his partner. Go. Go. Drive. In their panic, they completely forgot that the Great Lake was technically the safest place to stay. Their flight immediately triggered Carlo's predatory drive. Well, I was bored anyway. Thump, thump, thump. Carlo managed the distance perfectly, keeping just close enough to keep their survival instincts and heart rates at a frantic 200 BPM. Owen had just managed to use some clever positioning to lure the raptors back into their transport cages. Don't ever do anything that dangerous again, Barry warned, still shaken by Owen using himself as live bait. Got it. Wait, what's that? Static hissed over the radio, followed by frantic shouting. Get the gate ready. Close the gate. Now. Roar. Screams and a dinosaur's roar blurred together. Owen and Barry locked eyes and scrambled into their jeep, locking the doors and hitting the gate controls. Close it. Close it. The alarm lights flashed, and the massive gate began to slide shut. There was still no sign of the monitoring jeep. Just as the gap was about to vanish, the vehicle burst through. It clipped the edge of the gate, its side mirror flying off as it fishtailed and flipped onto its side outside the perimeter. Through the narrowing gap, Owen could just make out the form of the Giganotosaurus. Carlo's timing was perfect, he stopped just inches short of the gate. If he had actually slammed into it, it would have been a mess to clean up. Carlo stood at the threshold, observing his surroundings. This wasn't the gate where Bob had accidentally entered the park. Just how many gates does this place have? He looked at the forest to his side. A forest he knew well. Wait, Mom and Dad's place is really close to here. Should I go take a peek? Carlo activated his clumsy stealth, creeping through the undergrowth. This was familiar territory. Every tree and bush felt right, filled with scents that made his dinosaur heart settle. Before long, a clearing appeared. He didn't see Mom, but he saw Dad sleeping next to a nest. A nest. Carlo felt a jolt of excitement. Am I going to have brothers and sisters? He suppressed his joy, staying deep in his stealth mode, and continued searching for Mom. But very quickly, his attention was snatched away by a treasure. His treasure. His very first trophy, the Triceratops skull. Mom returned to the nesting site from the small lake. She adjusted some loose leaves on the nest and then looked toward a nearby tree, Carlo's favorite tree. But Carlo wasn't there. And neither was the Triceratops skull. Chapter 56, The Gathering Storm. 2 months later. Name, Carlo. Species, Giganotosaurus carolinii. Available points, 136, grayed out. Health, 40,562.0/80,960. Stamina, 750/750. Oxygen, 510/510. Food, 10,590/10,600. Weight, 0/898. Melee damage, 180%. Torpidity, 0/143,800.5. Carlo wore a serious expression, staring at the UI panel before him as if weighing a monumental decision. Beside him, several Parasaurolophus hatchlings were tumbling and playing. Although the mother Parasaurolophus had grown accustomed to his presence, she still watched him with a lingering wariness. It was an awkward vibe, much like a mother keeping a sharp eye on an ex-husband who had dropped by to visit the kids. As for Carlo, he paid no mind to the noisy little duckbills, despite his original plan to leave the moment they hatched. He had assumed he wouldn't like children, but as it turned out, he didn't hate dinosaur youngsters, so he stayed. He wondered how his own younger siblings were doing. A month ago, a family notification had popped up on his UI, 3 more Giganotosaurus had been born. He had snuck back to catch a glimpse of them and found they looked much more like Mom and Dad, and their size was normal, unlike his own 1-meter-tall birth height. It had made him doubt himself all over again. By now, however, those doubts were gone. He was certain he was a freak of nature. He stood 5 meters tall now. How many predators ever reached this size, let alone at his age? But that didn't matter. On. The mother Parasaurolophus called out. Her children stopped playing and fell in line behind her. She did a quick head count and led them off. It was feeding time. Carlo watched the little ones leave and return to the tree where he had once stashed the human cylinder. His Triceratops skull was still there. In the past 2 months, the primeval ecological zone had undergone many changes. The shores of the Great Lake were now crowded with nomadic dinosaurs that had no herds. A segment of the Parasaurolophus population had split off, forming a symbiotic relationship with other strays. The Ankylosaurus herd had accepted new members. The leader of the Sinoceratops had passed away of old age, and the individual with the scarred crest had risen as the new alpha. The Ornithomimus flock seemed to be wandering the world aimlessly. The Dilophosaurus pack had grown significantly, even attempting to encroach on Ceratosaurus territory before being violently evicted. The Dryosaurus herd had returned once, not to reclaim land, but simply to deliver a brutal thrashing to the Pachycephalosaurus troop, trampling several nests before departing. As for the Diplodocus, not much had changed, except that Carlo killed one every so often. He looked across the Great Lake. The Brachiosaurus family watched him from the opposite bank. They had added 2 new members of their own. Because Carlo was now a credible threat to them, they were exceptionally vigilant whenever he was near. Wait, why is it that I used to see stray trikes by the lake, but they've all vanished lately? Any ideas, Mr. Stegosaurus? Carlo looked at a Stegosaurus drinking nearby. The herbivore ignored him completely. Resigned, Carlo went back to gnawing on his Triceratops skull. Family, Giganotosaurus carolinii. Generation 2A, Carlo. Generation 2B, Katyusha, eldest sister, Carl, second brother, Kafka, third sister. Carlo had come up with these names himself. He knew he wasn't great at naming things, but seeing the name slots blank on his UI was driving his OCD crazy. The eldest of the new brood was Katyusha. She was a mischievous thing who had snuck out of the territory once to meet Carlo. He named her Katyusha because of her high aggression. The second was Carl, perhaps because he wasn't as big as his sister, he was incredibly obedient and steady. Carlo named him Carl, meaning man, hoping he'd toughen up soon. The third was Kafka. Well, she was a bit of a slacker. She loved lying still for hours, yet ironically, she was the largest of the 3. It proved the old adage, rest well after a meal, and you'll live to 100. Ayo. A small head popped out of the bushes. It was Katyusha. Ever since she'd met Carlo, she loved seeking him out. Her vocal cords weren't fully developed yet, making her cries sound endearingly high-pitched. Perhaps because Carlo had once lived in their nest, his scent felt familiar and safe to her. Carlo noticed her, dropped the skull, and suppressed the urge to accidentally step on her, guiding her toward him instead. He took back what he said about not hating kids. This brat was so troublesome, always trying to run out of the territory. Honestly. Why can't you be more like, well, like me? Or your siblings? They actually like staying home. Katyusha crawled into the hollow of the Triceratops skull, her little head poking out through one of the eye sockets. Ayo. I beat my stupid siblings again today. Their reactions are so slow. Carlo crouched down, watching the tiny creature inside the bone, and huffed a reply. Impressive. Want to see if you can beat me? No. The corners of Carlo's mouth turned up. In this entire zone, his siblings were the only ones who could truly understand him. Playing with other dinosaurs usually felt like a solo game. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, dappling Carlo's hide. He looked up toward the Brachiosaurus bathing in the distance. Katyusha shifted to the other eye socket and followed his gaze. Ayo. Can you beat them? Roar. Yes. Katyusha's small eyes widened in shock, then clouded with confusion. Then why don't you go knock them down? This is your territory, isn't it? Because there's no need. Katyusha tilted her head, still not getting it. But why would you let other dinosaurs live in your territory? Because it's your territory. Carlo countered playfully. Then should I drive you away, too? This is my territory. No, she chirped. This was the only place she could sneak off to play, everywhere else was either dangerous or boring. Why not? Because we're family. And, if you drive me away, I'll have nowhere to go. Exactly, and neither would they. Huh. Katyusha was more baffled than ever. Her little brain was turning to mush under the weight of Carlo's human logic. If I drive them away, they have nowhere to go. Even though they aren't my family, I'm willing to accept them. Across the lake, a Brachiosaurus calf sucked up a mouthful of water and sprayed its parents, prompting a chorus of low bellows. Brat. Carlo looked away from the distance and back at the dazed Katyusha inside the skull. So, you need to protect your family, okay? Don't let them become homeless. Katyusha couldn't track how the topic had shifted so fast. Her instincts, the genetic drive that told her a territory was hers alone and not to be shared, were clashing with the knowledge she was receiving. Her genes said mine, but Carlo said ours. She opened her mouth to ask more, but a sudden boom of thunder shook the sky, making her jump. She didn't hide in the skull, though. She looked up at the sky. Roar. I'll take you back. Carlo stood up, calling to her. His strides were massive, but he moved with deliberate slowness so Katyusha could keep up with her frantic little steps. What's that in the sky? A tropical storm. What's a tropical storm? Something I hate. Chapter 57, The Rumbles Begin. Rustle, rustle. The bushes swayed as a juvenile Parasaurolophus darted from the undergrowth, followed by 1, then 2, then 4 companions. Their mother was foraging nearby with the rest of her herd. These mischievous little ones would often slip away from their mother's side when things felt safe, especially when other herbivores were in the vicinity. A massive Stegosaurus lumbered past them, causing the youngsters to freeze in their tracks. He looked so powerful. That was their instinctive thought. As the Stegosaurus slowly passed, another herbivore appeared on its far side, an ornithomimus. It was staring intently at the hatchlings. On. The hatchlings didn't understand why the creature was staring, so they offered a friendly greeting. On. The moment the Stegosaurus cleared the path, the ornithomimus suddenly lunged. It charged the juveniles and kicked one of them clear off the ground. The ornithomimus might look slender, but its legs possessed a level of power that a Parasaurolophus hatchling simply couldn't withstand. The 4 remaining hatchlings watched their leading sibling fly through the air. Without stopping to see if it was still alive, they turned tail and bolted back toward their mother. On. One of them was clearly more composed than the others, immediately letting out a high-pitched alarm to alert the herd. The other little ones quickly followed suit, their cries joining in a frantic chorus. The calls alerted the Parasaurolophus herd. This was the signal for danger, usually reserved for when a member spotted a predator. They all looked toward the source of the noise. There stood an ornithomimus, and it was currently chasing their young, trying to land another kick. On. This sight instantly enraged the herd. Bellowing, they charged at the ornithomimus. The ornithomimus seemed to think one kill wasn't enough, but it couldn't quite land a strike on the second hatchling. Getting tunnel vision, it obsessively pursued the small fry, completely failing to notice the approaching wall of angry Parasaurolophus. Soon, it was knocked down by a heavy shoulder charge, and a relentless barrage of dinosaur feet began to rain down upon it. The 4 surviving hatchlings huddled behind their mother, chirping and telling her what had just happened. They couldn't understand why a fellow herbivore would try to drive them away and kill them. Food was running low. Ceratosaurus 1 stared at the ornithomimus skeleton before him, lost in thought. Several more skeletons were piled nearby, creating a rather macabre sight. A scar from a chemical burn marked his snout, an injury sustained while driving off the Dilophosaurus pack. The spit from one of those little poison dogs had nearly hit his eye. Luckily, the creature's aim hadn't been great. Ayo. A juvenile Ceratosaurus darted out from behind Ceratosaurus 1, weaving between its father's legs to search for scraps of meat on the skeletons. Roar. Ceratosaurus 2 let out a soft huff as she stepped up beside Ceratosaurus 1, another juvenile trailing behind her. The Cerato pair shared a sweet, brief nuzzle before one gave a low growl to explain the situation. The food was gone. The ornithomimus had all left this region. Ceratosaurus 2 was silent for a moment before hesitatingly asking, "Did you check the Cross River Channel? There's still a Diplodocus carcass there." One gave a decisive, submissive rumble. "I don't dare." Back when Carlo was their size, he and Ceratosaurus 2 could still manage to act alongside him. But now that the guy was nearly twice their height, trying to play together felt like a death wish. In the past, if he tried to make them do something, they could at least resist. Now, he could treat them like chew toys with zero effort. Rumble. A flash of lightning streaked across the sky, sending the young Ceratosaurus scurrying beneath their parents. A spark of inspiration hit Ceratosaurus 2. Their children were terrified of the flashes in the sky, which meant they wouldn't wander off. They could leave the young safely in the territory and go hunting together as their success rate would be much higher as a pair. She led her children to a small earthen mound with a hole just large enough for the 2 juveniles to crawl into. This was their nest. After escorting Katyusha back to her parents' territory, Carlo returned to the Great Lake. This time, he didn't lie down under the tree. Instead, he hunkered down near the Parasaurolophus resting area. He was honestly afraid of getting hit by lightning. As it happened, the Parasaurolophus herd returned from their feeding session. They seemed to have reached a point where they could treat Carlo as a fixture of the landscape, naturally finding their spots to settle down around him. 1, 2, 3, 4, wait, one's missing. He tilted his head slightly to look at the mother Parasaurolophus. From her guilty expression, the look of a divorced mom who failed to look after the kids but still brought the survivors to see their ex-husband, Carlo understood roughly what had happened. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do now. The four little ones played in front of Carlo, chirping at him as if they were venting their grievances. Carlo couldn't understand them, but he stayed by the little cuties in silence. Perhaps their logic was simple: Carlo eats meat, the ornithomimus eats plants. Since the meat eater eats the plant eater, maybe Carlo could just eat all the ornithomimus for them. Suddenly, Carlo's biological radar, which now spanned the entire primeval ecological zone, detected something. He sat up straight, tilting his head to carefully analyze the scents in the air. They're moving more dinosaurs in. The experts were clever. As long as they fired any employees who expressed dissatisfaction, they could do whatever they wanted. But not this time. There are things that aren't bound by the restrictions of so-called experts. With his biological radar, Carlo knew the state of the primeval ecological zone better than anyone. He knew the carrying capacity had reached its limit, and he wasn't about to let these experts have their way. What do you think my home is? A trash can. Dark clouds gathered overhead as if the sky might weep at any moment. Lightning flickered, but it did nothing to dampen the enthusiasm of the dinosaur lovers. This is amazing. We're so close to them. Brooklyn. Trailing behind a herd of herbivores being moved into the primeval ecological zone were 3 gyrospheres and a vehicle that looked like a cross between a jeep and a pickup truck. These weren't the staff members herding the dinosaurs. Used to be cool. You're making Jurassic World boring. Inside one of the 2-seater gyrospheres, Brooklyn ignored Darius's awe. She was looking at the comments on her phone, looking a bit dejected. She wasn't exactly a dinosaur enthusiast, though she was only a teenager. She was already a major influencer with a massive following and product endorsements, aiming to become a full-fledged celebrity. Unfortunately, the videos she had recorded so far at Camp Cretaceous hadn't resonated with her fans, causing her engagement to drop significantly. Darius felt a bit awkward. Riding in a vehicle with someone you don't know well often leads to these moments. Seeing how upset she looked, he figured he should try to distract her and help her relax. Chapter 58, No More Dinosaurs. Roxy here. Roxy, the lead counselor for Camp Cretaceous, answered the radio mounted on the dashboard of their rugged transport vehicle. Bring the kids back. Repeat, weather conditions. Bring the kids back now. Roxy leaned out slightly to glance at the sky. It was indeed heavy with dark clouds, but it hadn't reached the point of canceling activities yet. No emergencies, right? None. The voice on the other end belonged to a worker herding the dinosaurs up ahead, but it was trembling. He sounded anything but fine. She traded a look with her assistant, Dave, in the passenger seat. Both saw the same flicker of worry. Putting the safety of the kids first, she floored it, pulling ahead to intercept the gyrospheres. Dave smoothly opened the door, without stepping out, and stood up to lean out of the cabin. He forced a wide, cheery grin for the kids. Hey, everyone. Change of plans. Storm's rolling in, so we're heading back to camp. Fun, right? As he spoke, he kept glancing nervously toward the dinosaur herd, watching for any sign of a sudden outbreak. Ah, man. Are you serious? The teenagers stepped out of their gyrospheres, voicing their loud complaints. Dave, struggling to manage the crowd, could only mutter vaguely, hey. Don't blame me, blame the storm. A little rain isn't going to stop us, is it? Darius, the resident dinosaur enthusiast, wasn't about to give up his chance for a close encounter. He stepped forward to plead his case. When are we ever going to get another chance to drive alongside a herd? His voice was soft, carrying the weight of a dream slipping through his fingers. Sorry, not this time, Dave said, uncharacteristically firm. But Dave, I believe that under your and Roxy's brilliant leadership. This is not up for negotiation. Darius tried to push further, but Roxy leaned forward from behind Dave, her face calm but her tone final, killing his hopes instantly. She glanced at the radio, still worried about the ground team. She took a deep breath and addressed the group. I want you to drive these gyrospheres back to camp. We can come back out tomorrow. Dave and I have other work to attend to. Stay at camp, stay out of trouble. Understand? Fine, Darius sighed, dejectedly climbing back into his seat. Roxy exhaled. Being the bad guy, in the eyes of kids, was never easy. Once Dave shut the door, she slammed the car into gear to follow the herd. Picking up the radio, she asked. Kids are safe. Tell me what's happening. I'm coming to extract you. A moment later, the reply crackled through. Threat level 3. Dinosaur asset out of containment. Roxy visibly stiffened. Threat level 3 was a terrifying phrase, especially within the context of the primeval ecological zone. Which level 3? A herbivore, she asked, desperate for a better answer. Asset 3, the Giganotosaurus. He's breached the gate. No casualties yet, but he's heading straight for the herd. Helicopter support has been requested. The voice on the radio shook. So did Roxy's hand on the steering wheel. Teenagers are naturally rebellious, they often act without considering the consequences. Come on, guys. Are we really just going to go back? We could follow from a distance, just a peek. It'll be fine, Darius urged. You heard Roxy. Cool it, Brooklyn said, her eyes never leaving her phone screen. Ahem. I don't think there's anything in Jurassic World more viral than a close encounter. Your followers might love it, Darius said, expertly hitting her weak spot. Brooklyn stopped typing. Her eyes lit up as she looked at Darius. Everything was understood without a word. You're going to follow them. I don't think that's a good idea, Sammy warned from another gyrosphere. Coming from a ranch, she knew how dangerous spooked animals could be. Roxy's order to retreat meant something was wrong with the livestock. But Yasmina, her co-pilot and an adrenaline-loving athlete, made the choice for her, following Darius without hesitation. In the final gyrosphere, Ben, a delicate soul, tried to refuse his thrill-seeking partner, Kenji. No. Don't even think about it. I am absolutely not. Great, I'm driving. ARK. Kenji didn't wait for him to finish, grabbing the stick and following Darius's lead. Why have they stopped? Dave asked, looking at the stalled herd with growing anxiety. The plan was to pivot the dinosaurs away from the incoming threat. Because he's here, Roxy said, her face pale. Roar. The next moment, a roar pierced the sky, drowning out the thunder. On. The herbivores were paralyzed with fear. They had no way to counter an opponent this massive. Some began to bolt, while others huddled near the slow-moving Brachiosaurus. Carlo's goal was simple, scatter the herd. However, he was nearly finished with the Diplodocus carcass back home. Taking a Brachiosaurus back as a main course didn't seem like a bad idea, as he hadn't tasted one yet. Roar. He trotted toward the herd, letting out deep, guttural barks. He moved to the left of the Brachiosaurus, roaring to scatter the smaller dinosaurs, then circled around the back to repeat the process on the right. Quickly, the Brachiosaurus was isolated. Carlo didn't bite yet, this wasn't a good spot for a meal. He needed to drive the long neck back into the primeval ecological zone. Off-road 5. It's too dangerous. Watch your left. Roxy yelled, trying to steer her vehicle to keep the herbivores from stampeding wildly, while Dave reported positions to the team. Gyrosphere 1, watch out. Gyrosphere. Roxy's face twisted in fury. Those damn kids. Suddenly, a panicked Sinoceratops failed to dodge Roxy's vehicle, slamming its horns directly into the side. After a dizzying spin, the car crashed into a tree, nearly totaled. Oh my god. It's Asset 3. The Giganotosaurus. I've watched him grow up. He's the most popular dinosaur in the primeval zone. He broke the record for giga-size limits. Darius sounded like a fan meeting a superstar, words tumbling out in excitement. I know. My feed was flooded with him before I even got here. Brooklyn added, finally sharing Darius's enthusiasm. Ahead of them, Carlo was expertly herding the Brachiosaurus toward the zone's perimeter. Darius, watch your right. Sammy screamed from the sphere behind them. Whoa. A Sinoceratops grazed Darius's gyrosphere as it bolted past. He looked back at Carlo, who still hadn't delivered a killing blow to the Brachiosaurus, and it clicked. Roxy. Roxy, are you there? He pressed his comms. You little, Roxy looked up from the deflated airbag. Beside her, Dave was bleeding slightly from a cut on his forehead. Hey, Roxy. I watch the primeval live streams all the time. I know Asset 3. He likes to drive prey to a specific spot before the kill. I think he's trying to herd the Brachiosaurus back into the zone. Roxy ripped away the airbag, watching the chaos around her. They couldn't keep this up. If the Giga really wanted to go home, that was the best-case scenario. You brat. I'm trusting you one last time. She grabbed the fallen radio and switched channels. This is Camp Cretaceous. Asset 3 is returning to the primeval ecological zone. Open the gate. Are you sure? Do you want him staying out here? There was a moment of silence, followed by the heavy mechanical groan of the gate opening. I hope you're right. Carlo had been wondering how he was going to get the Brachiosaurus through the gate, but the humans were surprisingly perceptive. They opened it right up for him. Very polite. Whir. A helicopter finally arrived on the scene, its crew looking down at the wreckage in disbelief. Good God. Do we dart him? A burly, muscular man with a sniper rifle asked the pilot. No. The Giganotosaurus is already back in his paddock. The rest are just herbivores. We secure the survivors first, then sedate the strays. Chapter 59, Forest Fire. All right, you're all set. Thank you. The helicopter sat on a stretch of lawn as medical personnel finished bandaging Dave's wounds. Thwack. Not far away, a member of the herding crew threw a punch straight into the face of a gate technician. How do you watch a gate? You almost got us killed. Whoa, whoa. Easy, easy. Dave rushed forward, wedging himself between the two men, hands pressed against their chests to prevent further violence. You're going to forgive this idiot? Seriously. You almost died when that Sinoceratops hit the car. Cough. First off, it wasn't that bad. Second, why don't we hear him out? Dave looked at the gate technician along with the impulsive staffer. The technician nursed his bruised jaw and spoke up, everything happened too fast. We deployed the biodeterrents like usual, but that monster didn't care at all. He ran right through them. By the time the monitors alerted us, it was too late. What kind of garbage are you talking? Why else would he break out? For these herbivores. The impulsive worker pointed at the lawn, where herbivores were scattered everywhere, with others fleeing into the woods. Hey, don't sweat it. I know someone who knows dinosaurs better than anyone. He'll be able to tell if that's true or not. Thanks for today, Darius. Letting him go back on his own really was the best call. Roxy stood with her hands on her hips, sighing as she surveyed the wreckage on the lawn. Her face had been nicked by glass, now sporting a fresh adhesive bandage. Cool, so, can my demerit be cancelled? Darius asked hopefully. No. Roxy turned to face him squarely. You put everyone in danger without permission. I'm only letting this count as an offset for that mistake. You're still shoveling poop tomorrow. What? No. Darius let out a cry of despair. Just then, Dave arrived with the two unfamiliar workers and approached Darius. Hey, Darius. Do you know how far a Giganotosaurus Asset 3 can track a scent? Darius's eyes lit up at the technical question, but he scratched his head. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure. At least half the primeval ecological zone, for sure. I've never seen him fail a track. Dave turned to the other two workers with a "See. Told you so" look. Did that help, Dave? Sure did. So, can you cancel my poop shoveling duty, boss? Well, of course. Dave suddenly caught Roxy's "you better think carefully" stare. He felt a sudden chill. Not. No. The primeval ecological zone. Carlo clamped his jaws onto the Brachiosaurus's neck, dealing a massive amount of damage instantly. Awning. The Brachiosaurus felt the life drain from its neck, collapsing weakly to the ground before finally drawing its last breath. Rumble. Lightning flashed across the sky again. I wonder if standing Brachiosaurs act like lightning rods. Carlo couldn't help but wonder. Sensing something, he raised his head and glanced toward a thicket. Although they were well hidden, they couldn't escape Carlo's biological radar. It was the Ceratosaurus pair. Why aren't they coming out? Are they waiting for me to finish eating? Carlo thought for a moment, stepped on the carcass, and gripped one of the front limbs from the side, pulling with all his might. He failed. Carlo wasn't quite strong enough for that yet. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he let go and moved to the chest cavity, tearing off a massive chunk of meat. He carried the meat to the bushes where the couple was hiding, dropped it, and gave it a nudge toward them before turning away. He ripped another piece from the carcass, tossed his head back to swallow, and then whipped around. He caught the two Ceratosaurus sneaking toward the snack. Hee, caught ya. He slowly approached them and noticed they seemed much shorter now. In the last 2 months, he had only seen them from a distance, they seemed to be avoiding him. It had been a long time since they had been this close. Carlo looked down at his two shivering former friends, feeling a bit helpless. The Ceratosaurus stood frozen, their faces a mix of joy and desolation, their lips moved, but no sound came out. Their posture finally became one of deep respect, clearly calling out, "Master." He turned back, tore off another huge hunk of meat, and placed it before them. They hadn't told him, but he knew. They were parents of 2 now, they couldn't afford to take risks by hanging out with a giant monster like him. As he went back to his meal, a strange scent hit him. He looked up to see thick black smoke rising above his parents' territory. Huh, are Mom and Dad grilling something? He lowered his head to continue eating. Wait, grill my foot. It's a fire. Mom sprinted through the forest, dodging the encroaching flames to find her children. Crack. A charred pine tree collapsed in front of her, sending sparks flying. Roar. Mom let out a high-pitched call for her youngest. The crackling of the flames nearly drowned out the weak cry of the hatchling. Mom circled the burning tree and pushed deeper into the jungle. Crunch. Dad lowered his head to heave a smoldering, wedged log out of the way, then ignored the pain as he trampled the flames in the underbrush. Roar. He signaled the 2 little ones behind him to follow. Katyusha and Carl, feeling the searing heat in the air, did their best to avoid the blackened shrubs. The air seemed to be getting thinner. Suddenly, trees began to collapse one after another. Dad spun around, shielding the two youngsters beneath his body. Luckily, the burning timber missed them, but it completely blocked their path. Dad gave a low rumble, telling the kids to stay close as he prepared to find a detour. Katyusha and Carl shook themselves, rattling off wood chips and sparks, chirping back to Dad as loudly as they could. Roher. Suddenly, a thunderous roar split the sky. Was that Mom? No, it came from outside. The wall of burning timber in front of them burst apart. Shards of flaming wood flew everywhere amidst a cloud of ash. Carlo tore through the familiar woods. The splinters couldn't pierce his hide, and the fire only left shallow scorch marks. Nothing could stop him from carving a path for his father's group. Mom leapt over a burning bush, crushing the flames. Trees collapsed behind her as she reached an opening, finding Kafka trapped by a ring of fire. She called out, leading her child toward an exit. Suddenly, the wind shifted. The flames roared with renewed vigor, further squeezing the space around Mom and Kafka. Falling branches from the canopy spread the fire further. Another tree fell, blocking the way once more. Sparks landed on Mom's hide, causing her to let out a low, pained whimper. Kafka was terrified, staying huddled beneath her mother. Roar. A roar echoed from the distance. Recognizing the voice, Mom snapped out of the smoke-induced haze and roared back. Roar, cough, cough. Her voice cut off as she began to hack. The thick smoke choked Carlo's sense of smell, but it didn't slow his pace. Fire tried to climb his legs, leaving only blackened streaks. Tearing through the debris and wading through flames meters high, he found his family. He gave a low huff for them to follow, only to find Mom coughing too hard to respond. He paused for a split second, then rushed forward to use his jaw to nudge Mom's head low, shielding them both as he led the way out. Trees fell onto Carlo and rolled off. Low flames licked at him, only to be crushed under his feet. Towering infernos tried to challenge him, but they only ended up as fuel for the forest's grave. Through the fire, through the trees, through every familiar plant and stone. Carlo led Mom to the lawn to reunite with Dad. Health, 37,884.9/80,960. He shook his body, shedding the charred residue as it fell to nourish the earth. Cough, cough. Mom was still coughing. Their home was gone, but fortunately, raindrops were finally beginning to fall. Rumble. Thunder echoed across the sky again. Carlo threw his head back, and his roar pierced the clouds, ringing across the entire island, echoing through the mountains with a lingering, sorrowful power. Under the rain, the fire gradually died. The black smoke of destruction turned into clear mist. The charred trees became charcoal to nourish the soil, and white steam rose, waiting for life to return. The fire had ravaged the land, but the cycle of life never stops. Roar. An angry roar echoed through the mountain forests, causing every living creature to lower its head and tense its body. A dense screen of green leaves tilted upward as a sharp claw left a deep gouge on a wall. End of Volume 1, Primal Love ARK. Chapter 60, A Peaceful Daily Routine. Note, to fix the author's mistake, Suchingceratops will now be called Sinoceratops. Life perseveres beneath the catastrophe. In a rare move, the official Primeval Ecological Zone social media account pinned a post from the Giganotosaurus monitor, a man notorious for his flair for the dramatic. Holy crap, that was way too cool. The fire was just a backdrop, it couldn't even touch him. I'm dying to know how many cameras got fried in that blaze. Coming here from the live stream, wildfires are terrifying. It spread so fast, the cameras were cutting out one by one. Wait, can we get a fact check? Is this actually biologically possible? That last commenter was more observant than most. While the health Carlo lost seemed negligible to him, it was technically enough damage to have cooked both of his parents into well-done steaks several times over. How exactly do you get different species to, well, you know? Hal Osterly, vice president of the Masrani Global Corporation, made a series of abstract gestures with his hands that nearly caused Claire Deering to lose her professional composure. She had clearly stated there had been a major breakthrough in genetic engineering, yet this genius actually thought they were successfully crossbreeding different species the old-fashioned way. Inside the underground labs of the Innovation Center, Claire was leading 3 executives on a tour. Her goal, secure sponsorships for the subadult Indominus Rex and fund a larger, more secure paddock for public display. The Indominus wasn't bred, she was designed. Dr. Henry Wu, who happened to be inspecting the lab, was drawn over by the vice president's enlightened remarks and stepped in to bail Claire out. It was painfully obvious this man had no idea what he was actually sponsoring. She will be 50 feet long when fully grown, bigger than the T-Rex. Dr. Wu continued as he paced toward the group. To ensure these laymen understood the scale, he added a pointed comparison. Air. I recall you have a Giganotosaurus here that already hit the 50-foot mark a while ago. VP Hell might not have been a scientist, but he wasn't stupid. Only record-breaking dinosaurs moved tickets. Then why didn't you just add Giganotosaurus DNA to her? Make her an Indominus Giganotosaurus. Dr. Wu paused, seemingly surprised that Asset 3's popularity had reached so far outside of specialist circles. In fact, we did exactly that. But she seems to have inherited other traits from the Giganotosaurus. This was a total fabrication. While they had included the DNA, the Indominus Rex had not manifested the trait for extreme gigantism, neither of the two specimens had. However, to land a sponsor, you first needed results, and second, you needed a good pitch. Since the vice president didn't know the first thing about dinosaurs, as long as he was interested, the money would follow. Every time we exhibit a new asset, attendance spikes. Global news coverage, celebrity visits, the world watches. Claire sees the opening to prevent Hell from digging deeper. When will she be ready for display? Jim Drucker, a balding shareholder, asked with genuine interest. She is ready, Dr. Wu replied, his face wearing that permanent, inscrutable mask of confidence. Carlo lay in the shade of a tree, watching the Parasaurolophus habitat nearby. More duckbills were staring back at him now, clearly wary of the unfamiliar scent he carried. Beside Carlo, a second figure had joined Katiusha, her brother, Carl. He was currently imitating Carlo's exact pose on the ground. In his young mind, Carlo was powerful for a reason. If he copied Carlo's every move, he would eventually become just as strong. Katiusha poked her head out of the eye socket of the Triceratops' skull. This had become her personal fortress. She spent half her time diving in and out of it. It was becoming clear she had a strange obsession with ceratopsians, likely bad news for the local trike population in the future. As for Kafka, the third sibling, she was sleeping. She couldn't be bothered to make the trip. Carlo thought for a moment, then stood up to lead the two youngsters back toward his parents' territory. He wanted to see how the recovery was going. Before he could take more than a few steps, a small bird landed on his head, his dentist. It seemed the bird wanted a free ride. Carlo didn't mind, letting the creature perch on his brow. The earth had been stained gray by ash and charred debris. Following the rain, the oppressive heat had vanished, and lime-green sprouts were already beginning to cling to the skeletons of dead trees. However, the gray soil still held the embers of the fire. Red-hot charcoal had not lost its fire just because of a single rainstorm. Carlo moved to stomp out a smoldering patch, but his little dentist beat him to it. The bird picked up a small twig, one end extinguished, the other still trailing a wisp of smoke. Then, the bird leaned forward, spreading its wings and tucking the smoky end of the twig under its feathers as if to smoke bathe or toast itself. Left side, right side, left side. Watching this, Carlo pulled his foot back. He let the glowing twigs finish their smolder, standing still as he watched the small animals of the forest slowly return to the scorched earth. She's white, you never told me she was white. Simon Masrani frowned, feeling a chill as he looked at the Indominus Rex in the paddock. Most dinosaurs had rich patterns, even the T-Rex had colors that blended with the forest, giving them a biological reality that told the world they weren't monsters. But this thing. She looked like a ghost. You think she'll scare the kids? Claire walked to the window, re-evaluating her creation. The kids. Their parents will have nightmares about her. Masrani's eyes never left the predator. For some reason, he felt he could never turn his back on her, even with a wall between them. Is that a bad thing? Claire asked, her expression flickering. She didn't want the guests to be too terrified. It's fantastic. Masrani had to admit, if Carlo satisfied his desire for something bigger and stronger, this creature satisfied everything he understood about the word terrifying. Can she see us? Masrani asked. The glass was supposed to be one way to prevent the dinosaurs from being agitated by tourists, but the asset had been staring directly at them for a long time. They say she can sense thermal radiation, like a snake, Claire explained. So, is this enclosure safe enough? Masrani turned his gaze away from the horror, looking at Claire. We used the best structural engineers in the world, Claire said, nodding as she walked toward the console, though she avoided a direct yes. Accidents were, after all, inevitable. So did Hammond. Masrani began to pace the length of the glass wall. A friend once told me, dinosaurs act irrationally because of noise. And you happen to be reinforcing the walls, creating endless amounts of it. He looked at a hairline fracture in the glass, his concern deepening. He's currently heading a research project for one of my companies. Owen Grady. Claire rolled her eyes involuntarily at the mention of the name, though she made sure her back was to her boss. I know him. The genius who wears board shorts to a date, she added silently. His dinosaurs are smart. So he has to be smarter than them. Masrani paced back, scanning the interior of the paddock. He certainly thinks he is, Claire muttered. Go get him. Have him inspect the paddock. Masrani either didn't hear her or didn't care. Maybe he'll notice details we've overlooked. He stopped and turned back to the paddock. The Indominus Rex, however, had vanished. Chapter 61, Have fun. What do you need? Talk to me. Owen and Hoskins stood on the catwalk, facing each other. Barry leaned against a nearby railing, listening to the exchange. Field ops. Hoskins spoke the words with anticipation, as if unveiling a grand manifesto. Hearing those two words, Owen didn't even hesitate, he turned and walked away in sheer exasperation. Hey. They just responded to your commands back there. You've got to build on that momentum, get some real-world results. Hoskins wouldn't let it go, trailing a step behind Owen. Owen, wanting no part of this obsession, shot back. They're wild animals, Hoskins. Trust me, you don't want to rush this. I saw a bond. Communication between man and beast. Hoskins picked up his pace to cut Owen off. You're in my way. Owen really had no patience for this madman. Don't be like that. We're on the same side. We're both war dogs. You know as well as I do that the military needs to minimize casualties. Some people think robots are the future. Owen looked at the Sadby in front of him, shook his head helplessly, and moved around him. Hoskins remained relentless, he didn't even bother turning around, just kept chasing Owen's heels. Nature gave us the most effective killing machines 65 million years ago. And now, they take orders. Feeling a tap on his shoulder, Owen spun around, his patience frayed. Barry rounded the corner from the other side, stepping up beside Owen. We finally make progress, and the first thing out of his mouth is this. Weaponization. Barry asked, gesturing toward Hoskins with his right hand. S*****. Hoskins rolled his eyes, turning his back on them for a moment to mutter a curse under his breath before spinning back to keep pace. Come on, fellas. Let's be grown-ups here. He began to lecture them. Drones can't search tunnels or caves, and they're vulnerable to hacking. If a real war breaks out, that tech is toast. Owen replied with a single line, tech doesn't eat people when it gets hungry. Hoskins clicked his tongue, then pointed down at the velociraptors nipping at each other in the pit below. Look. Look at these creatures. Their loyalty can't be bought. They'll run straight into enemy lines, helmets and all, tearing them apart, leave nothing behind. Barry followed up with a question, what if they want to be in charge? Then you show them who's boss. Kill the ones with rebel tendencies, Hoskins said coldly. Pfft. Barry couldn't hold it back. He let out a sharp laugh that dissolved into a full-blown chuckle. He walked past Hoskins, giving him a patronizing pat on the shoulder. What? Is something funny? Before Hoskins could figure out what was happening, he saw Owen wearing the same smirk, looking at him as if he were an idiot. You really should check out the Primeval Ecological Zone official website, Owen suggested. Those animals you're talking about. They'd challenge a natural disaster for each other. What do you think would happen if you killed one of them? With that, Owen ignored Hoskins entirely, picked up a bucket from the catwalk, and left. Lift me up. I can't see. A crowd stood in front of Gray, blocking his view of the juvenile dinosaurs in the Gentle Giant's petting zoo. I'm not your dad, and besides, you're way too big for that. Zach had zero interest in the local activities. He moved quickly through the crowd. To him, these were all just kiddie attractions. Everything here is for little kids. Yeah, I know. Gray wasn't exactly a toddler anymore, but he was still brimming with curiosity, snapping photos every few seconds with his portable camera. Should we go on the gyrospheres? The track is right next to the Primeval Ecological Zone fence. Maybe we'll see that record-breaking Giganotosaurus. Great idea, but the babysitter told us to stay here. Zach looked back at the assistant there Aunt Claire had assigned to watch them, then reminded Gray to watch his fanny pack for pickpockets. The assistant was quite clever, as long as the two were tucked away in the petting zoo, there was no danger. After all, what harm could a baby dinosaur do? Whoa. In the distance, a juvenile triceratops, annoyed at being handled, gave a sudden headbutt to a handler. Fortunately, there was no child on its back, and its strength wasn't enough to cause real damage to an adult. Zach suddenly noticed their babysitter was preoccupied with a phone call, seemingly discussing a wedding. She wasn't paying attention to them at all. Kid. Yeah. Run. Go, go, go. Gray didn't know why, but he followed his brother's lead. He didn't have a hidden agenda, he just found weaving through the crowd fun and began to laugh. Soon, his attention was snatched by an announcement over the speakers. Zach sighed, signaled for his brother to calm down, and led the way toward the T-Rex kingdom. Burring. Hey, Mom. Zach found a relatively quiet spot away from the crush of people to answer his mother's call. Didn't we agree you'd call as soon as you landed? Are you having fun? It's all right. Zach gave a noncommittal answer. He wasn't here for the park, he was here to look after his brother. Aunt Claire gave us VIP passes, so we don't have to wait in line. Hearing this, Karen frowned on the other end of the line. Wait, she's not with you. No, why? Oh, nothing. Just have fun, okay. Bye, Mom. Bye-bye. Claire stepped out of the car and walked toward the figure repairing a motorcycle outside a lakeside cabin. Knowing she was meeting an ex-boyfriend, she had draped her blazer over her shoulders to appear more authoritative. What do they want now? Owen had taken off his leather vest and was wearing a casual white shirt. The moment he saw his visitor, he had a bad feeling. A woman wearing an outfit like that wasn't here for a reconciliation. Mr. Grady. I need you to come take a look at something. Owen put down his tools and gave Claire a strange look. Why the formality? Owen. Claire used his name, humoring him. Asking an ex for a favor was never easy, psychologically, it was more than a little awkward. If you're not too busy. I'm very busy. Owen didn't seem inclined to give his ex much face. Claire took a deep breath, ignored the subtext of his refusal, and continued, we have a new attraction. What? You finally decided to drag that Giganotosaurus out for a show? Or are you just going to lock up all those herbivores that stampeded yesterday in a new paddock? Ignoring Owen's sarcasm, Claire stated flatly, we made a new species. Chapter 62, Eve of Disaster. Darius. Your dinosaur obsession finally paid off. My engagement is skyrocketing. Brooklyn was buzzing with excitement. Having captured high-quality footage of Carlo driving off the herbivores, her social media stats were finally rebounding. Haha, and my reward is more poop shoveling, Darius offered a dry laugh as they stepped out of the elevator and returned to the camp hub. Alright, guys, I'm leaving my phone here to charge. If you need it, go ahead, but make sure you keep it plugged in. Standard rules at Camp Cretaceous forbade mobile phones, but Brooklyn was the exception. As a superstar influencer, being offline was simply not an option. Yeah. Kenji, trailing behind the pair, gave a noncommittal wave. He looked as casual and indifferent as ever. So, who stole my phone? Brooklyn stood in the doorway, arms crossed, looking absolutely livid. She had been kind enough to lend her phone to the group last night, and now it was nearly noon and the device was nowhere to be found. Brooklyn. I think the question you should be asking is, who didn't touch your phone? Yasmina was sitting on the sofa next to Sammy. She felt Brooklyn's accusatory tone was aimed squarely at her best friend, and her voice crackled with defensive friction. I used it to check the weather last night, Ben offered quickly, sensing the tension. Dr. Sattler published a new column on microfossils yesterday, Darius added. I couldn't pass up a prime selfie op, but I haven't touched it since, I swear, Kenji chimed in. Brooklyn rolled her eyes and let out a heavy sigh. I didn't see it either. Sammy added softly, as if worried that being the only one silent would look suspicious. Really? Brooklyn's gaze flickered to Sammy, her tone notably more skeptical than it had been with the others. Hey. It's fine. We can't go canoeing for a while anyway, so we have plenty of time to find it, Darius cut in, desperately trying to play peacemaker. Roar. Suddenly, a distant, haunting roar cut through the argument. What was that? Brooklyn asked, her anger instantly replaced by a cold chill. The sound was unlike anything they'd heard, primal and terrifying. Rex. Kenji guessed, though his voice lacked conviction. I don't think so, Darius corrected, his internal encyclopedia already ruling out the park's star attraction. Yasmina was the first to react, rushing to the balcony and leaning over the railing to skin the distant tree line. Hiss. Owen lay flat beneath the chassis of a crane, having just sliced a fuel line to drench himself in gasoline. He took a long, shaky breath and held it. Rumble. A low, guttural vibration sounded inches from his ear. Rows of jagged, irregular teeth were set into a massive, pale jaw. Kree roar. A piercing shriek erupted, threatening to shatter Owen's eardrums. He tilted his head away, eyes squeezed shut, straining every muscle to remain motionless and silent. The white phantom leaning against the vehicle seemed to lose interest. It straightened its posture and stalked away. Only when the heavy footsteps faded into silence did Owen allow himself to gasp for air. Ha. Meanwhile, Claire Deering arrived back at the main control room. Ding. The elevator doors slid open. The sharp, rhythmic click of high heels on marble drew every eye in the room. She scanned the staff, took a silent breath to steady her nerves, and spoke with forced composure. Everyone, stay calm. She spoke slowly, enunciating every word to hide the tremor in her voice. 2 people were already dead. Claire looked up at the tracking monitors, exhaled again, and stepped forward to take command. The vast control room seemed to find its axis, everyone returned to their stations. Lowry tracked the signal, Vivian began the comms. "Hang up that damn phone, please." Suddenly, a new voice cut through the room, causing the staff to freeze once more. It was a voice they knew all too well, Simon Masrani. "Apologies, sir. I'm receiving an update." "Everything is under control," Vivian said, pivoting her tone before hanging up. Masrani stepped into Claire's space, addressing the room. "Send the ACU to get her. The existence of this park is predicated on our ability to handle these incidents. This was always a possibility, wasn't it?" He sounded confident, yet he seemed to overlook the immediate danger to the guests. Even Lowry, usually content to slack off, couldn't stomach the nonchalance. He shot back with a rare flash of steel. "You should put that in the brochure. Eventually, one of these things will eat somebody." Claire ignored the bickering, her eyes locked on the primary display. "The nearest attraction is 4 miles away. ACU can handle this before anyone else gets." No. "That's not right," Lowry interrupted, his fingers flying across the keys. He looked frantic. "She's turned. Based on the trajectory, she's heading southwest, straight for the primeval ecological zone. ACU won't make it in time." Claire's mouth hung open slightly, her composure finally breaking. "Alert the monitors. We need access to every camera in the sector. Double the ACU deployment, it's about to get a lot more dangerous in there. Zach, did you know that the Giganotosaurus skeleton is actually a reconstruction? There are 2 versions, the long-skulled and the short-skulled. But the Giga here in Jurassic World proved the long-skulled version was right. Still, some people insist on the short-skulled version because... Zip it." At the Gyrosphere Valley, Gray leaned against the railing, pouring his prehistoric knowledge into his brother's ear. But Zach was far more interested in a group of girls nearby, his gaze lingering with teenage intensity. Gray, already burdened by the news of their parents' impending divorce, felt a pang of hurt at being shut down. He followed Zach's gaze to the girls boarding their spheres. What's staring at them going to do? Zach snapped out of it, perhaps thinking of his own girlfriend back home. His eyes cleared. "Thanks, kid. Don't mention it." The next gyrosphere rolled into place. Zach and Gray boarded in sequence. "Enjoy the ride," the operator droned. He was counting, this was the 372nd time he'd said that today. Ring, ring. The phone rang, but the boys were already rolling out onto the planes. "There. Go that way." Gray pointed eagerly toward the distant fence, the boundary between the Gyrosphere Valley and the primeval ecological zone. "Hold your horses," Zach said. Having just witnessed the Mosasaurus feeding, he wasn't quite as manic as his brother, but he was still curious about the legendary Asset 3. He'd heard his classmates drone on about it until his ears grew calloused. Minutes later, they had rolled past the Giganotosaurus territory, yet they had seen nothing. Even worse, the attraction was closing, the spheres were being recalled. Ah. Gray slumped. The trip felt like a bust, they'd barely seen any dinosaurs. "It's fine. We can stay out a little longer," Zach said, trying to soften the blow for his brother. "But they said it's closing." "Hey, we're VIPs, remember? A few extra minutes won't hurt anyone." Zach suddenly spotted something. He slowed the sphere and turned it toward the fence of the primeval ecological zone. "Look what we have here." Chapter 63, The Hybrid Butcher. 10 minutes had passed since the escape of the Indominus Rex. Inside the control room, several unfamiliar faces had appeared. These were the primeval ecological zone monitors, urgently mobilized to track the Indominus's exact coordinates. Although the trackers were functional, they lacked precision, offering limited tactical support to the Asset Containment Unit, ACU. Anomaly detected on camera 3 to 27. Alert at Southeast Gate 7. Possible impact. Copy that. Deploying emergency biological deterrence. The staff worked with mechanical efficiency, utilizing defenses originally designed to prevent dinosaurs from the primeval ecological zone from straying. "We have a breach. Deterrents are ineffective. The gate is being compromised." "I repeat, the gate is compromised." The gates of the primeval ecological zone were standard iron shutters, far less formidable than the concrete walls of the Indominus paddock, and certainly no match for a man-made monster of her caliber. "We failed. The Indominus has entered the primeval ecological zone." A staff member removed his headset and sighed. "It's not over yet. Keep monitoring." A lone triceratops stopped grazing, lifting its head to scan the surroundings. Nearby were a few Parasaurolophus, Gallimimus, and Stegosaurus, unfortunate stragglers who, for various reasons, had failed to join a herd and now lived as nomads. They formed a loose collective for the sole purpose of fending off the carnivores of the primeval ecological zone. At this moment, every herbivore in the group raised its head. The commotion in the nearby woods was becoming impossible to ignore. On. A diplodocus lifted its head from above the towering tree line. The herbivores relaxed slightly, lowering their heads to resume feeding. On. But the diplodocus cried out again, its high-pitched wail snapping the herbivores' attention back. A moment later, the diplodocus stumbled out from the forest, revealing a body covered in deep gashes and bleeding wounds. On. This time, it wasn't just the diplodocus. The surrounding herbivores shrieked in terror, turning to bolt. Thud. The diplodocus collapsed onto the grass, its belly heaving as it gasped for air. The forest swayed. A green-hued claw gradually turned pale, pressing down firmly onto the mountain of heaving flesh. She was quiet. She was careful. Until she confirmed that her place in the hierarchy was one of absolute dominance, she would not broadcast her presence. This was to be a silent massacre. No, no, no. Bad idea. This is a bad idea. It's a great idea. No. We're gonna get arrested. They'll shave our heads, and we'll have to make root beer in the toilet. What are you even talking about? Gray was terrified, chanting nervous, nonsensical spells that Zack couldn't begin to decipher. There. Zack steered the gyrosphere around a bend and pointed toward a distant herd of Ankylosaurus. See? I told you. You're welcome. I got us an exclusive, up-close look at 4 dinosaurs. Ankylosaurus, we must have driven into the primeval ecological zone. It won't be long before we get eaten. Please, dude. Didn't you hear that mad scientist on the monitor? This sphere can stop a .50 caliber bullet. Look, there's another one coming. Aren't you the dinosaur expert? What kind is that? That's A. The Indominus Rex approached from the flank, her skin shifting colors in a constant blur to confuse the Ankylosaurus's vision. Snap. The sound of breaking branches echoed. The Ankylosaurus herd snapped their heads up, squaring their positions toward the source of the noise. There was nothing there, but they knew with primal certainty that danger was closing in. The lead Ankylosaurus slammed its tail into the ground, attempting to intimidate the predator. Months of peaceful living had bolstered their confidence. Little did they know, the Indominus Rex didn't care if an opponent looked tough. She killed everything. Her white form gradually materialized. Her claws raked across a branch, producing a piercing, metallic screech. She moved toward the herd one step at a time, the branches beneath her feet snapping rhythmically. Sensing the shift in the tide, the lead Ankylosaurus let out a low rumble, signaling the herd to retreat. Seeing her prey attempt to flee, the Indominus grew agitated. She accelerated, intent on leaving no survivors. But in the next instant, an Ankylosaurus with massive dorsal spikes named Scimitar cut across the path. With a quick-footed trot, he blocked the Indominus, his tail club striking the earth and sending debris flying. Go. Go. Watching the drama unfold, the two brothers tried to pilot the gyrosphere away from the charging herd, but it was too late. A fleeing Ankylosaurus has no regard for obstacles. At the front of the pack, the rebel gave the sphere a shove, followed by a tail swipe from Grassy, clearing the path for the subadults and juveniles behind them. The gyrosphere's glass spiderwebbed with cracks as it was sent tumbling into the air. The Indominus moved with fluid agility, dodging strike after strike from the tail clubs. She attempted to slash through the dorsal armor but failed, quickly shifting her focus to the soft underbelly. Ignoring the spikes on the creature's back, she pressed her full weight down upon it. Feeling the crushing pressure, the Ankylosaurus could no longer swing its tail. It strained every muscle to support its weight, desperate not to collapse into a vulnerable position. But it was a feint. He felt razor-sharp claws rake across his hind leg. A searing pain surged upward, creeping beneath the edge of his armor plating. He could no longer stand. Carlo stood beside the father and mother dinos and their 3 hatchlings. He had forced them all to take a bath in the water because he sensed something was wrong. Something had happened to the primeval ecological zone. There were still remains from the diplodocus he had hunted earlier, so a scent of blood to the east was normal. When that scent intensified slightly, he had assumed the Carnotaurus were merely hunting. Though the bulls hadn't had any new family members recently, by his count, it was indeed time for them to feed. But the scent of blood was spreading westward with no sign of stopping. Carlo didn't smell a familiar creature, but he sensed a mass of something saturated in gore. He had to go see for himself. But before that, he had to secure his family. He wasn't sure how much washing away their scent would help, but every little bit counted. On the ground, Zack grabbed his brother's hand, pulled him up, and sprinted for their lives. The bulletproof glass was like wet paper to the Indominus. If they didn't leave now, they would be swallowed like tinned meat. The Indominus used her long, muscular arms to shove the gyrosphere out of her mouth. It hadn't felt good, like a human trying to swallow a light bulb. Feeling mocked, she let out a furious roar and lunged out of the forest after Zack and Gray. However, her vision and sense of smell weren't quite sharp enough to pinpoint their location immediately. Zack and Gray stood at the edge of a cliff overlooking a waterfall, facing each other. Are you ready? No. Jump. In the next heartbeat, a silhouette lunged from the trees beside the brothers, its jaws locking firmly onto the Indominus's exposed lower neck. Chapter 64, Blood is Flowing. The silhouette shifted constantly, the green of the grass, the brown of the trees, and the dappled patterns of sunlight flickered and vanished. It was Carnotaurus II. The Indominus Rex hadn't noticed she was being ambushed. Feeling the sharp pain in her neck, she couldn't help but let out a shrill shriek. She immediately raked at Carnotaurus II with her long claws, leaving bloody gashes across its flank. Realizing she couldn't inflict a deep enough wound to kill the hybrid instantly, Carnotaurus II let go and vanished back into the tree-line. What's going on? Did all the other dinosaurs evolve without me? How can I not bite through a single carnivore? The Indominus felt a few scratches on her neck, the skin was broken, but no blood flowed. Realizing the attacker intended to flee, she lunged in pursuit. But almost instantly, she felt a tearing sensation in her left hind leg. By instinct, she slammed her foot against the ground, shaking off Carnotaurus I, who had rushed in to bite her from the shadows. Roar. On. Shaken off but undeterred, Carnotaurus I roared back in defiance. Infuriated by this blatant provocation, the Indominus prepared to return the roar, only to feel a stinging pain in her right hand. Her roar cut off abruptly. She turned to see Carnotaurus II tearing at her arm, but as she moved to snap at the attacker, she felt the skin on her hind leg being ripped open again. She realized the gravity of the situation. She could no longer treat these creatures with the same dismissive cruelty she showed the herbivores. She twisted her body violently. The two Carnotaurus were dizzy from the force of the movement, but they refused to let go. Why? Why is my snout so short? That was the thought shared by both bulls. They couldn't get a wide enough gape to tear off large chunks of flesh, they could only hang on with grim determination. Suddenly, the Indominus dropped her weight, bracing herself with her hands. Carnotaurus II's tiny, vestigial forelimbs were useless for stability. The sudden drop sent her crashing to the ground, forcing her to release the hybrid's snout. The Indominus spun, kicking out with a hind leg to shove Carnotaurus I away. Leveraging her long arms, she pushed herself back up and lunged, pinning Carnotaurus I firmly to the earth. Carnotaurus II knew that if one died, she would stand no chance alone. Ignoring her pounding head, she rolled to her feet and, despite her swaying balance, delivered the dirtiest blow possible. She struck the hybrid right in the censored. Even though the Indominus was designed with high-density defense across her entire body, this remained her most vulnerable spot. On. This time, the hybrid let out a piercing, high-pitched scream. Knowing she had succeeded, Carnotaurus II didn't hesitate. She bolted back into the forest to hide. Roar. The Indominus shrieked at the retreating Carnotaurus II, momentarily loosening her grip on the pinned Carnotaurus I. In that life-or-death moment, one erupted with unbelievable willpower, scrambled to his feet, and dove into the nearest thicket. Roar. The Indominus shrieked again, but by the time she stood fully upright, Carnotaurus I had long since vanished into the foliage. Stunned, the Indominus Rex paused to think. She recalled how Carnotaurus II had appeared, the way the creature had blended into the environment. They have an ability similar to mine. In a flash, she reached a conclusion and adjusted her strategy. Her eyes closed, and when they snapped open, a nictitating membrane slid across them, clearing her muddy vision. Specialized sensory cells on her skin began to pick up thermal radiation. Within seconds, she had locked onto the positions of the two dinos. Unaware that they had been spotted, the two Carnotaurus were still circling, looking for an opening based on her angle. This creature had invaded their territory and slaughtered the local wildlife. No predator would allow such a beast to live. It wasn't just about survival, it was about pride. The Indominus intentionally left an opening. She tilted her head, raised her body, and exposed the vulnerable underside of her neck to Carnotaurus I. To Carnotaurus I, it looked like the ultimate opportunity. He didn't hesitate, he lunged straight for it. The Indominus snapped her head back into position, simultaneously shifting her body to dodge the bite. Carnotaurus II, seeing one miss, didn't waste time and charged toward the Indominus's rear. Her objective was clear, enough to make one's skin crawl. The Indominus felt the chill of an approach from behind, but she had anticipated this. Her tail whipped around like a lash, precisely striking Carnotaurus II in the head. Working both ends of her body, the Indominus snapped her jaws shut on the retreating Carnotaurus I. She only caught his torso. It was slightly off target, but it didn't matter. She raised her front claws, intending to pin him down and end it. But facing death, Carnotaurus I ignored the pain of his hide being punctured. He decided to go down fighting. He lunged forward, biting down hard on the hybrid's opposable thumb, completely ignoring the skin tearing and blood spraying from his own body. I've survived being starved for 9 meals in 3 days. You think you can kill me? You think you can kill me? His eyes turned bloodshot as he clamped down on that thumb. Finally, he felt the copper tang of blood flooding his mouth. It tastes so damn sweet. The Indominus flinched from the pain and loosened her grip, but quickly clamped down again. Ignoring her bleeding left hand, she reached out with her right to crush him. Just as her hand touched the end of Carnotaurus I's body, her thermal vision picked up a new signal. Her focus shifted from the Carnotaurus in her mouth to her side. Her pupils dilated instantly. She let go of one to intercept the new threat, but she couldn't shake off the Carnotaurus' still death grip to her left thumb. Then, a cold sensation bloomed at her side, followed by a pain that pierced through her body, heading straight for her heart. On roar. She shrieked, her neck now completely exposed. CRRRK. Thud. Fangs sank into flesh. Carlo clamped onto her throat, driving her backward. Sensing her balance falter, he slammed her down with brute force. Still reeling from the shock to her, censored, the Indominus Rex couldn't resist such power. She was slammed into the earth, sending a cloud of dust into the air. The two Carnotaurus were thrown back by the sheer force of the impact, forced to let go as they tumbled onto the ground. Carlo moved to go for the belly, but the hybrid's survival instincts were overwhelming. She used her arms and legs to shield her vitals. No matter how Carlo lunged, he couldn't find a way to tear into her abdomen. He quickly changed tactics. Before she could scramble up, he bit down sideways on her lower jaw, catching part of the upper maxilla as well. He twisted his entire body, dragging her across the ground in a 270-degree arc before releasing her, flinging her away. The Indominus Rex flailed her limbs in a panic to slow her momentum, tearing up chunks of green turf that flew into the air. As she slowed down, she felt the ground beneath her back vanish. It was the waterfall. Splash. Boom. She fell back first into the lake, sending a plume of water meters high as she crashed into the bottom. Fortunately, the lake wasn't deep, she was able to find her footing. Staggering, the Indominus crawled onto the shore and shook off the water. She didn't even have time to kill the two brothers hiding in the nearby bushes. Rising from a quadrupedal stance to a bipedal run, she fled into the depths of the jungle. Carlo walked slowly to the edge of the cliff. Looking at the muddy tracks below, he knew she was still alive. She survived that. The cliff was nearly 10 meters high. Even with the water to cushion the fall, a beast as heavy as the Indominus surviving that height, and running away at full speed, was staggering. Carlo licked the roof of his mouth. A slight sting followed, along with the metallic taste of blood. He was injured too. The quills on the hybrid's neck were not to be trifled with. The moment he had bitten down, the pain had spiked into his brain, preventing him from exerting his full strength. Animal instinct forbids self-harm, and the Indominus Rex had exploited that psychological barrier to bolster her defenses. The murky lake water was tinged with a faint red streak. Carlo glanced at the two brothers hiding in the grass. He ignored the little ones and turned back toward the gasping Carnotaurus I. Carnotaurus II hadn't left this time. She lowered her head, monitoring the faint remains of his breath. Carlo searched the jungle for mugwort leaves from memory. After chewing them into a pulp, he smeared the paste over the wounds, eventually covering one's entire flank and spine. Feeling the sting of the medicine, Carnotaurus I opened his eyes and looked at Carnotaurus II. You bastard, why aren't you leaving now? When I was trying to mate with you, you couldn't run away fast enough. He remembered how she had grown to loathe him after he led trouble her way, leading to his rejection during mating season. He felt a sense of peace. I managed to screw her over once, totally worth it. He closed his eyes again, his breathing ragged and shallow. Chapter 65, Who is the Prey? Beep. 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 The wrist-mounted scanners of the Lead Asset Containment Unit, ACU, members emitted a faint, rhythmic pulse. Found blood. She's hit. The evidence wasn't just on the ground, traces of the Indominus's blood clung to branches and leaves. Drip. A warm droplet landed on the lead trooper's hand. He looked up, noticing a leaf smeared with a particularly thick patch of gore. He checked his tracker again, the signal was right on top of them, yet the jungle was eerily silent. Beep, beep. The same alarm frequency as the watches chirped from a nearby bush. He looked toward the source and found a discarded hunk of biological tissue. He raised his left hand in a clenched fist. The squad halted instantly. The remaining members exchanged looks, hearts hammering against their ribs. They slowly shifted formation, scanning the perimeter with white-knuckled grips on their non-lethal weapons. She has active camouflage. Stay sharp, a voice from the control room crackled through their earpieces. The reminder sent a jolt of adrenaline through the team, their bodies tensing like coiled springs. The lead trooper stepped forward alone, picking up the tissue. He flipped the bloody flesh over. Beep, beep. It was the tracker. How did she do that? Someone in the control room exclaimed. However, Claire Deering was no longer there to answer. Ding. The elevator doors hissed open, and Claire sprinted out, nearly colliding with Owen Grady, who was on his way to confront Masrani. While most of the primeval ecological zone monitors had been diverted to the Indominus, an automated alert had flagged a gyrosphere entering the restricted valley. That was how she found her nephews. After failing to reach them by phone, she had watched the feed of the Indominus clashing with the Ankylosaurus. She had begged the ACU to divert a team for a rescue, but they had refused to split their strength during a containment breach. She had to do it herself. Claire. Owen stood his ground while Claire stumbled back from the impact. Owen. She recognized him and immediately grabbed his arm. I need you. I really need your help right now. What's going on? Seeing her normally composed demeanor in shambles, Owen skipped the banter and got straight to the point. My nephews. They're in the valley. The primeval ecological zone. Please, if anything happens to them. Owen didn't know how two kids ended up in the most dangerous part of the park. He glanced at the surrounding crowds and pulled Claire aside to prevent a panic. Finding a relatively quiet corner, he lowered his voice. How old are they? Claire took a breath, trying to regain her rationality. The older one is high school age. The younger one is, a few years younger. She gestured their heights with her hands, a vague motion that left Owen staring at her in disbelief. He hit her with a devastating question. You don't even know how old your own nephews are. Claire went silent. When you only see family once every 7 years, knowing is a relative term. Heavy footsteps echoed through the brush. Branches groaned and snapped. The ACU members turned toward the noise. The trooper closest to the sound signaled the team to fall back and find cover. Snap, crack crack. Carlo found the dense undergrowth irritating. Branches scraped against his hide before snapping under his massive bulk. He followed the scent of the Indominus's blood out of the thicket, emerging by a small creek where the ACU squad was stationed. The lead scout, who was furthest from Carlo, whispered into his comms, "We have Giganotosaurus 003 in sight. Requesting instructions." Masrani stepped forward in the control room, overriding the comms operator. Do not fire. I repeat, do not fire. He won't attack you. Are you kidding me? That was the collective thought of every man on the ground. Carlo ignored the weapons leveled at him as if they were toothpicks. He approached the lead scout with slow, deliberate steps. Some troopers tried to duck behind cover to avoid his gaze, but Carlo's eyes tracked every single one of them. He stopped directly in front of the scout, lowered his massive head, and took a deep, audible sniff of the Indominus tissue in the man's hand. The scout could feel the creature's hot, humid breath rolling over him, a sensation that made his skin crawl. He recognized those yellow pupils. He had been under that gaze once before, years ago. That time, 2 men with tranquilizer rifles had been left crippled, one lost a leg, the other suffered a crushed chest. And back then, the creature had still been a juvenile. Fortunately, Carlo's yellow eyes weren't fixed on the men, but on the scrap of meat. When Carlo finally straightened up, the scout exhaled as if he'd been granted a divine reprieve. It looked like he wouldn't be stepped on today. That's incredible, isn't it? We have a bigger predator helping us hunt the monster. Maybe we can just disband the squad, Lowry said, letting out a breath of pure relief. He looked more stressed than the men in the field. No. Masrani snapped. We have to find the Indominus before he does. That asset is worth $26 million. We can't just let it go up in smoke. Masrani's confidence was unshaken. He still believed he was in control, especially after seeing how easily Carlo had handled the hybrid earlier. If a dinosaur could do it, surely his elite team could do the same. Control, we've lost the Indominus's trail. The blood trail has stopped, the field team reported. Why don't we just follow the Giganotosaurus? He's tracking her too, isn't he? Someone suggested. No, Masrani vetoed immediately. Following Carlo meant giving up the initiative. Even though they had already lost it, Masrani was determined to contain the asset himself to minimize further corporate loss. Zack and Gray wrung out their shirts on the grass, ignoring their soaked hair. Phew. Zack exhaled, scanning the horizon. Where do we go now? Gray asked. He was covered in mud and grime, but he hadn't complained once. Roar. A distant bellow echoed through the valley, making both brothers jump. After a moment, Zack took the lead. It's not safe here. We need to move. Do you know where the nearest exit is? Zack shielded his brother, eyes darting toward the surrounding tree line. Gray nodded, indicating he could lead the way. He tried to step in front, but Zack pulled him back. Stay close, Zack warned, walking side by side with his brother. He looked at his blue VIP wristband, ripped it off, and tossed it into the mud. Chapter 66, Who is the Monster? 65 minutes since the escape of the Indominus Rex. Gyrosphere Valley. A white jeep sped across the grasslands. Owen, behind the wheel, spotted something on the horizon. He slammed on the brakes and grabbed his rifle. "Stay in the car," he commanded Claire before stepping out. A dying Apatosaurus lay sprawled on the grass. Its hide was crisscrossed with deep gashes, and it emitted a constant, low whimpering sound. "Hey there," Owen whispered, kneeling down and placing his hands on the sauropod's massive head. The Apatosaurus rolled its eye to look at him, its breathing labored and frantic, though it relaxed slightly under his touch. I know, Owen murmured, speaking gentle, meaningless words of comfort to the animal. Claire slowly approached and knelt on the other side, her hand trembling as she touched the creature's jaw. She looked on in disbelief. Owen glanced up at her, giving her a look that clearly said, "Why didn't you listen to me?" But Claire's attention was entirely captured by the Apatosaurus. She didn't see him. She watched as life slowly ebbed away from the magnificent creature. Some people seem heartless yet grieve for every living soul, others seem to care for life yet risk thousands of lives for the sake of a monster. On. The Apatosaurus lifted its head with a cry. It might have been a warning, or perhaps it was simply terrified. The ground began to vibrate with heavy, rhythmic footsteps. Owen and Claire locked eyes and scrambled to their feet, intent on reaching the jeep, but it was too late. A massive silhouette loomed over them. Left with no choice, they pressed themselves against the right side of the jeep, praying to stay out of sight. Carlo ignored the vehicle. He approached the dying Apatosaurus. "What is he doing here?" Owen hissed. "The Indominus Rex broke the fences," Claire whispered back. "Great. Just fantastic," Owen muttered with grim irony. The Apatosaurus, sensing Carlo's presence, tried to lift its head and flee, but its body was a leaden weight, refusing to obey. Carlo crouched by the sauropod's back. He lowered his massive head, gently nuzzling the herbivore's neck, eventually resting his skull against its own. He applied a feather-light pressure, nudging the creature's head back down until it rested on the grass again. He let out a warm huff of air against the Apatosaurus's cheek and jaw. Carlo had seen Diplodocus herds comforting one another back when he hunted alone. He wasn't sure if an Apatosaurus would respond to the same gesture, but he had to try. The Apatosaurus yielded to Carlo's touch, closing its eyes as its throat pulsed with effort. Being. It let out a soft, chirping sound, a vocalization usually reserved for hatchlings, as if confiding its final sorrows to a family member. Carlo lay down, closed his eyes, and listened in silence. He was currently flying blind. The Indominus had become exceptionally cautious. Despite her natural distaste for water, she had begun washing herself after every kill. Carlo could no longer track a moving mass of gore. Even the tracker she had clawed out of her side had been dropped into a river to throw him off. He was forced to rely on the fading scent of blood lingering in the stagnant air. Eventually, the soft chirp ceased. Carlo opened his eyes to find the Apatosaurus had stopped breathing. He stood up and continued his march. Roar. He let out a thunderous bellow, a piercing provocation aimed at the unseen enemy far across the valley. On roar. To his surprise, the enemy answered. Carlo tilted his head, triangulating the source of the sound, and accelerated toward the hybrid's position. Owen, rifle in hand, slowly stepped out from behind the jeep. He watched as Carlo's silhouette receded into the distance and finally vanished. What made him so angry? Puzzled, Owen walked toward the spot where Carlo had been standing. Claire followed a step behind him. As they reached the rise, they saw several crows descending onto the plains. An entire herd of Apatosaurus lay scattered across the field, no breath, no pulse, no life. Owen's brow furrowed. As an animal behaviorist, he felt a flicker of genuine confusion. "She didn't eat them," Claire whispered, covering her mouth with her hands in shock. "She's killing for sport. How much further? This better not be a waste of time." Kenji panted heavily, splayed out on the wooden deck like an exhausted dog. He was at the tail end of Darius's group. They had heard strange biological cries earlier, and at Darius's suggestion, they had climbed the watchtower at the end of the zipline to scout the area. Roxy and Dave were currently away, having gone to appeal to their superiors for more staff due to the kids' repeated disobedience. Because they couldn't locate Claire, they hadn't been able to return, giving the campers a window of opportunity. Kenji trudged over to Darius's right, leaning against the railing and peering into the forest. "Oh look, a Brachiosaurus." He rolled his eyes. "All that climbing for this? Mystery solved. Can we go back now?" Ben, ever the rule follower, hadn't wanted to come in the first place. He was worried about violating the adults' orders and urged the group to leave. "But it doesn't make sense. Brachiosaurus don't roar like that," Darius insisted. A Brachiosaurus's call was full of life, the sound they had heard was a distorted, metallic shriek. "Hey! You kids! What are you doing out here? We have an asset out of containment." Two staff members suddenly ran into the clearing below. They had likely been dispatched to evacuate the Camp Cretaceous kids. What are they saying? Darius couldn't hear them from the top of the tower. He turned to his friends. Brooklyn shrugged, equally clueless. You can't stay up there. It's too dangerous, the workers yelled. Great. They look furious. I told you we'd get in trouble, Ben muttered, casting a judging look at the others. Get down. This area is locked down. Suddenly, a brachiosaurus in the distance collapsed with a muffled groan. The campers gasped, frantically gesturing to the workers below. Why are you just standing there? The workers couldn't decipher the frantic hand signals. This area was hot, they needed to get the kids out now. Get down. You little Edie. Ong roar. A shriek cut him off from behind. The Indominus Rex lunged forward, swallowing the first worker whole in a single snap. She lunged with her right hand, catching the second man as he tried to bolt, snapping his spine like a candy bar. She was growing fond of these little creatures. Their expressions when they fled were so much more vivid, much more fun than the big ones that just stood there like statues. Her thermal vision picked up a new cluster of heat signatures. She looked up at the kids on the zipline tower. She tore through the iron fence as if it were paper and began to climb the tower's support beams. Roar. A provocative roar echoed from the distance. She paused, turning her head toward the sound. It was the one who had ambushed her. Ong roar. She shrieked back without hesitation, accepting the challenge. Then she turned her head back to the tower. But first, she'd kill these little things. Chapter 67, Pro-Level PvP. To the zipline. Go, go, go. Darius pointed toward the machinery, shouting instructions to the group. Thud. The Indominus Rex slammed her body against the structure, attempting to bring it down, but the heavy supports held firm. Pivoting her strategy, she hooked her claws onto the horizontal railings connecting the four load-bearing pillars and began to climb. Crack. Just as she anticipated, the crossbars couldn't support her massive weight. They sheared off completely, falling to the ground. The zipline tower began to tilt precariously. Brooklyn grabbed Ben, who was frozen in terror, and shoved him toward the zipline harness. I can't clip it. I can't clip it. In the heat of the moment, Ben's nerves failed him. I've got it. Kenji, losing his patience, stepped in to buckle the harness for him. He slammed his hand against Ben's back and shoved him off the platform. Go. Thud. Another crossbeam gave way. The entire zipline tower was now leaning at an angle that would make the Leaning Tower of Pisa look vertical. Fortunately, the others moved with more fluid coordination. Sammy, Kenji, and Brooklyn all successfully hooked onto the lines. However, they had overlooked a critical safety feature. The zipline was designed for staggered departures. When multiple units were detected on the line simultaneously, the emergency brakes triggered. Why did we stop? Ben. What did you do? Kenji hissed, his head jerking forward from the sudden deceleration. Ben was even more frantic, his fear of heights kept him from even looking down. Nothing. I didn't do anything. It just stopped. Thud. The tower lost another support beam. The cable whipped up and down, leaving the campers dizzy and disoriented. It's the emergency brake. Darius realized the problem immediately. He and Yasmina were still on the platform, watching their friends dangling midair. To prevent getting stuck themselves, they had to push the others forward. Darius made a split-second decision, unbuckling his own safety harness and stepping back. Darius. Yasmina turned, confused by his actions at such a critical moment. You're an athlete. You're strong, right? What are you doing? She looked back at the others trapped in the air, then back at Darius. A cold dread washed over her. Hold on to me. Darius took a running start and jumped, colliding with Yasmina's harness as they slid forward together. The impact knocked the wind out of Yasmina, but her reflexes took over, and she grabbed Darius tight. Bam. They slammed into the line of campers, providing enough momentum to push everyone forward. It worked. We're making. Before Darius could finish, the tower behind them finally collapsed. The cable snapped, and the sliding mechanisms disintegrated, sending the group plummeting into the canopy of the forest below. The Indominus Rex stood by the ruins of the tower, focusing her senses on the wreckage. There were no thermal signatures left. Escaped. She scanned the sky, but there were no humans in sight. Of course, she thought, these little things can't fly. She wasn't particularly angry. If they were gone, so be it. A much more dangerous foe was approaching. She looked down at the fallen tower, deep in thought. A moment later, she vanished into the jungle, leaving behind a trail of conspicuous tracks. Carlo navigated through the towering groves of giant redwoods. These trees were the original inhabitants of Isla Nublar, ancient giants that were wider than he was. At the base of one massive redwood were several orange canopy tarps. Inside appeared to be an elevator shaft leading to a massive treehouse complex high above. In front of the tree stood a pool of water, its original purpose unclear. Carlo approached the pool and found faint, swirling traces of blood. She washed her scent away here. Carlo couldn't fathom how a biological creature could neutralize its scent so thoroughly for so long. Even a daily dousing in disinfectant shouldn't be this effective. His sense of smell felt as if it had been severed, it was useless in this hunt. Suddenly, Carlo noticed prominent claw marks on a smaller redwood nearby. The gashes ran from the roots upward, as if something had tried to climb. Carlo approached slowly, feigning a focused investigation while keeping his senses locked on his flanks. This smelled like a trap. Great, the camp is still standing. Darius's group emerged from the undergrowth, letting out a collective sigh of relief. Darius. Sammy called out, pointing toward the clearing. Holy sh. Carlo's attention was drawn to the teenagers. He turned to look at them. While he knew he shouldn't be distracted, these humans looked fundamentally different from any he had seen before, as if they belonged to a different world, or at least a different art style. They were incredibly conspicuous. AUNNG roar. In the next heartbeat, the Indominus Rex lunged from his blind spot. She clamped her jaws onto his neck, but she didn't exert her full crushing force. Instead, she drove him forward with her momentum, mirroring the way Carlo had ambushed her earlier. Seeking revenge. But Carlo didn't have two Carnotaurus hanging off him this time. He quickly adjusted his footing, matching her speed. Rip. His foot caught on the heavy yellow canopy tarp. Though the material was thick, it couldn't support his massive weight and shredded instantly. Realizing his positioning was poor, Carlo widened his stance and dug his claws into the earth, trying to anchor himself against the Indominus's power. Suddenly, the Indominus released her grip and leaped backward. The sudden disappearance of resistance caused Carlo's counterforce to hit thin air, sending him stumbling forward. Before he could recover his balance, she circled to his flank and rammed him into the massive redwood. Crash. Shatter. The glass and concrete of the elevator shaft disintegrated on impact. Shards of glass spun through the air, glinting as they caught the light. Go. Move. Darius was pulled back into the brush by his companions as they scrambled to evacuate the camp. Glass and concrete debris rained down on Carlo's hide. They raked across his skin but failed to leave a single wound. The Indominus Rex took note, his defensive capabilities were staggering. But it didn't matter. She backed away 2 steps. Carlo shook his head, clearing the glass from his eyes. He straightened his body, squaring up to the Indominus once more. Clack. The sound of falling timber caught his eye. No. He realized the gravity of the situation far too late. She hadn't refrained from crushing his neck because she couldn't, she had chosen the most effortless way to kill him. Carlo lunged at her, but a massive carnivore cannot hit top speed instantly, like a combustion engine, there is a warm-up period before the torque kicks in. Clack clack clack. Wooden planks rained down in a continuous torrent, battering Carlo. Finally, the entire treehouse structure gave way, burying him under tons of wreckage and sending a massive plume of dust into the air. AUNNG roar. The Indominus Rex let out a triumphant shriek. She turned and began her march back toward the primeval ecological zone. She didn't believe any creature could survive being crushed under such weight. Target detected at the primeval ecological zone southwest gate. Copy that. All units, converge on coordinates. Chapter 68, The Joke's on Me. On a secluded beach on Isla Nublar. Several small transport vessels docked, dropping their ramps. Jeeps packed with specialized tactical gear rolled onto the sand, kicking up plumes of saltwater spray. All units on standby. Be ready to move at a moment's notice. A technician with a receding hairline followed close behind Vic Hoskins, reporting the status. Good. Don't start the live feed yet, the situation is still escalating, Hoskins said, surveying the men and equipment. The escape of the Indominus Rex was an opportunity for InGen to take total control of the park's biological assets. Did they agree to your proposal? The technician asked, sounding uneasy. Their actions were covert, a shoot first, ask questions later operation. If Masrani decided to conduct a full investigation, they'd all be finished. They will, Hoskins replied. He took a headset, pulling it over his ears as he prepared to contact the remaining teams. Owen, we've got a situation here. Barry, watching from a distant ridge, tried to reach Owen via radio, but he was met only with a wall of static. Elsewhere, Owen stepped out of his jeep, his grip tightening on his rifle. They were in the primeval ecological zone now, they had to stay alert. Please relax and enjoy the ride. The recorded voice of the gyrosphere chirped from the wreckage, a stark contrast to the shattered sphere. Owen pulled his hunting knife and pried a jagged Indominus tooth from the frame before noticing the slaughtered Ankylosaurus nearby. Damned butcher. Claire stepped out as well, looking at the mangled vehicle with a hollow expression, praying that Zack and Gray had somehow gotten away. Ong roar. A sharp, distant shriek echoed through the trees, sending a chill down their spines. Owen instantly swapped the tooth for his rifle, scanning the perimeter. His eyes caught the fresh footprints left by Claire's nephews in the mud. Katiusha tucked herself deeper into the Triceratops' skull, peeking out cautiously through an eye socket. What was that sound? Way too scary. She saw that the surroundings were peaceful. The Parasaurolophus had returned to their grazing grounds after finishing their meal, allowing her to relax a little. Why isn't Boss back yet? That morning, Boss had forced them all to take a bath. She still remembered the hilarious look of pure indignation on the third hatchling's face. The air seemed thick with the scent of blood. Had Boss gone hunting? The young Parasaurolophus had grown significantly. Unlike the Giganotosaurus family, they seemed to have inherited their parents' accelerated growth genes. They were already reaching the knees of the Parasaurolophus mother. The Gallimimus were nowhere to be seen, meaning nothing was left to disturb their rest. Suddenly, a shadow fell over the playing Parasaurolophus hatchlings. They looked up to see a dinosaur they had never encountered before. Perhaps because the herd had lived alongside Carlo for so long, both the young and the adults were strangely trusting of carnivores near the Great Lake. They assumed that staying in this territory meant they were safe from attack. From this moment on, that was no longer true. The Indominus Rex lowered her body, surveying the area. His scent is all over this place. At the thought of something delightful, the corners of her mouth twitched upward into a disturbingly human-like smile. On. A young Parasaurolophus chirped at her, confused. This creature looked like a meat-eater, yet its long arms made it look like a plant-eater. In the next heartbeat, one of the hatchlings was snatched up and flung into the air, crashing back down into the center of the herd. Panic exploded. The Parasaurolophus shrieked and scattered. The Indominus chose the largest group to pursue. The small ones she crushed underfoot, the large ones she crippled with a single swipe of her claws. When she saw one that piqued her interest, she used both hands and jaws to snap its spine like a dry twig. Katiusha watched, her pupils dilating as she shrank back into the Triceratops' skull. This is wrong. Mom, Dad, and Boss, they never do this. She huddled inside Boss's trophy. It was saturated with his powerful scent, providing her with the only sense of security she had left. Gradually, the sounds of slaughter died down. The screams of the Parasaurolophus stopped. Is she gone? HRR roar. A low growl vibrated right beside her. The Indominus circled Carlo's favorite tree, eyeing the Triceratops' skull. Her thermal vision told her something was in there. Was it hiding under the bone? Click. She rested her right hand on the bony frill. Her claws made a sharp tapping sound against the surface. Then, with a violent jerk, she flipped it over. The skull flew through the air, revealing a dark hole in the ground. For a moment, she was startled, watching a Simasaurus scramble out of the tunnel. Without hesitation, she snatched the crocodile-like creature and swallowed it in a few gulps. Behind her, Katiusha crawled out of a different exit and bolted toward the territory of the Giganotosaurus parents. Being. Once she was at a safe distance, she began to wail for them. The Indominus, still poking around the hole, heard the cry. She whipped her head around, shrieked, and gave chase toward the forest. Tricked again. In front of her lay a gray zone devastated by an old fire, where fresh green shoots were just beginning to poke through the ash. The Indominus found her path blocked by charred, fallen trees. She smashed through them, charging straight for Katiusha. Just as she was about to reach the hatchling, two colossal forms lunged from the side, slamming into her at full tilt. Ong roar. Stumbling to the left, the Indominus quickly regained her balance and roared at the two Giganotosaurus. However, she quickly realized they weren't even looking at her. Furious, she prepared to lunge at the pair, but a sudden, blinding pain exploded in her tail. Ong roar. The scream of agony was cut short as the world became a blur of retreating scenery. The Indominus was sent flying, tumbling across the grass before she snapped her head up to identify her attacker. He's not dead. Carlo stepped forward. Before she could stand, he slammed his massive foot onto her left leg, pinned it, and shoved off, sending her sprawling again. The Indominus realized she was outnumbered. She pulled her leg back and tried to use her arms to push herself upright. But then, another foot slammed into her neck, pinning her down before shoving her away, spinning her 120 degrees until she was face down in the dirt. The crushing weight on her throat made it impossible to breathe. Realizing she couldn't stand, the Indominus abandoned her dignity, scrambling on all fours in a desperate attempt to flee. But the tearing pain returned to her tail. Flinging her again, Carlo sent her crashing into the shallows of the Great Lake. She sputtered as water filled her nostrils. She had been driven back to the water's edge. The roar of engines approached as several ACU troopers emerged from their vehicles. Carlo ignored the humans with their puny guns. He stepped forward and slammed his foot directly onto the Indominus's skull, pinning her head underwater. The Indominus's body began to thrash violently. The surface of the lake erupted in ripples and spray. The sound of her choking on water was constant. She curled her body, her long arms raking desperately at Carlo's legs. In the throes of a life-or-death crisis, her glands were overstimulated, instinctively releasing a chemical signal of extreme distress and danger. Carlo caught the scent. He didn't understand the nuance of the message, he simply exerted more pressure, shoving her rising head back beneath the surface. So, you're not a monster after all. Control, the target is near death. Requesting extraction, the ACU squad leader said into his comms, standing on the grass near Carlo. Masrani watched the feed, hesitating. Carlo was immensely valuable, but the Indominus was a $26 million asset. He couldn't just watch that investment drown. Besides, it's not a lethal weapon. Open fire, Masrani said coldly. Chapter 69, Total Loss of Control. You're going to fire on a living creature to protect a monster? Lowry bolted upright from his seat, the force of his movement scattering his collection of dinosaur models across the floor. This is not a debate. Fire and drive it back. Masrani's decision was final, brooking no further argument. Is this actually the right thing to do? The ACU squad leader leveled his specialized non-lethal firearm at Carlo, cranking the power output to maximum. He closed his eyes, and for a fleeting second, those yellow pupils flashed in his mind, the way they had stared at him, and the horrific state of the two victims from years ago. To hell with it. Just do it. Boom. A concussive blast of air erupted from the muzzle, slamming into Carlo's left foot as it pinned the Indominus. He stumbled slightly but didn't fall, lowering his center of gravity to keep his weight pressed firmly onto the hybrid's head. Note, the Indominus's skeletal structure is exceptionally resilient. In the film, though knocked down by an RPG explosion, she withstood the shockwave without structural injury. Sensing the momentary loosening of Carlo's grip, the Indominus shifted her weight, using her legs to shove violently against Carlo's grounded right limb. Tranquilizers. Shupuk. Shupuk. Two specialized darts buried themselves in Carlo's flank. The sedatives won't kick in fast enough. Increase the pressure. Two more troopers rushed forward with specialized gear, aiming directly at Carlo. Boom. 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 3 consecutive air blasts hammered into Carlo. Working in tandem with the Indominus's thrashing, the force finally succeeded in flipping the massive Giganotosaurus over. Gasping and sputtering lake water, the newly freed Indominus Rex didn't stop to recover. Staggering as she recalibrated her equilibrium, she scrambled on all fours toward the northeast exit. Target fleeing toward Gate 4. Prepare to flank. An intel officer, standing through the sunroof of a jeep, began her report. Before she could finish, her world went black. Then came the agonizing sensation of blade-like teeth piercing her abdomen. The mother and father Giganotosaurus had torn into the ACU rear. The mother struck first, snatching the officer from the vehicle. Upon biting down, she found the prey's skin incredibly tough and difficult to swallow. She adjusted her tactics. The officer was wearing a specialized anti-bite tactical suit, but it couldn't block the sheer mechanical pressure. Her screams echoed inside the mother's mouth. She frantically reached for her hunting knife to stab at the creature's palate. But light soon flooded her vision again, only to dim instantly. The pain returned, 10 times worse. The mother began to process her prey, much like a herbivore grinds leaves. The shark-like teeth raked across the officer's legs and abdomen, before the Giganotosaurus shifted the angle, dragging the serrated edges across her face and neck. Several squad members noticed the carnage behind them and spun around to engage. In the next instant, the father bypassed a jeep and plowed into the crowd, picking a lucky winner to snap up by the torso. His massive bulk shattered the human line, his heavy footsteps sending the surrounding troopers sprawling. The humans reacted quickly. Knowing they couldn't risk stray fire, they extended the electric prods on their weapons and lunged at the father's thighs. Ah, damn it, damn it, damn it. The captain's eyes darted between the escaping Indominus and his dying teammates. He spun his air cannon toward the mother. She spat out the unrecognizable remains of the intel officer, flipped a jeep over, and charged the troopers furthest from the father, coordinating their assault. Who? The captain closed one eye, took aim while avoiding his teammates, and rested his finger on the trigger. Thud. Suddenly, the ground vanished beneath him. Something slammed into his ankles, sending him airborne. He crashed into the dirt but refused to let go of his weapon. Carlo's tail had swept through, taking down the captain and 3 other troopers in a single arc. The ACU captain saw a shadow loom over the green grass. He rolled onto his back and, once again, locked eyes with those yellow pupils. Game over. A massive foot descended, flattening him and his 2 nearby teammates. The father, realizing the little thing in his mouth was too tough to snap in half, spat the trooper out and simply stepped on him. Ong roar. A high-voltage stun rod jammed into the father's thigh, forcing a roar of pain from his throat. The mother lunged for the trooper, but he was fast. He dove and rolled, causing her jaws to snap shut on empty air. The survivor scrambled to his feet, only to feel a tearing sensation in his leg. He was hoisted into the air by the mother. Hanging upside down, he saw the father leaning in, jaws wide. No, 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 N-A-H-H-H. His voice was cut short by a wet crunch. The mother and father each gripped an end of his body and pulled, tearing him in half at the waist. Before the blood and organs could even spill out, the two halves were swallowed. Whether it would cause indigestion was a question for later. The Giganotosaurus didn't care. Seeing the slaughter, several troopers switched to lethal rounds, while two others ran for the vehicles to retrieve high-caliber weaponry. Thump. The earth shuddered, a vibration more violent than when the father had charged. It sent several men back to the ground. Carlo didn't bother stepping on them one by one this time. He spun his body, slammed his tail into the earth like a flail, then turned back to survey the results. The line of troopers lay dead, their eyes staring into nothingness. Right. I'll come back and stomp them later just to be sure, Carlo thought. Just then, a trooper armed with a shotgun stepped out from a vehicle. As he leveled it at the father, Carlo snatched him up and flung him into the sky. EGGHHHAAAAAHHHH. His voice faded as he rose. Boom. The buckshot scattered, peppering Carlo's face. Carlo's head tilted slightly from the impact, and he looked down at the men who had fired. Boom. Boom. The trooper fired twice more at Carlo's head. This time, Carlo didn't flinch. Ah, sorry. The men made a grim joke, knowing his fate was sealed. Carlo clamped his jaws onto the man's upper body, gave him a violent shake, and tossed him into the clouds. Crap, I'm afraid of heights. The man would have preferred being swallowed. It wasn't supposed to be like this, it wasn't supposed to be like this. One trooper had dropped his gun and fled into the woods the moment he saw his teammate become 0.5 of a person. He huddled behind a tree, clutching his head and sobbing, muttering to himself. Against any other dinosaur, he might have survived. But this was Carlo's hunting ground. The good news, Carlo was feeling merciful and didn't want to damage the tree. The bad news, Katyusha and the other two hatchlings had arrived. The three little ones poked their heads out of the bushes, scaring the man out of his wits. Without thinking, he bolted back out of the woods, only to run face first into Carlo. He looked up, saw the Titan, and collapsed into a fetal position, weeping in despair. Don't kill me, please don't kill me. Carlo granted his wish. He gently stepped on the man's legs, snapping the bones, then turned and walked away. As long as you can crawl out, you'll live. Good luck. Kafka found the whole thing boring and went back to the territory to nap. But Katyusha and Carl were intensely curious about the elder's prey and began to inch forward. Ah. Get away. Get away. Oh. Chapter 70, Indominus, this island is starting to feel a bit like a zoo. Don't bite me. You beasts. Don't, AHH. In the control room, the feeds from the ACU body cameras went dark one by one. Once lethal force was authorized, the systems were designed to simulate a power failure to avoid recording potential liability. The staff could only track the situation through the comms channel and the employees' vitals monitors. Beep. As the last transmission cut out, the final trooper's EKG flatlined into a steady red streak. Oh, God. Lowry's colleague, Vivian, whispered, her voice trembling. Masrani pressed his palms together and closed his eyes, appearing to offer a silent prayer for the dead. Team 4, are you there? The primeval ecological zone monitors were the first to snap back to reality. They had no time for prayers, every second spent mourning was a second that invited more casualties. We're here. The captain of Team 4 stood at the threshold of the shattered northeast gate of the primeval ecological zone. This was the very spot where the Indominus Rex had first breached containment to enter the valley. She's heading your way. Other teams are converging on your position for support. Copy. The captain was a man of few words, his speech clipped and rapid with tension. He took a deep breath and turned to his squad. We're on our own. A heavy silence fell over his team. That message meant the scout units had failed, likely wiped out to a man. As for support, the monitors could pinpoint which gate the Indominus was running toward. If she was that close, no one was getting there in time to help. Glad to have worked with you guys. Hope I don't run into a boss this brain dead in the next life. Let him spend eternity with that beast, one trooper said, hopping off the transport and checking his specialized weapon. Your comms are still open, someone whispered. I know. He looked back and flashed a grin at the men who warned him, a smile of someone who had already made peace with the end. Lethal rounds are authorized from this point forward, a new voice crackled over the radio. The captain of Team 4 recognized it, the CEO. He instinctively looked toward the trooper who had just insulted Masrani, only to find the men had vanished. Woohoo! Long live the boss. Boss is the best. The trooper had somehow teleported back into the truck and jumped out again, this time clutching a flamethrower. The pilot light at the nozzle flickered eagerly. Suddenly, the ground began to vibrate violently, as if they were standing in the middle of a stampede. Wait, this isn't right. A herd of triceratops burst through the foliage, flattening the brush as they thundered toward the gate. Fall back. Get back. Moments later, a vehicle was sideswiped and tossed aside. The triceratops surged out of the primeval ecological zone, and the Indominus Rex used them as living shields, trailing behind the herd as if she were merely stalking them. Containment failed. Repeat, containment failed. The captain of Team 4 had been struck by a flying vehicle, his consciousness was fading, but he forced himself to report. Where did a herd of triceratops come from? Did you not monitor them? The flamethrower trooper screamed into his radio. He never expected to lose because of a lack of intelligence. The monitors were, after all, just temporary conscripts. Detecting the Indominus and mapping her path was already a feat, they hadn't had the bandwidth to track every other dinosaur in the valley. Is everyone okay? Seeing no response from control, the trooper stopped his futile rage and began checking his teammates. Captain is out, but he's stable. Jack has a head injury. We need a medic. Where's the medic? Where did he go? In the distance, the Indominus snatched up a straggler who had been too slow to hide. She treated him like a Snickers bar, snapping him up mid-stride. I can't stay in this zone for now. There are 3 high-threat organisms here, she thought. Maybe I should check the south side of the island. There's plenty of thermal signatures there. Cough, cough. The burning sensation in her throat hadn't fully subsided. She couldn't help but let out a dry rasp. I need to find a way to kill that guy first. The sound of chaotic movement through the forest startled Zack and Gray. Do you think it's here? Zack asked, looking uneasily into the jungle. He saw the growing terror in his younger brother's eyes and immediately corrected himself. I mean, it's definitely not here, right? We're safe. He pulled the battery box from a rusted, abandoned vehicle and handed it to Gray, using the distraction to stave off the boy's panic. Here, take this. You're much stronger than me. A short while later, they hauled the battery back to the old park garage and swapped it into a derelict Jeep. Zack tightened a bolt and checked the connections before looking at his brother in the driver's seat. Okay. Give it a try. Gray leaned down and turned the key. Vroom, vroom. The engine roared to life. After years of abandonment in the ruins of the old park, the Jeep Wrangler breathed once more. Whoa. The brothers cheered in unison. Suddenly, the bushes at the edge of the clearing rustled. Both boys froze. Gray smartly killed the engine and scrambled out to hide behind the vehicle. Zack grabbed a crowbar and joined him. Zack. Gray. Is that you? Aunt Claire. Gray relaxed instantly and sprinted toward her. Oh, thank heaven. What happened? Are you hurt? Where did you go? Why didn't you come back? Claire knelt to hug Gray, firing off a barrage of questions while checking him for injuries. Owen slowly approached, lowering his rifle and slinging it behind his back. I was so worried about you. Claire finished inspecting Gray and moved to Zack, but the older boy beat her to the punch. Who's that? Claire glanced back at Owen, hesitated for a second, and said, a colleague. She noticed that both boys were fixated on Owen. Perhaps it was his rugged build or the security provided by the rifle on his back, but the boys' respect for him seemed to spike instantly. Like most social animals, humans either seek protection from the strong or strive to become strong themselves when faced with danger. Owen gave the boys a short, silent nod, maintaining a stern expression. He figured these two were the handful type, a bit of adult authority might make them more compliant during the extraction. We fixed this Wrangler. We can use it to get out of here. Owen's tough guy facade nearly cracked. These kids fixed this antique. He'd heard an engine, but he never dreamed it was their handiwork. He took it back, he respected capable, problem children. He'd been one himself. You guys are amazing, Claire praised, ushering the boys into the car. She only felt truly at ease once she saw them buckle their seat belts. She hopped into the passenger seat and turned to Owen, who was already at the wheel. Where are we going? Owen checked the gauges and studied the old map attached to the dashboard. The fuel is low. We have to bypass the primeval ecological zone and the gyrosphere area to get back to our vehicle. Then, we head for the main hub. In case the boys didn't realize the gravity of the situation in the valley, he added one thing. It isn't safe back there. Chapter 71, you're the one who shot him. Beep beep beep, beep. Dr. Henry Wu stepped out of his private laboratory, only to be met by the unusual roar of the crowds in the observation concourse. Looking back, he saw the throngs of people moving steadily toward the exits. A mass evacuation was underway. He spotted Simon Masrani cutting against the current of the crowd, a man clearly on a mission to confront him. Turning back to his desk, Wu prepared a pot of black tea and waited. Masrani entered the lab and stood over Wu, who remained seated. Wu poured a cup and gestured toward a chair, but Masrani remained rigid. "The Indominus Rex, she's killed people, Henry," Masrani said, foregoing any pleasantries. Wu's eyebrows twitched, a look that hovered between feigned shock and the weary expression of a man who knew this day was inevitable. He glanced aside. "That's most unfortunate." Masrani was visibly dissatisfied with the reaction. He leaned in, his brow furrowed with growing anger. "Why does this creature have camouflage capabilities?" Wu looked up, meeting Masrani's gaze. He answered without a second's hesitation. The inclusion of cuttlefish DNA was to help her skin withstand the rigors of an accelerated growth rate. The response was so practiced it seemed as though he had rehearsed it for this exact moment. "Cuttlefish possess chromatophores that allow them to change color," Wu added, lowering his head to take a sip of his tea, skillfully dodging Masrani's piercing stare. Seeing Wu's "I only created her, the consequences are not my concern" attitude, Masrani's frustration boiled over. He sat down across from Wu, leaning in close. "She bypassed thermal sensors." Wu feigned a look of pure astonishment. "Truly? How is that possible?" Masrani pressed relentlessly. Wu looked away again and stood up. He paced around Masrani, leaning his weight against a nearby lab table with his back turned to the CEO. "Tree frogs can modulate their infrared signatures. We utilized their genetic sequences to ensure she could adapt to a tropical climate. I never imagined." "Who authorized you to do this?" Masrani interrupted, his head tilting. He wasn't a geneticist, and he had no patience for technical excuses. "You did." Masrani's pupils dilated slightly. He stared at Wu in confusion. "Bigger, scarier, cooler. I believe that's how your memo put it." A thin smile played on Wu's lips. Unlike his usual mask of professional confidence, this smile carried a flicker of something manic. Suddenly, his expression shifted to one of cold accusation. "How can you have an exaggerated predator without the corresponding behavioral traits?" Masrani looked away, his fingers drumming a rapid, agitated rhythm on the desk. He stood up abruptly. "What you've done here, what you've caused." He raised his voice, attempting to reclaim authority. "The board will shut down this park, seize your research, and everything you've built." He paced away, then spun back around. "And this time, Hammond won't be here to protect you." Wu's expression vanished. He became a blank slate, a machine devoid of emotion. "I made all of this a reality. If I don't innovate, someone else will. Terminate all research here, immediately." Masrani turned to leave. Wu looked around his lab, finally showing an expression, one of utter disbelief at Masrani's perceived hypocrisy. "You act as if we're engaged in some kind of mad science, but we're doing exactly what we've always done." As Masrani paused, the manic smile returned to Wu's face. "Nothing in Jurassic World is natural. We have always used the DNA of other animals to fill the gaps in the genome. If their genetic code were left unedited, most of these dinosaurs would look vastly different from what we see today." He stepped forward, confronting Masrani head-on. "I asked you, just as I once asked Hammond, if you wanted dinosaurs modified for public consumption. You didn't want truth. You wanted more teeth." Masrani's anger reached a breaking point. "I never wanted a monster." Wu seemed to regain his composure, looking at Masrani with a touch of pity. "Monster is a relative term. To a canary, a cat is a monster. We're just used to being the cat. And it's not as if cats and canaries can't coexist. Giganotosaurus 003 proved that long ago. It's just that neither you nor anyone else ever treated him like the cat. He was willing to play the part of your canary, but the Indominus is not. And we are seeing the consequences of failing to keep your canary properly caged." Masrani seemed haunted by a dark thought. He turned his head away, his voice thick with disappointment. "He killed people too, Henry." Wu had been about to walk away, but he froze. He turned back with a look of genuine disbelief that blossomed into a laugh. He stepped into Masrani's line of sight, forcing the CEO to look at him. "You had your men attack him." Masrani didn't answer, averting his eyes again. "Oh my God, you attacked him. That is the funniest thing I've heard all day." Wu's voice took on a sharper, more deranged edge. "You know, I believe the Indominus Rex might be a future product of nature, and I simply arrived there first. But that Giganotosaurus? He is the perfect predator nature showed me. Have you ever seen patience, tolerance, and familial affection in a hypercarnivore other than a human? Can you imagine a predator actively showing kindness to a weaker species? Have you ever seen a predator comforting an animal that should be on its menu? Of course you haven't. You just enjoyed his powerful, gentle performance and chose to believe, out of pure wishful thinking, that he wouldn't harm a human. Wu returned to his seat and took a slow sip of tea, his gaze drifting as he spoke more to himself than to Masrani. How can a creature be so perfect that it instinctively balances an ecosystem? Not even humans can achieve that. He looked back at Masrani, his smile dripping with mockery. You promised me you wouldn't interfere with the primeval ecological zone. And what did you do? You let those experts help you turn it into a garbage dump. You don't care about life. You only care about yourself and the things you like. Masrani slammed his hand down on a nearby piece of equipment. Enough. Wu remained unfazed. Everyone thinks Giganotosaurus 003's escape was an accident. But how is that possible? How could a creature push through a deterrent with such singular purpose? Based on his behavior, he didn't need to scatter the other dinosaurs to drive the Brachiosaurus back into their enclosures. He looked at Masrani one last time. He was rebelling against you. Don't you see that yet? Chapter 72, Are there no demons in this world? Aoo. A Parasaurolophus hatchling stood beside its mother, nudging her body repeatedly. But its mother, covered in jagged gashes, could no longer respond. Step, step, step. Heavy footsteps approached, startling the little Parasaurolophus and sending it scurrying into the nearby woods. Carlo entered the area. The scent of blood was thick here, near the Great Lake, a place that had once been a sanctuary of peace and quiet. Now, it had become a mass grave for the Parasaurolophus herd. Carlo knew them. He knew every single one. There was the coward, who always stopped mid-graze to look around nervously, the brave one, who had once foolishly tried to chase Carlo away, and the mother, who often lingered near him with her 5 offspring. They all lay dead here. He didn't stop. He pressed on toward the territory of the Carnotaurus. Along the way, he saw more carnage. Diplodocus had fallen mid-flight, Stegosaurus lay dead in the riverbeds where they usually bathed, Gallimimus were scattered like dismembered dolls, and the Ankylosaurus, having lost their leader, wandered aimlessly across the plains. He halted at the border of the Carnotaurus territory, sensing something was wrong. Carnotaurus too was gone. Carlo moved further in, reaching the site of the final showdown between the two Carnotaurus and the Indominus Rex. Carnotaurus 1 was still lying there, but the rise and fall of its chest had ceased. Carlo stepped forward and nudged its head. The Carnotaurus's body swayed slightly before settling back into the dirt. There was no response. Carnotaurus 1 hadn't made it. It had died, inexplicably, right next to its favorite sunbathing spot. Why did it happen like this? Why did the Carnotaurus challenge the Indominus? This defied every behavioral pattern these dinosaurs had ever shown. This was Carnotaurus 1, the one with the sharpest combat instincts, the one who knew at a single glance whether a fight was winnable. Why would it throw its life away like that? Carlo wanted to kill the Indominus because she would kill everything she saw, she would kill everything he cared about. The Carnotaurus had felt the same. The Indominus was no predator. She was the common enemy of both predator and prey, a killing machine that hindered the survival of all living things. Her slaughter had crossed the line for every apex predator on the island. At this point, hunting, survival, victory, territory, and training no longer mattered. If she wasn't stopped, everyone's death was just a matter of time. Carlo's obsession with killing her had, ironically, turned him into a true predator. Because a true predator is never bloodthirsty, they are part of nature, the balancers of the ecosystem, not its destroyers. Carlo slowly crouched beside the corpse of Carnotaurus 1, beginning to formulate a plan. Oh, Carnotaurus, without you, how am I supposed to stand against her? He nudged the body again. No response. I'm getting more useless the more I grow. When I was a hatchling, I could chase down deer. Now, I can't catch you, and I can't catch the Indominus. I guess I've been too lazy. I should have chased you around more often. Carlo lay down slowly, resting his head against the cold flank of his former rival, continuing his internal monologue. She's out of my scent range again. It won't be long before I lose her entirely. How does she erase her smell? That's just cheating. Hey, Carnotaurus, you fought her. Tell me what to do, okay? He wanted to protect the Giganotosaurus parents, but it wasn't just them anymore. The dinosaurs of the primeval ecological zone shouldn't have to die like this, meaninglessly. He wanted to protect all of them. On the Carnotaurus's spine, the poultice of mugwort paste Carlo had applied earlier was peeling away. Red-black, necrotic blood seeped from the wound. The scent of blood, tinged with a hint of decay, instantly stimulated Carlo's nostrils. A flash of inspiration struck him. Carnotaurus. I love your guts. You really are my best buddy. Carlo scrambled to his feet and ran back toward the Parasaurolophus killing fields. A single sycamore leaf fluttered down, landing on Carnotaurus 1's head, a final welcome back to the Earth. Carlo snatched up a Parasaurolophus carcass and dragged it to one of the valley exits. He tore the body open, letting the blood flow freely. Then he did it again with a second, a third, and a fourth. Slowly, he saturated every entry and exit point with the heavy scent of blood, ensuring that any creature passing through would be stained by the gore. When he was finished, Carlo walked to the body of the Parasaurolophus mother and knelt down. "Sorry, I'm borrowing your friends for a bit. You're not mad, are you? Hee hee. Thanks for keeping me company these past few months. I'll tell you a secret, you were my favorite herbivore. I couldn't even bring myself to eat you. I'll make sure your baby gets to a good, friendly herd. Get some rest now. Bye-bye." He looked up toward the bushes where a single Parasaurolophus hatchling was hiding. Traumatized by the loss of its kin and the Indominus's massacre, the little one was too terrified to approach him. "I told you we shouldn't have left the kids for so long." "Oh, please. How was I supposed to know the dinosaurs would break out today of all days? And Claire is still MIA. On the grasslands of Gyrosphere Valley, a jeep sped along. The roadside was a grim gallery of dinosaur carcasses and abandoned staff vehicles. Seeing Dave's frantic state, Roxy was equally worried about the kids, but she tried to stay calm. "It'll be fine. The kids are in the treehouse. They're safe up there." Dave rubbed his forehead, trying to steady his breathing. "You're right. These last few days have been surreal." "Why now?" "It's like the main character of some story showed up and triggered a bunch of plot events." Thinking of the treehouse, which no dinosaur could reach, Roxy relaxed slightly. "What kind of weird metaphor is that? Is that some of that Dave speak Kenji and the others talk about? Though, we really are living in surreal times." Dave ignored the jab about Dave speak and gazed out the window. "Yeah. Dinosaurs. Things I only ever saw in books as a kid, and now you can see them alive for the price of a ticket. What could be more surreal than that?" Suddenly, Roxy slammed on the brakes, sending Dave's head snapping forward into the headrest. He was about to ask what happened when he saw the look of pure shock on Roxy's face. He followed her gaze. Am I dreaming?" A small Parasaurolophus hatchling darted out of the grass, blocking their path. Startled by the vehicle, it immediately ducked behind Carlo, peeking out timidly from behind his massive leg. Carlo didn't hesitate. He gently took the hatchling's crest in his lips, pulled the little creature to his front, and nudged it toward the jeep with his massive head. The world has officially gone mad. Chapter 73, Hell of My Own Making. Ding. Masrani stepped out of the elevator and returned to the control room. He immediately noticed a new figure present. A heavy-set man whose midsection strained against the buttons of his shirt. Before Masrani could even ask, the man held up a business card and introduced himself. Hoskins. Masrani hadn't fully recovered from his confrontation with Dr. Wu. He tried his best to maintain an air of being perfectly in control. This man clearly wasn't here to help, he was likely here to ask for something. In that case, maintaining a position of strength was the only way to gain leverage in the coming negotiation. "I know who you are. Then you should know why I'm here." Hoskins didn't give him a moment to breathe. He had arrived in the control room earlier than Masrani and possessed more up-to-date information. He had to seize the moment while the CEO was still in the dark to push his agenda. "I've spent the last 2 years developing a Raptor application." He pointed at the empty air as if an Indominus Rex were standing right there. "They can hunt that thing down." Masrani's mind raced, recalling the specifics of the project and organizing his counterarguments. "But your project was focused on research into their intelligence." Hoskins sensed the subtle rejection in Masrani's tone, but since it wasn't a definitive no, he immediately launched into his prepared pitch. "Exactly. It was. And we studied it. In the process, we made a discovery." He took 2 steps forward, closing the distance between himself and Masrani. "They can follow commands." Masrani didn't respond. He had visited Owen's training program and knew exactly to what extent the velociraptors followed orders. "Look, the solution to your crisis is right in front of you." Suspecting that Hoskins merely wanted an excuse to let the raptors loose on the island for some field experiment, Masrani refused flatly. "Listen to me. I am not letting those raptors run loose outside of an enclosure. Maybe you can go talk to the other dinosaurs, maybe they'd be willing to help you." Hoskins put his hands on his hips and rolled his eyes. "Oh, for God's sake." He pointed an index finger at Masrani, a dry smile on his face. You've got to be joking." He turned and pointed at the big screen, showing the Indominus's last known locations and the crowds of over 20,000 tourists gathered at the Innovation Center. "What about those people? There are 20,000 people out there. How are you going to solve that?" He began to play his trump card. Masrani still didn't know the full gravity of the situation. "Tell him, Dino Nerd. Tell him what that thing is doing right now. Lowry bristled at the nickname, but the situation was too dire for petty squabbles. Its kill track is moving south, heading straight for the park. Masrani had assumed the Indominus would stay in the primeval ecological zone for a while longer. He hadn't expected her to gun for the park so soon. His composure shattered. How is that possible? Lowry paused for a heartbeat, offering his theory. She can sense thermal radiation. And our emergency protocols have huddled the tourists together, creating the massive heat signature on the island, Vivian added from her station. See. They have nowhere to go. That thing is a killing machine, Hoskins continued, squeezing Masrani's conscience. He stepped up, locking eyes with him. And it won't stop. Masrani put his hands on his hips, looked down, and took a deep, shaky breath. He hesitated for a long moment. Fine. I will review your proposal and decide on its feasibility, provided it does not violate this company's ethical boundaries. Masrani gave Hoskins the opening he wanted, waiting for a reply. No problem, Chief. Hoskins didn't look particularly thrilled, likely anticipating that Masrani would still micromanage the plan, but he remained outwardly cooperative. You're next. Parasaurolophus, Triceratops, Apatosaurus. Oh my god. Nearly 40% of the herbivores are migrating en masse. They're less than 3 kilometers from the Innovation Center. Suddenly, a staff member monitoring the perimeter shouted out. The news finally broke Masrani's spirit. One catastrophe after another was enough to make anyone crumble. What? What the fuck is going on now? On. A roar echoed from the distant horizon, causing the Indominus Rex to halt her pursuit of the jeep. This time, she didn't roar back. She simply stared in the direction of the sound for a few moments before decisively choosing to flee in the opposite direction. She had noticed the army of herbivores in the distance, but they weren't her concern. What she feared was the dangerous aura trailing behind that army, a presence that sent a cold shiver down her spine. Is he hunting me? Not exactly. Carlo had initially been struggling with how to get the Parasaurolophus herd to stop fearing him long enough to accept the hatchling. Then, he had caught a whiff of the Indominus's lingering scent and locked onto her position. He had intended to hunt her down immediately, but he had once again been hindered by the ACU teams. It infuriated him. The humans seemed determined to keep him and the Indominus apart. Fortunately, Carlo was kind-hearted and preferred to repay evil with good. Thus, he had gathered the dinosaur army to help the humans evacuate the tourists. Since they're just sitting ducks on the main street anyway, I'll let the herbivores help you clear the area. No harm in that, right? Humans were strange creatures, though. They would rather cluster the tourists on the main strip than open the emergency shelters. It was as if they believed opening the shelters meant admitting defeat. On the other side of the park, Claire, having just escaped the Indominus's pursuit, contacted the control room. Lowry, do you copy? We found the Indominus. She's between the old park and the aviary, south of Gyrosphere Valley. In the control room, Lowry was caught off guard. Claire? You're okay. Wait, are you tracking the dinosaur? Yes. Send the ACU. Use lethal rounds and kill that thing. No, no, no. The ACU is overwhelmed. A massive herd of herbivores is closing in on the park, we've been forced to open the shelters. Wait, what did you say? Look out. From the back seat, Zach pointed at an Apatosaurus that had suddenly burst from the trees. Owen slammed on the brakes, the jeep sliding in a drift that ended mere inches from the Apatosaurus's descending foot. On. The Apatosaurus let out a deafening cry, ignoring the tiny jeep as it continued its march. The 4 occupants of the car sat in stunned silence, gasping for air. Phew, that was close, Claire panted. On. Another roar shook the air, sending the group back into a state of high alert. It's the Giganotosaurus, Gray said, identifying the owner of the voice. They've opened the shelters. We can take a service road directly into the employee-restricted area, Claire suggested to Owen. Lead the way, Owen replied, making an immediate decision. Chapter 74, Chaos. God creates dinosaurs, God destroys dinosaurs. God creates men, men destroys God, men creates dinosaurs. Ian Malcolm. All staff, please be advised, do not use live ammunition. Repeat, do not use live ammunition. The herbivores had stampeded into the Gentle Giants petting zoo area on the northeast side of Main Street. Faced with human obstruction, they were clearly more terrified of what was lurking behind them. They plowed straight into the guest zones, showing signs of pushing even further inland. Due to emergency protocols, the number of tourists gathered in the petting zoo was triple its usual capacity. Panic had set in the moment Carlo's roar echoed in the distance, and by the time the evacuation sirens wailed, the situation had devolved into a near stampede. Consequently, the staff stationed in the high-density guest areas could only deploy non-lethal tranquilizer rounds. Even so, high-potency darts designed to incapacitate a dinosaur instantly could be fatal to a human. The Rangers had to fire with extreme caution, drastically reducing their rate of fire and giving the frantic herbivores free rein to wreak havoc. Requesting backup. There are too many of them. We can't contain the breach. Requesting Asset Containment Unit, ACU, support immediately. Inside the control room, most employees were working themselves into a frenzy, yet many others stood frozen, paralyzed by the chaos. It wasn't their fault, as their technical expertise was no longer applicable to a collapsing park. They simply had no role left to play in the unfolding disaster. What's the move now, boss? Hoskins directed the question toward Masrani, though there was a distinct, sharp edge to the word boss. Masrani leaned one hand against his forehead, the other on his hip, and took a deep, shuddering breath. Redirect all ACU teams to support the Innovation Center and guest hubs, he commanded instantly. What about the Indominus Rex? We've already started closing the perimeter, Vivian asked from the console next to Lowry. To hell with the Indominus. Jurassic World is over, Masrani snapped, his voice reaching a breaking point. He seemed to have crossed a threshold into desperate resignation. Protect as many guests as possible. I'll go kill that animal myself. Wait, what do you mean personally? Vivian looked like an author's assistant who had just spotted a glaring typo, but Masrani had already bolted out the door. With no other choice, she stood up and chased after him. Hoskins remained behind, watching them leave. Realizing exactly what Masrani intended to do, he surreptitiously pulled out a radio. Hey! Can you heard that thing toward the aviary? Finishing the transmission, he clicked the radio off and stepped forward, fixing his gaze on the Indominus Rex's projected path on the main screen. The Giganotosaurus has changed course. Predicted trajectory is heading for the aviary. What the hell? Hoskins was genuinely stunned. Since when were his assets this effective? Beside him, Lowry remained silent, a terrifying realization beginning to dawn on him. Did he drive those herbivores toward the guest center just to draw away the ACU? But how would he know the ACU would prioritize the tourists? No. How could he even know? No, that's impossible. It has to be a coincidence. Otherwise, this Giganotosaurus possesses a level of intelligence that dwarfs the Indominus by an entire magnitude. And we never even noticed. Damn it. That monster is still hunting me. The Indominus Rex's thermal pits registered the closing distance once again. She had gone out of her way to avoid the direction of the roars, so how was he still tracking her? Could he sense her heat signatures too? Panic stripped away her slow, calculated movements. She broke into a full sprint, heading toward another dense cluster of thermal signatures. She didn't realize that, as a biological weapon, her body was designed to automatically stimulate her scent glands when in mortal danger, emitting a danger, apex predator pheromone. Now that she had found something to truly fear, her body was broadcasting her location every time her instinct spiked. On. Ah. Holy crap. A young tourist froze as an Apatosaurus directly in front of him reared up on its hind legs. If those massive limbs came crashing down, he'd be nothing more than a red smudge on the pavement. Thwip. The Apatosaurus suddenly lost its strength. It collapsed sideways with a thunderous boom, sending up a massive cloud of dust and debris. As the giant fell, the tourist caught sight of a containment team behind the fallen beast. Herbivores escaping toward the northwest paddock have been neutralized. Copy that, Team 8. Proceed to Paddock 5 for guest evacuation. The Rangers in the vehicle knew the crisis was far from over. Stray dinosaurs were manageable, but the massive specimens closest to the crowds couldn't be tranquilized safely. A falling giant would crush everyone in its path. Oh. Get away from me. The Rangers suddenly saw a burly, grown man sprinting past their vehicle. About 10 meters behind him, a Triceratops hatchling, not even a meter tall, was wobbling after him at a snail's pace. Help me. The man spotted the patrol car and beelined for it like it was a life raft, flailing his arms hysterically. The patrol leader in the driver's seat sat in silence for a moment. He turned to the ranger aiming a rifle and muttered. Use a smaller dose. Roger that. The ranger popped out of the roof hatch, tracking the adorable Triceratops calf through his scope. He then shifted his gaze to the flailing, frantic men. After a moment of hesitation, he asked. Sir, which one am I tranquilizing? Pfft. A teammate in the back seat, who happened to be taking a drink, sprayed water all over the back of the leader's neck. The Triceratops. Now. The leader's face was a mask of stone, though the slight twitch in the corner of his mouth suggested he was either furious or fighting a losing battle against laughter. Dut 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 dut. The rhythmic thrum of rotor blades echoed from above. Carlo, who was moving at full tilt, looked up. It was that same helicopter, the one he had pelted with a rock earlier. After a split second of calculation, he came to a dead stop and vanished into the dense jungle foliage. The gunner leaning out the side of the chopper blinked, wondering if his eyes were playing tricks on him. How could something that big just disappear? Target lost. I can't find him, he yelled to Miss Ronnie in the pilot's seat. Ignore him. Find the Indominus first. We're ending this now. Miss Ronnie didn't give a second thought to the Giganotosaurus vanishing below. His focus was singular: kill the Indominus Rex. On the ground, Carlo peered out cautiously from beneath the canopy. He watched the helicopter dwindle into the distance, then lowered his body, creeping forward with predatory grace to ensure not a single leaf rustled in his wake. Chapter 75, Confrontation. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The roar of machine gun fire blended into the rhythmic thrum of the helicopter rotors. Miss Ronnie felt the aircraft becoming increasingly difficult to control. He was a novice pilot with meager experience, and his nerves were already frayed just dealing with basic turbulence. He had no idea how mounting a military-grade weapon would affect the flight dynamics of the helicopter. Maybe I should Google this on the fly. On roar. A hail of bullets tore into the ground less than 5 meters behind the Indominus Rex, the line of impact creeping steadily closer to her heels. The Indominus scanned the glass panels of the aviary. Within seconds, she calculated that she could break through. She lunged forward, accelerating into a heavy charge. Crash. Glass shattered, raining down in a glittering cascade as the Indominus plowed into the enclosure. Miss Ronnie was forced to pull back on the cyclic, gaining altitude to avoid slamming the helicopter into the massive geodesic dome. Inside, the Dimorphodons and Pteranodons erupted into a cacophony of shrieks, perching on high struts to glare down at the intruder. On roar. The Indominus snarled up at them. The pterosaurs that hadn't claimed high ground, relegated to the lower, cramped reaches, screeched back, snapping their beaks in a futile show of territorial aggression. In a sense, this aviary had become a trash can, a masterpiece of expert mismanagement. The pterosaur population had long since exceeded capacity. While the dominant individuals were willing to defend their turf, the low-ranking ones, the runts who were constantly bullied and pecked, saw an opening. They beat their wings frantically, streaming out through the jagged hole the Indominus had just created. No, 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 no. In the control room, Lowry watched the monitors as the Indominus breached yet another perimeter. His career wasn't just on the line, it was extinct. It's like a fox in a henhouse. Hoskins leaned a hand on Lowry's shoulder with unearned familiarity, watching the escalating chaos with visible satisfaction. Inside the aviary, the Indominus watched through the glass as the pterosaurs took to the sky. She looked on with grim approval as they were drawn toward the noise of the helicopter. Tap. A sudden footfall rang out. Amidst the screeching of pterosaurs and the throb of the rotors, it should have been as faint as a needle hitting the floor. Yet, the Indominus Rex noticed it instantly. It was a sound that made a dinosaur's heart stop. She lowered her head, looking back toward the exit she had just smashed open. Carlo stood there, framed in the breach like the Spinosaurus staring down Grant. He was watching her. Thump thump. On roar. She knew she couldn't win, but she wouldn't yield. She unleashed a defiant roar, attempting to intimidate him into backing off. Carlo didn't dignify her with a response. He lowered his center of gravity and paced slowly into the aviary. The crunch of shattered glass beneath his massive feet served as his only answer. Crunch. Crunch. The sound, crisp only moments ago, now felt deafeningly sharp. He was significantly larger than her. The hole she had smashed through the glass wasn't even wide enough to accommodate his massive frame without him scraping the sides. HRRRM. The Indominus let out a low, submissive chuff and immediately turned tail, sprinting deeper into the enclosure. But Carlo wasn't about to let her go. He gave chase without hesitation. Snap. The sound of teeth meeting thin air echoed repeatedly. The Indominus used the internal trees and rock formations to maneuver, zigzagging and dodging to evade Carlo's crushing bites. Creak, boom. The towering trees couldn't withstand the pressure, trunk after trunk snapped as Carlo brushed past them, creating a wake of falling timber between the two predators. The Indominus used the distraction to put distance between them, circling back to the clearing where she had first entered. Escape was impossible, but she noticed he was desperate to land a bite. Perhaps she could use that. Carlo rounded a massive rock, his slow, deliberate pace exerting an agonizing psychological pressure. He finally came to a halt 10 meters away from her. Scree. Pteranodons landed on the struts around them, some seemingly trying to drive the giants away, others looking like they were settling in for a good show. Carlo and the Indominus locked eyes for a heartbeat. Then, simultaneously, they lunged. When they were less than 3 meters apart, Carlo unhinged his massive jaws, aiming for a lethal tear. The Indominus timed it perfectly. She executed a rapid sliding step, her feet nearly leaving the ground. As she brushed past Carlo's flank, she used the momentum of her neck to ram him, parrying his bite. She skidded to a halt on her side and spun around to face him again. Carlo felt a stinging pain in his neck. Her protofeathers and osteoderms, those jagged spikes, had grazed him. He faced her again, and as their eyes met, he saw she had shifted into a quadrupedal stance. Moments later, they charged again. This time, Carlo stuck to his instincts, opening his maw wide to clamp down on her throat. The Indominus hadn't expected him to be so straightforward. She barely managed to dodge, utilizing the superior agility of her four-legged posture. Carlo didn't reset his stance, he snapped forward again. Snap. Another miss. In her quadrupedal state, the Indominus was far more nimble. This time, as she dodged, she even lashed out with her right claw, trying to rake Carlo's hide. Covered in scars and having tasted the agony of blood loss, she knew a single clean bite from him was a death sentence. She was playing the long game. Up in the air, the gunner on the helicopter was struck by a diving pteranodon and snatched away. The helicopter began to lose trim. With the impact of another pterosaur, it entered a literal dead man's curve, spinning toward the earth. Masrani ripped off his sunglasses, his breathing coming in ragged gasps. And we are seeing the consequences of failing to keep your canary properly caged. Dr. Wu's words echoed in his mind. Damn it, pterosaurs, canaries, they really are the same. SCHRRR. Turf flew into the air as the Indominus darted, trying to slip past Carlo's reach. But this time, she wouldn't be so lucky. Carlo feinted a strike. As she bit the bait, he lunged forward and brought his massive foot down, pinning her left hind paw to the ground. The Indominus jerked to a halt, her forward momentum nearly forcing her into an unwanted split. Carlo didn't waste the opening. He lunged from above, his jaws clamping down on both sides of the Indominus's neck. CRRRK. Carcharodontosaurid teeth sank into her flesh, even as her dorsal spikes cut into the roof of Carlo's mouth. RRRAUNNNG. The Indominus shrieked, a high-pitched, agonizing sound as she felt blood begin to pour down her throat. Boom. Crash. At that exact moment, the helicopter smashed through the glass dome and plummeted into the aviary. Carlo, sensing the massive object falling from above, released his grip and leaped back just in time. The Indominus, suddenly freed, collapsed to her side. Sensing the danger, she scrambled away like a mad dog, using her forelimbs and her unpinned right leg to claw her way clear. Boom. The helicopter slammed into the ground where they had stood a second ago, erupting into a towering pillar of fire. The flames spread rapidly along the fallen trees. Under the cover of the fire and smoke, the Indominus hobbled away, smashing through another glass panel to escape. Within moments, her adrenaline-fueled recovery kicked in, and she was running normally again, though a trail of blood continued to drip from her mangled neck. Carlo stood his ground, staring through the flames as his prey vanished. Ultimately, he chose not to pursue. He turned and began the trek back toward the primeval ecological zone. He had exceeded his exercise quota for the day. While his hunger meter wasn't critically low, his stomach was starting to growl. The day's work was done. Time for dinner. Chapter 76, Nightfall Approaches, Bonus. Whoa, NNNG. The sirens wailed across the entire park, drowning out the frantic screams of the tourists. Vic Hoskins stood alone on the heliport. It was a landing pad that would never again welcome its original master. As he watched the pterosaurs begin to swarm toward the park like a dark tide, a glint appeared in his eyes. He had been waiting for this. He had never cared for theme park attractions. When disaster struck, Jurassic World would inevitably close its doors, allowing InGen to rightfully seize control of research and operations. Then, he could finally transition the use of dinosaurs toward their true purpose, the military. Scree. Over at the Gentle Giant's petting zoo, a pteranodon's talons hooked into the saddle of a young triceratops, slowly hoisting the calf into the air. On. Boom. An adult triceratops had broken through the perimeter. Seeing the scavengers attempting to snatch their young, it charged through the inner fencing, using its massive brow horns to scatter the flock. Gore. Terrified of the horns, the pteranodon released the calf and beat its wings toward the safety of the sky. A second later, it was snatched midair. An Apatosaurus had swung its massive neck, catching the flyer in its beak before slamming it violently into the pavement. On. Aggravated by the swarming flyers, the Apatosaurus had lost its gentle temperament. It had descended into a state of blind rage, lashing out indiscriminately at any winged creature that dared enter its reach. Hey! These herbivores are helping us drive off the flyers. We can try to. A patrol officer clutching a rifle noticed the pattern. He tried to radio his teammates, but a heavy weight slammed into his back, sending him face first into the dirt. A Dimorphodon had tackled him. As one of the lowest-ranking species in the aviary, it had been starving for a long time. Now, it only wanted a feast. Mike. His partner saw the attack and quickly fired 3 rounds, a near-lethal dose of tranquilizers, into the Dimorphodon's back. No, no, no. He grabbed the small beast by its scruff, threw it aside, and checked on his friend. Mike wasn't breathing. Dark blood seeped from deep gashes on both sides of his neck. God damn it, I hate dinosaurs. He cursed under his breath and raised his rifle back toward the sky. Bang. As the pterosaurs joined the fray, the crowd lost all semblance of order. Collisions, trampling, fainting, tourists were being injured left and right. In their desperation, they began hurling themselves against the gates leading to the staff-only areas. Cough, cough. An elderly man with white hair leaned against the gate, gasping. He appeared to be suffering from an asthma attack and a heart condition simultaneously. Fortunately, he was accompanied by two young people. Noticing the heavy gates beginning to groan under the pressure of the mob, they immediately hoisted the old man up to continue their flight. Are you sure it's safe here? In the back of the jeep, Gray looked at the shaking gates in the distance, his voice trembling as he questioned his aunt, Claire. Not anymore. Owen sensed the shift. He slammed the vehicle into reverse and backed into a narrow alcove. Bang. Bang. Crack. The crossbar on the gate snapped. The doors burst open, and a flood of panicked refugees poured through, shadowed by the pterosaurs trailing them from above. Inside the car, the four passengers sat in stunned silence, their chests heaving. This doesn't look safe at all, Zach remarked dryly. Can we stay with you? Gray asked. He and Zach had been running all day, his nerves were frayed to the breaking point. I am not leaving your side for a second, Claire said firmly. She had already lost them once, and the guilt of that danger was a mistake she wouldn't repeat. No, no. We meant him. Zach and Gray spoke in unison, both leaning toward Owen. The two adults were momentarily stunned. The boys' logic was simple: if danger came, they and Claire were just a burger and fries. But having Owen around was like being wrapped in Carolina Reaper hot sauce. Even a dinosaur would have to think twice before taking a bite. Claire was about to ask Owen's opinion when her comms chirped. Claire, if you can hear me, do not come back to the control room. The board has authorized a new emergency action for in-gen security. A man named Hoskins has taken over. He has a mad plan. He wants to use the raptors to hunt the Indominus Rex. Lowry was whispering at light speed from a secluded corner, dumping the information all at once. Wait, what do you mean, use the raptors? Claire demanded, but the line went dead. Son of a, Owen bit back the rest of the curse, realizing the implications instantly. You said a bad word, Gray noted helpfully from the back seat. Several hours later, the light faded. A bruised yellow-red twilight hung in the sky, and the streets were deathly silent. Or were they? Oh. Oh. With a series of screams, 3 yellow kayaks slid through a water intake and into the lagoon. On board were the kids from Camp Cretaceous. They had intended to take the river route to the main park, but a breach in the internal fencing had diverted them here. We're okay. We're okay. Ben gasped, checking himself and Bumpy. Bumpy was an Ankylosaurus hatchling who had been separated from her herd. Due to her deep bond with Ben, the group had made an exception and brought her along for the escape. What? As they moved into the open water, Kenji scanned the area. Having visited Jurassic World more than anyone else in the group, he recognized their location instantly. Why are you hyperventilating? That's never a good sign, Brooklyn noted. Kenji's sharp intake of breath had set everyone on edge. This is the Jurassic World Lagoon, Kenji whispered. This is where the Mosasaurus lives. The mention of the name sent a chill through everyone who knew what it meant. There's a ladder by the observation stand on the right. We can get up there. Darius shouted, pointing the way. Paddle. Paddle. Kenji does not want to die like this. This was not on my bucket list. It's circling us. It's testing us. Move. Darius watched the dark shadow beneath the surface. Relying on his knowledge of dinosaur behavior, he tried to predict the predator's intent while keeping the group focused. A dorsal fin broke the surface. The Mosasaurus was watching these strange new objects with curiosity, wondering if they were small enough to swallow whole. The first kayak reached the edge. Kenji and Brooklyn scrambled onto the safety of the dock. The second kayak was close behind. Yasmina, the group's best athlete, and the perennially anxious Ben were in this one. If it weren't for Bumpy's extra weight, they would have been first. Splash. The Mosasaurus glided toward the slowest boat, the third one, carrying Darius and Sammy. Yasmina looked back at them, her heart racing. She spotted the metal pylon in the middle of the lagoon that held the feeder cables and formulated a plan. Yas. What are you doing? Ben cried as the boat veered off course. Just keep paddling. Don't look back. She found a foothold on the pylon and scrambled up with agile precision. Clang. 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 She began striking the metal pillar with her paddle. The vibrations traveled directly into the water, drawing the Mosasaurus's attention. It worked. Darius and Sammy didn't hesitate, they paddled for their lives and reached the shore. Whir. The sound of machinery kicked in. On the dock, Kenji had found the controls for the shark-feeding crane. He lowered the cable toward the pylon. "Grab the chain," he yelled. Yasmina looked down at the approaching Mosasaurus, cursed her own recklessness, and leaped for the cable. Her athletic training saved her, she gripped the chain tight as it began to retract. But the shadow in the water wasn't ready to give up its meal. On. The Mosasaurus breached, its gargantuan jaws snapping at her. Because it was its first time hitting a moving target, it missed by a fraction of an inch, its teeth clamping down on the heavy cable instead. Snap. The cable couldn't support the Mosasaurus's massive weight and snapped instantly. The momentum swung Yasmina onto the spectator stands, but the height was too much, she landed hard, a sickening pop echoing from her left ankle. SSS. She hit the ground, clutching her leg before the sheer agony forced her to let go. Yasmina. Sammy cried, the group rushing to her side. "I'm okay. I think." Yasmina gritted her teeth, checking the swelling. "Wait, why is there no one here?" Ben, ever the cautious one, noticed the anomaly. They had been so focused on the Mosasaurus that they hadn't realized the stands were a ghost town. Where was everyone? On. The cry of a herbivore sounded from nearby, making everyone jump. Chapter 77, Pre-Class Prep. 10 hours since the Indominus Rex escaped. The mother hen finally decides to show up. Vic Hoskins watched Owen's aggressive approach with indifference, stepping forward to meet him with practiced enthusiasm. Thud. Owen did not disappoint, he met that enthusiasm with a response of his own, a knuckle sandwich delivered straight to the jaw. Whoa. The two boys in the back of the jeep gasped in unison. "Get out of here." "Stay away from my animals," Owen said, his voice level but laced with a lethal edge. Everyone present believed that, given a second more, he'd turn Hoskins into fine mincemeat to feed his raptors. "Hoskins, you've been waiting for this to happen, you son of a..." Claire stepped in, finishing Owen's thought. They stood as a united front, unleashing a verbal barrage on Hoskins. "Oh, boy." Hoskins rubbed his jaw where Owen's fist had connected, feeling as though his chin was slightly dislocated. "How many more people have to die before you can get your head around this mission?" he asked, putting on an air of righteous indignation while adjusting his jaw. "This isn't a mission. It's a field test," Barry said, walking over to stand by Owen's side in firm opposition to Hoskins. "It's evolved into a bioengineering reality now," Hoskins countered. He gestured broadly, continuing, "Listen, tomorrow morning, a massive transport ship will be here. Everyone gets off the island safely. And the news you'll see tomorrow is how many lives you saved." He seized the moral high ground, forcing Owen to choose between the safety of his animals and the lives of thousands of tourists. "No, no. It's bigger than that. It's about how many lives your dinosaurs saved." Hoskins turned his back on them, ignoring their glares, and shouted to his men, "Let's get it moving." Then he turned back to Owen, his eyes locking onto the trainers. He lowered his voice, "It's happening. With or without you." Crack. Hoskins's face collided with Owen's fist for a second time. "Never look them in the eye," Owen remarked dryly, stepping past the doubling over Hoskins, who was now clutching his face in a howl of pain. "I'm leading the team." Inside the command tent, Owen stood before a digital map, issuing orders like a frontline general. "We can confirm the animal is currently in Sector 5, he said, pointing to a densely forested area on the map. "We call this hide-and-seek training. It's an olfactory exercise. We've run it with them 1,000 times, and we've even had one field exercise." Owen looked up, surveying the gathered armed mercenaries. "They will lock onto the target. When they do, do not engage. Wait for the signal to attack. Raptors are pack hunters. They'll corral the prey into a kill zone. That's when we open fire." He raised a finger to emphasize his point. "One shot, one kill. On my command, give it everything you've got. We have one priority, gentlemen, do not hurt my raptors. Please." One of the mercenaries, who seemed to be chewing on something, raised his hand. "The Giganotosaurus is out there too. What if your raptors run into him? Can they take him?" To him, the Giganotosaurus looked even bigger than the Indominus, likely a much harder target to handle. "No, he's retreated. We don't need to worry about him for now." A nearby technician had tapped into the monitoring system of the primeval ecological zone. The screen showed Carlo resting near his family. "Easy, Blue." The 4 raptors were secured in specialized mechanical head stalls. Owen placed his right hand under Blue's chin, checking the head-mounted cameras and sensors the InGen technicians had installed. He needed to make sure the gear wouldn't cause them discomfort or distract them from the hunt. "Relax, girl." Blue let out a low, vibrating growl, showing her distaste for the hardware. "You don't scare me." He checked the fit on both sides. The sensors were flush against their skin, they would feel the contact, but it wouldn't cause pain. Owen. The boys' voices drew him toward the perimeter fence. Are they safe? Gray asked. As a dinosaur enthusiast, he was fascinated by the raptors, but his primary concern was whether their first act upon release would be to eat him. He remembered Dr. Grant's book mentioning something about them disemboweling prey while it was still alive. No, they are definitely not safe, Owen replied. He'd considered a white lie, but then he remembered these two were the kind of problem children who could sneak into the primeval ecological zone. He gave them the cold truth to ensure curiosity didn't keep them lingering near the cages. What are their names? Zack asked, his interest finally piqued by the secretive nature of the assets. The one over there with the dark green patterns is Charlie. The one with the orange tint is Echo. The pale green one is Delta. Her skull is shaped a bit differently from the others, she's easy to spot. And this one, with the blue stripes, that's Blue. She's the second in command of this family. Owen's gaze shifted between the four. Having raised them since they hatched, he knew these troublemakers inside and out. Then who's the alpha? Gray asked intently. Oh, you're looking at him, kid. Owen stated it as a matter of fact, which actually made Gray laugh. Hey, guys. Claire's voice came from behind them. I've found a safe place for you to wait. You know, just in case the dinosaurs. She gestured vaguely. She didn't want to finish the sentence, partly because these were Owen's animals, and partly because she didn't want to terrify the boys further. Let's go, Mun, Zack said, patting Gray's shoulder and following Claire. Owen watched from inside the enclosure as they boarded the vehicle. Moments later, the raptors were moved into the release chutes for the final preparations. Just like last time. Don't be nervous. Owen held up a cloth-wrapped bundle saturated with the Indominus Rex's scent, harvested from the aviary. The raptors exhaled sharp, powerful breaths. They had been through this drill before, they knew exactly what was coming, and they were visibly eager for the hunt. Owen swung his leg over his motorcycle and signaled the paddock staff. Let them go. Beep. The gates hissed open. The four raptors surged out of their cages, immediately falling into a tactical formation as they picked up the scent trail. In the primeval ecological zone, Carlo looked up, watching a helicopter pass through the night sky. He then looked down at his parents, who were already fast asleep. The scents on the wind were becoming increasingly chaotic, though fortunately, the blood markers he had laid down earlier hadn't faded. Tonight was destined to be a long one. However. Why are you still awake? Kafka was standing right next to Carlo, looking remarkably alert. She stared back at Carlo like a feathered little night owl. Chapter 78, Raptor Class is in session. Imagine if we'd had these things in Tora Bora. In the control room, Hoskins was transfixed by the main screen, watching the spectacle of human soldiers and velociraptors advancing side by side. He reached over and swiped Lowry's $7 soda. Are you getting all this recorded? He asked the two technicians beside him, convinced he had already secured his victory. His goal was simple, promote dinosaur weaponry. If the raptors won, he'd market the raptors, if the Indominus won, he'd market the Indominus. He couldn't see a single scenario where he lost. Never has there been such a glorious opening. Cheer for me. Celebrate me. They're slowing down, Barry noted, seeing the icons for the four dinosaurs on the tracker closing the distance with the human squad. He radioed Owen. They found something. Owen used his chest-mounted radio to alert the men behind him, signaling them to prepare. As the raptors came to a halt, the heavily armed soldiers dismounted their vehicles, seeking cover and leveling their rifles. On roar. A low, guttural snarl echoed from the depths of the forest. There was no mistaking it, the Indominus was issuing a warning. HRRist. Delta instinctively let out a low hiss. But in that moment, both the Indominus and the four raptors realized something was strange. They understood each other. The Indominus froze for a split second. Then, no longer bothering to hide, she pushed through the vines and stepped into the clearing, revealing herself to the humans. Her body was a roadmap of healing wounds and scars, with dried blood still matted around her neck. Ignoring the humans in the distance and the red laser dots dancing across her hide, she looked down at the four raptors. On RRR. Aok. She tested a vocalization toward the nearest raptor to confirm her suspicion. The Indominus's voice was deeper and more resonant, while Blue's was higher pitched, but the communication was clear. They were speaking the same language. Looking at the four raptors, the Indominus had an idea. She began to invite them to join her hunt. The raptors, intensely curious about this massive creature, agreed without a moment's hesitation. The Indominus was pleased, but first, they had to deal with the humans. Something's wrong, Owen. They're communicating, Barry said. Having studied raptor behavior for years, he knew Blue wasn't issuing a pre-battle threat. These were vocalizations they only used among their own kind. It was a greeting. "I know why they wouldn't tell us what she's made of," Owen said, his brow furrowing as cold sweat broke across his forehead. He could already see the catastrophe unfolding. "Why?" Barry asked, still clinging to the hope that the bond between them and the raptors wasn't so fragile. "That thing is part raptor." As Owen spoke, the raptors turned in unison with the Indominus to face the humans. In the control room, the head-mounted cameras reflected Owen's face. The rapid, hitching breaths of the raptors betrayed their final moments of hesitation. Fire. Hoskins didn't care about bonds. To him, the raptors had defected. And for traitors, he had only one solution: extermination. He abandoned his promotional recording. He'd find a way to spin the losses later. Fire. The ACU mercenaries were Hoskins's men. They answered to his payroll, not Owen's pleas. They opened fire, and the raptors were no longer off limits. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. On roar. A torrent of lead slammed into the Indominus. The bullets failed to penetrate her primary hide, glancing off in a shower of sparks, textbook ricochets. A few rounds found the existing wounds on her neck, tearing the skin, but no blood flowed. Whiz, boom. A flash of light erupted as a rocket-propelled grenade streaked toward the Indominus. It detonated on the ground between her legs, the massive shockwave knocking her off her feet. The four raptors had vanished into the brush the moment the shooting started. Owen, realizing the situation had gone south, stood up and emptied his magazine into the fallen Indominus. But the Indominus, with her genetically reinforced hide, wasn't deterred by standard-issue rifle fire. She scrambled back to her feet and vanished into the thick jungle. "Watch your six. The raptors have a new alpha." Owen rose and led the men into the woods, splitting them into 3 to form and fire teams to search for the raptors. Snap. The sound of a breaking branch drew a soldier's attention. A raptor. Oh. Suddenly, a scream erupted behind him. The men at the point of their formation was gone. All that remained was the blur of a tail disappearing into the tall grass. Contact. He fired wildly into the brush, only to feel a searing pain clamp down on both sides of his neck. Lesson 1: when a teammate vanishes, don't look for the killer. Check your own immediate surroundings first. "We lost 2 signals," another soldier shouted. He was hyper-focused on the movement ahead, feeling a false sense of security with teammates covering his flanks. HRRist. Oh. The men to his left shrieked as a raptor tackled him into the weeds. The man in front was the first to react. He saw the predator exposed right before him. He moved his finger to the trigger, but before he could squeeze, a second raptor spawned on his right, grabbing him by the shoulder and dragging him into the dark. Lesson 2: raptors never hunt alone. If you see one, you should be wondering where the second and third ones are. 10 o'clock. Open fire. This group had 3 men. In the narrow jungle path, they had formed a single file line. Only one side had high brush, so they cautiously hugged the opposite edge. A split second later, a raptor lunged from the unforested side, that safe flank. It snatched the middleman and hauled him into the grass. The rear soldier tried to turn and spray the area, but felt a crushing pain in his shoulder as he, too, was yanked into the shadows. Lesson 3: ensure the nearest tall grass is at least 10 meters away. It's not just where raptors hide, it's the black room where they take you to disappear. In the control room, Hoskins watched the carnage through the helmet cams. Realizing the tide had turned, he didn't hesitate. He stood up and headed for the exit, preparing to take his research and run. Owen moved alone through the high grass, rifle raised. His behavior was essentially a death wish, the act of a student who clearly hadn't listened to his own lecture. The grass beside him rustled continuously. Owen spun around and spotted a tall, stiff raptor tail. Charlie stopped. Having finished off her previous, lucky winner, she looked up and locked eyes with Owen. Owen didn't fire. He slowly lowered his rifle and met Charlie's gaze. Charlie tilted her head, staring back at the men who had raised her. Chapter 79, Born This Way, Bonus. On roar. The Indominus Rex's roar suddenly echoed across the horizon. Charlie looked toward the distance, then back at Owen, before finally turning and sprinting away into the dark. Owen's body slowly relaxed. He watched Charlie's retreating figure, only to catch a sudden flash of fire approaching in the darkness. OSH, boom. The explosion rocked the earth. A rocket slammed into the spot where Charlie had just been standing. The resulting shockwave sent Owen flying backward, hitting the ground hard. He slowly pushed himself up, staring at the scorched earth. To his own surprise, he felt a wave of relief when he saw that Charlie was unharmed. Rustle. Movement in the nearby brush caught his attention, and he instinctively raised his rifle. "You're here." Barry stepped out of the foliage, reaching down to pull the fallen Owen to his feet. Seeing his friend, Owen let out a breath and stood up, adjusting his grip on his weapon. The raptors, they seem to have left, Owen said. Barry didn't lower his revolver, his expression grim as he confirmed the suspicion. Yeah. Blue took them and left. Owen looked once more toward the direction Charlie had vanished. No. Maybe it wasn't her. Carlo sat on the ground, watching Kafka, who was currently busy gnawing on a bone for fun. He had finally figured it out. Kafka wasn't lazy, she was a natural night owl. If this were a game, Kafka would definitely have a nocturnal trait. To keep the little dino from wandering off out of boredom, Carlo had picked out a small bone for her to pass the time. Kafka pinned the bone down with her right foot, leaning in to gnaw on the other end, seemingly self-teaching the predatory habits she'd seen from her parents. Carlo slowly lowered his head to the ground, his nostrils twitching. He couldn't help but feel that babysitting was exhausting and incredibly dull. How did Mom and Dad ever, wait, they never actually kept an eye on me, did they? Suddenly, Carlo bolted upright. He sniffed the air sharply twice. The blood scent trail he had laid out had been disturbed. This meant either humans or dinosaurs were lingering near the southwest gate. With a low huff, he gestured for Kafka to stay put and rose, moving swiftly toward the source of the disturbance. Delta stood at the gate, peering deep into the primeval ecological zone. Thud, thud. Soon, heavy footsteps resonated through the earth. Carlo, sensing the chaotic scent in the air, materialized before her. HRRNNNG. She let out a low, guttural growl, her feet instinctively shuffling backward. Carlo recognized her. They'd had a brief encounter back at the Great Lake, though that fate had been delivered by Carlo's jaws. But why was she here alone? Carlo lowered his frame slightly, wanting to get a better look at her. Aok. 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 Without warning, she began to shriek at the top of her lungs. Carlo tilted his head. What is she doing? In the next heartbeat, Delta launched a zero-frame attack. She leaped directly onto Carlo's head, her sickled claws slashing at his face. Then, 1, 2, 3 more raptors swarmed him. Their claws hooked into his flanks, sending sharp jolts of pain through his massive body. Are these things insane? Carlo began to thrash violently, trying to shake the insolent little creatures off. For some reason, he felt his heart beginning to race faster than it ever had before. On roar. Suddenly, the Indominus Rex charged out from the flank with a roar. Her elongated snout clamped onto Carlo's neck, using her massive weight to drive him forward. The Indominus's interference gave the clinging raptors a chance to regain their grip. Seeing she couldn't easily push him over, the Indominus kept her jaws locked on his neck and began to pivot, swinging Carlo in a wide arc using herself as the center. With his throat pinned and the Indominus's serrated teeth sinking into his flesh, Carlo couldn't find the leverage to counter the force. He was swung along by her momentum. Sensing the right moment, the Indominus lunged downward, attempting to flip Carlo onto his side. But Carlo's unnatural strength manifested once more. Though he was forced down as she intended, he didn't crash completely. He rapidly adjusted his posture, kicking his hindquarters up, though his forequarters remained pinned low by the Indominus's weight. Thump thump, thump thump. His heart rate accelerated further. The raptors were still latched onto him, raking his hide, but the sensation of pain began to fade. What is happening? Why are the raptors and the Indominus working together? Why? His thoughts cut off abruptly. The blood in his veins began to boil. His vision shifted, locking onto the Indominus at his side. The Indominus was still trying to use her muscular arms and jaws to pin him to the dirt, when she suddenly locked eyes with a pair of glowing yellow pupils. Instinctive terror flooded her. She tried to release her grip, but it was a second too late. Boom. Carlo's tail whipped up and slammed into the ground with devastating force. The turf split, mud sprayed, and a massive shockwave erupted in every direction. The raptors clinging to his body were thrown off by a sheer, invisible force. Even the Indominus was knocked completely off balance. Gruer. Carlo unleashed a deafening cry toward the sky. He didn't know why he was doing it, it just felt right. Thud. Crash. The raptors were sent flying. Blue hit the ground hard, Echo and Charlie were launched sideways, slamming into trees. Delta, caught in the worst possible position, was flung 6 meters into the air before crashing down. Thud. The Indominus scrambled to her feet, intending to stall Carlo so the raptors could strike again, but she felt the ground shudder beneath her in a rhythmic, earthquake-like tremor. Thud. Carlo stood his ground, raising his massive feet high and alternating, left, right. He slammed them into the earth with bone-shaking force. The ground groaned under the pressure, cracks spreading out like spider webs. Thud. The Indominus could no longer maintain her balance. Her legs gave way, and she rolled onto her left side, crashing into the dirt. She tried to roll and right herself, but she felt a splintering agony in her right arm. Then her side. Carlo had lunged, his jaws snapping shut around the end of her long, muscular arm near the shoulder. He planted a foot firmly on her torso and pulled outward with every ounce of his prehistoric strength. Crack, snap, crunch. The Indominus's arm emitted a sickening sound of splintering bone as the joint was forcibly dislocated. Blood sprayed from where Carlo's teeth were buried, the wound widening inch by inch. On roar. The Indominus shrieked for the raptors to help, but no response came. Rip. Snap. Thud. Skin tore. Bone snapped. Blood sprayed from the Indominus's shoulder as her entire right arm vanished, now clamped firmly in Carlo's jaws. Aunnng roar. She let out a piercing, shrill wail. Blood gushed from the stump of her shoulder, but she didn't stay to fight. Scrambling with her legs and her remaining arm, she desperately pushed herself up and fled the area. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Carlo stood there, methodically chewing the severed limb as if it were just as loathsome as the Indominus herself. Tear, snap, swallow. Currently disclosed traits. Giganotosaurus, Carlo. Clumsy stealth. While in stealth, your movements will not disturb flora, and your breathing becomes silent. However, your scent remains, and you can still be detected by other forms of observation. Gnashed, attacks apply a bleed effect. Lasting 5 seconds, this causes the target to lose health equivalent to 5% of their maximum HP. Enraged, when taking massive damage in a short burst or losing 9% of maximum health within a certain time frame, Carlo will slam his tail into the ground, creating a shockwave that knocks back all creatures within 5 meters, followed by a roar toward the sky. Duration, 35 seconds, includes 5 seconds of invulnerability during the transformation. Effect, restores 1% of maximum HP per second and unlocks, ground stomp. If 3 or more adult Giganotosaurus are present, it triggers a group rage. Ground stomp, a special move available only during enraged state. Carlo raises a foot and slams it down, dealing damage and causing enemies within range to lose their balance. Chapter 80, Properly Chastened. Oh, holy sh, crap, crap, crap. Carlo's sanity gradually flickered back online, and the entire dinosaur suddenly grew calm. At the same instant, pain surged back into his body. Ah, ow, 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 ow. He couldn't hold it back, he collapsed onto his side, writhing and crawling on the ground like a pathetic, shadowy creature. He didn't know what had come over him to make him go into such a frenzy. His feet throbbed intensely from stomping the ground, he felt as though the bones in his soles were about to burst through the skin. Then there was the burning sensation in his neck. What kind of madness had possessed him to try and swallow someone's entire arm? His throat felt stretched raw. Hiss. He felt like his stomach was about to rupture. He lay on the ground, flopping like a stranded fish, making the earth groan once more under his weight. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Ayo. Suddenly, Kafka's voice chirped nearby, causing Carlo's contorted movements to freeze. He bolted upright instantly, looking toward the source of the sound, and found Kafka staring at him with a look of pure astonishment. He was furious. He wanted to bark at her, demanding to know why she hadn't listened to him, why she insisted on picking up his worst habits. But then he realized his voice would likely sound utterly bizarre due to the burning in his throat. Ultimately, he remained silent, stepping forward to nudge Kafka back toward the habitat of their parents. Kafka's gaze remained fixed on Carlo as if she were seeing him for the first time, or perhaps she was just contemplating the meaning of his recent behavior. Carlo stole a secretive glance at her. Seeing her watching him made him feel incredibly uncomfortable, like a family member had just caught him in his most embarrassing moment. Roar. If you dare say a word about this, I'll have to disown you for the good of the family. He finally couldn't help himself and let out a low growl at Kafka, his voice sounding both muffled and sharp. Kafka was startled. For her, tonight was the equivalent of seeing a respected elder suddenly go clubbing at a KTV and then roll around on the floor. It was a total shock. Fortunately, dinosaurs don't have a habit of gossiping or sharing the day's events with their peers. We have to get indoors. Follow me. When the velociraptors turned, Owen had notified Claire to evacuate with her nephews. Barry and the injured team members had already headed toward the shelter, while Owen, on his motorcycle, caught up with Claire as she tried to reach the Innovation Center. Claire nodded to Owen, grabbed her phone, and established a connection with Lowry. Lowry, we're heading your way. Call in the helicopter. The cruise ship for the shelter evacuation wasn't due until tomorrow. With a cold-blooded killer roaming the island, evacuating early by helicopter was clearly the best choice. No problem. Lowry replied to Claire from the control room. He looked at the monitors on the big screen, the herbivore territory, the T-Rex kingdom, the primeval ecological zone. This was likely the last time he would see these dinosaurs from here. Around him, colleagues were getting up and moving about. The thinning crowd brought his wandering thoughts back to reality. He looked back and realized most people had already evacuated. Vivian, who sat at the adjacent workstation, noticed he was still in his seat and asked. Hey, they say we have to evacuate. There's a boat waiting. You coming? Lowry paused, then looked back at the big screen. The Indominus Rex was nowhere to be seen, and Claire, Owen, and the two boys were in danger. I guess, someone has to be the last one out. Besides, leaving by helicopter would definitely be more comfortable than the ferry, right? Inventory everything. Turn on all the backup generators. Keep the power flowing to the incubation pods. Dr. Wu paced rapidly through his laboratory, barking orders to the researchers. He moved toward the wall and used his fingerprint to open his secret lab. DRRR ring. His phone rang. Dr. Wu pulled it out and saw it was Hoskins. He answered and asked directly. Where did you disappear to? Hoskins' voice was hushed, as if he were in a place where it wasn't convenient to talk. Change of plans. The mission failed. We have to evacuate with the troops. Dr. Wu's brow furrowed. The man was clearly packing his bags to flee, but Hoskins' suitcase certainly wouldn't fit all the dinosaur eggs in his lab. The embryos are safe here. They can survive at least 8 weeks on the generators. He tried to argue his case, but Hoskins cut him off. No, no, no. Listen to me. This park will be bankrupt by tomorrow. I'm sending men to help you pack up the experimental data and samples. I don't want a bunch of lawyers sticking their noses into things they don't understand, got it? Dr. Wu's expression turned grim, an expression he hadn't even worn when Masrani threatened to shut down his experiments. His gaze swept over the numerous incubation pods filled with dinosaur eggs. Hey, if you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes. When Hoskins' voice came through again, Dr. Wu snapped back to attention. Give me a team. What? Give me a team. I want to give my unborn creations a chance to live. You finally lost your goddamn mind. Thank you for visiting. We hope you enjoyed your stay. The announcement on Main Street continued to loop, but the area was deserted. Claire and Owen drove up, stopping next to the Innovation Center. Come on, quick, this way. Claire's plan was simple, lead them to the underground lab center, take the employee passage straight to the control room, and leave by helicopter. The lab was already empty, a sign that the park had completely collapsed. They evacuated the lab. They followed the corridor into a secure room. It was filled with strange cultivation pods and shelves of bizarre animals in terrariums. What are you doing? Claire noticed people moving lab equipment, and some samples. Before she could breathe a sigh of relief, she sensed something was wrong. I'm afraid you don't have the authority to ask. Hoskins stepped out from the crowd, slowly approaching the bedraggled group. Where is Henry? Dr. Wu is one of us. Claire pressed him, but Hoskins gave only a vague response. After all, he didn't even know if Dr. Wu had run outside and been eaten by a dinosaur. That's not a real dinosaur. Gray huddled behind Owen, poking his small head out to look at the Indominus Rex on the monitor. No, of course not, kid. Hoskins acted as if he'd heard something hilarious, his interest piqued by Gray's naive observation. Someone has to consider the future of this company. Imagine that thing, massive, lethal, high intelligence, able to evade the most advanced technological detection. Something the world has never heard of, a living, breathing new type of weapon. Millions of years of evolution, and what have we learned? Bro didn't even know his weapon had just lost an arm. Nature itself is a gift. Before Hoskins could finish, the sound of shattering glass rang out from ahead. Aya. Get it off me. Get it off me. The velociraptor Charlie lunged straight onto Hoskins, pinning him down. Shit, go. Go. Owen reacted instantly, leading Claire and the two boys out of the secure room. But when he spotted Delta, they were forced to flee in the opposite direction. Delta limped forward. She saw Owen and the others, but she was exhausted and lacked the strength to give chase. She decided to find Charlie first. In her haste, she didn't notice the glass and slammed her head right into it. Shaking her head, she maneuvered around the glass, found the correct exit, and walked over to Hoskins. Seeing this, Charlie let go and moved aside. Delta, somewhat unsteady, placed one foot on Hoskins' chest. Ayah. Hoskins screamed incessantly as he felt the crushing weight on his chest. Chirp. Delta's inner scimitar-like toe claw swept down, sinking into his body and bringing his screams to an abrupt halt. Charlie, seeing the job was done, let go entirely and went back to chasing the escaping humans. Beep. On. As the group ran through the Innovation Center lobby, Gray hit a button on a dinosaur display. A projection of a Dilophosaurus appeared, flaring its frills and hissing at the path ahead. Sawning. Charlie was startled by the sudden threat. Not to be outdone, she roared back, entering a standoff with the hologram. The statue of Hammond stood nearby, watching the confrontation between the projection and the dinosaur, a clash between technology and life, a scene identical to one from over a decade ago. Owen had just opened the door and hadn't gone far when he received a warm welcome from Blue. Then Echo stepped out from the side, and the door behind them was burst open by Charlie, who thoughtfully held the door for the limping Delta behind her. "We have to do this, don't we?" Owen knew resisting them would be futile and lowered his gun. He slowly raised his hand, moving it toward the left side of Blue's face. Blue never looked away, staring at Owen. She was somewhat resistant but made no move to harm him. It's okay. While soothing her, Owen reached for the headstrap she was wearing, and then... click. The strap fell away. Blue seemed to relax, tucking away her slightly bared teeth and letting out a loud call toward the shadows behind Owen. Owen looked back and finally noticed the limping Delta. Then, with a look of sudden realization, he turned back to Blue, nodding as he spoke. "Oh, so you guys finished fooling around and came back wanting me to clean up your mess." On roar. Before he could finish, the piercing roar of the Indominus Rex cut him off. The hybrid slowly entered the main street. Except, why was it missing an arm? Chapter 81, Indominus, why am I being treated like a rat in the street? I have been betrayed thrice. The first was by humans. They created me, locked me in a cage, and from the time I was small until I was grown, I never saw a living thing that wasn't a crane. The second was by the Giganotosaurus. I thought we were evenly matched rivals, but time and again, he survived situations I was certain were fatal. I trusted him to die, and he failed me. The third was by the velociraptors. When I first understood the language of other dinosaurs, I was astonished. When you agreed to hunt with me, I was elated. I do not blame you for abandoning me when I was in danger. That monster evokes fear in any creature that faces it. But what I cannot fathom is how you could betray me so easily for a group of humans. Why do you show me such little respect? You won't even call me Alpha. Enraged, the Indominus Rex swung her right arm, attempting to deliver a massive backhand to Blue, who dared to defy her. But she quickly realized her right arm was gone. The violent motion tore her wound open once more, and blood began to flow steadily from the stump. The air suddenly went still. Even with her accelerated healing, this wasn't just a wound that could close, it was a permanent mutilation. On roar. The humiliated Indominus grew even more livid. Roaring, she lunged at the nearest target, Blue, but predictably bit only empty air. This act served only to provoke the raptors, who responded with threatening shrieks and bellows. Owen stood with arms outstretched, shielding the others as they slowly retreated. He glanced at the 4 raptors beside him, then at the Indominus across from them, and managed a faint smile. He blew a sharp whistle and retrieved his weapon from the ground. On his signal, 3 of the raptors lunged forward in a coordinated strike, leaping onto the Indominus's massive frame to tear and claw. Claire hurried the 2 boys into a nearby plush toy kiosk for cover, while the injured Delta found a spot further back, claiming a prime seat as a spectator. Bang. Bang. The sound of gunfire mingled with the cacophony of raptor shrieks and Indominus roars. Gray leaned against the wall, staring at the Indominus, muttering under his breath. 2450, we need more. More what? Teeth, we need more teeth. Claire paused, looking toward the battle. She grabbed a flare and a radio from a nearby emergency kit. She turned to her nephews with a firm instruction. Okay, you stay here. You'll be fine. Okay, this is officially the first time I've eaten a midnight snack at my desk. Lowry pulled a cup of instant noodles from his bag, added water, and snapped the lid shut. He hadn't actually been that hungry, but watching the Dilophosaurus eat on the monitor had been strangely appetizing. It had made his mouth water. He had just taken his first slurp of noodles when the comms chirped. Lowry, are you still there? Startled, he bolted the scalding noodles down. MPH. Gulp. I'm here, I'm still here. Open paddock 9. Paddock 9. He took a frantic swig of water while sliding his chair over to the enclosure control interface. When he saw the paddock details, he nearly spat the water back out. Cough, cough, you're not joking. The 3 raptors worked in pairs, ensuring at least 2 were always clinging to the Indominus. This strategy was designed to drain her stamina while preventing the teammates from getting in each other's way. Having lost an arm, the Indominus's balance was severely compromised. She could no longer drop into a quadrupedal stance and was forced to whip her body around violently to shake off the attackers. Bang. Bang. Owen cleverly aimed his shots at the Indominus's open wound, significantly increasing the damage dealt by his rifle. Click, clack, click, clack. The rhythmic strike of high heels suddenly echoed at this moment. It was Claire, having brought the Tyrannosaurus Rex with her. On roar. Rexy smashed through the Spinosaurus skeleton, letting out a thunderous roar. A burning flare struck the Indominus, drawing Rexy's focus. Seeing the shift in the battle, Blue barked a command, signaling her sisters to disengage from the hybrid's back. The Indominus had barely felt the weight lift from her body when she locked eyes with Rexy standing across from her. "Seriously, dude. You too." The two titans locked eyes. It was time for a high-stakes, pulse-pounding poke. Dinosaur battle. Rexy lunged first, clamping her jaws onto the Indominus's neck, but the jagged osteoderm sliced into her gums, forcing her to release immediately. The Indominus retaliated with her remaining claw, but because Rexy was positioned to her right, where her arm used to be, she struggled to land a clean hit. Rexy tried to seize the Indominus's throat again. Holding the superior position, she shifted her weight twice in quick succession to find a better angle, but the stabbing pain in her mouth caused her to falter both times. The Indominus seized the opening and bit down on Rexy. A single snap left a prominent, bleeding gash on the T-Rex. The hybrid lowered her center of gravity, using her left hand to brace against the ground as she maneuvered her head to Rexy's left, her own advantageous side. Rexy felt a sharp pain in her throat and realized the spikes on the hybrid's neck were the primary obstacle. Taking advantage of the Indominus's slight recovery lag while repositioning, Rexy avoided the spikes and clamped onto a smoother patch of skin on the hybrid's flank. However, this prevented her from utilizing her full bite force. She was only gripping skin and muscle, unable to crush bone. She thrashed her head, attempting to tear the flesh away. But as she wasn't a Carcharodontosaurid, her sawing efficiency was low. She relied entirely on her massive jaw strength and power to lock the opponent down. The Indominus was well versed in countering this kind of tearing combat. She actively swayed and rotated her body in sync with Rexy's movements, minimizing the chance of skin being ripped off. Her defensive maneuvers were so practiced it was almost pitiful. As Rexy's head swinging grew more frantic, she was eventually forced to let go. Rexy didn't want to lose her hard-won advantage and lunged for the neck again. But this time, the movement was too wide, and she was once again sliced by the spikes. The Indominus regained her footing and used her left hand to shove the T-Rex back, finally freeing her neck. She quickly ducked her head, evading a follow-up snap from Rexy, and used her left arm to pivot up on Rexy's other side. She kept Rexy positioned below her head, well within the reach of her left claw. Sensing the danger, Rexy retreated rapidly, but the Indominus was relentless, her left claws raking across Rexy's hide. Go, go, go. Move. Owen led the group away from the clearing, running back toward the interior of the Innovation Center. He held the door open for them, and as the last person entered, he turned back and called out. Blue. Blue, who had been watching the spectacle, tilted her head and looked at Owen. Owen had intended to lead her and the other raptors to safety, but seeing that Blue had no intention of leaving, and that Charlie and Echo were staring transfixed at the Indominus while Delta sat nearby, he changed his mind. Take care of yourself. Take care of them. Blue seemed to understand, or perhaps she didn't. Either way, after Owen left, she turned her gaze back to the Indominus. Ayo. She chirped to her pack, signaling them to take Delta and leave. Then, she charged forward alone, leaping onto the Indominus's right side. The mission wasn't over yet. The Indominus felt the sudden surge of pain in her side, her stride faltering for a split second. That was all the opening Rexy needed. Before the hybrid could recover, Rexy changed tactics, biting down on her head and using her body weight to hurl her aside. Blue was thrown clear by the force and tumbled to the ground, but she was back on her feet instantly, circling for a new opening. Rexy didn't give the Indominus a moment to breathe. She clamped onto the hybrid's neck, and having learned from her previous attempts, she didn't try to crush it yet, but instead used her momentum to drive the hybrid into a nearby building. Crash! The structure shattered, and jagged rebar pierced into the Indominus's flank. Before the hybrid could recover, Rexy bit across her skull again. This time, her teeth sank directly into the eye socket, right where Carlo had previously left a wound. She wrenched the Indominus's neck clockwise, attempting to snap it, but the hybrid tilted her body violently to roll with the force and prevent the break. Rexy let go to hurl her once more, but this time the Indominus missed the buildings and managed to scramble to her feet. To prevent the hybrid from using her remaining arm, Rexy stayed low and pressed against her left side, pinning the left hand. The Indominus began a test of pure strength, using her height advantage to press Rexy down toward a storefront on the left. At the last possible second, Rexy found her footing. She pressed her head against the Indominus, braced with her left leg, and lunged forward with her right. With a massive surge of power, she drove the exhausted Indominus back into the ruins. The hybrid's immense weight buckled the remains of the building, and debris pierced the left side of her body. Rexy adjusted her stance, bit across the Indominus's head again, and dragged her out of the wreckage with a counterclockwise wrench. She found an opening to shift her grip to the hybrid's jaw joint and threw her outward with a massive head snap. The blow shattered the Indominus's masseter muscles and severely damaged her cervical vertebrae. Several ribs were already crushed. Blue seized the moment before the Indominus could rise, leaping onto her head and raking her talons across the hybrid's face. Rexy opened her jaws to snap at the head again, but Blue was in the way. At the last second, she used her skull as a battering ram to pin the hybrid down. The Indominus lurched backward. The spikes on her neck sliced Rexy's throat again, and she thrashed her head to shake Blue off. But in doing so, she inadvertently exposed her flank. Rexy, having regained her stance, delivered a shoulder check that flipped the hybrid onto her back. Without her right arm, the Indominus was unable to protect her soft underbelly or right side. Rexy wasted no time and clamped her jaws firmly onto the hybrid's throat. This time, there were no spikes in the way. Rexy applied every ounce of her crushing power. The Indominus's cries turned shrill and raspy before fading into nothingness. Chapter 82, not even a year old, and already a single parent, bonus. Place this crate of eggs here. Remember to leave the lid open. By the Great Lake of the Primeval Ecological Zone, Dr. Wu led 2 teams, one responsible for transporting crates of dinosaur eggs, the other tasked with pulling security. Doctor, there are no Parasaurolophus herds left here, a refined, muscular man noted as he stepped off the vehicle. He was reminding Wu that the Parasaurolophus populations had been slaughtered by the Indominus Rex. There were no adults left to foster a new generation. I am aware. But this is the safest place. Dr. Wu was not in the habit of explaining his motives to others. He typically only issued directives, just as he did in the laboratory. Fine. The refined muscleman didn't push further. He was a dinosaur enthusiast, not a professional, and he wasn't foolish enough to contradict a geneticist of Wu's stature. Click. The latch on the crate of Parasaurolophus eggs was flipped. Dr. Wu grabbed a bundle of hay from the truck and knelt beside the crate, meticulously tucking the straw around each egg to ensure they were shielded. He didn't speak. He simply stroked the shells lightly, feeling the faint pulse of life within. These eggs were near hatching. Other Parasaurolophus herds were too large and currently migrating, there would be little chance for them to care for hatchlings. The low-hanging foliage near the Great Lake was sufficient for these younglings to survive. Leaving them here was the best choice. Wu stared at the eggs, his thoughts unreadable. As a scientist, he possessed an obsession with his creations that bordered on the fanatical, whether for better or worse remained to be seen. A moment later, he stood up, about to signal the team to move out, when a shout from a team member beat him to it. Southwest. Threat level 3. The sentry who called it out seemed to have originally been stationed in the primeval ecological zone, using a code the others didn't recognize. When the group turned around, they were instantly drenched in a cold sweat. A pair of yellow pupils shimmered in the darkness like the eyes of a soul-reaping demon. Rifles were raised. Countless infrared beams danced across Carlo. Hey! Lower your weapons. Do not fire. Dr. Wu immediately stepped into the center of the group to issue the warning, but the men didn't relax. If anything, their bodies grew more tense. You are a total fucking madman, one of them hissed. In their eyes, the previous team had failed because they brought non-lethal weapons to a fight against 3 Giganotosaurus. This time, they were packed with great equalizers. Lower your guns, the refined muscleman told the group. He lowered his own first, setting the example. Are you fucking kidding me? Is the crazy virus contagious? Lower your guns, the men repeated, his voice firm as the others hesitated. Dr. Wu had now slowly walked to the front of the line, placing himself in a position where he could easily be hit by friendly fire. Because of this, more and more members finally lowered their muzzles. Doctor. What are you doing? Get back here. The refined muscleman knew Carlo and understood some of his behavioral patterns, but Dr. Wu's current stunt still shocked him. Damn it. Why are these scientists always so eccentric? Perhaps because he had already tasted a one-click triple shot from a shotgun before, Carlo didn't seem to care whether they would fire. He stepped slowly out of the woods. Shoo. SHHH, SHHH. Thud. 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 Dr. Wu's footsteps were light, pressing down the grass of the lawn. Carlo's footsteps were heavy, making the very earth groan with every stride. After a moment, Wu stopped. Carlo stopped as well. Man and dinosaur stood on the grass, staring at one another. Carlo lowered his head, looking at this human who felt both familiar and strange. Dr. Wu slowly raised his hand, palm open, gradually moving it toward Carlo's snout. Carlo let out a sharp, sudden snort of breath that made the scientist stagger. Wu instinctively shielded himself with his hand and took 2 steps back, chuckling softly. I know. You don't like being touched by humans. He turned to look at the surroundings, the dead silence where there should have been Parasaurolophus herds, a few wandering strays, and, oh, the Stegosaurus brother was still there. His smile vanished. He closed his eyes and whispered a single phrase. I'm sorry, for everything. He hadn't been there to watch Carlo grow up, hadn't noticed the anomalies in the primeval ecological zone in time, and had even created the very culprit that had turned this place into a slaughterhouse. Carlo tilted his head. This time, Dr. Wu wasn't speaking English, and he understood. Dr. Wu looked back up at Carlo. Seeing the creature's adorable head tilt, he couldn't help but laugh again. One day, my creations will be like you, gentle yet powerful. He turned and headed back toward the human squad. Carlo straightened his posture, momentarily failing to grasp the man's meaning. Gentle yet powerful. Me. The one who killed all those dinosaurs. In a sense, a canary is relative, a cat is relative, and gentleness and power are equally relative. Carlo had simply gained the recognition of the majority within those relatives. I fucking give up. I can't deal with this mad scientist anymore. Get a chopper and fly him out of here. Under the watchful eyes of the team, Dr. Wu boarded the vehicle. The driver immediately engaged the door locks. As the two vehicles drove away one after the other, Carlo slowly stepped forward to inspect what they had left behind. Whoa, these things in here look a lot like Parasaurolophus eggs. Wait. Eggs? You bastards came here to abandon your kids. Carlo felt like cursing. Abandoning kids on my doorstep, seriously? I'm still a kid myself. There's no way I can raise children. Carlo scanned the area and found the humans had long since vanished. He let out a silent sigh. He couldn't just leave them to rot. He snatched a cluster of leaves from a nearby tree and draped them over the eggs to help maintain their warmth. Inside the control room, Lowry finished his cold cup of instant noodles and straightened the dinosaur figurines on his desk. Goodbye, my. Ding. The elevator doors behind him chimed, making him jump. I didn't expect anyone to still be here at 3 a.m. The silhouette seemed a bit surprised as it moved toward Lowry's station. Who are you? Like you, a former employee. Lowry questioned him, but the men made no effort to hide. He openly began to manipulate the paddock control console. What are you? Lowry saw that the man was attempting to open the paddocks and hesitated over whether to stop him. The ferry has docked. Don't worry, we're evacuating soon anyway. Jurassic World is finished, there's no harm in making things a little easier for these creatures, right? The figure sensed Lowry's hesitation and offered an explanation. He pressed a sequence of buttons, triggering alarms at multiple containment zones simultaneously. Beep, beep, beep. The gate of an unreleased paddock slid open. 3 Allosaurus peered out curiously. They were about to step out when a roar from behind stopped them. They froze and backed into the shadows, making way for a much larger Allosaurus. The big one didn't rush, he paused at the threshold, scanning for potential threats. Beep, beep, beep. Another gate opened. A sleeping Tanglong, a dinosaur discovered in China, lifted its head toward the sound. After confirming there was no threat, it lazily flopped back down. Beep, beep, roar. An Acrocanthosaurus didn't even wait for the gate to fully retract before charging out with a roar. It looked around and found no enemies. Compared to the inside of the paddock, it seemed far more interested in the world outside, beginning a slow trek into the deep jungle. Beep, beep, beep. A paddock gate opened to reveal what looked like nothing at all. Only the slight rustling of the grass gave it away as a Pteranodon slowly manifested. It appeared irritable, letting out a furious roar at the gate as if mistaking the mechanical door for a rival predator. Beep, beep, beep. Inside a paddock filled with snapped branches, a duck peered out curiously. But soon, a sodden behemoth blocked its view, a Deinocheirus. Water dripped from its thick coat of protofeathers, and it stared at the gate in confusion, still chewing on a mouthful of aquatic plants. Beep, crash. A one-eyed Carcharodontosaurus, covered in scars, began slamming into the gate the moment the alarm sounded. Faint cracks appeared on the barrier as it struggled to lift. The moment the gap was wide enough, the sharp-toothed lizard lunged out. 2 other heavily scarred Carcharodontosaurus stood behind him, though they chose not to follow. Chapter 83, Indominus, even dead, I'm a scene stealer, jealous. The horizon shimmered with a faint light as the sun slowly climbed. Humanity had completely abandoned the island, and the creatures of Isla Nublar welcomed a new day, a day without fences. Carlo peeled back the leaves covering the Parasaurolophus eggs and pushed the crate out from the shade of the trees, allowing it to soak up the morning sun. What am I even doing? Carlo slowly lay down, his body curling into a semicircle to protect the nest. Eeng. A tender cry rang out. Katiusha and Carl came trotting toward Carlo. I'm calling the police. Someone isn't watching their kids. Katiusha, clearly an expert by now, went straight for Carlo's first trophy, the Triceratops skull that the Indominus Rex had previously swatted away. Carlo had retrieved it later. Finding the skull occupied and unable to best his older sister, Carl could only turn to Carlo. He immediately noticed the crate by Carlo's side, but he wasn't tall enough to see what was inside. Roar. Quiet down, you brat. Carlo let out a low huff, telling Carl to behave and get some sun. At the same time, he pondered what to do with these eggs. He couldn't actually raise them, could he? He really needed to find a decent herd for them. With that thought, Carlo stood up, gently nipped the two troublemakers by their tails, and headed toward his parents' resting grounds. Eeing. The two little ones squealed in protest, perhaps because being dangled upside down was uncomfortable. Carlo simply quickened his pace and delivered them back. Seeing Kafka and his parents sleeping in the nesting area, Carlo dropped the two rascals and gave a low grunt, instructing the little ones to keep an eye on the adults. Since when did I become a 24/7 babysitter? 2 in the morning, 1 at night, you guys are going to be the death of me. Speaking of babysitting, Carlo suddenly remembered he hadn't covered the Parasaurolophus eggs properly. He scrambled back to hide them. This can't go on. I have to find them a foster family. Decision made, Carlo set off toward the edge of the primeval ecological zone. As for a potential ambush, a creature that had lost an arm was no longer a threat. The ferry docked. Here, Misrani Global had set up several temporary hangars filled with volunteers and professional medical staff. They were registering tourists, treating wounds, and notifying families. Claire watched her nephews walk away into the distance before searching the crowd for Owen. Owen noticed her, their eyes met, and they slowly approached each other. Owen spoke first. I guess we're both out of a job. Claire chuckled softly, looking toward the exit. So, what do we do now? Owen followed her gaze, considering for a moment. I think we better stick together. He looked back at Claire and added. For survival. Then, he turned and walked toward the exit. Claire smiled and followed in his footsteps. Darius? Kenji? Ben? Suddenly, loud shouts from the distance caught their attention. Roxy and Dave were weaving through the crowd, calling out the children's names, hoping for a response. Brooklyn. Yasmina. Sammy. If you're here, say something. PLE, cough, cough. Roxy's throat was parched, she had shouted her way from one hangar to the next, yet there was still no sign of the kids. Dave handed her a bottle of water, trying to comfort her. They'll be okay. I know they will. Roxy took the bottle and only took a small sip, looking out at the dense crowd with a look of intense guilt. It's because of me. If I hadn't gone. Dave saw her spiraling and quickly cut her off. Hey, nobody could have predicted the dinosaurs would escape, right? Besides, their parents might have already picked them up, right? Roxy sighed. You're right. She resumed calling their names, and Dave followed silently behind, scanning the faces in the crowd for anyone familiar. Yo. Yo, yo, yo. Yo, 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 yo. Look who we have here. Carlo stood beside the carcass of the Indominus Rex, giving it a tentative nudge with his foot. No reaction. Oh, so you're actually dead. While searching the area, Carlo had picked up the scent of the Indominus and charged over at full speed, only to find the body on Main Street. Splash, thump. Movement came from the lagoon. Teacher Mosasaurus was likely worrying about her breakfast. Carlo leaned in and saw the mosasaur circling restlessly in the water, looking stressed. This is bad. Teacher Mosasaurus is going to starve. Carlo thought for a moment, looked at the Indominus carcass, and approached it again with the air of someone giving a heartfelt eulogy. Hey, Indominus. Look, you're already dead. It doesn't matter who eats the body, right? Let's just give you a burial at sea. He gripped the Indominus carcass in his jaws, swung it, smashed through the lagoon railing, and kicked the body over the edge. Plop. Groar. Carlo gave a low call. The mosasaur in the water was alerted, she swam over at high speed, clamped onto the Indominus carcass, and dove deep into the lake. Groar. Carlo was quite satisfied with the result and gave another low roar. Bye-bye. I'll come feed you again next time. Speaking of which, what kind of dinosaur managed to kill this Indominus? On roar. The next instant, a deafening roar rang out, startling Carlo. Like a thief caught red-handed, he hurriedly and quietly slipped away. Rexy had returned to Main Street. Having caught a strange scent, she had rushed back immediately, only to find the entire Indominus carcass was gone. The whole thing. Yesterday, the world-famous attraction Jurassic World suffered an unprecedented disaster. Multiple dinosaurs escaped their enclosures, dealing an irreversible blow to the park. The video feed showed clips of pteranodons, triceratops, apatosaurus, and a series of dinosaurs, including Carlo, in various standoffs with humans. As of now, Misrani Global has paid out over $800 million in compensation to the victims. The scene shifted to show tourists in shelters and relatives of visitors holding signs to sue Misrani. According to insiders, the cause of this incident is attributed to Simon Misrani's disregard for life. Mr. Misrani himself was tragically killed during the disaster. The video switched to surveillance footage, recording Misrani boarding the helicopter and the subsequent crash. Outside of America, almost every major news outlet globally reported the news. Because of this, many Jurassic World VIP users noticed a particular detail. You're right, but why hasn't the Primeval Ecological Zone livestream been shut down? Does nobody know the Primeval livestream is actually on a one-day delay? I just bought my VIP pass last week. Actually, I'm more concerned about whether the documentary that only aired for one season is getting a sequel. The Primeval livestream originally had a one-day delay to edit out exclusive paid content or anything unsuitable for display. However, yesterday, the employees in the Primeval Ecological Zone had been so busy monitoring the Indominus Rex that no one gave a thought to the livestream. Because the new snippets featured footage of Carlo confronting humans, many people believed he was one of the escapees and were trying to piece together what happened through the stream. Chapter 84, is official still online. Ong. A Parasaurolophus slowly approached the thicket, lowering its head to tear off a few low-hanging leaves. As it chewed, it straightened its body to scan the surroundings. It immediately locked eyes with a gargantuan figure lurking mere inches away in the brush. Hello there. Do you want a kid? Carlo had been hunkering down in the undergrowth, observing the Parasaurolophus herd to see if they would accept a stray egg. He hadn't expected his camouflage to be this effective. This particular individual had grazed right up to his face without even noticing him. Ong. The Parasaurolophus's heart skipped a beat. It let out a panicked cry and bolted. Hearing the alarm, the rest of the herd scattered instantly. Snap, crunch. Carlo took 2 steps forward, emerging from the tree line. This current herd was clearly not fit to be a foster family. They were still migrating in search of a suitable habitat. Trying to stealthily tuck an egg into a group on the move simply wouldn't work. Bing. Suddenly, a high-pitched cry from a distance caught his attention. It was a Parasaurolophus calf. See. This herd even abandons their own young. Definitely not foster material. The calf came stumbling toward him, crying out as it ran. Wait, why do you look so familiar? Carlo lowered his head. The little thing stopped right in front of him, chirping happily. Oh, it's you. He leaned down and huffed a heavy breath of air at the little creature, intending to spook it. Instead, the calf grew even more excited. This is bad. This little idiot doesn't even know to run when it meets a carnivore. Carlo nudged the calf with his massive snout, then turned to head back toward the Primeval Ecological Zone. Snap, crunch. Rustle, rustle. Carlo stopped and looked back. There was nothing there. However, his olfactory radar picked up the trail instantly. The little guy was hiding well, tucked motionless inside a bush. Roar. He let out a sharp bellow in that direction, then turned and continued on his way. Snap, crunch. Rustle, rustle. Fine, fine. You're not leaving. Then don't leave. Come help me babysit. This time, Carlo didn't hesitate. He spun around, scooped the little Parasaurolophus up in his jaws, and continued toward the Great Lake. Family, does anyone know what kind of dinosaur this is? Image. Jurassic World was closed, but its website hadn't been fully taken down yet. Someone had posted a dynamic update on the Primeval Ecological Zone forums, a screenshot of an Indominus Rex standing behind a ruined fence. As the view count climbed, the post hit the trending sidebar. What dinosaur is that? It's in the Primeval Zone. Which camera caught this? I've never seen this footage before. Speculation ran wild until the original poster, OP, added another image. The Primeval Zone has no staff left running it. I hacked into their back-end database and pulled all the camera logs. Found this guy tearing down Southeast Gate 7. The photo showed the Indominus Rex the moment it smashed through the gate. Legendary. Isn't this illegal? This thing has to be the main culprit behind the park's collapse, right? Wait, then what about the Giganotosaurus? Based on the news backgrounds, he made it out of the park entirely. Maybe it was just the broken fences. Come on, a Giganotosaurus doesn't just leave its territory for no reason. Maybe its ecological niche was threatened, so it chose to expand its territory. Wait, bro. What kind of dinosaur could possibly threaten the Giganotosaurus's niche? The thread descended into a heated debate. Fortunately, they had locked onto suspect number 1. Everyone was buzzing, and the OP used the hype to promote his own site. Family, I've set up a social site. I've uploaded all the camera feeds there. The data is massive, and I can't go through it all myself. If you're interested, go look for yourselves. Address, xxxxxxxxxx. More and more people joined the hunt for the source of the disaster. Users began piecing together the Indominus's movement path. Found it. It definitely threatened the niche, except it didn't hit the Giga hit it. Video. The video showed the two Carnotaurus 1 and 2 facing off against the Indominus, only for Carlo to burst onto the scene and send the hybrid flying with a single strike. However, the camera near the waterfall seemed to have malfunctioned, missing the conclusion. Holy crap, that power. Wait, is the Giga healing the Carnotaurus? Am I dreaming? Image, 10 minutes later, it smashed this gate. Looks like it was running for its life. Wait, is no one going to talk about those two kids? Image, those kids went in via gyrosphere and ran straight into it. You can drive a gyrosphere into the primeval zone. I'm done, I missed out on $200 of fun. Some netizens relied on luck, browsing random cameras for the Indominus, while others were more methodical, switching feeds step by step to track its movement. This isn't right. Why is it killing everything it sees? Does it have active camouflage? I don't think this thing is a dinosaur. I don't think any dinosaur has opposable thumbs like that. At Tyrannosaurus Rex, look at this guy's hands. While many were obsessed with the Indominus, a significant portion of users chose to follow Carlo. After all, he had appeared in the news footage, so following him was a safe bet. The little Giga is back with his family again. Even though Carlo had grown up, the netizens' nickname for him never changed. One second he's bathing with his family, the next he's gone. Comparing the paths, it looks like he went on a direct intercept course. Unlikely, right? The distance is huge. He wouldn't just charge over there for no reason. Are you questioning the strength of the acknowledged lord of the primeval zone? Maybe the neighbor killed so many things it set off the little Giga's alarms. No need to guess. He definitely went for the kill. Someone on the other thread found footage of the little Giga hunting it out of the primeval zone. Wait, so that's it. That's how the park ended. Looks like it. That's the exact timestamp Jurassic World started the site-wide shutdown. The Giganotosaurus zone you follow has been updated. Video 1, Unknown Dinosaur Invades Primeval Zone. Giganotosaurus dispatches immediately. Video 2, Unknown Dinosaur Enters Primeval Zone again, encounters Giganotosaurus. Strength and defense like a monster, cannot be defeated even with full effort. Video 3, Unknown Dinosaur Battles Giga for the third time, 5 dinosaurs team up to ambush Giga. The long-silent, official Giga account suddenly sprang to life, startling everyone. The 3 videos showcased the showdowns between Carlo and the Indominus. Video 2, however, consisted of corrupted bodycam footage from the Asset Containment Unit. The subsequent 3 Gigas vs Humans scene was blacked out, though the audio told a chilling story. The park is bankrupt, and the official account is still online. Confirmed, the admin is a Giga fanboy. Wait, did he spend a whole day hunting this thing down? There's this much footage. Look at video 2. My opinion of corporate ethics has reached a new low. Wait, hold on. If the humans hadn't interfered, the disaster might not have even happened. Are we the stupid teammates? Little Giga, I can't carry this team, enabling friendly fire. It wasn't just the Giga account, more and more former Jurassic World employees began leaking behind-the-scenes intel, including the Battle of the Birdcage, the human attempts to block Carlo, and more. This effectively threw the already roasting Masrani Global into the volcanic pits of public opinion. People began lashing out at their irresponsible behavior. Because it involved de-extinct species, even animal rights groups were beginning to mobilize. But whatever was happening in the outside world no longer mattered to the creatures of Isla Nublar. Carlo, at this moment, sat by the lake in a semi-crouched posture, his tail thumping the ground rhythmically as he watched the Brachiosaurus family in the distance. The little Parasaurolophus stood tall beside him, peering over the edge of a crate to look inside. It was peaceful. No fences, no bloodthirsty biological weapons, no humans. Chapter 85, Newborns and New Beginnings. Aya. A faint scream suddenly echoed from the distant woods, causing Carlo to flinch. He immediately snuffed the air, but detected no scent of humans. Is the distance too great? Is it a stranded tourist? Or someone up to no good? Should I go check it out? Carlo lowered his head, looking at the clutch of Parasaurolophus eggs, and hesitated for a long time. Forget it. I'll deal with it if they actually get close. He slowly rested his head on the ground and closed his eyes to conserve his strength. Between the Indominus Rex and the chaos of yesterday, he hadn't rested at all. Even with his heightened stamina, he couldn't help but feel the weight of fatigue. Chirp chirp. Feeling a familiar presence near his snout, Carlo knew the little dentist had arrived. He obligingly opened his mouth, letting the small scavenger perform its routine dental maintenance. Climb. Get up the trees. Now. Darius led Brooklyn and Sammy as they scrambled toward their temporary campsite, a herd of panicked herbivores hot on their heels. Waiting at the site, Kenji and Ye saw the commotion and immediately scrambled up the nearby trunks to join them. Ong. A herd of Stegosaurus thundered through the clearing, smashing the building materials Kenji had painstakingly gathered into splinters. Oh, no. Kenji wailed. That was Intense. I guess that's why they built the original camp in the trees, Brooklyn remarked, panting. Once the dust settled and they had a moment to breathe, the conversation turned back to the necessity of a shelter. We can't go to Main Street, the T-Rex is nesting there, she noted with a touch of bitterness. Mountains, grasslands, jungle, the whole island belongs to the dinosaurs now. Which idiot let them all out, anyway? Sammy offered a quick word of comfort, we already sent the distress signal. We just need a safe place to hide and wait for rescue. Simple, right? Yeah, real simple. Right up until we get flattened by a dinosaur, Kenji muttered, his morale at an all-time low after seeing his hard work destroyed by a bunch of plates and tails. Darius thought for a moment before suggesting, hey, what if we build the shelter like a treehouse? Brooklyn. Brooklyn looked up, confused by the sudden call-out. What? You've definitely filmed videos of people building shelters, right? Darius asked. Kenji had a lightbulb moment and beat Brooklyn to the punch, oh yeah. Don't you just make videos for a living? The low EQ comment immediately riled her up. Excuse me, I know how to do plenty of things besides filming, she snapped. She sighed, rubbing her forehead. But yes, in my first time in Amish country vlog, I did help raise a barn. Cool, Darius said, impressed. Yaz, ever prepared, pulled out her sketchbook and pen. Beyond her athleticism, she was a master of quick sketches and ink drawings. In no time, she had drafted a concept. Like this. She showed the hand-drawn design to the group, earning immediate approval. Perfect. But we definitely need a lookout tower, Darius added. We need bunk beds to save space, Sammy chimed in. And a place to store food, somewhere the dinosaurs can't reach, Brooklyn finished. Yaz listened to the suggestions, her pen flying across the paper as she adjusted the blueprints. With the plan set, they began scavenging materials from the ruins of the original Camp Cretaceous treehouse. However, Darius soon noticed something off. Guys. The group gathered around him, except for Yaz, who stayed back due to her injured left ankle. Before them lay a section of the collapsed treehouse, but a wide path had been cleared through the debris, as if something massive had crawled out from under the wreckage. The Giganotosaurus from the primeval zone, is it still alive? Darius whispered to himself. They had witnessed the clash between the Indominus Rex and the Giga, but after the Giga vanished from sight, they had assumed it had fallen to the hybrid. Darius, maybe we should find a different spot. Kenji stammered, the memory of the Giga's overwhelming presence sending a shiver down his spine. Darius considered this for a moment before turning to the others. It's okay. There aren't any large herbivores here, so he has no reason to come back. Maybe we should set up some bells as alarms to keep dinosaurs from sneaking up on us. Just like those ankylosaurs that collect branches, he added silently to himself. Crack, crunch. The eggshells shifted as the cracks widened. A tiny Parasaurolophus snout poked through, letting out its first cry to the world. Being. Being. The older Parasaurolophus calf nearby seemed thrilled, chirping back and running in circles. Carlo glanced at it and used his tail to gently push the calf away from the crate of eggs, ensuring it wouldn't accidentally trample the newborns. He lowered his massive head, letting his warm breath wash over the shells to encourage the hatching young. Soon, the second, third, and fourth, like bamboo shoots after a rain, cracks appeared across the clutch. One by one, the little ones caught their first glimpse of the sun. Being. The first hatchling finally scrambled out. It was covered in slime, looking a bit like a miniature xenomorph emerging from a host. Carlo had zero experience raising young. He wasn't sure if he was supposed to clean the slime off them. After a moment of thought, he used his sharp talons to dig a shallow pit in the dirt and nudged some lake water into it. Then, bracing one side of the crate with his foot and using his tail as a ramp on the other, he slowly tilted the box. The infant Parasaurolophus slid gently down his tail. He leaned in to check if they were deceased. Confirming they were very much not deceased, he used his snout to gently nudge them one by one into the makeshift bath he had prepared. The older calf, having waited patiently, trotted over to inspect its new siblings. Being. X. The babies chirped back in a chorus. Carlo watched them, already pondering the next step. What's next? Eating. It's probably eating. Carlo tried to remember what the mother Parasaurolophus used to eat. He borrowed a bunch of leaves from a nearby tree and placed them in front of the little ones. The older calf happily tucked in, but the tiny infants just stared at the foliage, looking confused and helpless. Carlo sighed internally. I guess it has to be this way. He tore off a mouthful of leaves, chewed them thoroughly into a soft pulp, and spat it out for the infants. This time, the babies finally started eating. Carlo breathed a sigh of relief, reaching for more leaves as a final thought crossed his mind, I'm definitely going to need the little dentist to clean this up later. Chapter 86, Wake Up, She's Already Dead, Bonus. Carlo lay lazily on the ground, basking in the sun and savoring a peaceful afternoon. He cast a secretive glance at the nearby mother Parasaurolophus. She seemed to have thinned out quite a bit from the strain of incubation, though it was equally likely she was just terrified by the fact that he was constantly looming over her. He stood up, borrowed a cluster of leaves from a nearby tree, and carried them over in his mouth to drop them in front of her. To avoid spooking her further, Carlo pointedly avoided eye contact. Perhaps because she had grown accustomed to his presence, the mother Parasaurolophus didn't panic as he approached, though her body tensed instinctively. Once Carlo dropped the leaves and retreated to his spot to feign sleep, she hesitated for a long moment before finally lowering her head to eat. It seemed that from this moment on, a strange sort of harmony had formed between the two dinosaurs. Not long after, Carlo felt something nudging his cheek. Is it her? Has she finally gathered the courage to get close? Carlo opened his eyes to find the Parasaurolophus calf standing before him. Seeing him awake, it let out a cheerful chirp and nudged him twice more, as if saying, "I'm hungry, where's the food?" Oh, right. She's already dead. Carlo sat up and shook his groggy head. He had grown used to sleeping curled in a semicircle, mainly because a group of tiny Parasaurolophus hatchlings loved to huddle against his side for warmth. It had been 3 days since the little ones hatched. Every day, Carlo would chew up leaves to feed them, but since he wasn't a natural herbivore, his ability to pulp greenery was limited. The hatchlings seemed to realize this. Survival instinct had pushed them to develop their own chewing abilities rapidly. By this morning, they were already tucking in before Carlo could even process their meal for them. Before fully standing, Carlo carefully checked his immediate surroundings. He had nearly crushed one of them once, with his footpad practically hovering over it. Luckily, he had been treading lightly so as not to wake them, or that little one would have been deceased for real. Honestly, the fact that these little guys had survived this long was a testament to their sheer luck. Fortunately, this time the hatchlings were all huddled in the hollow beneath Carlo's neck, well out of the way of his feet. Carlo looked down from his towering height at the calf begging for food. He considered whether he should teach her to forage for herself as he plucked another branch from a tree that was already looking suspiciously bald. Wait, she was raised by the mother Parasaurolophus. She definitely knows how to find food. He dropped the leaves on the ground, and the calf immediately scrambled over to feast. The hatchlings, noticing the commotion, woke up from their nap and descended upon the leaves like a tiny, voracious army. Carlo hunkered down again, watching the little things and thinking he ought to give them names, otherwise the readers would never keep them straight. First, the calf that came from the mother Parasaurolophus. I'll call you Kid. The others I raised myself. I'll just call you the toddlers. Wait, does that make me the uncle? Whatever. I'm sending them off eventually anyway, so these names will do for now. Once the toddlers had finished eating, Carlo herded them and the kid toward a small den, the former territory of the Simassukis that the Indominus Rex had snacked on earlier. Turning his gaze toward a stegosaurus drinking by the Great Lake, Carlo let out a soft huff. Hey, Stego bro, keep an eye on the kids for me while I go grab some lunch, yeah. Carlo gave a low roar as a greeting and then departed. The stegosaurus looked back, wondering when that goofy kid had grown so large, and why he still insisted on roaring at nothing all the time. There it is again, that buzzing sound. Brooklyn pushed through the thicket, pressing steadily toward the Great Lake. Earlier, while scouting for shelter materials, she had heard an unusual noise and followed it to find a patch of frozen flowers. But when she tried to lead the others back to see it, the frozen flora had mysteriously vanished. Now that she heard the sound again, she wasn't about to let it go. She was determined to get to the bottom of the weird occurrences on this island, seemingly forgetting that she was supposed to be in survival mode. She wasn't being entirely reckless, though. A GPS tracker she'd scavenged in the park showed an active signal coming from the primeval ecological zone. After consulting with Darius, she had mapped out a relatively safe route. Do dinosaurs really just hang out peacefully at the Great Lake? Rustle. Stepping out of the brush and onto the grassy plain, she took in the sight. The Great Lake was no longer the bustling spectacle it once was, only the Brachiosaurus family and a few scattered stragglers remained. Even so, the sheer scale of the place was breathtaking for a first-time visitor. Darius, you were being way too modest. Brooklyn stood frozen. If Isla Nublar was currently a multi-level hell of prehistoric predators, this place felt like a sanctuary. Why didn't we build our shelter here? She whispered to herself. She had asked Darius that before, but he had been uncharacteristically evasive. Shifting her gaze, she spotted 2 overturned, modified SUVs nearby, likely belonging to the Asset Containment Unit, ACU. Nice. She approached the vehicles and climbed in through a shattered sunroof. The interior was a mess, littered with debris and broken glass. Despite the chaos, Brooklyn immediately spotted several useful items. Shock batons, walkie-talkies, and body armor. Why would they even need that here? She quickly catalogued the supplies. There was too much to carry alone, she'd have to bring the others back later. There are meds here too. Yas might need these. Yasmina had injured her ankle while distracting the Mosasaurus, and it hadn't improved over the last 3 days, leaving the group worried. Brooklyn stuffed the promising-looking medicine into her bag and grabbed a shock baton before climbing out. Suddenly, her eyes caught a glint in the distance, a cracked helmet with a GoPro-style recorder still attached. She picked it up and inspected it. Maybe I can fix this. As a tech enthusiast, anything with a screen excited her. It was a shame almost every communication device on the island was dead, otherwise, they would have been rescued days ago. As she turned to leave with the recorder, she failed to notice a Triceratops skull lying silently in the shadows of the trees nearby. Chapter 87, Rexy, what the hell? Name, Carlo. Species, Giganotosaurus carolinii. Available points, 144, grayed out. Health, 45,318.0/80,960. Stamina, 750/750. Oxygen, 510/510. Food, 10,000/10,600. Weight, 0/898. Melee damage, 180%. Torpidity, 0/143,800.5. Sure enough, babysitting is hazardous to your health. Carlo's food drain was usually quite slow. Normally, 1 meal a day was plenty to keep him going, but now he had been reduced to scrounging for 2. Still, he hadn't come here just to fill his own belly this time. Ong. In front of him, a herd of Triceratops had formed a defensive circle, horns pointed outward to ward off the intruder. In the past, they might have held their ground with grim courage against standard large predators. But today, every Triceratops wore a look of unmistakable terror. Against a monster nearly 6 meters tall and over 20 meters long, the fact that they maintained a formation at all was a miracle. Carlo scanned the herd and picked out an elderly Triceratops, slowly closing the distance. Note, some reptiles grow stronger as they age, only weakening when they are on the literal brink of death. Crocodiles, for example. This story applies that logic to all dinosaurs. Old timer, let me send you into the next life. Leave the growth opportunities to the younger generation. Carlo leaned down, lunged, and clamped his jaws directly onto one of the massive horns, lifting the 9-ton beast clean off the ground. The process was so practiced and smooth that Carlo didn't even register how absurdly strong he had become. While a Triceratops's frill and horns are formidable weapons against a Tyrannosaurus rex, their upward reach is limited. Against a titan like Carlo, that ornate crest was little more than a mating decoration, entirely useless for defense. Seeing the strongest of their herd hoisted like a rag doll, the remaining Triceratops abandoned their formation and bolted. Ong. It's a master. Everyone, fall back. Seeing them scatter, Carlo relaxed his grip, dropping the Triceratops to the ground before pinning its side with a massive foot and precisely tearing its throat. In an instant, the thrashing stopped. The Triceratops was dead. Carlo gripped the frill in his teeth, hoisted the carcass, and began the trek toward Main Street. Thanks, Brooklyn. Yasmina took the bundle of medicine from Brooklyn, carefully reading the labels and instructions. During their initial flight for survival, the relationship between the 3 girls had dropped to absolute zero. It was only just beginning to thaw, perhaps this gesture could help bring the temperature back up. Where is everyone else? Brooklyn asked. Yas looked up from the meds. Sammy went back to that dinosaur field lab you found to scavenge for food. Kenji, he's probably off somewhere slacking. And Darius is. I'm up here. Darius's voice drifted down from the canopy. Brooklyn looked up and noticed he had already constructed a small wooden platform high in the branches. I think we need to saw off some of these limbs, otherwise we can't extend the platform any further, Darius said, wiping sweat from his brow. He looked down and spotted the shock baton in Brooklyn's hand. Good timing. I think I found a way to solve our supply problems. I'll tell you all about it when everyone gets back, Brooklyn said. Darius climbed down. That sounds great. In the woods near Main Street, Carlo ran into an old acquaintance. It was Carnotaurus II. She had fled the primeval ecological zone after the death of Carnotaurus I. Originally, the two of them, along with the Giganotosaurus and Ceratosaurus, had formed a sort of triple threat balance of power. With Carnotaurus I gone, she had become vulnerable. For the sake of survival, she had chosen to leave her old territory behind. It seemed the scent of Triceratops' blood had drawn her in. Carlo dropped the carcass, curious to see what she would do. To his surprise, Carnotaurus II immediately lowered her head, avoided eye contact, and began to back away slowly. Carlo was taken aback. Is this the same Carnotaurus that used to try and steal my kills? He stepped on the Triceratops, tore off a hind leg, bone and all, and tossed it toward her. Carnotaurus II froze, staring at the bloody hunk of meat, then looked up at Carlo as he picked up the rest of the carcass to leave. Consider it tuition, or perhaps a thank you. Carlo had learned a few dirty tricks from their previous skirmishes, which had served him well against the Indominus Rex. He remembered every dinosaur in the primeval zone he'd crossed paths with. If the opportunity arose, he was happy to lend a hand. Reaching Main Street, Carlo set the Triceratops down. He looked toward the lagoon and considered his options. He decided a 5-day feeding schedule for the Mosasaurus was best, but this Triceratops was better suited as an apology to the local boss. Though he'd fought the Indominus Rex several times, the veteran queen of the island had been the one to finish it. It felt a bit rude to just feed the Indominus to the Mosasaurus without paying respects. Because of the toddlers, he was a bit late with the tribute. After Carlo left, Rexy returned to Main Street, a subadult Edmontosaurus clutched in her jaws. She stopped dead in her tracks, staring at the spot where the Indominus carcass had vanished, only to find a fresh Triceratops lying there in its place. The Edmontosaurus slipped from her mouth and hit the pavement. What the hell is going on? Seriously. 2 trucks full of supplies. Sammy cheered. She was the most optimistic of the group, and Brooklyn's news was the best thing she'd heard all day. I have the same shock baton. Actually, mine is custom-made. Much better, Kenji bragged, though the way he gripped the baton Brooklyn had brought back suggested he was secretly thrilled. Brooklyn, are you sure you didn't see a very large dinosaur? Black backplates, white underbelly. Darius asked, his worry contrasting with the other's joy. While the Giga didn't always attack on sight, being hunted by one was a death sentence. If you mean Brachiosaurus, then yes, I saw 3. Brachiosaurus don't have black backplates. Darius noted internally. After a moment, he said, it's a risk worth taking to get those supplies. But it's nearly dusk, which is when the Ceratosaurus are most active. We should head out tomorrow morning and aim to arrive at noon. As the resident dinosaur expert, Darius set the schedule based on predator activity cycles. Agreed. Also, I found this, Brooklyn said, pulling out the recorder. The battery is dead. If we can find a replacement, we might be able to see what's on it. Sammy pulled out a map and pointed to a location. I remember, there should be spare batteries at the genetics lab. We can check there on the way. She wore a slightly apologetic look. She had previously lied about her identity as a corporate spy for Manticorp, but now, survival and teamwork were the only things that mattered. Let's do it, Brooklyn said, happy to bury the hatchet. BZZZT. Static. Inside one of the overturned ACU vehicles, a monitor suddenly flickered to life. This was the result of an automated sync process triggered when a nearby recorder attempted to transmit data. Ah. Get away. Get. A blurry image appeared on the screen accompanied by distorted audio, before the power failed completely and the screen plunged back into darkness. Chapter 88, A Gentle Dinosaur. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the canopy, dissolving into countless golden specks that lent the forest a sense of tranquil mystery. The Gallimimus felt the same way, mostly because it never knew exactly where a predator might lung out from. Sha-sha. The undergrowth shifted. At the sound of a faint footfall, the Gallimimus reacted instantly, bolting in the opposite direction. The shadows of the forest receded as the vista of the grasslands expanded in its vision, the mottled sunlight growing brighter with every stride. Just reach that spot. Just reach that spot. Its herd had migrated southeast because of the Ceratosaurus, only to encounter the Indominus Rex. They had been nearly wiped out. Now, it was a wanderer. To survive, it could not, would not, give up. Sha-sha. Crack. The bushes surged. It burst through the thicket, heading straight for the open plains as intended. This was its paradise. Here, it could unleash its maximum speed. No carnivorous dinosaur could challenge it in the open. Except, wasn't that rustling in the bushes a bit too loud? The sun hit the skin of its forebody, warming the creature through. But despite being on the grassland, the light didn't cover its entire body. It felt a sudden, piercing chill. On. It felt sharp teeth sink into the skin of its back. Its stride faltered. Then, a surge of agonizing pain and pressure crushed its throat. The Gallimimus pitched forward, crashing to the ground. Ceratosaurus 1 pinned the body with one foot and leaned down, locking its jaws around the victim's throat. With a display of massive bite force, he held on until the life flickered out. He stood up and scanned the perimeter, ensuring the area was secure. Sunlight poured from a cerulean sky, reflecting unreservedly off the surface of the water. A breeze drifted by, sending delicate ripples across the lake like soft silk fluttering in the wind. It was the Great Lake. On. A Brachiosaurus raised its head from the water, calling out to the sky. Perhaps it was echoing a greeting, or perhaps it feared the Lord who had just returned to the primeval ecological zone. Ceratosaurus 1 picked up the Gallimimus and turned back toward the forest. The light in his eyes was quietly swallowed by the dense canopy, leaving only dappled shadows lingering between the leaves. He took one last look back at the Great Lake and noticed a familiar figure. Carlo was about to lower his head at the water's edge when, as if sensing something, he looked up in the direction of Ceratosaurus 1. A flood of memories rushed back. Ceratosaurus 1 quickly averted his gaze, wary of his look being misinterpreted as a provocation. Now, he and Ceratosaurus 2 no longer needed to stalk prey at the Great Lake, nor did they need Carlo to share his kills. The primeval ecological zone had forged him into a capable, silent hunter. He would survive just fine on his own. Carlo watched the predator disappear into the jungle and gave a soft, huffing chortle. He looked down at his collection, a triceratops skull. A little troublemaker was hiding inside. Roar. He let out a low rumble. Katyusha scrambled out from the skull, calling out to Carlo happily. Being. Prey was here. Prey. What prey? Carlo didn't quite catch what Katyusha meant and nudged for clarification. Being. The two-legged kind. Two-legged. Humans. Oh, then it's fine. Carlo had already noticed humans had been here, someone had lingered in a vehicle for a while before leaving. As for how Carlo knew so precisely, well, these humans had a scent so pungent they smelled like a Dryosaurus that hadn't bathed in a week. It was a miracle the dinosaurs hadn't found them sooner. On roar. In the distance, the trees shook and birds took flight. A faint roar echoed, humans carrying a strange scent were approaching the Great Lake. This was not in the plan. Kenji yelled as he ran, a move that, in a survival situation, was a great way to get a stitch in your side and get killed. This doesn't make sense. There aren't any waterways near the lab. Why is there a baryonyx here? Even now, Darius was trying to analyze dinosaur behavior patterns, leaving Brooklyn beyond frustrated. Can you two just be quiet? The three of them had set out for the lab to get new batteries. Fortunately, Sammy and Yasmina hadn't come along, the two had been bickering, so the trio suggested Sammy stay behind to look after Yasmina to help them patch things up. Darius? Are we just running aimlessly? Brooklyn asked. Her greatest fear was running without a destination, their stamina was no match for a dinosaur's. The Great Lake, huff, run to the Great Lake. Darius sounded confident, which eased their panic slightly. Sunlight broke through thin clouds, glittering brilliantly on the water. As the lake loomed larger in their sight, a fresh, moist breeze brushed against their faces. It was nature's gentlest touch. Kenji pushed his long legs to the limit, but his vision was blurring. A guy who usually couldn't be bothered to clean his own room, his physical energy was rapidly hitting zero. Thud. Kenji, the two cried out in unison. He collapsed barely 15 meters from the shore. Darius and Brooklyn didn't abandon him, immediately doubling back to haul him up. But the baryonyx was already upon them. It only had to lower its head to end all three. Thump. A massive foot hit the ground. A shadow engulfed the trio, and the baryonyx froze in its tracks. Carlo didn't make a move. He simply stared the baryonyx down, waiting for its next play. Perhaps not every dinosaur followed the rules of the Great Lake, especially the piscivores. The predator's gaze shifted back to the three humans, seemingly unwilling to give up its meal. Roar. This time, Carlo wasn't being polite. He unleashed an ear-shattering, thunderous bellow. The three humans on the ground instinctively clutched their ears. The baryonyx, unable to cover its own ears, stumbled unsteadily before hitting the dirt and promptly scrambling into a retreat. Seeing the intruder take the hint, Carlo silenced his roar. He turned to leave, only to find the Brachiosaurus herd watching him warily. The wandering herbivores had raised their heads to observe the commotion. Even the Stegosaurus brother, the Stegosaurus brother were still just drinking water. As Carlo settled down slowly in the shade of a tree, the alert herbivores relaxed. Young Parasaurolophus emerged from their burrows to resume playing. Katyusha peeked her head out from the Triceratops skull, watching the scene. Phew, were we just saved by a dinosaur? Brooklyn let out a breath of relief. Kenji was still gasping, haunted by the close call. Darius. Darius looked like his soul had left his body, his eyes fixed unblinkingly on Carlo. It seemed that anyone who truly loved dinosaurs couldn't look away from Carlo. Darius. Brooklyn checked to see if he was still conscious, only to realize he was inching forward toward Carlo. Darius. What are you doing? Kenji hissed, but the boy acted as if possessed, giving no response. Carlo sat up and slowly turned his head to look at Darius. The boy seemed to snap out of it, quickly turning his head away to avoid eye contact. Carlo didn't lie back down this time. He faced forward, watching the Parasaurolophus calves play. Darius, seeing that the protagonist wasn't stopping him, grew bolder and tried to get a little closer for a better look. Carlo turned his head again, staring the boy down in an attempt to ward off this impertinent kid. Since the last time he was attacked by humans, his opinion of the species had plummeted. Dr. Wu was the exception, mostly because Wu didn't let people attack him. He had saved the three because they had entered the Great Lake, and Carlo permitted no creature to break the sanctuary's peace. The Great Lake held many of his fondest memories. It was a sacred land not to be violated. As for why he wouldn't let Darius get close. Because the boy's scent was too strong. Pungent. Oh, sorry. Darius backed away 2 steps quickly. As if hoping Carlo could understand him, he spoke. Thank you for saving us. My father, he loved you most when he was alive. We talked about your behavior so much. If he could have seen you with his own eyes, he would have been so happy. Seeing that the human had no intention of further polluting his air, Carlo finally lay back down, watching the calves play. Katiusha stepped out from behind the skull, curiously eyeing the Parasaurolophus younglings. She looked at Carlo, then at the hatchlings, seemingly lost in thought. Darius. Brooklyn hissed. Darius had noticed the strange domesticity of the scene and wanted to investigate further, but Kenji grabbed him. The two of them hoisted him up and began the trek back to the camp. Carlo glanced in the direction they were leaving, mentally noting the location of their habitat. Chapter 89, The Data Recorder. Run, you foolish kids. He was like a savior. He just appeared behind us out of nowhere. Do you guys have any idea what that felt like? It was practically. Darius was preaching like a man possessed in the middle of the camp, leaving the staying members, Sammy and Yasmina, staring in bewilderment. They turned their eyes toward Kenji, silently pleading for an explanation. It's about his dad, Kenji mouthed, making no sound. The two understood instantly. The group had lived together in this camp for quite a while now. Everyone knew a bit about each other's baggage. They could afford to be patient with the currently hyperfixated Darius. Meanwhile, back at the camp, Brooklyn had immediately started tinkering with the data recorder. Static, TSZZZ. As the image gradually flickered to life, Brooklyn's eyes widened. She sucked in a sharp breath. Night fell. Darius, humming a cheerful little tune, climbed into his makeshift hammock and rested his head on his hands, gazing up at the starry sky. Seeing the idol he had shared with his father had kept his spirits high all afternoon. Brooklyn glanced toward him with a look of concern, sitting by the campfire and hesitating for a long time. Noticing Sammy was sorting through the supplies they had brought back today, Brooklyn whispered, "Sammy, can you come here for a second? There's something I need you to see." Sammy stopped what she was doing. Without a word, she glanced around to ensure the others were asleep before tiptoeing over. "What is it?" she asked, noticing Brooklyn's troubled expression. "You remember how Darius spent the whole afternoon rambling about the Giganotosaurus? Remember? How could I forget? Well, I fixed the data recorder. But I saw some disturbing footage. I don't know if I should tell Darius." Brooklyn handed the device over. Sammy was a bit surprised. She had broken Brooklyn's phone once before, and the fact that Brooklyn was willing to trust her with another electronic device made her wonder if she had finally been forgiven. Because of that, she watched the screen with extra intensity. Static, TSZZZ. The screen showed a group of ACU team members sitting in the back of a jeep, chatting and laughing. "Hey, you here? Lucy's getting married next week." "No way. Who's the guy with that much courage?" "Nah, she's marrying a woman." "Nice." The owner of the recorder seemed to be a new recruit, unfamiliar with the team. "Lucy? Which Lucy?" The captain, sitting in the front passenger seat, replied in a flat tone, "Intelligence. You'll be getting updates from her during the upcoming op." Heavy breathing could be heard from the recorder's owner. They were clearly nervous. A veteran sitting next to them, obviously an old pro, spoke up. "Cap, what's the mission this time?" The captain knew the veteran wasn't asking because he'd missed the briefing. He was trying to comfort the rookie. He played along. "Just tranquilizing a dinosaur. We've done missions like this 1,000 times. There's no danger." The veteran patted the rookie's shoulder, his eyes saying, "See? Told you it was fine." Static, TSZZZ. Fire. "You're going to shoot a living creature for the sake of a monster?" Fire. Arguments broke out over the comms. Superiors who couldn't agree on a plan always filled their subordinates with unease. The camera shifted slightly. The owner seemed to be looking at the captain. "Open fire," the captain said. His voice was calm, steadying. Static, TSZZZ. "The Indominus Rex is heading toward." The intelligence officer's voice cut through the earpiece, then abruptly snapped into silence. The camera panned, capturing the intelligence officer, whose upper body was already clamped firmly inside a dinosaur's maw. The recorder's owner seemed to jump in fright, their legs giving out. They collapsed to the ground, trembling as they tried to aim the tranquilizer rifle at the predator. Thump. A dull sound came from behind. Turning back, the camera revealed the previously tranquilized dinosaur had somehow stood back up. The lens tilted down as blood splattered across the screen. Standing in that spot just a moment ago was Captain. The owner's voice was shaking. Static, TSZZZ. Aya. The perspective had shifted to behind a bush. Through the gaps in the leaves, a person could be vaguely seen being torn in half. Bang. Following the gunshot, the screen went completely black. Only the heart-wrenching screams of the recorder's owner remained. Sammy sucked in a breath of her own. She looked at Brooklyn with dead seriousness. Brooklyn, you absolutely cannot tell him. Why not? Brooklyn didn't actually want to show this to Darius either, but she was worried he would go into a trance and approach that dinosaur again like he did at noon. She was wavering, she needed someone to convince her. You heard what he said this afternoon. This is his and his father's favorite dinosaur. If you tell him this, you know what it'll do to him. Sammy had always been the type to think, I'll carry the cruel truth so you can enjoy the beauty of the world. The last thing she wanted was for her friends to feel despair. Besides, Darius knows dinosaurs. He knows his limits. I'm not so sure. Brooklyn was still hesitant, mostly because Darius's behavior that afternoon had been utterly reckless. It's not like he's going to go there alone, right? We just need to make sure someone is keeping an eye on him at all times. Right. Sammy continued her persuasion. Brooklyn took a deep breath and finally relented. Fine. What are you guys talking about? Before she could finish, Yaz's voice came from behind, startling them both. Nothing. Sammy stood up, brushing it off. After being treated with medicine, Yaz's ankle had improved significantly, she could now walk with a slight limp. Really? Yaz felt like the two were hiding something important. She didn't like it. Last time, Sammy's grand lie had sent her head spinning. Oh, right. Yaz, your foot just started getting better. You should be resting. Come on, I'll help you back. Sammy shifted the subject somewhat awkwardly, guiding Yaz away from the campfire. Wait, I can walk on my, fine. Yaz eventually gave in, obediently heading back to rest. The moonlight was hazy, and stars dotted the night sky over the lake like pearls scattered across a silent mirror. The trees along the shore swayed gently in the breeze. The Parasaurolophus toddlers were fast asleep, nestled comfortably against Carlo. He lifted his head, gazing at the stars, his tail thumping the ground rhythmically. Fortunately, Katiusha hadn't asked him if there was some undinosaur-like relationship between him and the Parasaurolophus today, otherwise, it would have been a total social death. Suddenly, the nearby bushes rustled. Carlo turned his head and saw Kafka emerging from the thicket. Seriously? Is this never going to end? Chapter 90, Special Chapter, If You Get Hungry, You Can Eat Me. Day 3 of solitary living. Carlo still wasn't used to sleeping alone. He kept waking up in the middle of the night feeling restless and anxious, so he shamelessly decided to go sleep next to the Parasaurolophus herd. It is the third day since I laid my eggs. That massive giant who was eyeing them before actually came over and slept right next to me. He's not going to eat them, is he? No. This is the Great Lake. He wouldn't. Day 7 of solitary living/egg incubation. Carlo woke up as usual, finished a meal of Diplodocus, and returned directly to the Great Lake. The Parasaurolophus mother seemed to catch the scent of blood on him, she was trembling with fear. Only then did Carlo realize he had forgotten to wash the gore from his snout before returning. If he didn't clean up, he'd just keep terrifying her. Day 14 of solitary living/egg incubation. Carlo noticed something strange. Most of the nesting mothers in the herd had other members bringing them fresh leaves. But the mother next to him was different. She only received a tiny portion of food, usually whatever was left over after the others had their fill. Is it the herd hierarchy? Is her social standing really that low? Carlo didn't know for sure, but watching her grow thinner by the day made him feel uneasy. On a whim, he borrowed a cluster of leaves from a nearby tree and placed them in front of her, hoping she would eat. The Parasaurolophus mother didn't actually like that specific type of leaf, but Carlo didn't know that. He was just happy to see her finally eat the food he brought. From then on, whenever the herd's feeding time arrived, he would bring her a fresh cluster from the canopy. Day 16 of solitary living/egg incubation. The mother was away from the nest today, likely out foraging for herself. The low-hanging vegetation nearby had grown sparse, and since those leaves were reserved for the hatchlings, the adults had to trek further out to eat. Honestly, I could have just grabbed the high-ground leaves for you. Carlo sat alone in the Parasaurolophus nesting grounds, his tail thumping the earth rhythmically as he watched the eggs, waiting for the little ones to crack their shells. There isn't much in the way of entertainment in the dinosaur world, and before he knew it, Carlo had spent the entire afternoon just staring at those eggs. The midday sun on Isla Nublar was brutal, leaving even Carlo feeling overheated and irritable. Suddenly, he had an idea. He rose slowly and left the nesting area. When the mother returned, Carlo was gone. At first, she couldn't even find her own nest in the glare of the sun. Egg incubation requires a precise temperature, too hot and they cook, too cold and they die. She had no choice but to sit on the nest under the blistering heat. About 30 minutes later, she began to feel ill, likely suffering from heat stroke. Her head swam. Then, a shadow draped over her. A green curtain blocked the sun, allowing only soft, filtered light to reach her. The shadow wasn't huge, as it didn't cover her entire body, but it cut the glare significantly. She turned and saw Carlo sitting beside her, holding a massive fan-shaped leaf in his maw. The giant leaf provided her with much-needed shade. Perhaps her brain was still foggy from the heat, but the mother didn't feel afraid of his proximity. Instead, she lay down, exhausted. To give her better coverage, Carlo crept a little closer, enveloping her in his shadow. As the heat faded and the horizon turned crimson, the mother woke up. She sat up and looked around, but Carlo was nowhere to be seen. There was only a single, large leaf left on the ground. For some reason, she felt a strange sensation. Was it the feeling of being preyed upon? Day 18 of solitary living/egg incubation. While eating, Carlo suddenly sensed a large group of creatures approaching the Great Lake. He rushed back in a hurry. At that time, the primeval ecological zone was reaching its carrying capacity, not for the carnivores, but for the herbivores. A group of Gallimimus had launched a raid on the Parasaurolophus to seize their nesting territory. Though the Gallimimus were lean and couldn't overpower an adult Parasaurolophus in a fair fight, their goal wasn't victory. Their goal was the eggs. In nature, most creatures prioritize their own survival even as mothers. The Gallimimus knew that if they harassed the nesting mothers enough, they could scare them off and easily destroy the defenseless eggs. A few brave Parasaurolophus tried to intercept the raiders, but there were too many Gallimimus to protect every nest. The mother curled up over her nest, feeling the constant, dull pain of the Gallimimus pecks and shoves. She couldn't fight them off, she could only huddle there, hoping her kin would come to her aid. Then, a heavy footfall echoed. Carlo approached slowly and sat down right next to the mother, causing every dinosaur in the area to freeze. He would honor the rules. If the Gallimimus truly had the courage to drive her away in his presence, he wouldn't interfere too much. However. Drip, drip. Fresh blood ran down Carlo's lower jaw, splashing onto the grass. He had literally just finished a meal, and the thick scent of gore was enough to make any herbivore's instincts scream for retreat. On. The first to cry out was a Parasaurolophus, who fled in sheer terror. This should have been the Gallimimus' chance, but they couldn't even hold their ground. As the herbivores scattered, the mother looked up, appearing incredibly weak. Was she going to run too? To Carlo's surprise, she seemed to have run out of strength entirely. She simply slumped over, leaning against him. Carlo turned his head, confused. Droplets of blood flicked onto the mother's skin. Lacking the energy to stand, she stayed there, leaning against Carlo, and fell into a deep sleep amidst the heavy scent of blood. What a strange creature. Day, whatever, of solitary living. The Parasaurolophus eggs finally hatched. The hatchlings spent their time happily frolicking around Carlo, completely robbing him of his peaceful afternoon naps. Carlo sat up, shaking his head, and looked at the mother with a sense of helplessness. You've certainly got a big heart, letting your kids play with me. 10 days until the Indominus Rex escape. Carlo instinctively borrowed another cluster of leaves for the mother. It was usually the time the herd distributed food, and he had momentarily forgotten she no longer needed him to provide for her. Whatever, I already picked them. Carlo lay in his usual spot. A few of the hatchlings, seemingly influenced by him, flopped down in the empty space between him and their mother for a nap. Sensing the movement, the mother lifted her head. She noticed the leaves on the ground and Carlo lying nearby. She simply laid her head back down, following his lead and settling in for a nap. Actually, you know. Those leaves you bring me have never been the kind I like. But I know that what you like most are creatures like me. So. If you ever get hungry, you can eat me anytime. Chapter 91, A Master Artist. 10 days later. Late night. The primeval ecological zone, north of the Giganotosaurus territory. Carlo was slinking stealthily through a herd of sleeping Diplodocus, handpicking his prey. This lovely Miss Diplodocus right here. Your sleeping posture is truly tranquil and graceful. Would the lady care to dance with me? He intentionally caused a slight stir. Several Diplodocus were jolted awake, but his positioning was surgical, cutting off the lady at the edge of the herd and isolating her instantly. On. The Diplodocus let out a panicked cry. Carlo snapped his jaws at the air in front of her, making a sharp clack. Paralyzed by intimidation, the Diplodocus lost all capacity for rational thought. Her only instinct was to get as far away from the behemoth in front of her as possible. To Carlo, her running speed was no different from a cephalaspis, yet he played along, trailing behind her and weaving left and right to herd her toward a relatively open clearing. When the timing was right, Carlo lunged alongside her. This time, however, he didn't go for the standard top-down neck snap. Instead, he lowered his head and tore a massive chunk of flesh from beneath her ribcage. The Diplodocus stumbled a few steps, collapsed to the ground, and ceased to move. Seeing the job was done, Carlo swallowed the scrap of meat and let out a low roar toward the tree-line. Sha-sha. The bushes rustled as Kafka came trotting out eagerly. She immediately began to feast on the opening Carlo had torn into the prey's chest. Carlo sat nearby, waiting for Kafka to finish. A few days ago, Kafka had sought him out in the middle of the night. Carlo had been shocked to discover that she had never actually seen her parents hunt. Thus, after finishing a Brachiosaurus earlier, he had brought her out for a midnight snack, and a live demonstration of hunting techniques. How much she learned was entirely up to her. Carlo looked up, noticing the eastern sky beginning to pale as the curtain of night slowly receded. A streak of crimson dawn was quietly spreading across the horizon. Roar. Time to go home. He let out a soft huff to Kafka, who obediently crawled out from the Diplodocus's chest cavity. She gave Carlo a chirp and began running back toward her parents' territory. Roar. Carlo called out to her again, reminding her to wash the scent of blood off her body before returning to her nest. Being. Kafka chirped in response and changed course, heading toward the nearest river. Watching her run with such youthful energy, Carlo suddenly felt a pang of nostalgia for the days when he used to sneak out to play behind his parents' backs. He gave a low, throaty chuckle, which, to anyone else, would have sounded like a heavy, menacing growl, and began to follow at a leisurely pace. Kenji. If you spend 45 minutes in the shower one more time, I swear I'm cutting off your water supply. Hey. Staying handsome is part of my brand. Well. Then every time you finish, remember to go to the river and refill the buckets yourself. The treehouse platform was starting to take shape. Aside from the beds, the first utility the group had built was the shower. Brooklyn and Kenji were currently arguing over water usage, mostly because Kenji managed to go through an entire water cooler jug per shower without ever replacing it. Here we go again, Yasmina grumbled. She was doing her physical therapy exercises on the ground below. After being inactive for so long, she felt like her bones were starting to rust. They just need time to adjust to each other, Sammy said, sitting nearby and weaving a small tool. She was trying to play peacemaker. Darius was lying on a patch of open ground, scribbling away in a small notebook spread out before him. All right, I think I've recovered enough. Darius, when are we going to the Great Lake? Yasmina stood up and stretched. Brooklyn had given them a vivid description of the scenery there, but Yaz's ankle had been too badly injured for her to see it firsthand. Darius had been documenting dinosaur behavior patterns lately and was dying to go back himself. The two hit it off immediately, deciding to head out as soon as Yasmina felt her foot was ready. Yaz, your ankle. Sammy looked worried, wanting to convince her to rest a bit longer. But after being cooped up in camp for over 10 days, Yasmina was restless. It's fine. The sprain medicine Brooklyn brought is working wonders. I can run now. It's midday. I think now is the perfect time to head out, Darius added once he confirmed her status. He stood up and began packing his gear. Seeing she couldn't stop them, Sammy stopped protesting and turned her attention to Darius with a stern warning. Darius, you cannot get possessed like you did last time. You hear me? Okay, I get it. I promise it won't happen again. Darius responded quickly, even raising his right hand in a mock oath. Carlo was sprawled in a semicircle by the lakeside, but this time, the Parasaurolophus hatchlings weren't around him. The little ones had wandered off to eat low-hanging leaves on their own. Carlo had clearly picked some choice branches from the trees for them, but they still chose to graze on the scrubby bushes instead. Carlo was puzzled, looking at the tree he had partially stripped bare. Do Parasaurolophus just not like these leaves? Sensing a familiar scent approaching, Carlo turned his head slightly and saw two humans arriving. They bathed this time. Good, good. Yasmina still seemed a bit wary of the dinosaurs. She sat on a protruding rock some distance away, holding her sketchbook and quietly beginning to draw. By contrast, Darius was far more audacious. He blended right in between two triceratops, took a sip of water, and sat down in the middle of the herd to start his observations. Is that little girl peeking at me? Carlo's gaze flicked toward Yasmina, who was sitting on the rock directly facing him. She was making a major mistake. Unless you've been marked by a predator, you should never maintain a constant stare for long periods, not even for a second. At best, it piques a predator's interest, at worst, it makes them think you're planning something indecent. Yasmina used her left hand as a makeshift brace behind the sketchbook while her right hand swept a pencil across the paper, defining shadows and tones on the rough outline she'd just finished. She looked up to check the lighting on Carlo, only to find that the spot where he had been lying was now empty. Where did he go? She started to look around, but before she could even turn her head, she felt a sudden wave of heat radiating from behind her. Oh no. Chapter 92, I am also a master artist. Darius. Darius. Yasmina hissed in a low voice, desperately calling for his attention. Ah. What is? Darius, who had been scribbling away in his notebook, turned around and immediately dropped his pen in shock. His voice cut out instantly. He slowly lowered his notebook, stood up, and pressed a finger to his lips, signaling Yas to stay absolutely silent. Waves of heat continued to radiate against Yasmina's back. Carlo tilted his head, unable to see clearly what was on the paper in her hands. Is it the lighting? He shifted his massive body higher, blocking out the sun and peering down at the sketchbook from above. To Darius, it looked like Carlo was seconds away from opening his jaws and swallowing Yasmina whole. In a panic, Darius began clapping his hands to create noise, desperately trying to draw Carlo's attention away from her. But Carlo was now completely captivated by the drawing in Yasmina's hands. It's me. She's drawing me. For some reason, Carlo felt like he had discovered a new world. He was incredibly excited. The other two were also experiencing rapid heartbeats, though excitement wasn't exactly the word for it. Carlo turned and walked toward a nearby thicket. Phew. Darius and Yasmina exhaled in unison, but they inhaled again just as quickly. Carlo had returned. This time, he sat down directly on the open ground next to Yasmina, clutching a thick, sturdy branch in his mouth. The duo wasn't as terrified as before because it was clear they weren't the target. Carlo tilted his head, jammed the branch into the dirt, and focused one eye on the ground. He began maneuvering his entire head, occasionally releasing the stick to adjust his grip before pressing it back into the earth to continue his movements. Yasmina and Darius's jaws literally dropped. The sheer shock of the moment rapidly suppressed their fear. As humans, they understood the implication instantly. He was drawing. A moment later, Carlo straightened his head and looked at his handiwork on the ground, thoroughly satisfied. Heh. This one is me. A massive dinosaur head appeared on the ground. While highly abstract, it was unmistakably a Giganotosaurus. Feeling like it wasn't enough, Carlo returned to the bushes to select a new pencil. Yasmina climbed down from the rock and slowly moved to Darius's side. Her stunned gaze never left Carlo as she whispered, "Is this normal?" Darius shook his head stiffly. Absolutely not. Carlo returned once more, this time with a longer branch. He didn't sit down, instead, he tilted his head and continued his masterpiece. He drew two more portraits of the same style next to his own, but with slight variations. This is Dad, his crest is a bit bigger. This is Mom, her teeth are thicker. Then, he moved the stick below his own portrait. This is Katiusha. She's a little troublemaker who loves my triceratops skull. This is Carl. He's a quiet kid who loves to mimic me, he'd even try to eat grass if he saw me doing it. This is Kafka. She's a night owl, I need to make the eyes bigger. Three somewhat comical Giganotosaurus portraits emerged. Katiusha had two strange horns on her head, Carl was chewing on several blades of grass, and Kafka's eyes were huge, like an owl's. To Darius and Yasmina, the result was incredibly abstract. Their current state of mind was essentially, I don't understand it, but I am profoundly shaken. Carlo then moved to the left of his own image. Two more heads appeared, but these had a single horn on the snout. Ceratosaurus 1's skin pattern is striped. Ceratosaurus 2 is stripes plus spots. He extended a portion of the neck below the heads, using simple strokes to distinguish them. Carlo straightened up and looked at the scene, feeling very happy, even if he couldn't quite interpret his own art. Below the Ceratosaurus couple, he added two more heads. This time he added two horns each, Carnotaurus 1 and Carnotaurus 2. Carnotaurus 2 has big horns. Carnotaurus 1, what did he look like again? Carlo paused for a moment, then pecked a few dots onto the face. Dissatisfied, he used his foot to wipe it away. Finally, he drew Carnotaurus 1's entire body, depicting him in a state of running away. Right, he's terrified of me. Carlo dropped the branch and let it fall aside. He lifted his head and shook it to clear the slight dizziness from the effort. Suddenly, noticing the Parasaurolophus hatchlings playing in the distance, he picked the stick back up and started drawing on his right side. This is the Parasaurolophus mother. She seems to love sleeping next to me, and I like it too. Carlo drew a moon shape without sharp corners, then added an irregular triangle inside, barely managing to sketch her likeness. To her right, he drew 5 more in the same style, only smaller. These are her children. Then, below those 5, he added 8 even smaller Parasaurolophus portraits. And these are the ones I'm temporarily fostering. Carlo lifted his head to survey the work, then added a large semicircle below the portraits of the 3 kids. For small circles, an oval head, a long triangular tail, and several irregular pentagons on the back. The Stegosaurus brother who is never afraid of me. When it was all done, Carlo did a final check to ensure nothing was missing. He sat back down and gently rested his head on the ground to one side, admiring his magnum opus. Can't tell what it is. But he was happy. The Parasaurolophus toddlers seemed to have tired themselves out. They returned to Carlo and flopped down nearby for a nap. They had grown quite a bit, and Carlo no longer let them huddle against him to sleep. It was simply too hot. Meanwhile, the pen in Darius's hand was practically smoking from how fast he was writing. His body was trembling slightly, his entire worldview having been shattered and rebuilt. Yasmina didn't go back to her rock. Instead, she walked over to the area where Carlo had been drawing, trying to decipher his work. Predictably, she failed. She sat back down on her rock, facing Carlo, and continued her drawing. Fear? How could you be afraid of a soul like this? If every dinosaur in the world were like Carlo, Yasmina might actually consider becoming a dinosaur enthusiast like Darius. I really regret not bringing Brooklyn's data recorder to capture this, Darius said as he sat down, looking like an author with writer's block, struggling to find the words to describe the scene. Me too. Yasmina specialized in pen and ink sketches and line art. She was a master at capturing the essence of a subject with simple strokes. She finished her drawing quickly, turned it toward Carlo, and slowly approached to within 5 meters. Look, this is you. Carlo shifted his attention to her artwork, and the corners of his mouth twitched upward. She draws way better than I do. Yasmina noticed Carlo's expression. For some reason, she wasn't even that shocked anymore. Well, when they got back today, it would be her turn to tell everyone the story vividly. No, wait. She wasn't great at storytelling. She'd better leave that to Darius. Chapter 93, New Humans. Roar. Carlo let out a low huff, but it failed to stir even a ripple on the nocturnal main street. Rexy was a master of the night hunt. Having scouted the area in advance, Carlo knew well that tonight was the local lady's time to stalk the shadows. He gripped the Edmontosaurus carcass he had prepared earlier, tearing off a single leg as a toll for the local sovereign before tossing the rest into the lagoon. Splash. Swish. This wasn't Carlo's first time feeding the Mosasaurus. The Mosasaurus was now practically like Pavlov's dog. The moment she heard Carlo's roar, she would swim over. She clamped her jaws onto the Edmontosaurus, diving deep. Her massive tail swept across the surface, kicking up a spray of white water. Carlo watched the surface settle into a calm mirror, wondering if feeding her every 5 days was a bit too frequent. She seemed a little rounder than before. Let's change it to every 7 days. Bang. Suddenly, a thunderous crack echoed from the distance. A faint red glow illuminated the forest as a bright sphere of fire rose slowly into the air. Is that a flare? Carlo spun around instantly, heading back toward the primeval ecological zone. As far as he knew, his young neighbors didn't have flares. If they hadn't found some by sheer luck, then things were about to get complicated. Bang. Seconds later, another red flash burst. Carlo realized then that the flares weren't being shot into the sky, they were being aimed at some animal that wasn't particularly tall. Ceratosaurus too had been patrolling her territory when she stumbled upon a strange campsite. Just as she was about to investigate, she noticed the lights go out, followed by several unfamiliar scents intruding into the area. Instinct told her something was wrong. She tracked the scents and found a group of two-legged beasts, but as she moved to drive them off, she was attacked by the flares. The world exploded in light. Her eyes, adapted for night vision, couldn't handle the violent red glare, forcing her to retreat in a daze. Thank goodness you're all okay. Standing before Darius and his group were 3 adults. One of them, a young woman with blonde hair, looked incredibly worried as she checked the kids for injuries. Are you all right? The men next to her, wearing the same style of expedition gear, seemed surprised by the children's presence, asking about their condition. Finally, Brooklyn asked the question they were all thinking, who are you? The blonde woman, having confirmed they weren't hurt, put her hands on her hips and replied with a half-joke, after what just happened, I think you should call us your saviors. Seeing the group too stunned to respond, she offered, do you want to stay here, or come with us? The kids didn't need to be told twice, they scrambled to get up and follow. But in the next heartbeat, a violent tremor shook the ground, knocking everyone back down. Even the adults, who had been standing firm, were startled by the sudden upheaval and crouched low to maintain their balance. What's happening? The blonde woman whispered. I don't know, but it's something big, the men beside her replied. Giganotosaurus, Darius said quickly, reacting to the heavy thuds and looking toward the source of the sound. Carlo did not disappoint. Accompanied by the sound of snapping branches, he stepped into the clearing before them. The group thought they were already looking up at a steep angle, yet they realized they could still only see the creature's torso. Carlo lowered his massive frame, staring at the 3 newcomers. His heavy, hot breath huffed in their ears. These people don't smell of blood, and they don't have any excess sense. Their scent masking is well handled. Rescue team. No, the clothes don't look right. Standing at the back of the group was a silent, muscular man in a vest. He was the one who had fired the flare to drive off Ceratosaurus 2. At this moment, his flare gun was already reloaded. He began to slowly raise his arm, trying not to alert the predator. Darius's attention was fixed on Carlo. This was his first time encountering him outside the Great Lake. Noticing the shift in Carlo's gaze, Darius followed his line of sight and saw the man's subtle movement. No, 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 no. Darius leaped up and threw himself in front of the man, pushing his arm, which had already reached a 60-degree angle, back down. Carlo straightened his body. He stopped scrutinizing these invaders and turned to leave. If they're just here to pick up the kids, then it doesn't matter. Only when the footsteps had completely faded did the group find the strength to breathe. Darius turned to the blonde woman and joked weakly, "Does this mean we're even now?" Pfft. Except for the men with the flared gun, everyone burst into a fit of nervous laughter. Ha! The silent, muscular man swung a scimitar-like machete through the undergrowth, hacking a path for the group. "I'm Mitch, and this is my wife, Tiff. We're eco-tourists," the men in the expedition gear explained to Darius and the others. Walking beside him, Tiff added, "But that's just a fancy way of saying we travel the world to photograph rare animals." Seeing the kids listening intently, the two continued their story. "Snapping photos of lions and tigers is fine, but how could we pass up photos of dinosaurs in the wild?" "Right, honey. You're absolutely right." Darius stepped forward. "When we activated the emergency beacon, we hoped someone would receive our signal. I can't believe it actually worked." Tiff realized something and rested her left hand on Mitch's shoulder. "Oh right, the signal. Honey, remember? We got the signal as soon as we got off the boat." Mitch was still thinking when he was startled by a shout from the men clearing the path ahead. He took the opportunity to explain. "That's our guide, Hap. Highly recommended. He knows cameras and the outdoors like the back of his hand. He just doesn't talk much." He then called out to the men leading the way, "We're almost there, right, Hap?" Hap didn't answer. He simply repeated the rhythmic hacking motion, clearing the way for the group. Mitch looked at Darius and the others, shrugging helplessly as if to say, "See? That's just how he is. Our camp isn't very big, so I hope you can make do for a bit. When the boat returns in 2 days, we'll take you off the island." Chapter 94, Fresh Kill. "Anyone want some breakfast?" Tiff, a woman with blonde hair, asked the group kindly, causing the teenagers touring the campsite to stop in their tracks. How long had it been since they'd had a real meal? The scene shifted. The teens and the 3 adults sat around a long, makeshift table. "This is so good, oh man, it's amazing." Sammy spoke through a mouthful of food, unable to hide her delight. It was a simple meal, bacon sandwiches and toast, but to the group, it tasted like a state banquet. "After that, we escaped an attack from another dinosaur. And then another one." Darius sat next to Mitch and Tiff, swallowing a bite before continuing his story. "Then we saw your campfire, got chased by another dinosaur, and you guys rescued us." Mitch, who was pouring water for Tiff, was so enthralled by the tale that he nearly let the cup overflow. "You've all been through so much just to get here. Your camp destroyed, being abandoned, losing a friend," Tiff summarized, covering her mouth in disbelief. The 5 teenagers, mid-meal, suddenly stiffened. During their flight across the island, Ben, the most timid among them, had braved a pteranodon attack only to fall from the monorail. Seeing the mood darken, Mitch looked at Tiff. "Don't be a buzzkill, babe." He leaned back in his chair, offering the group a reassuring smile. "Remember? Our boat returns in 2 days. We're taking you all back to the mainland." The kids, whose nerves had been frayed to the breaking point in the wild, finally relaxed. The tension snapped, replaced by immediate cheers. "Is that true?" Sammy, sitting closest to Tiff, still sounded hesitant. Tiff placed a hand on the girl's shoulder and looked her in the eye. "Yes, honey. You're going home." As if drawn by a kindred spirit, Mitch sensed Darius's deep obsession with the island's inhabitants. "Hey, you want to see the Big 5 we photographed in Botswana?" He opened the playback menu on his camera. Darius leaned in, captivated. "Whoa, so cool." Darius was completely hooked, failing to notice Kenji trying to talk to him from behind. "Did you get any photos of the dinosaurs?" Mitch pulled the camera back, a look of mock disappointment on his face as he shook his head. "Sadly, not yet. Personally, I'm determined to get a shot of AT Rex. I'm dying to see some live evidence of face-biting behavior." Realizing he might be coming on too strong, considering the kids wanted to leave while he wanted to chase predators, Mitch offered an apology. "Sorry. I get a bit nerdy when it comes to dinosaurs." Darius didn't mind at all, he jumped right back into the conversation. You want to talk craniofacial biting? I'll bite. Sorry, that was a terrible pun. Mitch grinned, pleased to find an interested audience. Sounds like we both need muzzles. I get it. I totally get it. Darius was thrilled to find a fellow enthusiast, but Brooklyn wasn't having nearly as much luck. She was seated next to the taciturn Hap, attempting to strike up a conversation. So, you give tours for a living, right? Hap stared straight ahead. Only the rhythmic movement of his jaw proved he wasn't a statue. Brooklyn didn't give up. She pushed through the awkwardness, sensing something was off. This man didn't feel like the professional guides she'd encountered during her vlogging travels. I don't know if you've heard, but I've actually traveled all over the world, too. Hap kept his eyes forward, spearing a piece of bacon and popping it into his mouth. Yeah, I used to be a vlogger. I was kind of a big deal. Hap continued to chew, his gaze fixed on nothing. He was definitely not a statue, but he wasn't talking. Okay, so where have you been? As a nature guide. Seemingly realizing she wouldn't stop until he answered, Hap cast a brief glance at her cooling food before returning his gaze to the horizon. I go to nature places. The brief response only fueled Brooklyn's curiosity. Do you usually take out ecotourists for photography? Mitch and Tiff spoke really highly of you. Is this your first time working with? Thud. Hap tapped his ceramic plate against the wooden table with a sharp, impatient strike. He turned to Brooklyn and let out a low growl. Stop asking questions. Seeing Brooklyn recoil in shock, he paused for a moment, seemingly composed again. Your food is getting cold. Carlo lay by the lake, his tail thumping the ground rhythmically, a subconscious habit he fell into when he was either thinking or bored. The Parasaurolophus cab seemed to treat his tail like a toy, darting around it and pretending to dodge the impacts. What exactly is wrong here? He couldn't shake the feeling of unease. Those people didn't look like a rescue team. They had stayed in one place for far too long. After memorizing their scent yesterday, Carlo had kept a close watch. Their movements were far too deliberate. They had headed almost straight for the primeval ecological zone. He had even tracked their scent back to the harbor, where he found a small private yacht. Logically, a rescue team should be prioritizing buildings and emergency shelters. And on an island this dangerous, why weren't they using helicopters? Had the kids managed to send a distress signal? Or, wait. Why was there such a fresh scent of blood? Carlo stood up, looking toward the Triceratops herd's territory. Was it the parents? No, they wouldn't hunt this far out. Ceratosaurus won. No, he prefers dragging kills back to his own territory. He wouldn't just leave a carcass behind. Carlo ushered the Parasaurolophus calves into the Simasuchus den. It was getting a bit cramped in there for them. He moved quickly toward the Triceratops habitat, noting that several had fled in a panic, leaving only a few of the stronger individuals behind. Following the scent of iron and raw meat, Carlo pushed forward and found it. A fresh, perfectly intact, headless dinosaur corpse. Chapter 95, You Are the Challenger. For the longest time, the Great Lake had been the recognized sanctuary for the herbivores of the primeval ecological zone. Even monsters as formidable as Carlo respected the unspoken rules of this place. But as the saying goes, a forest large enough draws all kinds of birds. Among the dinosaurs released during the closure of Jurassic World, not all were inclined to follow the local etiquette. No hunting at the watering hole. But what if I want fish? The Baryonyx was the textbook example of this defiance. The last time one had followed the Camp Cretaceous group to the lake, it had realized what a prime piece of real estate this was, only to be chased off by Carlo. This time, however, Carlo was away investigating the headless dinosaur corpse. Taking advantage of his absence, the Baryonyx had brought two of its kin along to inspect whether the water quality of the Great Lake was suitable for their permanent residence. Roar! Two of the Baryonyx took point, scattering the stray dinosaurs drinking at the water's edge. Splash! The trio waded into the lake, sending ripples across the surface. Fish darted playfully through the water. Having never known the cruelty of the world, they paid the predators no mind. Excellent fish. Makes my claws twitch. One Baryonyx lunged into the water, its long, crocodile-like snout snapping up a fish before sliding it down its throat. Seeing this, the other two submerged their heads as well, churning the water into a muddy mess as the fish scattered in a panic. On. The scent of blood began to drift through the lake, sending tremors of alarm through the surrounding herbivores, who responded with chorus after chorus of warning cries. Baryonyx are creatures that cannot live without water, but they have no desire to share it with anyone outside their own species. They immediately began to drive the local inhabitants away. On. A Parasaurolophus toddler reared up, let out a bleat, and squared off against a Baryonyx. The predator, insulted that this tiny morsel wasn't trembling, and was actually challenging it, immediately gave chase. The little Parasaurolophus was incredibly cunning. Having spent every day battling Carlo's tail, its agility was beyond imagination. It could practically predict the predator's strikes just by watching the sway of its body. The toddler bolted, ducking between the legs of a massive creature and diving into the safety of the Simasaurus den. Another one who isn't afraid. The Baryonyx skidded to a halt, staring at the rude individual before it, one that hadn't even deigned to look its way. It recognized this creature, the massive pentagonal plates, the thick tail armed with spikes, and that notoriously tiny, stupid-looking head. Umph. Just another cowardly plant-eater. Roar. The predator let out a deafening bellow, attempting to intimidate its mark. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Brother Stegosaurus remained unmoved, continuing to gulp down water. The other two Baryonyx noticed the standoff, placing the first, overconfident hunter in an embarrassing position. It felt that if it couldn't drive this herbivore away, its status among its pack would plummet. Snapping its jaws, it lunged straight for the Stegosaur's neck. Humph, silly child. Brother Stegosaurus didn't even lift his head. He pivoted his body 120 degrees on the spot, swinging his massive tail toward the predator's skull. Unfortunately, his aim was slightly off, the Thagomizer spikes only grazed the back of the Baryonyx's head. Splash. The Baryonyx tumbled sideways into the lake, sending up a massive spray. Seeing things take a turn for the worse, the other two predators quickly moved in, attempting a pincer maneuver to take down the arrogant herbivore. Gulp. Brother Stegosaurus didn't retreat, and he didn't run. He simply finished swallowing the mouthful of lake water he'd been enjoying. Mistaking his stillness for paralysis, the Baryonyx looked to its companions to coordinate a strike. But in the next heartbeat, Brother Stegosaurus went on the offensive. He lunged forward, swinging his relatively small head to clamp his beak onto the lead Baryonyx's arm while simultaneously using his tail to ward off the threat from behind. The lead predator hissed in pain and bit down on the Stegosaurus plates. Brother Stegosaurus didn't let go. He spun his body, dragging the predator through a 180-degree turn and slamming it into the Baryonyx behind him. The two predators lost their footing, collapsing into a tangled heap on the ground. Brother Stegosaurus wasn't finished. He spun again, driving the spikes of his tail deep into one of their thighs. On roar. The Baryonyx shrieked. The Stegosaurus reversed his rotation, ripping the tail free and painting a crimson arc in the air. Did you really think I survived the Indominus Rex's massacre by sheer luck? 10 days ago, you were still hothouse flowers. I have survived alone in the primeval zone for months. What makes you think you can defeat me just by shouting? Brother Stegosaurus looked at the wailing Baryonyx and sighed inwardly. Silly children. Your killing intent is far too obvious. Splash. Without even looking back, he gave his tail a casual flick, knocking a Baryonyx that had crawled back up for a sneak attack right back into the lake. Too much noise, kid. The three Baryonyx slowly retreated to the side. One of them had to lean on its companion, standing precariously on 3 legs. Their will to fight was broken, they turned and limped away. Seeing them flee, Brother Stegosaurus didn't pursue. He turned back to the lake and resumed drinking. The surface of the water gradually smoothed over. The herbivores that had been chased off began to drift back, some bedding down in the grass, others lowering their heads to drink. On. A Brachiosaurus raised its head from the brush, letting out a resonant call. Darius had become the unofficial guide for Mitch and Tiff, showing them the wonders of Isla Nublar. If you think this is cool, we can go to another place. Darius showed Mitch his field guide, filled with his own notes and Yasmina's sketches. The watering hole. Mitch muttered to himself, looking at the notebook in shock. Darius explained. It's my favorite place. I mean, there are tons of herbivores and carnivores there. They get really close, and they don't fight. Sammy wanted to add something, but Mitch caught sight of the Giganotosaurus in Darius's notes and cut her off. The Giganotosaurus is there. Darius hesitated for a moment but answered, if you mean the biggest one, then yes. That's where he lives. That's fantastic. Mitch looked genuinely excited. He patted Darius on the head and turned to Tiff. Honey, what would we do without this kid? I'll go tell Hap we're changing the itinerary. The two played off each other perfectly, praising Darius until his face turned red. But as the excitement faded, a seed of doubt began to sprout in Darius's mind. Why don't they know where the Giganotosaurus lives? It might sound like an exaggeration, but any true dinosaur enthusiast would have heard of the primeval live streams. Mitch and Tiff had top-tier gear, they didn't look like they were short on cash. Why wouldn't they pay for a VIP sub to watch the primeval zone? Even if they weren't into live streams, they were on the island with the specific goal of photographing dinosaurs. How could they not have done their homework? Had they left the route entirely up to Hap? No, the man looked more like a survivalist, he seemed to know very little about the island itself. To Darius, the Great Lake was an unmissable landmark for anyone visiting the island. And yet, they knew nothing about it. Suddenly, Tiff came jogging back, calling out to Mitch. Dear, I think we need to pack up and head back to camp. Yasmina, though more relaxed than before, was still wary of dinosaurs and remained on high alert in the wild, except for Carlo, because he could draw. What happened? Tiff was vague. Nothing, really. Hap is just acting strange. The group didn't press further, helping to pack the gear and following the couple back. Walking at the back of the line, Darius watched Mitch's retreating figure and took a deep breath. I hope I'm just overthinking this.